Middle age really is worse than being a dog. Holding a large cardboard box, it was nearly empty. Standing in the parking lot, he turned to look back at the company behind him, a place where he had fought for nearly 20 years, where he had devoted his entire youth. Yet at this moment, it felt so unfamiliar. Li Zecang never imagined that he, diligent and loyal like an old dog, would actually be laid off one day suddenly, decisively, without even needing to hand over any work. He received the notice from his supervisor, went straight to finance to complete the procedures, collected his severance pay, packed his things, and left. You think you're a pillar of strength, but in reality, you're just a bubble created by splashing waves seemingly colorful and dazzling in the sunlight. But when that bubble hits a rock, or even a mere twig, there's only one outcome. It pops instantly. Driving his car, he wandered like a zombie through this city where he'd lived for over 20 years, familiar, yet strangely alien. He couldn't remember the last time he'd strolled through the city streets on a Monday morning. A life spent busy as a dog had never allowed him to truly read this city he'd lived in for over 2 decades. 22 years. From university until now, exactly 22 years. His entire youth, even his life, had been spent in this city, yet it seemed he had gained nothing, owned nothing. Gaokao, I had no entry allowed. As Li Zecang drove aimlessly, waiting at a red light, a traffic officer approached and tapped on his window, saying, "The college entrance exams, another exam season had arrived." A life crushed under work and pressure had made him forget about the Gaokao for a long time. He turned the car around and, almost automatically, turned on the car radio, a device he hadn't used in ages. Today marks the annual Gaokao season. Listeners, if you have any words for the students taking the exams, feel free to leave us a message on Jiaoguang Network. If you could travel back in time and meet your younger self preparing for the Gaokao, what would you say? Travel back? Say something? What could I say? Maybe a few winning lottery numbers, but even that might not be reliable. At this thought, Li Zecang couldn't help shaking his head. How could he, a pure science and engineering guy, actually be pondering such nonsense? Just then, a voice seemingly emerging from the depths of his soul echoed in his mind. Time countdown to travel back 22 years begins. 23:59. The sudden voice stunned Li Zecang. As he snapped back to reality, he grew puzzled. Who's talking to me? The radio? No, this voice sounded mechanical. Fuck. Li Zecang cursed instinctively, because right before his eyes, the countdown numbers 23:59 had suddenly appeared. Ordinary numbers, yet they floated eerily in his field of vision, specifically, hovering right in front of his gaze. They moved with his eyes, always remaining centered in his view, as if he were wearing glasses that could project time into empty space. But Li Zecang wasn't wearing glasses. Fuck, this is insane. A pure atheist, a hardline, no-nonsense engineering man. How could Li Zecang believe in such absurdity? After an instinctive curse, his brain kicked into high gear. Can't tell anyone. First, I need to check whether only I can see these numbers, or if others can see them too. Muttering to himself, Li Zecang immediately pulled out his phone and pointed the camera at the numbers he could see. 23:59. Holy shit. The phone's camera showed everything as normal, no strange objects, no numbers at all. But in his own eyes, the numbers were crystal clear, and they were changing as time passed. Now, they had become 23:58. Could this actually be real? Hey, system brother, are you there? What do I need to prepare? What can I bring? Any cheat codes? Body enhancement? Pocket dimension? Unlimited memory? Can I cultivate immortality? Li Zecang muttered frantically in his mind. But no reply. No sound. Nothing. No system like the ones in novels. The only thing present was the floating countdown numbers in his vision, steadily decreasing. As time passed, the numbers now read 23:57. 3 minutes had gone by. Could this be real? Prepare? What should I prepare? Going back 22 years, what should I prepare? What can I prepare? At this moment, Li Zecang's brain functioned like a supercomputer operating at lightning speed. He slammed the accelerator pedal, and the car, previously cruising slowly, shot forward like an arrow, racing toward his nearby home. Go home first. If this is a reincarnation into my past self, I definitely can't carry physical items. But if I'm returning to speak to my younger self, or becoming my younger self again, surely my knowledge and memories can go back with me, right? Otherwise, what's the point of calling it a reincarnation? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Li Zecang shouted aloud at the numbers before him. Is that right, system? Though there seemed to be no system, Li Zecang couldn't help asking out loud, clung to the hope that fiction might become reality, that a system would appear to answer his questions, to safeguard his journey through time. But sadly, so far, not a single sign had appeared. His so-called home wasn't far from where this had happened. Li Zecang quickly returned to his small apartment, sat in front of his computer, and muttered to himself. Memories, memories. Besides what's already in my head, what else should I take? Stock market trends from 22 years ago to now, individual stocks with explosive gains, foreign exchange rates, commodity prices, Bitcoin's highs and lows. As Li Zecang mentally listed each piece of data, his hands flew across the keyboard. Fuck. No cheat codes. No super memory just giving me 24 hours? What the hell can I do with that? Li Zecang cursed again. Sadly, still no one answered. No system appeared. He was just talking to himself like a fool, flailing his arms and legs. 23:17. Staring at the constantly decreasing time, floating in midair, Li Zecang cursed again. Even as he cursed, his hands didn't stop, and his brain operated at superhuman speed. Life is like rape. If you can't resist, then close your eyes and savor it, whether it's enjoyment or endurance. 7:59. 16 hours had passed. Li Zecang, who had been forcing himself to memorize, now felt as if his brain no longer belonged to him. Though he was a science and engineering guy, though he could code, though he knew memory techniques, after more than 10 hours of extreme memorization, it was a miracle he hadn't suffered stroke. He shook his neck, stood up to stretch, drank some water, and stood on the balcony, gazing at the city's night view. Thank goodness today is the last day of the Gaokao. If I went back in this state, I wouldn't even make it into a regular university, let alone a key university. As he stretched his muscles, he continued, checking for gaps and omissions. Wait, it's June now. 22 years ago, the Gaokao was in July. Fuck. Realizing this, Li Zecang cursed again, immediately sat back at the computer, and his hands flew across the keyboard once more. But soon his shoulders slumped. Finding the Gaokao papers from 22 years ago was easy. But how could he possibly memorize them? Looking at the complex, cluttered exam papers, the densely packed answers and memory load was no smaller than the data he'd spent the last dozen hours memorizing. 003, 002, 001. As the countdown ended, a black dot appeared in the space where the time had been displayed. The dot slowly expanded, eventually becoming a deep, dark vortex that gradually swallowed Li Zecang whole. Chapter 2. Return to the first day. Shock in progress. June 10th, 2002. Monday. Clear weather. To my astonishment, Teacher Zecang was actually sleeping during class. Had he spent the night engrossed in activities, neglecting his responsibilities? A seemingly incongruous remark boomed from the lips of a robust man, his voice resonating through the bustling classroom, where such outbursts were not entirely unexpected. Nevertheless, the female classmates nearby regarded the brawny figure in the aisle with expressions of bewilderment, unsure of the context. The man scratched his head, a hint of sheepishness crossing his features, as he leaned over the girl to nudge Teacher Zecang, who was slumped against the wall. Old Zecang, have you gone for a bathroom break? Despite his embarrassment in front of the girls, he continued to utter crass remarks. As the hefty student jostled him, Li Zecang finally stirred, propping himself up on his seat, gradually straightening his back and blinking his eyes open. The countdown had ceased. Li Zecang mused inwardly. This was his immediate reaction upon awakening. I am in the classroom, my high school classroom. I have truly traversed back 2 decades. Even after a full day of mental preparation, the surreal nature of this occurrence left Li Zecang in a state of shock. Teacher Zecang, where were you last night to be so disoriented? Did you really go to the restroom? Jiang Shuyuan, Zhao Xingxing. The scene before him, despite being envisioned countless times, struck Li Zecang with overwhelming astonishment as it materialized before his eyes. Uncontrollably, he blurted out the names, laden with disbelief. Damn it, old Zecang, what is wrong with you? Did you go to the restroom or not? Fortunately, Zhao Xingxing, a carefree and boisterous athlete, assumed that Li Zecang was merely groggy from sleep, while Jiang Shuyuan cast a more puzzled glance in his direction, adhering to the principle that speaking too much may lead to errors. Li Zecang refrained from joining Zhao Xingxing on his trip to the restroom. After a moment's contemplation, he completely forgot how he should communicate and behave at this age, and could only manage a simple response. No need, I'm tired. You go ahead. Fortunately, Zhao Xingxing paid no mind and departed on his own. Watching his friend walk away, Li Zecang finally settled himself, attentively surveying his surroundings. The familiar yet foreign desk in the 5th row, positioned centrally by the window. With nothing visible outside, only the opposite teaching building. The antiquated single-story structure, with its southern corridor, often basked in sunlight, yet was also a place to be wary of the ever-watchful old teacher. To his right sat his deskmate, the academically gifted Jiang Shiyuan, a tall and reticent scholar, whose impressive height of approximately 175 centimeters necessitated her placement in the middle of the classroom. Although Li Zicang's academic performance fell short compared to Jiang Shiyuan, he too ranked among the top 20 in class and the top 50 in grade. Otherwise, he would not have been able to gain admission to a prestigious university. In the upper right corner of the blackboard, a large Arabic numeral, 27, marked the countdown to the college entrance examinations, a constant reminder of the impending challenge and the preciousness of time. Indeed, in just 27 days, it will be July 7th, 2002, the day of the college entrance examination, an exceptionally challenging year for the province of Su. Aside from the usual subjects of language and mathematics, there was no division between arts and sciences. Instead, an unprecedented comprehensive examination encompassing physics, chemistry, biology, politics, history, and geography was administered, with a total of 300 points allocated across 6 core subjects. As the mind began to awaken, thoughts gradually emerged. Moments later, as the school bell rang, a figure appeared at the back door of the classroom, and the room fell into an immediate hush, indicating that this period was once again a self-study session. After a brief interlude, Li Zicang had mostly regained his composure. He possessed no memories of the 18-year-old Li Zicang at that moment. His mind was entirely filled with the knowledge of the Li Zicang from 2 decades hence. The future Li Zicang vaguely recalled that the final stretch before the examination primarily consisted of practicing exam papers, discussing solutions, and engaging in self-study, an endless cycle. After rubbing his face and shaking his head, Li Zicang realized he had no time to ponder his next steps. The most pressing matter was to document the information he had forcefully memorized in the last 24 hours prior to his crossing over, followed by contemplating which strategies would serve as his newfound treasures, if indeed this could be deemed a fortunate advantage. He procured a relatively unused notebook and seized a pen, ready to commence writing. Damn. Another expletive echoed in his mind. It appeared that this truly was a stroke of good fortune. The events and memories from the past 24 hours materialized vividly in his mind, akin to a film playing before him. Without comparison, there could be no pain. Although he still lacked a systematic approach or any extraordinary advantages, the current situation was a stark contrast to his previous experiences. Setting down the pen, he clenched his fists and exhaled deeply, thinking to himself, "Now, I need not fear the examination. I already possess the answers. What is there to fear?" The classroom was eerily silent, so quiet that even the faintest cough sounded jarring, and one could hear the rustling of pages, the sound of pens gliding across paper, the occasional flatulence, and even the stomachs growling with hunger. With only 27 days remaining until the examination, no one was squandering their time. This was a key class, formed by selecting the top students from the previous year in their second year, and everyone had a singular, clear goal: to enter university, to gain admission to that elusive institution of higher learning. Everyone was willing to sacrifice everything for this objective. Thus all were diligently studying, wholly engrossed in their work, except for Li Zicang, whose thoughts wandered to matters entirely unrelated to academics. The first hurdle upon his return was the college entrance examination, which he had now resolved. The next step was to address the issue of acquiring his first pot of gold, a dilemma he had contemplated during the 24-hour countdown. Utilizing the fleeting moments of memory to allow his mind to relax and think through the matter simply. Lottery tickets. This was the most suitable method Li Zicang could conceive under the current circumstances. In order to circumvent the potential lottery time travel mechanism, Li Zicang opted for 2 distinct strategies. One was the traditional welfare lottery, and the other was the sports betting introduced only last year. Coincidentally, this year marks the World Cup in Japan and South Korea, with the finals currently underway, commencing on May 31st and lasting for over a month. This World Cup, tainted by the shameless involvement of South Korea, has yielded numerous unexpected outcomes. The nation managed to advance to the quarterfinals with the assistance of referees clad in the Korean team's attire. The greater the turbulence, the more valuable the catch. The more surprising the results, the higher the rewards. Li Zicang was acutely aware that his initial fortune would rely upon these unscrupulous referees. As Li Zicang was lost in his scheming, a cerulean notebook slowly drifted into his line of sight. A pristine page lay open before him, the first line adorned with a few robust and elegant characters, clearly not penned by a feminine hand. "Is this concern coming from my deskmate? Our interactions seem scant. He strained to recall memories from his youth. Jiang Shuyan, a young woman approximately 175 centimeters tall, possessed a striking figure, captivating beauty, and distinguished poise. Seemingly hailing from a prosperous family. More remarkably, she was an academic prodigy, consistently topping her class and excelling in county and city-wide examinations, an exceptional student poised for a bid at prestigious institutions. This is the information Li Zecang gleaned after a diligent recollection, though it proved of little practical use. As for why they shared a desk, he remembered clearly. The final seating arrangements were determined largely by a combination of academic performance and height, granting him the chance to sit alongside such a remarkable individual. It is noteworthy that co-ed seating is no trivial matter, especially in the pivotal third year of high school, where gender dynamics are paramount. It seemed that fate had conspired to place them together in the month leading up to the college entrance examination, yet in that brief span, their interactions had been non-existent. But now, was she genuinely concerned for him? Li Zecang pondered in bewilderment. Having had a restless night, fatigue weighed upon him. He first examined the characters in his textbooks before cautiously attempting to replicate them, crafting a few words in response. Despite the passage of 20 years, the current era of rapid technological advancement meant that opportunities for handwriting would be few and far between in university and beyond. Fortunately, his handwriting had not changed much over the years, alleviating the need for elaborate disguise. Is that all? Li Zecang anticipated further dialogue with his deskmate, yet it abruptly ceased. Dismissing the peculiarity of her behavior, he shook his head as if to cast away the clutter of thoughts, compelling himself to regain composure. He randomly picked up a book, his gaze unfocused as he began to read. Thankfully, June had arrived, and the final city-wide examination concluded at the end of May. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. Although he possessed the answers to the college entrance examination, it did not equate to mastering the knowledge itself. The absence of testing significantly reduced the risk of exposure. As for the impending classroom quizzes that may arise in the coming days, he understood that the teachers would not collect them for grading, as that would be a waste of time. They would merely be explained in class, allowing students to summarize on their own. His gaze was vacant as he stared at the textbook, not having turned a single page. His mind, sluggish and unfocused, wandered aimlessly without contemplation. At last, the bell rang, signaling the end of the final class of the morning, a prelude to the midday opportunity to purchase lottery tickets, or to escape from the classroom that he had grown accustomed to, yet found so uncomfortable. "Song, let us go? Time for lunch." The familiar yet distant voice of Zhao Xingxing echoed in his ears. Hearing that voice, which belonged to his best friend from high school, indeed, his closest companion throughout life, caused a smile to tug at Li Zecang's lips. Regrettably, after graduating from university, he remained in Jinling as a humble worker, while Zhao returned to this small county in Jiangbei to become a physical education teacher, embarking on a seemingly predictable yet leisurely and content life. Their bond remained strong, yet their communication had dwindled significantly. The view beyond the well was an endless sky, while the view within was a confined circular ceiling. They appeared worlds apart. Yet did such vast differences truly matter? It was difficult to ascertain who the frog at the bottom of the well really was. Chapter 3. Returning to the first day. The grand scheme of wealth through lottery tickets. Upon arriving outside the school, Li Zecang turned to Zhao Xingxing and said, "Xingxing, you order the dishes first, and I shall fetch us 2 bottles of water." Despite his name meaning star, Zhao's appearance resembled that of a gorilla. Thus, this homophonic nickname had followed him throughout his life. "Hey, why are you taking my hat?" Zhao Xingxing had no objections to Li Zecang's arrangement, but he was somewhat miffed that Li Zecang had snatched his hat. He had recently sported a nearly monk-like hairstyle for a physical education exam, and his hair had yet to grow back. For a teenager who was quite particular about his appearance, he believed that while a head could be severed and blood could flow, one's hairstyle must remain intact. His Li Ning cap was essential to conceal his unsightly hair. "Damn it," Zhao Xingxing muttered as he watched Li Zecang run off. If it were anyone else, he would have surely lost his temper. With an uncomfortable hand brushing against his head, he strolled toward a small northeast restaurant across from the school. For 2 high school seniors from relatively well-off families, it was only natural to indulge in a modest feast rather than consume the almost inedible cafeteria food. Claiming to buy water, Li Zecang's true intention was to purchase lottery tickets. With Zhao Xingxing's hat pulled low over his brow, he entered a nearby lottery shop at the school gate. Zhao, robust and large-headed, had a hat that was already quite ample, which now obscured Li Zecang's face significantly. In 2002, technology was still quite rudimentary. Yet the lottery business was flourishing. Outside this small secondary school, various lottery outlets thrived, some merely consisting of a small shop with a ticket machine. Boss, 2 bottles of Fanta. By the way, is tonight's lottery draw the 77th issue of the 7-digit numbers? Yes, indeed. Give me 2 tickets. The grand prize is up to 5 million. The voice was rather enchanting. And Li Zecang slightly lifted his head to steal a glance at the proprietress from beneath his hat brim. Her allure still lingered, and she was quite captivating. She tempts my moral compass, seducing me into purchasing a lottery ticket. She must not be a virtuous person. He mused inwardly while saying aloud, the drinks are 4 yuan. Right? I'll take 3 lottery tickets. No, make it 8. Upon finishing his words, Li Zecang handed over 2 10 yuan notes. Would you like to choose your numbers, or have them randomly generated? The proprietress inquired with warmth as she accepted the money. How could a time traveler rely on randomness? That would be tantamount to throwing money away. In fact, I've heard that domestic lotteries possess a rather mystical quality. They come with an anti-time travel mechanism that defies the antics of those who traverse dimensions. These 8 tickets are merely a test of sorts. Winning would be splendid. As for why I'm buying 8 at once, well, if there is no anti-time travel mechanism, and I were to win 5 million, purchasing only 1 ticket would yield less than if I bought 8. Surely, I can't wait a few days to try again. That would only draw more attention. We must weigh the lesser of 2 evils and choose the more advantageous option. 700-9475. What about the second group? The proprietress quickly inquired after completing the numbers. All the same, all 8 groups are identical? Indeed. The proprietress cast a surprised glance but refrained from commenting. Such a method of purchasing was uncommon, yet not unheard of. Li Zecang, however, paid no mind, casually tucking the lottery tickets into his wallet before exiting with the 2 bottles of beverage. Teacher Zecang, fancy a stroll at the internet CAF to burn off some energy? Zhao Xingxing asked nonchalantly after their lunch. Get lost. You, a sports student, can get into university with just over 300 points. I cannot. Years had passed since their last meeting, yet the bond of lifelong friendship was strong, and the unfamiliarity that had briefly surfaced during their meal dissipated entirely. Of course, this sense of estrangement only applied to the recently returned Li Zecang. The boisterous and robust Zhao Xingxing remained blissfully unaware of any changes in his friend. Are you still going to watch the game tonight? Watch the game? The World Cup. This afternoon it's Korea against the USA, and tonight Portugal faces Poland, featuring Figo. For both Li Zecang and Zhao Xingxing, soccer was a mere pastime. Their true passion lay in basketball. Regardless of the teams, they could name the star players without hesitation, and even the main roster was familiar to them. Both were adept on the court. While Li Zecang was not a sports student, his physical prowess was commendable, and at nearly 185 centimeters tall, he appeared somewhat slender beside the brawny Zhao Xingxing. Even so, as a quintessential high school student, he had certainly heard of Figo. Not going to watch the game, but we could indulge in a little gambling. With that, he led Zhao Xingxing towards another lottery shop at the school entrance. Are you planning to buy sports lottery tickets? Observing the direction in which Li Zecang was heading, Zhao Xingxing began to comprehend the deep-seated sentiments that gambling evokes among his compatriots. Indeed, one may not watch the match, yet the thrill of predicting the victor remains enticing. As Li Zecang strolled, he quipped, "Do you understand football? This is not merely about tossing money into the abyss. It would be more prudent to save it for a visit to an internet CAF." Zhao Xingxing retorted, his expression rife with disdain. In truth, I possess little knowledge of the sport. I merely grasp the outcomes of all forthcoming matches. Must I truly comprehend the game? My purpose is solely to procure. Li Zecang mused internally. He pondered whether the lottery mechanism would possess a safeguard against interference. Surely, the outcome of a football match could not be drastically altered by his mere presence. After all, he had only just returned. And to claim a position of influence within the realm of football, such as investing in a club or altering player selections, would indeed shift the results. Ultimately, if nothing could be altered, what purpose did his return serve? Boss, have the betting opportunities for today's 2 World Cup matches concluded? He inquired. The lottery shop exuded professionalism, dedicated entirely to lottery sales, with an assortment of refreshments and snacks available. The interior, modest yet inviting, boasted a chart depicting the trends of the 7-digit lottery, alongside a prominent World Cup matchup graphic, exuding an air of expertise. The betting for the afternoon match between South Korea and the United States has closed. But you can still place bets on the evening's Portugal game, the proprietor replied while efficiently processing tickets for other patrons. Can I view the odds? Lee Zecang asked, equally earnest. Are you looking to bet on the score or on multiple matches? The seller queried, before calling out to a young man in the corner, San. Step aside for a moment. You've monopolized the computer for long enough without placing any bets. Let this gentleman take a look. As the young man, referred to as San, reluctantly vacated his spot, Lee Zecang and Zhao Xingxing approached the computer, undeterred by the unfriendly gaze of a local tough. Despite the latter's apparent age advantage, in terms of physique and athleticism, he paled in comparison to Zhao Xingxing, whose imposing stature, coupled with the authoritative presence of his physical education teacher father, rendered any intimidation futile. Lee Zecang meticulously examined the evening match odds, while Zhao Xingxing remained perplexed. What does a 1-2-to-1 ratio signify? And why are there score predictions? He queried with curiosity. Betting on Portugal to win means for every dollar wagered, you earn back $1.20. The score predictions carry greater difficulty and thus higher returns, Lee Zecang succinctly explained, with little time for elaboration. Then betting on Portugal is a sure win. If I wager 100, I would gain an additional 20, Zhao Xingxing exclaimed with excitement, only to be met with a dismissive glance from Lee Zecang, who continued manipulating the computer. You're overlooking the principle. It's merely $1 in, $1.20 out. Only a 20-cent profit. What's the point then? If there's a surprise draw, would I not incur a loss? Zhao Xingxing lamented. Zhao Xingxing instantly calculated the odds. Despite being an athlete, he should not be underestimated. For his academic performance is also commendable. Considering the returns, betting on Poland to win at odds of 3.5 indeed offers a potential profit of 2.5 yuan. Lee Zecang jestingly remarked, how could Poland possibly win? Isn't this mere gambling? Zhao Xingxing, belatedly realizing, responded, now you see. While Lee Zecang looked down upon him, he also regarded this formidable individual with newfound respect, understanding why, in later years, he led such a carefree life. Neither greedy nor possessive, truly a good person. So, are you still in? Chapter 4. Returning to the first day. Betting on sports is akin to picking up money. Wealth lies in risk. After uttering these words, Lee Zecang rose and approached the proprietor. Have you made your selections, young man? Yes, boss. Portugal to triumph over Poland, Denmark to defeat France, and Senegal to draw with Uruguay, Lee Zecang calmly articulated, retrieving a 100 yuan note from his wallet and handing it over. Portugal to win against Poland, Denmark to win against France, Senegal to draw with Uruguay, a three-way bet at odds of 13. How many tickets? The proprietor reiterated while inquiring further. 25 tickets. 25 tickets at 50 each, is that correct? The proprietor reconfirmed, casting a glance at Lee Zecang. Many students partook in betting. Yet it was rare to find one placing a three-way bet on 25 tickets. Such wagers were typically made by individuals with some disposable income. After all, it was the year 2002, a time when the average salary in small cities hovered around 700 to 800 yuan per month, making money quite valuable. Old song. Upon the proprietor's confirmation, Zhao Xingxing grasped Lee Zecang's arm, concern etched on his face, yet he refrained from voicing his worries. Lee Zecang, understanding his friend's apprehension, smiled reassuringly, stating, no worries, I recently came into a bit of fortune. He said little more, as it was difficult to provide an explanation. After all, how could one justify participating in what they publicly denounced as gambling while engaging in it themselves, and on such a grand scale? With the whir of the machine, a warm lottery ticket emerged in Lee Zecang's hand. Here is your change of 50. The proprietor, while rummaging through a drawer for cash, spoke courteously, mindful of his esteemed customer, a veritable god of wealth. There's no need for change. I wish to place another bet. Of course. What would you like? The proprietor's enthusiasm heightened. Denmark 2, France 0, Senegal 3, Uruguay 3, Saudi Arabia 0, Ireland 3, 25 tickets. Is the scoreline also a three-way bet? The proprietor asked in astonishment. Lee Zecang nodded silently. Denmark 2, France 0, Senegal 3, Uruguay 3, Saudi Arabia 0, Ireland 3. At odds of 1 in 30 for 25 tickets? After confirming, the proprietor did not immediately print the ticket, but instead glanced once more at Lee Zecang. Upon receiving another nod, he proceeded to issue the ticket. Young man, should this bet succeed, you will need to go to the city to claim your prize. which amounts to 150,000 yuan. The proprietor chuckled while handing over the heated ticket, initially regarding this young man as a seasoned gambler. However, upon further observation, he realized the individual before him was utterly naive, not even qualifying as a true gambler. For he had bet not only on the scores, but also placed a three-way wager, truly a folly. Fortunately, Zhao Xingxing possessed only a vague understanding of the situation, merely aware that his close companion had spent a considerable sum of 100 yuan, an amount sufficient to cover the living expenses of an average student for half a month. However, he also recognized that despite residing in the school dormitory and not hailing from the county, his friend's family was relatively well off. Previously, his monthly allowance had been 300 yuan, but in recent months, as the Gaokao approached, his time at home had dwindled to just 2 days per month, leading to a rise in his living expenses to 500 yuan, an amount that rivaled the salary of some individuals for an entire month. Thus, he refrained from voicing any objections. Upon exiting the lottery shop, Li Zecang cast a lingering glance back, contemplating. Tomorrow, he would return to claim his prize. And in the future, he must refrain from returning here to win again. Indeed, had the lottery not implemented a mechanism to prevent time travel, he could have ceased purchasing tickets altogether. With 8 bets on the 7-digit lottery, the maximum prize per ticket was 5 million, a staggering total of 40 million. Even after taxes, he would still receive 32 million. This sum, in 2002, was monumental. It is worth noting that Tencent had secured financing in 2000 at an overall valuation of $550 million, with Inca acquiring a 20% stake for $110 million. Such comparisons illuminate the significance of 32 million and the myriad possibilities it could afford. Nonetheless, the last 2 years marked an era of rapid expansion for Tencent. Just last July, Inca's investment of $110 million for a 20% stake was sold for $12,600,000, as Tencent's valuation soared to $63 million, approximately 500 million yuan, a staggering figure in this era. To say that Tencent was now beyond reach for Li Zecang in June 2002 would be an understatement. Any funds he possessed could only be invested in stocks at a later date, hoping to ride the wave of fortune. Zhao Xingxing, a cheerful and carefree individual, soon dismissed the matter of his friend's extravagant 100 yuan lottery purchase from his mind. He purchased 2 ice creams, indulging in the frozen treats while gleefully admiring the fair and delicate legs of a nearby girl. Meanwhile, Li Zecang was deep in thought, clutching 3 lottery tickets in his wallet, certain that he could claim a prize of 600 yuan the following afternoon, while the winnings from his parley bets would require a trip to the city 2 days hence. After claiming his rewards, he intended to continue purchasing tickets in the city, aspiring to secure at least his initial fortune from this World Cup endeavor. While he did not expect to achieve financial independence, earning a few $100,000 seemed entirely plausible in light of the multi-billion-dollar international betting landscape. As he made his way back to the classroom, he contemplated his future plans. Indeed, returning to the classroom was imperative. As a senior student, he bore no right to indulge in a midday nap. Even when exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him, he could only afford a brief respite atop his desk. Not only did senior students face such constraints, but teachers, too, were equally burdened, albeit for different reasons. On this splendid spring morning, while everyone was brimming with energy, the teacher unexpectedly postponed the review of examination papers to the afternoon. Li Zecang had hoped to take a short nap during that time, but now those plans were dashed. One could only ponder, was the teacher not deserving of such a label? Although the classmates felt overwhelmingly drowsy, none dared to succumb to sleep in the presence of the spittle-flying old teacher at the podium. Yes, the fear was palpable, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. The students listened intently, whether willingly or under duress, for resistance was futile. They could only feign enjoyment. This included Li Zecang, who pretended to be earnest and engaged, while in truth, he grasped nothing of the discourse. This was high school mathematics from 2 decades prior, long forgotten in the distant land of Zhaohua. Not only could he not comprehend the material, but he also could not even decipher some of the symbols. To exacerbate matters, the current format involved large lectures, with 2 consecutive classes. It felt like sitting on pins and needles, as uncomfortable as a thorn in the back. Li Zecang could scarcely recall how he endured that grueling afternoon. Fortunately, they were merely reviewing test papers, sparing the students the ordeal of solving problems on the blackboard. Otherwise, he might have truly faltered. During evening study hours, The seat in the farthest corner of the last row sat conspicuously empty. That rascal Zhao Xingxing had indeed skipped class. Among the entire cohort, he was the only one audacious enough to do so. Although he was at the bottom of the key class, he consistently scored nearly 500 in mock exams. Moreover, he was the sole athlete in the class, having gained admission through his father's connections. For his target university, Jinling Normal University, achieving approximately 400 points would suffice. Recently, he had not scored below 460 in citywide examinations, occasionally exceeding 500. Who was left to admonish him? After all, having completed his physical education exam, he was solely focused on applying to Jinling Normal University, rendering excess points rather pointless, an utter waste. Meanwhile, the beleaguered time traveler was sifting through a mountain of test papers on the desk, searching for what? Of course, the elusive essay with no standard answer. In the grand scheme of the college entrance examination, the only items devoid of definitive answers were the Chinese and English compositions. All other sections, such as reading comprehension in Chinese, had approximate answers. For someone with a commendable command of English, capable of reading English journals and conversing with foreigners, the English essay posed no challenge whatsoever. In a dormitory of 8, amidst the thunderous symphony of his roommate's snores, Li Zecang navigated his first day of rebirth. Chapter 5. The Return to the Second Day. Lottery Mechanism Against Time Travel June 11, 2002, Tuesday. Clear weather. The snoring of his roommates resonated with a thunderous intensity, rivaling the grandeur of a symphony. Li Zecang was oblivious to the exact moment he fell asleep, but he was certainly aware that it was well past midnight when he succumbed to slumber. In the morning, more accurately, the early hours, he was not roused by the awakening of his roommates, nor did he have the opportunity to wake naturally. Instead, a sharp and insistent knocking at the door jolted him awake. He reached for the electronic clock on his bedside table, specifically set for the college entrance examination countdown, and noted the time. It was merely 5 o'clock, the early morning, or rather, the dead of night. The relentless knocking reverberated throughout the entire floor. Li Zecang struggled to open his eyes, burdened by the dichotomy of his 18-year-old body and 40-year-old soul. His daily routine mirrored that of a middle-aged man, and the lack of restful sleep the previous night rendered him utterly fatigued. The iron-framed bed creaked incessantly as his roommates arose in unison, leaving Li Zecang to linger in his slumber. Uniquely, he occupied the upper bunk and was startled to find that his opposite neighbor had vanished without a trace. The bed meticulously made as if the occupant had never existed. He distinctly recalled this individual sleeping in the dormitory the night prior. Damn, this is going to be a torturous 20 days, Li Zecang silently cursed, murmuring to himself as he gradually rose. Fortunately, it was summer, and by 5 o'clock, daylight had already broken. On the sports field, a few scattered senior students were present, as the physical education exams had concluded, freeing the athletes from further training. The second-year students were not obliged to rise this early. One might wonder why academic students needed to engage in physical exercise and running. The answer lies in the simple premise that a modicum of physical activity invigorates the body, enhances cardiovascular function, and fully awakens the mind, facilitating an optimal state for study and learning. This principle epitomizes the adage, sharpening the axe does not hinder the cutting of wood, marking the commencement of a senior student's day. The routine was as follows: rise at 5, run on the field by 5:10, return to the dormitory for morning ablutions, or proceed to the classroom by 6, commence early study at 6, lasting 50 minutes, followed by breakfast at 6:50, and a formal early study session starting at 7:20, which day students were also required to attend. The first class began at 8. This was the morning regimen of senior students 2 decades ago, seemingly more arduous than the plight of today's students. After completing several laps, Li Zecang decided to forego the early study session at 6 and opted for a refreshing shower instead. While running, he contemplated that attending class was now optional for him, as his academic improvement no longer relied on lectures or cramming. The vitality of youth. He found himself on the 100-meter track, having completed 6 laps at a brisk pace, feeling no fatigue, save for a slight quickening of breath. His physical prowess rivaled that of athletes. Yet he lamented that such a physique would be squandered over the ensuing 20 years. I must not allow that to happen, he resolved inwardly. Health is the foundation of revolution. It must take precedence. Henceforth, no smoking, no drinking, and exercise must be relentless. After more than half an hour, he had completed 13 laps, slightly over 5 kilometers, effortlessly mastering the distance. He ambled back to the dormitory, arriving at 6, only to find it eerily deserted, the supervising teacher having departed. It seemed he was the sole occupant of the entire floor. In no rush, he changed clothes and took a shower. Gratefully, it was summer. Otherwise, under such living conditions, maintaining a fitness regimen would be nearly impossible. After all, one cannot attend class drenched in sweat. Even disregarding the feelings of classmates, one must consider their own image. Most importantly, one must endure their own discomfort. 20 years of ingrained habits are not easily altered. After finishing his morning routine, he submerged his soiled clothes in a basin, gazing at the youthful visage framed by long hair reflected in the small mirror. Quite satisfactory, he felt young and handsome, though he mused that his locks had grown a tad too long. At that moment, he recalled that it was only when he reached his 30s, as his hair began to thin, that he opted for a shorter hairstyle. For the first 3 decades of his life, he had been accompanied by long hair. Of course, when he referred to long hair, he meant a typical male hairstyle rather than any unconventional shoulder-length styles. He decided to have breakfast, pondering what excuse to concoct for taking a day off tomorrow to receive an award in the city, and perhaps get a haircut and buy some new clothes to reinvent his student appearance, aiming to look less like a high school student and more like a university student, if only in demeanor. After finishing his breakfast, Zecang meandered into the classroom, only to find that it was already past 7 o'clock. His dormitory companions had already gone out for their morning meal, and the early commuters had gradually arrived at their battleground. Zecang had no intention of entering the classroom so early. Instead, he stood in the corridor, lost in thought. After a day spent perched on a wooden bench, he felt a dull ache in his backside, a psychological response, of course, as his body had long since acclimated. "Hey, Zecang." The boisterous Zhao Xingxing appeared beside him, clapping a hand on his shoulder and exclaiming loudly, "Did you think I was really going to give you money? I'm simply confident. Just wait for me to take you to greater heights." Zecang was not taken aback, as he had already noticed Zhao out of the corner of his eye. "You're out of breath after just a little exercise. We have 2 more matches today, and you only got 1 right out of 3. What is so impressive about that?" Seeing his close friend's bravado, Zhao Xingxing retorted defiantly, "What if I get them all right?" Zecang chuckled, continuing to tease him. "If you get them all right, I'll treat you. Order whatever you like." Zhao Xingxing gritted his teeth, responding fiercely, "Then it's settled." Zecang reveled in his cunning success, wearing a mischievous grin. "Wait a minute. If you get them all right, then you should be treating me. You'd be making a fortune." At that moment, Zhao understood he had been outwitted. The 2 of them, one disinterested in studying and the other with no need to, spent a leisurely 15 minutes boasting in the corridor, only to saunter into the classroom as the bell for morning reading rang. During the morning study session, their teacher rarely made an appearance, especially not during this crucial preparatory period for the upcoming exams. Zecang glanced at the blackboard. The previous score of 27 had vanished, replaced by a prominent 26. The past could only exist in memory, now a mere shadow of what once was, irrevocably altered, regardless of who it was. One must live in the present. Today is the only time one can seize. Tomorrow is merely what one can plan for. After yet another morning of reviewing test papers, Zecang listened intently, feigning fatigue. Fortunately, the following day would involve actual test-taking, and, more fortuitously, after a morning of effort, he had devised a reason for taking the day off. All was in readiness, awaiting the results of the afternoon's 2 matches. As for the 16 yuan lottery ticket, to be honest, he held little confidence in it. After enduring a challenging morning until noon, the school day finally came to a close. As usual, the classmate known as Gorilla placed an order, while teacher Tsang bought beverages. Although Gorilla commuted from home, the lunch break was brief, and most students opted for a quick meal at school. Zecang mentioned he was going to buy drinks, but in truth, he was eager to check the results of yesterday's 7-digit lottery. Even before reaching the little shop, he sensed disappointment. If he had indeed won 8 grand prizes, the news would have spread throughout the school by this morning. With 8 prizes of 5 million each, the outlet would have certainly celebrated with firecrackers and drums. Yet, everything seemed quite ordinary now. 2 bottles of Fanta. Zecang appeared unfazed as he routinely picked up his drinks. However, the shopkeeper's wife seemed to recognize the handsome young man who had purchased 8 identical lottery tickets the previous day. With enthusiasm, she inquired, "Handsome lad, the next 7-digit lottery draws tomorrow evening. Are you buying again today?" The shopkeeper's wife was aware of his lack of winnings, so she tactfully refrained from probing further. "Madam, Do you have yesterday's winning numbers? He asked, pointing to the newspaper tacked on the wall. In an era when the internet was not yet fully developed, print media remained the mainstream source of information. Damn it, he indeed hadn't won a thing. Not even 2 yuan, not a single number matched. Li Zecang took a sip of his drink, cursing inwardly. It seemed that the mechanism of reverse time travel was indeed at play. His hopes of striking it rich through the lottery had met with failure. Had he altered history? Returning only to change the outcome of such a significant event as the first prize. If the first prize was unattainable, he could only gamble for the second prize, surely. These individuals were not so shameless as to manipulate that as well. However, the second prize was a paltry affair. Given the current prize pool, the total amount for the next second prize would be approximately 300,000 yuan, but this total would not be for a single ticket. It represented the sum of all second prizes. If only one ticket won, that would be 300,000. If 10 tickets won, each would receive 30,000. A mosquito's leg is still meat. Li Zecang resolved to take a chance. Madam, 695-3201, 5 tickets, please. Such a process felt absurd. He dared not copy the entire answer. To be precise, there was no accurate answer. This was darker than a casino. Shaking his head, Li Zecang walked toward a nearby small restaurant. Chapter 6. Back to the next day at the same table, Shu Yuan asked, Lao Tsang, are you watching the game this afternoon? Zhao Xingxing, sipping Fanta and burping, simultaneously produced sounds that could only be deemed a skill. In the future, a man named Chun, he would master this talent. I want to be going. Have you ever seen me skip class in the afternoon? Li Zecang replied, gazing at the blazing sun while wiping the sweat from his brow. It was only early June, yet the heat was already oppressive. No wonder the examination schedule had been altered in subsequent years to July, during which there was no air conditioning, truly a matter of life and death. Li Zecang could scarcely imagine how to endure the remaining 25 days, as each day grew increasingly sweltering. Alas, this afternoon's 2 matches have indeed been ticketed by you. Are you not anxious? A victory could yield a handsome sum of 650 yuan. Zhao Xingxing wore an expression of lament for the unfortunate and ire for the unambitious. Unlike you, I have every confidence in Jinling Normal University. I am still striving towards the prestigious 985 institutions. Does your attendance at the match truly hold any sway over the outcome? Li Zecang maintained a demeanor of nonchalance. You are utterly amusing, Teacher Tsang. With your capabilities, merely gaining admission to a 211 university would be a commendable feat, let alone a 985. You, a javelin-throwing gorilla, dare to look down upon us noble intellectuals. How can a sparrow comprehend the aspirations of a swan? Away with you. It is you who embodies the gorilla. The two exchanged playful banter as they made their way to the classroom. Li Zecang intended to take a midday rest in the classroom, for he possessed little knowledge, yet feigned competence. Zhao Xingxing also sought a brief respite, gathering energy for the afternoon's match. He appeared to possess an impressive array of skills. As an athlete, he consistently surpassed the simulated scores for the second-tier universities in the city. Can you believe that? It is no wonder that the homeroom teacher has ceased to concern himself with him. As long as he does not disrupt his classmates, all is permissible. Otherwise, a little report would result in his sports coach father being informed, and he might as well be skewered by a javelin. After a brief visit to the restroom, they arrived at the classroom, each claiming a bed to lie down on, preparing to drift into slumber. Such is the simplicity of a blissful midday. Li Zecang, lying on his stomach, glanced at the empty seat of his desk mate, puzzled by the absence of this academic overachiever today. Yet he dismissed the thought. They had shared little connection over 3 years of high school, merely the fate of being desk mates for a month. Should he have traversed back to the first year of high school, he would undoubtedly have sought to forge a connection with this tall, beautiful academic prodigy upon the commencement of their senior year. For now, however, it was best to let it be. In his memory, this perennial top scholar had always set her sights on the prestigious Tsinghua and Peking universities. Yet, Li Zecang knew that ultimately, she had faltered, as not a single student from Jiangbei's No. 1 high school gained admission to those illustrious institutions this year. The finest achievement was Jinling University, which belonged to this very beauty. Though Jiangsu is a province renowned for education, the disparity between southern and northern Jiangsu is as vast as the economic divide. This is, of course, compounded by the issue of quotas. It is believed that, had the nation employed a singular examination and cutoff score, Jiangsu would still dominate the ranks much like during the Qing dynasty. Despite the arduous conditions of his midday rest, Li Zecang soon succumbed to slumber. Having hardly rested the night before, in a hazy dream, he envisioned himself journeying westward, finally finding a beautiful and statuesque bride. Upon bringing her home, his mother's wrinkles seemed to smooth with joy. Suddenly, a sound akin to the slurping of saliva jolted him awake. Li Zecang opened his eyes abruptly, yet maintained a slouched posture with his head resting on his arm. A lovely visage appeared before him, strikingly close, adorned with an expression of disdain. Goodness, how embarrassing! Instinctively, he raised a hand to wipe his mouth, wishing to remove any trace of drool, only to find the disdain on her delicate features growing more pronounced. To appear foolish before a beauty made even the seasoned Li feel a flush of embarrassment, and he hastily straightened himself. A tissue was offered to him. Not appearing overly disdainful, Li Zecang felt a sense of perplexity, yet he brazenly accepted the tissue without an ounce of embarrassment. The fleeting moment of blushing had long since been cast into oblivion. To start anew, one must possess a thick skin. How fragrant! Yet, it was not the scent of the tissue. Li Zecang inhaled deeply once more. The aroma of shampoo wafted through the air. He noticed that his deskmate's hair seemed freshly washed, leading him to draw a hasty conclusion. This exquisite young lady, in the end, was left to the whims of fate. Stretching lazily, Li Zecang muttered softly to himself. This scholarly deskmate truly possessed an inner elegance, becoming increasingly alluring with each glance, causing him to question his own composure. What did you say? This peculiar individual seems to be speaking of me, pondering Jiang Shuyuan, curious about his softly spoken words. Oh, it was nothing. I merely commented on the delightful fragrance of the tissue. Thank you, Li Zecang fabricated. That is not right, Jiang Shuyuan intended to retort. But a classmate behind them appeared to awaken, gazing curiously at the two in front, prompting Jiang to halt her thoughts. Perhaps she had been deceived. This girl truly had sharp ears. Li Zecang mused, casting another glance at his deskmate. Indeed, her ears were quite pointed. Could it be that pointed ears enhance hearing? How fair her complexion, yet it seemed to flush with color. What are you looking at? I, Loud Song, am off to relieve myself. A loud shout jolted the slothful companion awake, inadvertently providing Li Zecang with an escape. Together they dined, shared restroom breaks, played basketball, engaged in brawls, and admired beautiful women. These were the quintessential activities of close friends. However, this time, the boisterous companion abandoned Li Zecang, opting instead to skip class and watch a match alone, leaving Li Zecang to diligently ascend the lofty classroom in solitude. During the afternoon English lesson, a rare occasion where teacher Zecang could comprehend the material, he was engrossed in the teacher's critique of the English exam paper when a message popped up on his desktop. What exactly did you say about me at noon? Curiosity, it seems, can be a perilous trait. This woman was insatiably inquisitive. Aren't you supposed to be paying attention? Li Zecang replied evasively. I already know it. Now tell me. Jiang Shuyuan retorted, her lips curling into a proud smirk. With 2 exclamation marks, this girl was rather persistent. Li Zecang suddenly recalled that this young lady was a veritable prodigy in the humanities, consistently scoring above 140 in English during citywide assessments and always surpassing 130 in Chinese. Her only shortcoming lay in the sciences, where her mathematics hovered around the 120 mark. It was merely unfortunate that this year featured an unusual combination of liberal arts and sciences. Otherwise, regardless of whether in a strictly divided curriculum or a minor integration, she might truly possess the potential to challenge for admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida. As of now, with her comprehensive score around 260, her total score lingered near 650, with little fluctuation. Admission to Jinling University seemed assured, yet entry to Tsinghua and Beida appeared improbable. Of course, this assessment was based on previous year score benchmarks and the rankings of citywide students. Should this young lady achieve a score of 650 in the upcoming college entrance examination, she might very well secure a place at Tsinghua or Beida, as their respective admission scores this year were 639 and 637. This year, the top scorer in the Sioux Province College entrance examination achieved merely 685 points. Alas, the comprehensive subjects are exceedingly challenging. It is worth noting that in previous years, the top scorers in Sioux Province never fell below 700 points, occasionally soaring to around 730. Are you not inclined to exert yourself a little more? What if you could score 150? Li Zecang remained evasive. Perfect scores in individual subjects? You must be dreaming. Only a fool would indulge in such fantasies. Jiang Shuyuan filled the dialogue box with a question, finding it rather amusing that she actually ended it with an expression of a pig's head. Really? Do you think this is a casual chat? An expression has appeared. Yes, I am a pig-headed fool. I was daydreaming at noon, envisioning a beautiful wife. One who looked as though, although in his next life he was a science and engineering type. It did not imply that such individuals were incapable of charming women. They simply lacked the financial means, for sweet nothings rarely lead to intimate encounters over coffee. Yet luxury items certainly could. In 2002, the internet had only recently emerged, marking a relatively innocent era, particularly for the young lady before him, who seemed to be under 18. She was indeed easy to flirt with, her pointed ears blooming with a faint blush. Rogue, Jiang Shuyuan muttered under her breath, deliberately allowing her desk mate to overhear, then withdrew from the dialogue box, ceasing her writing. While one engages in clandestine activities, time stealthily slips away. Chapter 7. Return to the next day. The old class teacher's conversation concluded swiftly after 2 English classes, and Zhao Xingxing had yet to return. The competition commencing at 2:30 in the afternoon would not conclude until nearly 5. The 3 afternoon classes were self-study sessions, allowing Li Zecang to indulge in idleness once more. While Li Zecang was lost in this idleness, he noticed that his desk mate had begun to focus intently. What is this? When I diligently study, she disrupts me. Yet now that I am idling, she is suddenly earnest. Li Zecang pondered. Normally, such trivial matters would not disturb old Li's resolve, but in the current state of aimlessness, his thoughts remained undisturbed by any distractions, especially with the protagonist sitting nearby. Even with his eyes closed, an elusive fragrance lingered in the air. Eyes could remain shut, but one must breathe. Regrettably, Li Zecang lacked a dialogue box, perhaps primarily due to his laziness, reluctant to scribble on paper, deeming it a chore. He held back, suppressed his urges, and finally, during the last self-study session of the afternoon, whispers began to ripple through the classroom. As school dismissal approached, coupled with an entire day of intense study, the students' focus waned. The slightly noisy environment compelled old Li to yield to the chaotic thoughts of his resolve, gently nudging Jiang, who was still engrossed in her comprehensive exercises. Jiang, haven't you mastered all of this? The teacher is absent. Why are you still working so hard? Jiang Shuyuan glanced at the inquisitive Li Zecang, retorting with annoyance, I said that my English has little room for improvement, not that I had mastered everything. So, are your primary subjects for raising your scores now mathematics and the physical chemistry and biology within the comprehensive subjects? Biology is fairly acceptable. Although there remains a considerable gap to perfection, it has reached a plateau akin to my proficiency in English. Unfortunately, I have been unable to make significant progress in a short time, primarily due to my struggles with mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Jiang Shuyuan replied in a slightly dejected tone. Then why continue studying? What is the point of not studying? Every additional point counts, he responded. But you might not have the opportunity to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Thank you for the heads up. Upon hearing this, Li Zecang chuckled. His gloomy tone was rather endearing. One cannot say there is no sliver of possibility. Let us analyze the situation. With scores of 140 in English, 130 in Chinese, 120 in mathematics, and 260 in comprehensive subjects, the total stands at 650. The admission threshold for Tsinghua and Peking University is above 680. If mathematics and the comprehensive subjects are relatively easier, you could potentially increase your score by over 20 points, coupled with additional marks in English and Chinese. There exists hope for a total exceeding 680. While jotting down notes, Li Zecang spoke, his whispers accompanied by a poised posture that might lead one to believe he was earnestly solving problems. Jiang Shuyuan mirrored this sentiment. Both had honed their skills in distraction to an art form. Upon hearing Li Zecang's calculations, Jiang Shuyuan furrowed her brow, preparing to retort, but he continued, however, if we rely on the assumption that the exam will be easier, the admission scores would rise accordingly. Perhaps even 690 would be unattainable. You're not foolish. Jiang Shuyuan could not help but slightly tilt her head, pouting as she spoke. Then there is only one approach left. Hope for exceedingly difficult English and Chinese papers, and for the comprehensive subjects like politics, history, and geography to be exceptionally challenging, while you perform beyond expectations. Li Zecang pondered a new possibility. You are the one setting the exam. Jiang Shuyuan interjected before he could finish. Huh. So, you won't be able to enter Tsinghua or Peking University. Once I do, I will take you on a tour of the campus, fulfilling your aspirations. Li Zecang teased with a mischievous grin. Oh, unable to counter Li Zecang's banter, Jiang Shuyuan resorted to a playful physical gesture, swiftly nudging him with her elbow against his right rib. Caught off guard, Li Zecang winced in surprise. Just as he was about to reclaim his ground, a commanding voice resonated from the back door, instilling immediate silence within the expansive classroom. As if the very air had ceased to flow, nearly 60 students seemed to hold their breath, fearful of drawing the teacher's attention. Li Zecang, step outside. After that second sentence, it appeared that the entire class collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, the mouse fears the cat. The ancients do not deceive. However, Li Zecang, having been reborn, felt no such trepidation towards the teacher. Rising, he glanced at Jiang Shuyuan, who was staring down, seemingly intent on burying her face in her book. Her cheeks flushed, even the nape of her neck tinged with red. As he passed her, he whispered, "Watch me topple the old cat." Jiang Shuyuan could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter, entirely oblivious to the increasingly displeased expression of their teacher. As Li Zecang approached the doorway, the old teacher cast a sharp glare at him before surveying his domain once more. Noticing that the atmosphere had returned to a pin-drop silence, he leisurely made his way to the office downstairs. Li, displaying an air of nonchalance, followed suit without entering the office, pausing in the corridor below. The old teacher turned around, regarding the young student with a gentle demeanor, and softly inquired, "You scored over 570 in the last citywide examination, correct?" "Yes, teacher." 573, came the reply. Indeed, when addressing a crowd, one must be stern, even hysterical, to instill a sense of fear. Yet when engaging with an individual, kindness is paramount. This duality of benevolence and authority was well understood by the old teacher. Traditionally, a score of 573 would secure admission to a prestigious university. But this year was the first for a comprehensive examination, leaving the specifics of the admission cutoff uncertain. The teacher delivered a lengthy, earnest discourse, which prompted Li to nod in agreement. Observing the young man's eagerness to learn, the teacher felt a swell of satisfaction, ready to conclude his heartfelt admonition while emphasizing the crux of their conversation. In just over 20 days, you must endeavor to strive for a place in a 211 university, while also ensuring you do not disrupt Jiang Shuyuan. Li Zecang smiled, recognizing that this final statement was the true essence of their dialogue. "If I see you influencing Jiang Shuyuan negatively again, I will have to rearrange your seating, and it won't be pretty," the old teacher added with a hint of intimidation. Noticing Li's lack of immediate compliance, "I understand, teacher. You can rest assured," Li quickly affirmed. "All right, you may return now. Class is about to end." The old teacher finally expressed his contentment, preparing to conclude this fruitful bilateral discussion. "By the way, teacher, I would like to request a day off tomorrow," Li stated calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. The old teacher, however, was taken aback, as if confronted with a momentous event. Though he did not speak, his expression vividly conveyed his discontent. "What sort of international jest are you making?" Before the teacher could voice his anger, Li quickly added, "My aunt was on a business trip to Nantung a few days ago and managed to procure several internal test papers from Regao Middle School for me. She just returned from her trip and cannot take leave." "That is acceptable. You may go tomorrow," the old teacher replied emphatically, not waiting for Li to finish, his expression shifting dramatically. "Thank you, teacher. I'll leave early in the morning and should be back by afternoon," Li responded gratefully. "Be cautious on your journey. Would you like me to have Zhao Xingxing accompany you?" the teacher inquired, seemingly concerned, though it was unclear whether his worry was for Li's well-being or the test papers. "No need, teacher. I often travel to the city alone. It's fine." "Very well, take care." With another note of concern, Li Zecang prepared to turn and bid farewell. "By the way, Li Zecang," the teacher began, his face reflecting a hint of difficulty. "The venerable individual appears to desire my contribution of the examination prediction materials, which seems rather inappropriate given the proximity of the college entrance examination, merely 20 days away. Should such information disseminate, it would not be long before candidates across the province are aware, and we must remember that they are indeed our rivals. It is not as straightforward as one might presume." The seasoned veteran, with his keen insight, understands the predicament reflected on Li Zecang's face, discerning the thoughts of this particular student. As for Li's sagacity, perhaps it is attributed to the counsel of his aunt. The teacher's intent was clear, The examination prediction materials in your possession should also be shared with Jiang Shuyuan, as she resides within the 650 score range, and technically, you are not direct competitors. Understood, esteemed teacher. I shall return to the classroom at once. Upon hearing this clarification, Li Zecang experienced a moment of enlightenment and readily acquiesced. Upon returning to the classroom, fortuitously, as he approached the doorway, he encountered his classmate, Zhao Xingxing, who was making his way towards the back entrance. Damn, Zhao silently cursed, feeling a pang of frustration. Wasn't this fellow supposed to be studying in the classroom? Could he have ventured out to watch a match? Yet, class would be over shortly. What could possibly bring him back at this hour? No, just moments ago, there were two individuals near the office on the second floor. Could it be that this lad was summoned for a discussion with the teacher? Li Zecang flashed a smile at Zhao Xingxing, disregarding him as he strode confidently into the classroom. Zhao's expression spoke volumes. There was no mistaking the thrill of speculation surrounding the sports betting. As the class bell rang, unable to contain himself any longer, Zhao rushed to Li's side, just across from Jiang, and delivered a playful punch to Li. How could you hush? Li Zecang replied with a calm smile, gesturing for silence. Jiang Shuyuan regarded the two with curiosity, particularly noting the barely restrained grin on Zhao's face, as she watched them link arms and exit the classroom. Old Song teacher, Song bro, you must treat us. Once they reached a secluded area, Zhao Xingxing could no longer contain his exuberance, nearly exclaiming in delight. Thankfully, it was still 2002. Had it been post-2020, he might have kneeled in homage, referring to Li as a father figure. Not a problem. What would you like to eat tonight? It will be on me, as I am heading to the city tomorrow to collect my award. I've already secured permission from the teacher, and I shall return with a gift for you. In contrast to Zhao's unrestrained excitement, Li remained composed, for he recognized his role as the destined protagonist. This minor endeavor merely served as a testament to his fated status. Did you just inform the teacher about collecting an award? After calming down, Zhao realized and inquired. Of course not. I merely mentioned some family matters to the teacher. And do keep this under wraps. Li Zecang was not overly concerned, for regardless of confidentiality, news would inevitably spread. The lottery shop owner was aware, and as long as he could avoid the confirmation of the event being directly associated with him, he felt secure. Hence, Li Zecang opted not to claim the 650 yuan lottery ticket today, intending instead to exchange it tomorrow in the city at a random lottery shop. As he still had predictions to make, change locations after each transaction. Safety outweighs the value of money, especially when one is not yet sufficiently formidable. It is akin to the relationship between cats and tigers. Even the mightiest must conceal their excrement, hiding their vulnerabilities. The indomitable display of territory is marked by the splashing of urine, a testament to their reign. The cycle of life continues as they procreate, seizing resources with an unyielding ferocity. This is the essence of the tiger. Chapter 8. A return to the third day with a joyful heart. I set forth to claim my prize. On June 12, 2002, Wednesday, the weather was fair. The resilience of humanity is truly remarkable, possibly one of the key reasons for our dominion over this planet. Merely a day later, Li Zecang had already adapted to his current circumstances. The symphonic snores from the previous night had not disturbed his slumber. On the contrary, he awoke refreshed, particularly when the diligent student above him stirred. The dawn light barely penetrated the summer sky, indicating the early hour. As he reached for the electronic clock beneath his pillow, his bleary eyes discerned the time. It was just past 6, the day still cloaked in twilight. Glancing at the opposite, meticulously arranged bed, he could not help but feel a sense of humility. Behind every successful individual lies unseen dedication and effort, and perseverance is perhaps one of the vital elements. Li Zecang vaguely recalled that his roommate, hailing from a rural background with modest means, had ultimately gained admission to a prestigious 985 university, enrolling in a nuclear engineering program, a remarkable achievement that had garnered significant attention, at least within their school. Though he had taken a leave of absence today, Li Zecang still ventured to the playground, embracing the vigor of youth as he ran freely, unburdened by knee or joint ailments, at least for now. The joy of youth was palpable. As he sprinted along the track, his thoughts soared as well. After a refreshing shower and breakfast, he joined the throngs of students heading to school, swimming against the current towards the city center. In 2002, the transportation conditions were vastly inferior to those of later years. The bus from the county to the city did not travel on highways, and the 30-plus kilometers were traversed with frequent stops, consuming an hour and a half of precious time. The age-old adage, to become wealthy, one must first build roads, rang true. Upon arriving in the city, Li Zecang observed the taxis darting down the streets and suddenly realized he could have taken a cab. Though still bumpy, it would have been far preferable to the incessant stops of the bus. The environment shapes one's perspective. Having spent considerable time in a small county where three-wheeled vehicles were commonplace and taxis were a rarity, one might mistakenly believe the entire world resembled this. Once in the city, the stark contrast to the county became apparent. What if it were Jinling? What if it were Kyoto? What if it were the present-day United States? Such disparities were almost unfathomable. The early bird catches the worm, yet the prize redemption center had yet to open. Thus, he sought a nearby printing shop, utilizing the store's computer to tackle the seemingly trivial examination paper. Completing this task took Li Zecang over an hour, even with the adept use of 3 essential keys, complemented by 2 decades of programming speed. Certainly, it is fortunate that this relatively large printing shop is equipped with computers and internet access, which is quite rare in the current year of 2002. In the urban area, such establishments are more accessible. Yet finding one of similar scale in the county is indeed a challenge. As Li Zecang exited the printing shop, he contemplated. Most of the exam questions were sourced from the internet, with only the mathematics and certain challenging physics and chemistry problems being modified versions of previous college entrance examination questions. The phrasing and related values differed slightly, but the underlying thought processes were akin. As long as he could clarify his understanding of the problem-solving strategies, he should be able to tackle the significant questions effectively. The evidence of his visit to the printing shop had been thoroughly erased, at least from the computer's memory. As Li Zecang walked, he reviewed his situation. Purchasing a lottery ticket required no explanation. Even if exposed, he could simply state it was a stroke of luck or perhaps a dream from his ancestors. Who could contest that? After all, could anyone truly dissect him for the potential millions in prize money? Countless individuals have won substantial lottery sums through multiple bets. How could that be explained? Moreover, this was a sports lottery. However, the college entrance examination papers were a different matter. They were exceedingly sensitive. Should the content be entirely leaked, the repercussions would be severe. Better to kill than to let it slip. Although Li, as a time traveler, was a rare phenomenon, he genuinely feared the attention of security agencies or even obscure departments he had never heard of. After pondering for a considerable time and reflecting deeply, he felt the issues were minimal, save for one vulnerability. It appeared that the printing machine he had just used was of a foreign brand, and it seemed that all printed information was stored within. When the storage reached its capacity, it would generate an error. If a technician were to service it, they would replace that component and return it to the manufacturer, potentially leading to information leakage. As he considered this, he involuntarily shook his head, realizing his thoughts were unfounded. Such methods typically targeted national research institutions or other significant confidentiality organizations, which might already be under surveillance by malicious entities, who, after all, would concern themselves with a commonplace printing shop? Even if the owner were a professional who replicated the recently printed exam paper, what of it? The resemblance to the actual exam questions was minimal, perhaps less than 5%. Even if discovered by an expert, it would merely indicate their exceptional acumen. With a cautious mindset, Li Zecang finally hailed a taxi and set off towards the Lottery Management Center. Sporting a baseball cap and oversized sunglasses purchased from a street vendor, he made a modest attempt to conceal his handsome features. Although surveillance cameras were not widely prevalent in this era, and despite the amount of 150,000 not being exorbitant, every little bit of discretion mattered. After all, caution is the mother of safety. After inquiring along the way, he eventually arrived at the Redemption Center. Fortunately, with the ongoing World Cup, there seemed to be a considerable number of people redeeming their prizes, and casual inquiries had yielded precise directions. "Hello. I'm here to claim my prize for the sports lottery," he announced as he approached the counter, handing over the ticket he had meticulously prepared. "Hello. Your lottery ticket has a 25-fold multiplier, with odds of 1 in 30,000, resulting in a total prize amount of 150,000 yuan. As the individual prize is only 6,000 yuan, which is under 10,000, there is no need to impose personal income tax. Do you find any discrepancies?" The young lady processing the redemption, after examining the ticket, spoke with a mix of courtesy and astonishment, mentioning that while there has been a notable number of winners recently, She had never encountered odds of 1 in 30,000 before. Everything seems in order. However, you will need to provide your identification card along with a bank card that corresponds to your ID as we process the winnings via bank transfer. Li Zecang nodded, having already been informed about this beforehand, and promptly handed over his ID and the sole bank card he possessed. Chapter 9. Returning on the third day, must one make a donation? Well, would you consider donating some funds to support charitable causes? The young lady, while processing the paperwork, encouraged donations with increased politeness and enthusiasm, her tone shifting from you to sir. No donation, I'm broke. In disbelief, Li Zecang thought to himself, is this truly a thing? Yet this is a sports lottery, purely gambling in nature, and with merely 150,000 yuan at stake. Your dedication is commendable. Are you adhering to the principle that even a mosquito's leg is meat, preferring to err on the side of caution rather than overlook any potential contribution? Frustrated, he glared, though his fierce expression was concealed by his oversized sunglasses, rendering it invisible to the young lady. Upon hearing such a resolute refusal without further inquiry, the young lady momentarily halted her actions, seemingly taken aback, as if she had never encountered such a scenario. Is it true that without a donation, one cannot claim their prize? Seeing the staff member in a state of shock, Li Zecang turned the tables and queried in return. No, please hold on. Let me consult with my supervisor. The young lady clearly had never met someone like Li Zecang before. Typically, those who struck it rich did not concern themselves with trivial donations, often treating it as a celebratory gesture, and it was rare to encounter someone who outright refused. Soon, an older woman carrying a teacup approached and immediately confronted Li Zecang, saying, "Young man, we must possess a sense of compassion. You have won a substantial prize, and it is essential to cultivate kindness by aiding those who are still suffering. Our country is not affluent, and many fellow citizens live in hardship. We should promote a spirit of giving. As the lyrics say, as long as you give a little love, the world will become a better place." This so-called leader, upon noticing the recipient was a young man, assumed he would be easy to persuade, launching into an unprepared, lengthy moral diatribe. Li Zecang remained silent, quietly observing the performance. The young lady beside him looked at her superior with admiration, nodding frequently, as if her spirit had been uplifted and her soul purified by the leader's words. Uncertain of the passage of time, the elderly woman appeared to grow weary, yet she felt a lingering satisfaction, believing she had performed admirably. Dealing with an impassioned young man was hardly a challenge. Initially, she had intended for him to donate a modest sum of 10 to 18,000, but now, she was determined to secure at least 30 or 20,000 to feel content. Taking a leisurely sip of water and observing the young man's dazed expression, she finally spoke with a measured tone. "Young man, would you not agree with my words?" "Indeed, you are correct, revered lady. Should I strike it rich with the lottery, I would certainly donate at least half of my winnings," the young man replied. Hearing this, the old woman swelled with pride, casting a haughty glance at the young girl beside her, entirely oblivious to the implications of being referred to as a revered lady by Li Zecang. At this juncture, Li Zecang deliberately paused, noticing the satisfaction, pride, and even arrogance reflected in her gaze. With an expression of feigned innocence, he continued, "Madam, may I inquire if, in the event of my financial success requiring me to donate to those in need, you would equally be inclined to provide me with assistance in times of loss?" Before she could respond or grasp his meaning, he pressed on. "So far in this World Cup, my father and I have collectively spent over 200,000 on lottery tickets, winning a meager sum of less than 20,000 in small prizes. Alongside this grand prize of 150,000, it seems we are at a loss of over 100,000, so let us round it to that figure. Following our earlier discussion of a 50-50 split, might you consider donating 50,000 to me, or even 30,000? If that is unfeasible, perhaps a partial refund would suffice." With an expression of innocent expectation, Li Zecang gazed at her. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as if the very air had solidified. Identification cards, bank cards, transfers. There was no need for such complexities. Li Zecang exited the lottery center with a flourish. Upon leaving the lottery management center, he conveniently found a bank branch nearby. Approaching the automatic teller machine, he inserted his sole bank card, entered his password, and began checking his balance. Balance, 151,000 yuan. Gazing at the 6-digit figure displayed, he felt a sense of fulfillment. It was no longer merely a password-protected amount. Satisfied, he nodded. The 1,000 yuan in his account was a generous gift from his mother for his 18th birthday, coinciding with the establishment of this, his very first bank card. Withdrawing 20,000 in cash, Li Zecang prepared to embark on the next phase of his endeavors in the city. Shopping? Consumerism? Absolutely not. There were more pressing matters to attend to. He was resolute in continuing his betting, for he knew that a mere sum of over 100,000 would not suffice to resolve all his aspirations. Money, in this context, was akin to the strategies of Han Xian. More was always better. The group stage would conclude on June 14th, and there were still 10 matches left to wager on in the next 3 days, including 2 significant upsets, one where South Korea triumphed over the illustrious Portugal by a score of 1-0, aided by the referee, and another where Italy drew 1-1 with Mexico. Although the data regarding prize claims is accessible, whether concerning the amount of the winnings or the identity of the recipient, these inquiries can be made by those with intent. However, the data regarding lottery purchases remains elusive, particularly in this era devoid of surveillance cameras. In the face of winning, especially substantial prizes, Li Zecang could still employ the same deceptive tactics he previously used to mislead the elderly claimant. You may see that I won tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, but are you aware of how much I invested? Perhaps I purchased even more tickets. Maybe I am merely a gambler, or perhaps the funds I once won were reinvested into further lottery tickets. Surely, no one would go to such lengths as to investigate my entire financial history for a mere few million. Before embarking on this endeavor, Li Zecang had meticulously considered all pertinent factors, leveraging his extensive life experience to adopt a comprehensive perspective. He hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to take him to the nearest lottery store, ensuring that the driver would not be occupied with passengers, allowing for a swift journey. This was not merely an attempt to save money, but primarily to save time. Furthermore, the abundance of lottery shops lining the streets rendered this pursuit quite common. As the proprietor processed the tickets, he noted the selections: Spain victorious, Paraguay triumphant, Brazil winning, Turkey prevailing, South Korea successful, Poland drawing, Italy in a stalemate, Ecuador emerging victorious, Japan winning, and Belgium triumphant. Upon hearing the audacious declarations from the young man across the counter, the proprietor was momentarily taken aback. What audacity! Is it truly possible to wager in such a reckless manner? A tenfold accumulator? Was he mad or a genius? The odds of success seemed implausible. A single misstep would result in total loss. Chapter 10. Back to the third day with wealth comes the liberty to spend. Observing the young man's resolute demeanor, the proprietor could not discern his eyes, obscured as they were by large sunglasses. Fortunately, it was the height of summer in June, with temperatures soaring above 30 degrees, rendering the combination of sunglasses and a baseball cap rather unremarkable. As he processed the ticket order, he repeated Li Zecang's instructions: tenfold accumulator, odds of 1-300. Confirmed? The proprietor was astonished by the odds, yet remained unmoved. Could any human, or even a deity, predict such outcomes? Indeed, that is correct. 50 bets, please. Let me see one ticket first. Li Zecang casually produced a 100 yuan bill. After receiving a lengthy ticket and confirming its validity, he continued, please print an additional 20 copies of the previous ticket. 20 bets? Li Zecang then placed 2,000 yuan in red bills on the counter, stating, 50 bets. 100 yuan per ticket. I request 20 tickets in total. Do you understand, proprietor? The proprietor, momentarily bewildered, nodded in a daze, unsure whether he or the seemingly handsome young man across from him was the fool. Fortunately, he did not need to re-enter the data. Merely replicating the previous ticket would suffice. His momentary confusion did not hinder the simplicity of the transaction. As he handed over the tickets and received the cash in return, the proprietor pondered, should I perhaps buy a few tickets myself? 300 times the wager, after all. Spain triumphs, Paraguay prevails, Brazil emerges victorious, Turkey claims victory. South Korea succeeds, Poland wins, Italy secures a win, Ecuador triumphs, Japan achieves success, and Belgium stands victorious, all with an equal stake of 50 bets. Before the proprietor's fantasies could fully take flight, Li Zecang issued a new directive. Only after placing this wager did the owner feel reassured that this youth was not entirely mad, albeit he was certainly a good deal eccentric. To obfuscate the situation, Li Zecang provided some misleading information. Although it incurred several times the expenditure, it was a trivial matter compared to the outrageous odds of 300. Upon concluding this string of bets, he proceeded to hail another taxi, seeking a different lottery outlet. The results were astonishing. South Africa defeated Spain 3-2. Slovenia lost to Paraguay 1-3, and Costa Rica fell to Brazil 2-5. Once again, a flurry of dazzling maneuvers ensued, this time consisting of 3 bet combinations. Uncertain of how many lottery shops he had frequented, he accumulated countless tickets, each with 50 bets, his wallet overflowing. He began to stuff them haphazardly into his backpack, creating a chaotic mess. While the number of tickets remained a mystery, the expenditure was known to him. The 20,000 yuan he had just withdrawn was already depleted. He had even swiped his card for an additional 20,000 at a larger lottery store, totaling 40,000 yuan, amounting to 20,000 tickets, with half being worthless, leaving approximately 10,000 valid bets, equating to 20,000 yuan. The average odds hovered above 300, given the high stakes associated with 3 bet combinations. This latest wave of wagers promised a total return of around 6 million, and due to the doubling of stakes, no taxes would need to be deducted. Contemplating his finances, should 100,000 prove insufficient, he could still claim minor prizes at the lottery shop. Therefore, Li Zecang placed several tickets, each not exceeding 10,000 yuan, since these could be redeemed in cash at the shop. "Young man, we have arrived. The lottery shop is across the street." The taxi driver's voice interrupted Li Zecang's reverie. Looking at the shop before him, he shook his head, realizing he could not continue. It was simply too excessive. "Well, this will suffice for now. I shall redeem my winnings in the provincial capital. Otherwise, with such outrageous odds and substantial prizes, it would be too conspicuous in a small locale. In terms of any suspicions they might harbor, I have but one excuse. I am, after all, a seasoned football enthusiast. Initially, winning prompted me to increase my stakes, leading to further victories. As for this latest windfall of approximately 6 million, it stems from my substantial investments. Claiming prizes necessitated real name registration, yet purchasing lottery tickets did not. The total sales of World Cup betting in Huaihai City, if not in the billions, surely reached the tens of millions, for gambling is a fundamental aspect of human nature. That would have to suffice as an explanation. Whether they believe it or not is inconsequential, as this is neither a matter of espionage nor a criminal investigation. Let us leave it at that for today. This is sufficient for the group stage. As for the knockout rounds, we shall see. It would be splendid to participate in foreign betting. With a deep sigh, Li Zecang turned to the taxi driver and said, "Driver, let us forego the lottery shop. Is there a nearby hair salon, preferably a more upscale one? I wish to get a haircut." The master frowned. What once could earn a starting fare of 5 yuan for less than a kilometer now required a longer journey. "Master, I apologize for taking up your time. Is 10 yuan sufficient?" Before the master could relax his brow, Shaoli had already handed over the 10 yuan. The starting fare for 3 kilometers was 5 yuan, with an additional 12 yuan per kilometer thereafter. For a taxi in 2002, 10 yuan remained quite competitive, especially in a city that had yet to expand, where the starting fare was generally enough to traverse the urban landscape. He decided to cut his long hair, a style that in this context referred to the boys' hair rather than the long hair of girls, trimming it into the later popular look of being short on the sides and slightly longer in the middle, which made him appear considerably more mature. Dining options were still scarce in the small county, and although they seemed fashionable, expensive, and upscale for Li Zecang, even a bowl of noodles felt more comfortable. However, time was limited, so he had to make do. Shopping was equally unremarkable. The central department store was still absent from the small county, and Nike, having just entered the domestic third-tier cities, seemed almost mythical to the students. Despite some classmates wearing it, the small county truly lacked availability. Li Zecang recalled that last year, the first Li Ning store opened in the county, where he purchased a pair of ordinary running shoes for over 200 yuan, a price that then felt exorbitant. Accompanied by Zhao Xingxing, they had initially hoped to buy a pair of basketball shoes priced between 5 to 600 yuan, but were swiftly dissuaded. Grinding his teeth in frustration, they settled for just a pair of running shoes, which still cost nearly 300 yuan, equivalent to a month's living expenses for Li Zecang, or even 2 months' worth for many classmates. As for Nike, he had hardly ever encountered it. To be precise, he had only seen a pair of exquisite women's Nike shoes on his deskmate's feet, which, combined with her impressive grades, had shielded her from countless admirers. One could easily acquire a pair of Nike basketball shoes, 2 pairs of running shoes, wear one, discard another, and store the third. Indeed, The affluent had such an accessible worldview, casually discarding what they wore, purchasing a multitude of items, and gifting a pair of basketball shoes and a complete training outfit to a classmate. They then splurged on a mobile phone, the Nokia 8910, priced at an astounding 9,000 yuan, and even procured a SIM card for themselves. To Li Zecang, who previously wielded an Apple X, the notion of a Nokia demanding such a price seemed preposterous. Having grown weary of bus travel, he chose to take a taxi back to the city, incurring less than 100 yuan, a trivial expense for him now. Such was the simplicity of life for the affluent. Chapter 11. Return to the third day in youth, dressed in fine clothes upon a gallant steed as fate would have it. This was deliberately crafted by the editor. When Li Zecang had settled the fare and disembarked at the school gate, burdened with numerous bags, he pondered how to carry this heap back to the dormitory when a rugged voice echoed from across the street. "I say, Teacher Zecang, did you rob a store? What are all these bags for?" Zhao Xingxing, across the street, spotted Li Zecang, burdened with numerous bags, and shouted exuberantly, "Come over here. I have a gift for you." He was elated at the prospect of free labor. "Come on, Nike. Teacher Zecang, old Zecang, my brother Zecang. Is there something for me?" As he approached, he noticed a multitude of shoe boxes and paper bags at the feet of the young teacher. The most striking feature was the enormous swoosh logo emblazoned on the packaging. What initially appeared to be plain and modest became dazzling and radiant due to this emblem. Do not underestimate the sway of the swoosh in this era, particularly in such an ordinary small county. This is not the year 2043, although the latest Nike basketball shoes will cost over 1,000 yuan then. Seemingly comparable to today's prices, one must recognize the dramatic shifts in the purchasing power of the renminbi over the past 2 decades. In 2002, 1,000 yuan could buy a pair of Nike basketball shoes, approximately 30 grams of gold, or around 12 square meters of housing in the urban area of Subei's Huaihai City. Fast forward to 2024, and with the same 1,000 yuan, one can still acquire a pair of Nike shoes, approximately 25 grams of gold, or about 8 square meters of real estate. Li Zecang was acutely aware of the current value of a single pair of Nike basketball shoes. Categorizing them as luxury items was entirely justified. On this day in 2002, their worth was undoubtedly on par with a pair of luxury shoes priced at 10 to 20,000 yuan in 2022. "This pair of basketball shoes is yours." Li Zecang casually kicked one of the boxes at his feet. "Wow, wow, wow." Zhao, however, completely disregarded Teacher Zecang's nonchalance, exclaiming in astonishment, and seized a box. Dashing toward the school, leaving Li Zecang standing alone at the entrance, trembling under the scorching June sun. "What the hell? This kid won't just leave me hanging, will he? How am I supposed to carry all this?" He wanted to scold him, but it was too late. The rascal had already run off. Li Zecang could only mutter a curse to himself before sorrowfully gathering the boxes at his feet. "Do you need help carrying those?" At some point, the gorilla returned, cradling his shoes as if he had remembered something. "Wow, you actually came back. Take your worn-out shoes and get lost, along with your training outfit and t-shirt. You're not getting any of this." Hey, old Zecang, brother Zecang, let me take them. I can handle it all." Observing the nearly 1.9 meter tall figure before him, arms laden with shoe boxes and additional paper bags in each hand, he was indeed managing to carry everything alone, resembling a human tank as he ambled toward the school gate. "Come back. Huh, aren't you heading back to your dorm? First, I need to eat. I haven't had dinner yet." After a simple dinner, the 2 students, encumbered with boxes and bags, arrived at the dormitory. Li casually handed over Zhao's gifts to him before heading off to the shower. The act of bathing, in truth, merely involves pouring cold water over oneself from a plastic basin, akin to taking a refreshing cold shower. Even washing one's hair is done with cold water. It is not a matter of physical prowess, but rather a reflection of limited circumstances. However, at the tender age of 18 or 19, the vitality of youth is indeed remarkable. Upon returning to the dormitory after his shower, Li Zecang found his classmate, Zhao Xingxing, still enamored with his basketball shoes. Holding one carefully in hand while the other adorned his foot, examining it closely, and even hesitating to let it touch the ground, opting instead to place several pieces of paper beneath it on the cement floor. Li Zecang paid him no heed, casually donning his attire and taking a moment to admire his freshly styled hair in the mirror. "Teacher Zecang, are you aiming for the skies? When did you change your hairstyle? I must admit, it looks rather handsome. Are you really going to class dressed like that?" Zhao Xingxing stammered, taken aback by Li Zecang's appearance. The stylish short hair, loose shirt, and breezy shorts, coupled with a pair of lightweight running shoes, all Nike, were quite the spectacle. Why not wear new clothes? Are you saving them for your future wife? Zhao Xingxing quipped. But you can't wear shorts to class, can you? Aren't you hot? Quite the opposite. Isn't this refreshing? Refreshing indeed. Aren't shorts prohibited? It seems no one has explicitly mentioned that, Li Zecang countered. So what's the issue? It's just that I've never seen anyone dressed like this before. That's because they lack the charm of such stylish shorts. Now, here I am, flaunting them. Goodness. You're quite the show-off. Only now do you notice? Li Zecang secured his backpack within the depths of his lockable cabinet, for it contained a veritable treasure trove of lottery tickets, representing potential earnings in the millions. Zhao Xingxing temporarily placed his gifts in Teacher Tsang's cabinet, as there was no suitable rationale for taking them home. To do so openly would invite scrutiny, necessitating a discreet retrieval later. With their cabinets locked, the two friends bantered as they made their way to class. That hairstyle suits you quite well. Only just realized? Upon hearing Li Zecang's remark, Zhao Xingxing paused, then circled around him, scrutinizing his appearance, muttering, something feels off, very off. Suddenly struck by an idea, he exclaimed, wait a minute, you're not in a relationship. Are you? It wouldn't be with Jiang Shiyuan, would it? Feeling as though he had unearthed a profound truth, Zhao Xingxing's voice rose by several decibels. His naturally boisterous tone now bordering on a shout. Keep your voice down. Do you want the entire school to hear? But is it true? Teacher Tsang, you've finally come to a realization. I've always told you that Jiang Shiyuan has feelings for you, but you refuse to believe me. Ever since that fateful encounter in our first year, when you heroically rescued her, I noticed the way she looked at you was different. If I were you, I would have already won her heart. Feeling a sense of self-admiration for his revelation, Zhao Xingxing continued to chatter excitedly, while Li Zecang listened, bewildered, as his friend rambled on about events long past. What are you saying? I saved her in our first year? You didn't know? It was indeed Jiang Shiyuan. Upon hearing my father's words, I was utterly astonished. Who could have imagined that a diligent, timid child like you would exhibit such audacity, daring to confront 3 ruffians? Although you did not prevail, the bravery you displayed, driven by love and disregard for your own safety, is indeed worthy of a modicum of admiration. Despite your evident lack of strength, which led to a rather pitiful defeat, devoid of any semblance of paternal dignity. Chapter 12. Returning to the third day. Recollections of the past, as Zhao Xingxing spoke, shaking her head, she continued, at that time. It must have been his family that first contacted the principal, fearing that rumors might circulate and affect Jiang Shiyuan. After all, she is a girl. Consequently, this incident did not gain widespread attention. Following this, Jiang Shiyuan was escorted everywhere. However, regardless of the circumstances, their failure to express gratitude directly to you was indeed unjust. How did you come to know this? It was only later, when my father advised me to steer clear of Jiang Shiyuan, that I inquired further and learned about the incident. You threw yourself into danger without even knowing who you saved, did you? Listening to Zhao Xingxing's rambling, a long-buried and painful memory suddenly resurfaced. It was a night during the first semester of my freshman year. At that time, I was a naive newcomer to the county, timid and underdeveloped, merely an ordinary, scrawny lad. On a rainy summer night, feeling feverish upon returning to the dormitory, I was compelled to brave the downpour with an umbrella to procure some medicine. On my way back, I was drawn by the sound of a woman's cry for help. The rain fell in torrents, and as I approached the source of the voice, I found a young girl cornered by 3 unruly youths at the entrance of an abandoned establishment. Upon seeing Li Zecang approach, one of the fierce ruffians shouted, "Looking for trouble, you little wretch?" Scram. Li Zecang, being an inherently honest child, had never encountered such a situation before. Instantly, he felt his legs weaken and thought it best to flee and inform a teacher, which seemed the only course of action. As he prepared to leave under the mocking gaze of the thugs, he heard the girl's desperate pleas. One of the ruffians had already begun to advance with ill intentions. Turning back, he caught a glimpse of the girl's eyes, filled with despair yet tinged with hope. It was unclear what emboldened Li Zecang. Perhaps it was the fever clouding his mind. Without fully understanding the source of his newfound courage, he charged forward, shoving aside the assailant and positioning his frail body protectively in front of the girl. What followed was a fierce kick, and Li Zecang swiftly turned to embrace the girl, shielding her beneath his own body, while bracing his back against the onslaught of blows. Time seemed to blur as he endured the assault. Finally, passers-by appeared. And amidst their shouts, the three ruffians fled in fear. In a daze from the fever, Li Zecang vaguely perceived figures approaching, presumably the girl's parents. Seeing that she was unharmed beneath him, he groggily gathered his umbrella and departed, inadvertently colliding face-to-face with a woman on his way out. Upon returning, I drifted into a haze of slumber, only to awaken the next day with a fierce fever. I spent 3 days in the hospital receiving intravenous fluids. And in the end, I could not even recall who it was that I had saved. Zhao Xingxing noticed Li Zecang lost in thought for quite some time and could not resist asking softly, "Have you truly started a relationship with Jiang? Tell me how far you've progressed. Have you reached first base? What are you thinking?" That was eons ago. Now, if I exchange a few words with her, the old class teacher would summon me for a chat. As for dating, even if the young lady were agreeable, do you think the teacher would spare me? Li Zecang finally snapped back to reality and responded promptly. "I knew it. You don't deserve her. Though you may have rescued her like a bear saving a beauty, asking for her affection seems rather presumptuous. Just because you wear Nike doesn't mean you can match up to Jiang Shuyuan. I saw her donning Nike shoes back in our freshman year, several pairs, including athletic apparel. At that time, they weren't even sold in the city. I heard they were sent from abroad. Her family is undoubtedly not ordinary." Abroad? At the mention of this keyword, Li Zecang's eyes sparkled. "Why are you so concerned about someone else's affairs? By the way, Xingxing, do you have any sisters, younger sisters, or perhaps an aunt from overseas? Have you really lost your senses? Teacher Tsang, is your heart no longer satisfied with mere fantasies? Has the fifth girl failed to contain your overflowing passion? And talking about aunts and younger aunts, are you not afraid of the generational gap?" Zhao Xingxing regarded Li Zecang with disdain. "Come on, you clearly missed the point. It's no wonder you can only pursue sports. My question primarily concerns overseas connections. Brothers, younger brothers, uncles, or even nephews would suffice. What nonsense are you spouting? Our family has been impoverished for 3 generations. Our roots are deep and untainted. How could we possibly have connections abroad? Being poor, you should keep a low profile. Just vanish into some remote corner and die in obscurity. Yet here you are, shamelessly boasting as if it were the 1960s. Who's eavesdropping on us?" They both faintly heard a soft chuckle from behind and turned simultaneously. Not far behind stood a tall girl with a high ponytail, her bright, clear eyes sparkling. Her lustrous black hair framed her radiant, fair skin, and she wore athletic attire that epitomized youthful vibrance, stifling laughter behind her hand. Jiang Shuyuan. Upon recognizing each other, Jiang Shuyuan scrutinized Li Zecang intently, her ears turning crimson. No longer engaging in confrontation, she lowered her hand from her mouth, composed her expression, and strode past them with an air of confidence, swiftly ascending the stairs until she vanished from their sight. Her ears reddened again. What could be the reason this time? Li Zecang, captivated by the beauty of Jiang Shuyuan, immediately noticed something unusual about her. Though her expression was well concealed, the blush on her ears did not escape his keen observation. "What are you pondering? What perplexes you?" The two simultaneously inquired of one another. "Damn!" Again, in unison. "You go first." This time, Zhao Xingxing was quick to interject. "I am astounded by how suddenly Jiang has transformed into such a radiant figure," Li Zecang remarked with bewilderment. "You've been seated at the same table as her for over a week, and you are unaware?" Typically, she donned a pair of oversized square glasses, her bangs obscuring half her face, and her school uniform was a disheveled ensemble, all of which concealed her beauty. Who could have guessed she possessed such striking allure? "Then what are you questioning?" "I am curious why Jiang Shuyuan has resumed such ostentatious dressing," he replied. After uttering this, he suddenly fell into a stupor, only snapping back to reality after a moment, as he tugged at Li Zecang, exclaiming, "Wait, Zecang, something feels amiss." At that moment, Li Zecang also realized why Jiang Shuyuan seemed off. Her ears flushed not from overhearing his conversation with Zhao Xingxing, but rather from noticing their matching outfits, similar shirts and sneakers, save for his shorts and her athletic pants, rendering them nearly identical. Zhao Xingxing, feeling somewhat disgruntled, remarked, "It seems you two are indeed in matching attire. Zecang, you didn't go out of your way to purchase this outfit just for her, did you? Are you attempting to orchestrate a dramatic twilight romance in these final moments?" The onlookers continued to speculate, while the protagonists were disinclined to engage, making their way upstairs. Chapter 13. Returning to the third day, when Li Zecang arrived at the classroom, Jiang Shuyuan was already seated, even donning her school uniform jacket despite the sweltering heat. Nevertheless, upon seeing Li Zecang enter in his shorts, Her previously composed demeanor faltered, her ears reddening once more as she silently cursed her aunt, whose influence had led to her current attire. Had it not been for her aunt, she would not have dressed this way, and she felt a surge of irritation towards Li Zecang, questioning his odd behavior. He had skipped class all day, yet chose to return for evening study, flaunting such an outlandish outfit. Observing their nearly identical shirts, Jiang Shuyuan disregarded the heat and hastily zipped up her uniform, retrieving her spare black-framed glasses to shield herself from scrutiny. She believed that this would render her inconspicuous. Yet little did she realize that her striking appearance would leave everyone in the classroom in a state of shock. Regardless of age or gender, the students were still grappling with their astonishment when the flamboyant Li Zecang reappeared at the doorway, clad in the same shirt and his gaudy red shorts, further bewildering the crowd. What is the meaning of this? These two entered one after the other, dressed as if in couples attire? A colossal question mark loomed above everyone's heads. Fortunately, they could not see their shoes. Had they known they wore matching footwear as well, the bewilderment would have intensified. The unknowing are often fearless. Zhao Xingxing gave a sharp slap to her classmate Xiaoli before striding towards the last row of the classroom. Li Zecang, equally unperturbed, caught sight of the pink-pointed ears and, disregarding the gazes of those around, squeezed past Jiang Shuyuan while clutching a stack of test papers, settling into his seat as if it were any ordinary day. Fortunately, mere minutes later, the bell for evening self-study rang, restoring order among the myriad of deities. As per usual, once class commenced, Zecang's performance began. On the surface, he appeared engrossed in his studies, occasionally flipping through this or searching for that. Yet his mind had long since drifted elsewhere, thoughts scattering like autumn leaves, flitting from one notion to another. How could he possibly deliver the exam paper to Jiang? Observing the test he had painstakingly crafted, Zecang felt a pang of anxiety. He couldn't simply hand it over without a second thought, for that would only lead to greater misunderstandings. The past 20-odd days had been excruciating. Familiar faces surrounded him from all directions, and every word and action required the utmost caution. September would bring the liberation of university life, a realm where the skies would be vast and the possibilities boundless. At that moment, a faint cough echoed in his mind, followed by a chat window appearing. "Do you want to buy something from abroad? My aunt is returning to America tomorrow." A notebook containing their conversation was discreetly passed, the content straightforward and unmistakable, pinpointing the target. This revelation left Zecang slightly embarrassed. While he was preoccupied with how to discreetly present the exam paper to Jiang, she had boldly offered her assistance without a hint of reticence, seemingly oblivious to the rumors swirling around. Jiang's radiant disposition instantly dispelled the shadows enveloping Zecang. A simple reply confirmed her presence, at least recently, indicating she hadn't traveled abroad. There was hope. After a brief analysis, Zecang typed in the chat box, "Does your aunt have money? Is she settled or working in the US? My aunt. She's pursuing her PhD at Stanford. What do you want to buy? Does it require a lot of money?" The gambling industry thrives in the West. With the World Cup being its crown jewel, the scale of betting can reach astronomical figures, easily surpassing $1,000 billion. Finding a few high-odds matches could yield returns of several thousand times one's investment. Zecang's mind raced with possibilities. It's worth noting that gambling abroad is far more direct and unrestrained. There are no veils to obscure the practice. The infamous 2014 World Cup final, where Brazil faced Germany with a score of 7-1, boasted odds of 6,500-1 for that singular scoreline. One inebriated individual struck it rich overnight with a modest wager. Zecang's brain whirred, calculating and envisioning potential scenarios, weighing risks against opportunities. This World Cup, the final rounds hadn't seen any significant scores. Even a few combinations with odds in the thousands could yield a handsome sum. A few tens of thousands should suffice from a pool of 1,000 billion. Winning a few million wouldn't be unreasonable. As for the reliability of the aunt, he could only place his faith in fate. At worst, he might lose this sum. But surely they wouldn't resort to violence. After all, without a contract or evidence, even if he were cheated, he would have to suffer in silence. He decided to send her money in renminbi to assist with a purchase, sharing the profits equally. This seemed a more reliable approach, as it wouldn't overly test human nature. The worst outcome would merely be the loss of money, without any threat to life. However, he could only afford to buy one set this time, as acquiring more might expose him to the risks of being scrutinized. After an intense inner deliberation, Li Zecang began to respond. I wish to wager on the World Cup. This concept was clearly beyond Zhang's comprehension, prompting Li Zecang to elucidate. It refers to betting on the World Cup abroad. Is it not available domestically? The odds here are rather conservative, lacking the exaggeration found overseas. And the prize pool is limited. Is it illegal? Operating a betting house in China is illegal, but purchasing abroad is permissible, as is assisting others in their purchases. Is it illegal if my aunt helps you buy? It is neither against American law nor Chinese law. How much do you wish to bet? A few tens of thousands of dollars. When my aunt arrives in the United States the day after tomorrow, I will call her, and you can communicate directly with her. Is it truly that straightforward? Zhang was perplexed by the simplicity of the arrangement. But I only possess renminbi, not dollars. Let your aunt front the money initially. Any winnings can be deducted from your share. What gives you the confidence that I will win? Who gave you such audacity? This is several tens of thousands of dollars at stake. In an era where the exchange rate hovered around 83, the dollar was indeed a precious commodity. Noticing Zhang putting away her notebook, seemingly intending to conclude this segment of conversation, Li Zecang decided to refrain from further discussing finances, planning to address it during the call. Yet, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to provide the exam materials he owed. He retrieved a notebook from Zhang's shelf, causing her to regard him with curiosity. I received the exam materials from Nantong today. I found some of the math problems quite intriguing, yet I couldn't solve them. Could you assist me? Without waiting for a response, he handed over the so-called exam materials, specifically the math problems and comprehensive exercises, whispering, "Keep this confidential. I am counting on this for a 985 score." Faced with Li Zecang's playful demeanor, Zhang Shuyuan appeared skeptical but accepted the materials, diligently beginning to work through the problems. At this stage, the priority was to complete exercises, aside from the papers curated by teachers. They had an array of past examination questions from Huanggang and Nantong, with little distinction in their sources. Chapter 14. Returning to the fourth day, an exam with no knowledge. June 13, 2002, Wednesday, sunny. 24 days until the Gaokao. Both Wednesday and Thursday were designated for examinations. Although termed as tests, they merely involved completing the teacher-selected papers, with no submissions required. During subsequent explanations from the teacher, students were to self-grade and summarize their performance. Due to an absence, Li Zecang had evaded the Chinese and math exams the previous day. Regrettably, today's two examinations were unavoidable, one of which was exceedingly arduous, a historically challenging comprehensive test encompassing 6 subjects: politics, history, geography, physics, chemistry, and biology, spanning a total of 150 minutes. Such an assessment poses a tremendous psychological and physiological strain on the candidates, not to mention the intricate and vast breadth of knowledge required. Nevertheless, this is essential, as all current practice is ultimately aimed at the forthcoming real battle in just over 20 days. Upon receiving this stack of papers, Li Zecang's first reaction was one of disbelief. One could scarcely conceive that this was merely the examination for a single subject. Memories from 2 decades ago have long since faded, leaving him in a state of bewilderment as he reflects on how he managed to endure such trials and still achieve commendable results, eventually gaining admission to an ordinary 211 university. Beside him, classmate Zhang diligently answered the questions, her pen gliding across the paper with apparent ease. In stark contrast, Li Zecang felt utterly lost, unsure of how to proceed, opting instead to bow his head in a state of denial, fearful of attracting the teacher's attention. The thought of being discovered as utterly unprepared was daunting, conjuring images of being summoned to the front for an embarrassing dissection of his ignorance. Lowering his gaze, he attempted to decipher the familiar characters on the page, occasionally casting a glance at Zhang, mirroring her answers at a deliberately slow pace. Whenever he noticed her furrowed brow or indecision, he would venture to write down a differing response. Fortunately, the exam did not require submission. It was not a formal assessment. There were no separated desks, and Li Zecang possessed decent eyesight. Moreover, Zhang's elegant and distinctive handwriting was easily legible. How well he performed remained uncertain, but he had managed to copy her responses diligently. Even for the essay questions related to politics and history, he boldly expanded upon Zhang's answers, confident that his experiences and knowledge surpassed those of a mere high school girl. After all, while he may have struggled with problem-solving, he was certainly adept at embellishing. The ordeal lasted 2.5 hours, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. Yet this was merely a typical morning for a senior student. The afternoon English examination, however, was a strong suit for Li Zecang. Given his current proficiency, it was likely the only subject in which he could expect a commendable score, particularly as it is of increasing importance. He understood that many prestigious universities conduct an English proficiency test upon admission, not to catch students cheating on the college entrance examination, but primarily to assess students for appropriate placement, given that some courses may be conducted entirely in English. Although the intent is not to detect dishonesty, an exceedingly low score could indeed lead to expulsion, not for reasons of cheating, but simply due to inadequate performance. In the days leading up to this, Li Zecang had devoted himself to studying English, and coupled with his already commendable skills in listening, speaking, reading, and writing, his proficiency was assuredly above passing. "Teacher Zecang, I need to use the restroom," called out a classmate behind him as the English teacher exited. "Let us go." Although his English proficiency is commendable, Li's head feels heavy and dizzy when faced with the daunting examination papers. He yearns to escape the confines of the classroom, even with a stunning beauty seated beside him. Will the Chinese team triumph over Turkey? The second half must have commenced by now. By the way, why did you not skip class today? The national team's match is this afternoon. You've been skipping classes frequently lately, but during the day, you dare not do so, he chuckled. The earnest gorilla classmate smiled. Yet anyone who is deceived by his simple appearance is bound to suffer. Despite his well-developed physique, his intellect is undeniably sharp. Speaking of which, Lao Tsong, did you place a bet on today's match for the Chinese team? What significance does betting on the Chinese team hold? The odds are minuscule. Wait, I just checked. It's 1-26. That is for betting on the Chinese team's victory. You don't genuinely believe the national team will win, do you? Nonsense. They can't possibly lose every match, can they? Is it truly that dismal? Nonsense. This is the strongest national team, boasting the best results. Li Zecang cast a deep glance at Zhao Xingxing, contemplating, cherish these moments, youth. Each match watched is one less to behold. Indeed, tomorrow marks the final day of the group stage, and the national team will not advance to the knockout rounds. Their journey in this World Cup concludes here, and the next opportunity to witness the national team's matches will not arise until next year. By then, one might be on the verge of graduating from university, mused Zhao Xingxing, unaware of the fortune within their grasp. Not only next year, but even upon graduation, your son may not hold the national team in high regard during World Cup matches. Who knows if there will be hope in the next decade? At least Li Zecang is aware that for over 20 years, the prospects seem bleak. Coupled with the relentless educational pressure of future generations, it remains uncertain if one will ever witness it in their lifetime. Though some have attempted alternative routes, employing naturalized players, a strategy deemed less than honorable by many, due to a lack of commitment to preserving dignity and the convoluted web of relationships, the outcome remains a chaotic mess. Ironically, considerable funds have been squandered, transforming the Football Association and the sport into elite industries. One must admire the ingenuity of these individuals. Even a lazy frog can produce a ball of flour. Sighing in unison, the two friends lamented over different matters. Having endured an arduous self-study session, the moment the dismissal bell rang, Li Zecang found the seemingly mundane sound remarkably melodious. As the bell tolled, he remained lost in its enchanting resonance. Lao Tsong, are you still daydreaming? Classmate Jiang has already left. This fellow plopped down into Jiang Xuan's seat, inhaling deeply as if he were a lecherous old man. Following Li Zecang's lead, Zhao Xingxing had also begun to refer to Jiang Shuyuan as classmate Jiang. Isn't it delightful? Delightful, my foot. Classmate Jiang doesn't wear makeup. There's no scent to speak of, yet you wear that ridiculous expression. Li Zecang, puzzled, responded casually, isn't it fragrant? I often catch a faint, elusive aroma. Could it truly be the scent of shampoo? I merely wish to savor a glimpse of your blissful daily existence, intertwined with the myriad moments shared with the academic elite and the school beauty. How delightful! Zhao Xingxing wore an expression of pure enjoyment, intentionally ribbing his close companion. Get lost. Aren't you getting up? If not, enjoy your moment a while longer. I shall proceed to dine. I'm starving. Time for some food. Are you not watching the game tonight? Be a bit more reserved these days. Save your enthusiasm for the knockout rounds. You, relying solely on your physical prowess, still need to engage your mind? Who are you referring to? Just because I am an athlete does not diminish my potential for scholarly pursuits. Should I focus on my studies, surpassing you would be effortless. Perhaps only Jiang could rival me, but in that scenario, we would shine equally. leaving you in the shadows. Come on, just because I mentioned your weight, you're panting now. Thus, the two inseparable friends continued their playful banter as they descended the staircase. Chapter 15. Back to the fourth day. A dream of basketball. They had scarcely taken a few steps before both halted simultaneously, their gazes drawn to the distant, raucous basketball court. "Let us play," they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, such is the bond of true friends, their synergy unmistakable. "Let us stop by the entrance to grab a snack for the game. I'm not even inclined to attend evening study after a day spent on exams. My head is spinning." As they observed their classmates pouring sweat and showcasing their talents on the court, Zecang, who had not touched a basketball in ages, was suddenly overwhelmed by an irrepressible urge to play. "What's next? I need to change my gear. I'll eat after the game." To Zecang's surprise, Zhao Xingxing was equally eager, neglecting dinner altogether, and hastily heading toward the dormitory. "Let us go." Zecang promptly followed suit. At that moment, dinner seemed trivial. School dismissed at 5 o'clock, with the evening bell signaling at 6:50 and study commencing at 7. Without dinner, they could only manage an hour of play, then sneak back to the dorm for a quick shower before venturing out for a meal, slipping back into class just after the first evening session concluded. This had been a regular occurrence last semester, even throughout the second year, but as the college entrance examination loomed nearer, the mounting pressure had rendered such audacity a distant memory. You were reluctant to wear them at noon, as if you were seeing a new bride. Seeing Zhao Xingxing don his pristine new basketball shoes, stomping them vigorously on the ground, Zecang could not help but tease. "Fine steel is meant for the sharpest blades. This is my moment to shine before the in-laws. With this attire, I shall dazzle them." Thus, the two flamboyant youths adorned themselves in brand new Nike basketball training attire and professional Nike basketball shoes, strutting towards the court with an air of unrestrained confidence. The dormitory and cafeteria were situated at the southern end of the school. Stepping out of the dorm and crossing a standard 400-meter track led directly to the basketball court, beside which lay the water station, and beyond that, the academic building. Whoever dares, let them come. Those second-year students stand no chance against the PE teacher. Before reaching the basketball court, the two had already begun to boast, while the student nicknamed Gorilla reveled in the envious glances of his peers. Clad in a striking crimson training outfit and sporting a pair of pristine white high-top professional basketball shoes, no less, a renowned brand, he was indeed a sight to behold. His companion, Zecang, was somewhat more subdued, dressed in all black, yet his vibrant red basketball shoes hinted at a certain flamboyance. Though Zecang was leaner, weighing under 150 pounds compared to Gorilla's 180, he stood nearly the same height at close to 185, making him appear hardly shorter than his counterpart. This duo had undoubtedly drawn countless admiring eyes. Zhao Xingxing, ever carefree and somewhat slow to catch on, paid little mind to the attention, and neither did Li, who had returned with a renewed sense of purpose. In his eyes, the confines of a high school campus were trivial. He could conquer universities too. "What if you managed to bring me down?" he jested. "Perhaps I'd simply return." Upon arriving at the court, Zecang discovered a match between the seasoned physical education teacher and the talented basketball players of the sophomore class. As Zhao Xingxing had predicted, despite the students' commendable physical attributes and basketball skills, they found themselves outmatched by the experienced teacher. Their individual techniques, though promising, were still somewhat crude. And while they could hold their own in one-on-one scenarios, their teamwork magnified the disparities in skill. One of the teachers, Mr. Yin, had previously coached Zecang's class. Standing just over 180 centimeters and weighing nearly 200 pounds, he might not excel in full-court play, but in half-court games, his sheer mass allowed him to dominate effortlessly. Mr. Yin, around 183 centimeters tall and in his late 20s, had a shooting style that was deliberate yet effective, with precision in both three-pointers and two-pointers, making him a formidable presence in the post. Mr. Wang, approximately 178 centimeters tall and in his mid-30s, was agile and robust, possessing impressive muscle definition and an uncanny accuracy in mid-range jump shots, ideal for the shooting guard or small forward positions. Mr. Xiao, slightly over 170 centimeters and in his mid-30s, was light on his feet, quick, and adept at three-pointers, primarily playing the point guard role. Lastly, Mr. Zheng, around 185 centimeters and well over 200 pounds, moved slowly but was skilled at positioning, with a solid grasp of interior techniques, serving as the center. In the 1990s and early 2000s, The basketball culture in northern Jiangsu was vibrant. At the county's #1 high school, beyond physical education classes, the basketball courts were bustling with students and teachers every afternoon after school. Typically, 2 teachers accompanied the sports students, one from the senior class and another from the sophomore class. With the senior athletes having completed their tasks, the focus now shifted to preparing for the cultural examinations. In the second year of high school, the physical education students do not attend self-study classes in the afternoon. After completing 2 regular classes, they embark on the latter half of their day's training. The morning session commences at 6 o'clock with morning exercises. Teacher Yin, along with teachers Wang, Li Zecang, and Zhao Xingxing, exchanged greetings with the instructors who had previously taught them. Teacher Wang is this year's instructor for the third-year physical education students, while Teacher Yin has taught both of the boys in physical education. It has been a while since I saw you two on the court, remarked Teacher Yin. With the college entrance examination approaching, the pressure of studies must be intense. Today, I spent the entire day on practice papers, just coming here to unwind. Balancing work and leisure is commendable, but do not stay too late or skip class. Teacher Yin reiterated, knowing that both students are promising candidates for university, among the few basketball prodigies in the advanced class. In the midst of their conversation, several adept second-year students were swiftly defeated. Li Zecang glanced at a few familiar third-year students nearby, 2 of whom he recognized from his first year. However, due to their poor academic performance, their prospects for university were bleak, and they now seemed to be merely passing the time. Hey, let's have a game, shall we? How about we give the teachers a run for their money? Suggested the stout and jovial old Hay. Sure, but I must warn you. We may not be able to push the teachers too hard. We can only lend a hand, replied to you, a lanky fellow who was quite adept at handling the ball and had a decent mid-range shot. The students' team began with Diyu receiving the ball and passing it to Li Zecang. Upon dribbling a few times, Li Zecang felt an exhilarating sense of familiarity, as if the knowledge was ingrained in his very bones. Despite not having played for many years due to knee issues, he regained his confidence. Facing Teacher Wang's defense just inside the 3-point line, he rose and executed a 3-point shot. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed as the ball sailed through, tracing an elegant arc that resonated with a loud swish. Everyone on the court was momentarily stunned. Students typically struggled with shooting, particularly from beyond the arc. This was precisely why Teacher Wang had not guarded him closely, standing just on the edge of the 3-point line, fully capable of disrupting any attempt. Yet, this young man had dared to shoot from just half a step inside the line. Are today's students so audacious? Impressive, old song. Zhao Xingxing, stationed in the paint, rushed over and high-fived Li Zecang, unconcerned whether it was sheer luck or skill. What mattered was that the shot had gone in, and that was a fine play. As for Li Zecang, he glanced at his hands, reflecting on how he had transitioned from being a fan of Jordan to one of Curry after the latter's rise to prominence. Not wishing to toil within the paint, he took a contrary approach, diligently honing his long-range shooting skills. To his astonishment, this technique proved effective, complemented by his extraordinary physical prowess at the age of 18. Teacher Wang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled and remarked, "That was a fortunate shot. Let's see another." Li Zecang received the pass from Lao Yu, smiling at the esteemed physical education teacher, aware that despite the encouragement to attempt another shot, Wang had already closed the distance, clearly intent on denying him another easy opportunity. Li Zecang had anticipated this. After all, Wang was a basketball specialist, and his competitive spirit never waned on the court. As Li Zecang began to dribble, the amalgamation of his future skills and current athleticism instilled him with confidence, even against a 30-something basketball expert. With a swift crossover and a series of deft maneuvers, he surged towards the basket. Unexpectedly, Wang had accurately predicted Li Zecang's advance and swiftly positioned himself to block the path, maintaining his defensive stance. Noticing the smile at the corner of Wang's mouth, Li Zecang executed a move that took everyone by surprise. As Wang anticipated either a forceful jump shot due to his height or a haphazard pass, Li Zecang performed an unprecedented action. He pulled the ball back, then gathered it, adopting a shooting posture that resembled a 3-step layup, but with 1 step omitted, bringing him just beyond the 3-point line. He then released a rapid 3-point shot, launching it with an impressive arc, unhindered by any defender. Swish! The basketball effortlessly found its way into the net, showcasing Li Zecang's remarkable step-back 3-point prowess. The spectators were momentarily stunned, and once Wang regained his composure, he exclaimed, "That was a travel, wasn't it?" After uttering this, he seemed to doubt his own words. Teacher Ian expressed his confusion. It appeared to be a travel, yet it also seemed otherwise. Was it merely a step back to gather and shoot, transforming what should have been a forward motion into a backward one? The eldest among them, Teacher Zhang, who had the advantage of observing without the burden of a defender, confidently stated, there was no travel. It was indeed a forward gathering shot converted into a backward three-pointer. Quite peculiar, but there was no violation. Zhao Xingxing was left in a state of bewilderment, approaching with a puzzled expression. Old song, when did you learn this? I had no idea you were secretly practicing your skills. Li Zecang merely smiled, choosing not to respond. After all, a single lie requires countless others to support it, and he preferred silence over deceit. Having successfully landed 2 three-pointers and witnessing Wang's rising frustration, Li Zecang decided to set aside the notion of winning or losing. He began to pass the ball, facilitating the play. Assuming the role of point guard, the game became a lively exchange, with both sides engaging in a spirited contest. Indistinguishable in prowess. Although Zhao Xingxing may appear somewhat foolish, he is, in fact, quite astute. Otherwise, it would be improbable for a student athlete to achieve a score exceeding 500. He has discerned the reason behind Li Zecang's position as a primary player. It is a deliberate act of leniency, lest the teacher's countenance suffer. However, upon spotting a familiar figure lingering at the edge of the court with a water cup in hand, inspiration struck him. When he received a brilliant pass from Li Zecang, having already maneuvered past Teacher Ian with ease, he could have effortlessly made a layup for a score. Yet, he chose a different course of action, opting instead to back down, forcing both Teacher Ian and Teacher Zhang into a corner. He then shouted towards Li Zecang, who stood near the three-point line, "Old song, go for a dunk." With that, he tossed the basketball high into the air. Upon hearing this call, Li Zecang instinctively dodged and accelerated. This was a familiar trick they often played. While Zhao Xingxing could barely dunk, Li Zecang could only manage a half dunk. To hone their dunking skills, they had practiced numerous toss and dunk routines. As Li Zecang leaped, he suddenly realized he was soaring higher than usual. With a single hand, he comfortably caught the ball midair and saw the hoop looming much closer than before. Executing a stylish slam dunk, the basketball crashed against the rim with a thunderous sound. Fortunately, Li Zecang did not pull on the rim. Given the force of the impact, it was uncertain whether it could withstand such pressure. The aging hoop emitted a pained groan. Following the dunk, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, while the spectators cheered enthusiastically. As Li Zecang's gaze swept over the crowd, he fortuitously spotted a familiar tall and beautiful silhouette, none other than Jiang, which clarified Zhao Xingxing's earlier actions. After this impressive dunk, the teachers quickly realized that Li Zecang was indeed holding back, prompting them to unleash their full capabilities in their next encounter. The teachers, engrossed in the game, momentarily forgot that Li Zecang and his companions were still in their senior year. It was only when the preliminary bell rang that Teacher Ian recalled their academic status and hastily concluded what seemed like a fiercely contested match, sending Li Zecang and his friends away. As Li Zecang and Zhao Xingxing made their way toward the dormitories, they felt a renewed sense of determination. Teacher Wang, resting at the side, observed Li Zecang's retreating figure and remarked to Teacher Ian, "This kid possesses impressive basketball skills. Why hasn't he pursued a career in sports? I suspect he could easily become a second-tier athlete." Teacher Wang continued, "You must have noticed that this boy is in the elite class with Zhao Xingxing. His academic performance is commendable, and he is well on track for a top-tier university, with a chance to aim for a 211 school." It was then that Teacher Wang experienced a moment of realization. Although pursuing a career in sports is commendable, whether as a physical education teacher or a sports journalist, it pales in comparison to the prospects of a cultural student aiming for prestigious institutions. While others attended their classes, Li Zecang and Zhao Xingxing were in their dormitory taking showers and freshening up before sneaking out over the wall to have dinner. Earlier, they were not particularly hungry due to their intention to play basketball, but now, after the game, an insatiable hunger had set in. They arrived at a nearly closing rice noodle shop, where they ordered 2 large bowls of meat sauce rice noodles, while Li Zecang also purchased 2 servings of pancakes. Only those who are truly hungry can comprehend such an appetite, and both of them were quite the hearty eaters. Zhao Xingxing had always been known for his robust appetite, while Li Zecang, upon returning from a previous experience, discovered an increase in his own eating capacity. Chapter 17. Back to the 5th day, treating to dinner June 14th. 2002, Friday, clear skies, 23 days until the college entrance examination. Upon awakening, the fatigue from yesterday's basketball game had completely vanished, leaving no trace of discomfort, but rather a profound sense of relaxation in both body and mind. Continuing with his morning run, he embraced the dawn, surrounded by spirited second-year athletes, all exuberantly pouring sweat on the 400-meter track, blissfully unaware of fatigue's meaning. At this moment, he truly felt integrated into the rhythm of life. To be precise, it was at this moment he felt like an 18-year-old youth. The previous day's basketball match had allowed Li Zecang to adapt swiftly to his current existence, transforming what had once been a torturous classroom experience into an effortless passage of time. When the lunch bell rang, Zhao Xingxing's boisterous voice emerged from the back of the classroom, prompting Li Zecang to realize that the morning's classes had concluded. "Old song, let us go. Treat me to a grand feast. You promised me that on the court yesterday." "Oh, my apologies." Just as the teacher exited, Zhao Xingxing, who had been sprinting from the back of the classroom, collided with Jiang Shuyuan, who was preparing to chase after the teacher with a set of exam papers in hand. Jiang's petite head bumped into Zhao's elbow, and amidst Zhao's repeated apologies, his youthful face flushed a shade of red. Despite his playful demeanor and his penchant for calling Li Zecang teacher Tsang, this seemingly carefree 18-year-old was, in truth, quite bashful. In this era, there were indeed high school students experiencing romance, but those excelling academically, particularly in elite classes, were a rarity. Jiang, rubbing her head and noticing the teacher had already departed, set down her notebook. Unfazed by Zhao Xingxing's evident awkwardness, she maintained her aloof demeanor and replied, "It's fine." "Heh, is that how you apologize to our Jiang classmate? How insincere." "Then what would constitute sincerity?" Li Zecang replied nonchalantly. "How about this? You have the chance to apologize by treating our Jiang classmate to a sumptuous meal to make up for your clumsiness. Come on. Weren't you the one who promised me a feast at noon? Who told you to accidentally bump into her?" In response to their light-hearted banter, Jiang Shuyuan remained unfazed, continuing to tidy her books and water bottle while checking her meal card, seemingly preparing to head to the cafeteria. "If you wish to treat her, you should just say so. Even if I offer, Jiang classmate wouldn't he go anyway." Zhao Xingxing may be slow to react and somewhat naive, yet he is not genuinely foolish. In a moment of confusion, he misinterpreted Li Zecang's intentions, believing that his dear friend wished to invite Jiang Tongxue to dinner, albeit through a rather flimsy excuse. It appeared that Jiang Shuyuan was disinterested and not inclined to agree. "Your sincerity is lacking. I shall accompany you to the Amei restaurant to the east of the school," Zhao remarked. "Who do you think you are? Just because you have a big face and thick skin doesn't make you impressive." Suddenly, a crisp, aloof female voice cut through Zhao Xingxing's words, abruptly interrupting his train of thought. This means she has agreed," Zhao realized, as it seemed Jiang Shuyuan, after her experiences in the first year of high school, had rarely interacted with classmates, especially male ones. She even dined alone at the cafeteria, arriving at school in a car and remaining on campus throughout the day, only to leave after evening study sessions, always with a ride home. Her life was monotonous and solitary, dedicated solely to her studies and reading. Observing Jiang Shuyuan, who had already gathered her belongings, Li Zecang playfully tapped Zhao Xingxing on the head, exclaiming, "What are you dawdling for? Move aside." Zhao, on the verge of uttering a curse, suppressed his words upon seeing Jiang Shuyuan standing, casting a fierce glare at Li Zecang before finally making his way towards the classroom door. Although Zhao Xingxing could be somewhat brutish, most people, even the majority, would not dare to strike him on the head, except for his father and Li Zecang. However, even Li Zecang, while not prone to confrontation, would engage in playful banter with Zhao. "What's the situation? Wasn't it Li inviting me to dinner? Why has it turned into me treating him, and now I must include Jiang Shuyuan? This rascal, if he is trying to woo someone, he shouldn't use me as a stepping stone." As Zhao walked ahead, muttering to himself and reflecting on the situation, he quickly grasped his friend's ulterior motives, but still felt in his pocket to check his money. Unsure if it would suffice, he thought, "Whatever. Since this is under my name, let him pay. After all, he's wealthy, and I'll make sure to enjoy a hearty meal at noon. Next time, he ought to invite me again. No, twice, at least 3 times. Casting a glance at the couple behind him, Zhao made a resolute decision. Strange. This pair does share a certain chemistry. They seem quite well matched. Wait, am I feeling a pang of sympathy? Could it be that Li is about to find romance? No. Could it be that the campus beauty is to be taken? In just a few strides, Zhao Xingxing felt as though he could pen an epic tale. He assumed that the two behind him were deeply enamored, engaged in endless conversation, but the reality was starkly different. Can you handle spicy food? Then we shall go to the restaurant. All right. Do you have any dietary restrictions? No. Shall we have some beer at noon? That is not permissible. Li Zecang felt overwhelmed, as if he had returned to the classroom, where their exchanges had to be succinct, for writing was tiresome. Yet, this was a conversation, not a telegram. Speaking did not cost anything. Do you charge for speaking? Jiang Shuyuan turned her head, looking curiously at Li Zecang. What I mean is, if your words come free of charge, with such a melodious voice, could you perhaps utter a few more? Li Zecang began to jest and flirt. Fortunately, Zhao Xingxing was far enough away not to overhear. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. However, Jiang Shuyuan remained expressionless as she continued. All right. Are you confident in your World Cup predictions? At last, Jiang Shuyuan initiated a conversation. Of course I am. Noticing her skeptical expression, Li Zecang persisted. The great Lord Lao Jun came to me in a dream, revealing the outcomes of all the matches and assuring me that I would be admitted to Peking University. Jiang Shuyuan did not respond verbally, but made a dismissive gesture. Really, Lao Jun also said you would be accepted into Peking University. Now even less convinced, Jiang Shuyuan rolled her eyes dramatically at Li Zecang before quickening her pace to pass him. You must admit, even when rolling her eyes, a beauty looks captivating. Li Zecang mumbled as he too quickened his steps. Chapter 18. Return to the fifth day. A restaurant can be considered one of the better dining establishments on the outskirts of the county, particularly given its proximity to the school, which is mainly surrounded by small eateries catering to students' simple dining needs. A restaurant, however, is different. While the main hall contains several Western-style tables, it boasts more private rooms, making it less frequented by students. Most students might only celebrate birthdays here, spending a modest sum of a couple of hundred yuan to treat their roommates or classmates, an indulgence typically reserved for wealthier students. But were there many affluent students? In this small county of northern Jiangsu in 2002, wealthy students were indeed a rarity. Handsome, 3 people really cannot enter the private room. The hall is filled with Western-style seating, and it is quite spacious. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhao Xingxing was seen arguing with a young woman at the front desk. The proprietress, busy counting the accounts behind the counter, showed no inclination to intervene, indicating her support for the server's position. In an instant, Li Zecang grasped the situation. Although it was unclear whether there was a minimum spending requirement in this era, the server's insistence conveyed a similar sentiment. I understand we are few in number, but it is broad daylight, not nighttime. Your private rooms are unoccupied. Why can't we use one? Zhao Xingxing, perplexed, continued to plead her case. Ignoring the two still entrenched in their debate, Li Zecang approached the proprietress, glanced at the counter, and then regarded her closely. He noticed that she was rather young, likely in her 20s, yet possessed a striking allure. Madam, do you have soft Zhonghua cigarettes? He inquired. At his words, the proprietress immediately lifted her gaze, studying Li Zecang with a serious expression. Clad in Nike apparel, with the young woman behind her also dressed in Nike, they contrasted sharply with the large, somewhat clueless figure in front of them. Yes, they are priced at 700 yuan a pack, she replied, maintaining a relatively unchanged expression, yet her demeanor felt notably more welcoming. Upon sighting the Maotai behind the counter, Li Zecang expressed his surprise with a query. Maotai is 350 a bottle. Handsome, the proprietress replied. Which private room offers the best ambience? Li Zecang casually inquired, subsequently striding towards the interior, completely disregarding the presence of his classmate, Zhao Xingxing, and the nearby attendant. The finest Amei hall is reserved for you today. Please follow me, the proprietress stated while swiftly rising from behind the counter. Her stiletto heels tapping against the floor with a rapid rhythm as she hastened to position herself before Li Zecang. As he beheld the proprietress before him, Li Zecang noticed she was adorned in a striking red qipao, which accentuated her graceful figure, compelling him to steal a few extra glances. Zhao Xingxing, standing behind him, was momentarily taken aback. Dressed in designer labels and exuding an air of sophistication, the proprietress, well-versed in the ways of the world, effortlessly understood the sentiment of a young man wishing to impress a young lady. She led him to the most spacious private room, accommodating 12 guests, complete with a set of sofas and a card table. This is rather extravagant, I assent it? Zhao Xingxing thought to himself, realizing his own lack of worldly experience. If not for his attire, Li Zecang would have appeared even less refined. However, Li Zecang remained unfazed, smiling as he inquired, "Madam, your specialty is Sichuan cuisine, correct?" "Indeed." "Handsome. Otherwise, why would we be called the Ame restaurant?" While the proprietress exhibited warmth, there lingered a hint of pride, distinguishing her from the typical small business owner. "A soup, 3 meat dishes, and 1 vegetable. Please serve us your signature dishes, along with a large bottle of orange juice. Kindly expedite, as we have classes this afternoon." Li Zecang articulated with poise. His nonchalant ordering in the presence of the beautiful proprietress inspired admiration in Zhao Xingxing, who wondered, "Is this really my brother? He seems like a different person." "Of course, handsome. I will arrange for our head chef to prepare your meal personally," she replied. While Zhao Xingxing remained in shock, Jiang Shuyuan continued with her tasks, methodically washing the utensils with the hot water brought in by the attendant. A knock resounded at the door, and the proprietress entered, carrying a pack of cigarettes. "Gentlemen, I've brought the cigarettes and beverages. The dishes will be ready shortly." Li Zecang casually tossed the cigarettes to Zhao Xingxing and poured a drink for Jiang Shuyuan, preparing to serve himself next. "Not hot enough," Jiang Shuyuan remarked, handing over the utensils she had just cleaned, before resuming her previous actions. "You brought me cigarettes?" "I don't smoke," Zhao Xingxing replied, though he didn't know how to smoke. As an athlete, he refrained from it to maintain his fitness, only indulging occasionally after sports examinations. The pack of high-end cigarettes represented a luxury previously beyond their reach. Yet he felt at ease knowing his close friend had struck it rich. Upon receiving a cigarette and hearing Li Zecang's words, the expression on his face transformed instantaneously from naivete to surprise, which soon morphed into astonishment, curiosity, regret, and a sense of loss. For he witnessed Jiang Shuyuan handing Li Zecang the heated utensils. "Why did the proprietress bring you into such a spacious private room? Why, upon your arrival, does she not fear waste and refrain from mentioning any minimum consumption? Haven't you already grasped the situation? Alas, how narrow-minded. Oh, Jiang, I did not intend to use foul language. I do not mind it. It is not a lack of vision, but rather an obsession with profit. They are in business to earn, not to engage in philanthropy." Zhao Xingxing is not foolish, merely untouched by the harsh realities of society, with innocence still guiding his actions. "You are benevolent, hence you assume the world is inherently good. In truth, the morality of the world is irrelevant to you. Human nature is inherently flawed. Virtue, kindness, altruism, why must they be preached and learned? Because they are not innate. Selfishness, greed, lust, exploitation, why must they be resisted and not allowed to proliferate? Because they are pervasive." The dishes arrived promptly: twice-cooked pork, spicy boiled beef, spicy chicken, golden corn, tomato and egg soup, and a generous portion of rice. Each dish was a quintessential representation of Sichuan cuisine, abundant in quantity and authentically prepared, lacking the technological embellishments of later generations. Fortunately, there were 3 students present, each with a hearty appetite. Otherwise, such a substantial meal would indeed have gone unfinished. Not to mention Zhao Xingxing's voraciousness. Even Li Zecang felt his capacity for consumption was considerable, sensing that his youthful body was not merely growing taller, but becoming healthier and stronger. Jiang seemed slender, yet at approximately 175 centimeters tall, and in the high-energy phase of his senior year, he too managed 2 bowls of rice. Zhao Xingxing, however, was the most impressive, requesting a second large serving of rice, nearly finishing it all himself. Chapter 19. Return to the 5th day. The must-win lottery, what a delight. Walking ahead, Zhao Xingxing clutched a cigarette in his left arm and a cola in his right hand, taking a hearty gulp and letting out a satisfying belch, shouting in exhilaration. It is no wonder he shouted with such glee. He claimed to be treating, yet bore no cost himself, and had even acquired a Chinese cigarette for free. Most importantly, this was money won from a bet made with his close friend. Although it was his money, spending it felt entirely unburdened. And it was somewhat joyous to note that his friend and Jiang seemed to share a special bond. Such a true friend would harbor no jealousy over your newfound wealth or your strikingly beautiful girlfriend. Only sincere happiness would emanate from them. Could you possibly be more refined? You are not embarrassed, but I feel shame walking alongside you. Hey, Li Zecang, brother Zecang, I hear you loud and clear. The robust Zhao Xingxing cautiously turned his head, seemingly humbled, responding repeatedly with affirmation. With that demeanor, can I still give you a playful tap on the head? Li Zecang took a few steps forward and gently tapped the enormous head of the fellow before him. He was capable of striking, undeniably so. No one could challenge him. For Zecang must prevail. A single cigarette or a meal at the Amei restaurant would suffice. Zhao Xingxing remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Damn. Upon hearing this, Li Zecang swiftly lifted his leg and aimed a kick at Zhao Xingxing's backside. However, the old rascal was already prepared and hurriedly dashed forward. Li Zecang. Hey, I want to buy a lottery ticket, Jiang Shuyuan calmly indicated towards the lottery shop by the roadside. Can you do it? You must ensure that I win, absolutely. All right, gorilla. Li Zecang turned to call out to Zhao Xingxing, only to find that the fellow was nearing the school gate. It seemed he had heard Li Zecang's call. Without turning back, he waved his arm and swiftly vanished into the crowd. Whoever claimed this fellow was foolish was mistaken. Li Zecang shook his head and led Jiang Shuyuan into the lottery shop they had visited once before, praying that the proprietor would not recognize him. Although he had altered his appearance, his physique remained unchanged. At the entrance of the lottery shop, a conspicuous red banner proclaimed, "Congratulations to our patrons for winning the second prize in the 7-digit lottery." Upon entering, Li Zecang noticed a middle-aged man standing at the counter, seemingly engrossed in the lottery machine, while the shop owner was absent. "What would you like to purchase? The 7-digit lottery?" Li Zecang inquired, attempting to steer the conversation. "Is it possible to buy tickets for tonight's matches?" Jiang Shuyuan remained unfazed. The match at 7:30 tonight features Portugal against South Korea and the United States against Poland. The results should be available before 10. Portugal against South Korea. I believe South Korea has a chance to pull off an upset. After all, they enjoy home field advantage. Li Zecang offered his opinion, deliberately elaborating. "Handsome, I beg to differ. Although the Koreans have home field advantage, Portugal suffered an upset in their last match against the United States. If they do not give their all, losing to South Korea would mean elimination, considering Portugal is a traditional powerhouse, with players like Figo." The seemingly knowledgeable middle-aged man countered Li Zecang's argument. "Damn, even the lottery shop owner is betting. Gamblers are doomed." Li Zecang cursed inwardly but refrained from engaging in a debate. The world of gamblers was beyond his comprehension. Are you betting on the win or loss? This simple question left Li Zecang momentarily speechless. Betting on the score, South Korea against Portugal. Seeing Li Zecang's hesitation, Jiang Shuyuan took charge. "I say, young lady, if South Korea wins, it would indeed be an upset, with odds of 525 to 1. If you also bet on the score with South Korea winning, even at 1-0, the odds are 12 to 1. How could that be? Although a few dollars may not seem significant, it is still not wise to squander. Damn you, passerby. Why must you be so theatrical?" Li Zecang silently cursed. "Just 1-0, South Korea over Portugal. South Korea wins. 1 ticket, please." Li Zecang decisively produced $2 and handed them to the proprietor, wanting to eliminate any chance for this gambler to further influence the situation. With the whirring of machines, the proprietor accepted the $2 and handed Li Zecang a freshly printed lottery ticket. "Off you go. Boss, I want the same score as before, but make it a $500 bet." Jiang Shuyuan wore a tranquil expression as she casually extracted her wallet from her uniform jacket, unfurling 5 crisp bills with ease. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively confirmed. Korea won 1-0 against Portugal, 250 bets? Upon hearing the figure 250, Jiang Shuyuan slightly furrowed her brow and replied, 300 bets. With that, she produced another bill from her wallet, a substantial sum of 600 yuan, which she handed over. The sight of 600 yuan brought a bright smile to the shopkeeper's face. He no longer cared about the specifics of her purchase. After all, who wouldn't he be pleased to make a profit? As Jiang Shuyuan took the lottery ticket, she carefully verified it before tucking it into her wallet. The brand of the wallet indicated her sophistication. It was from 2002. Yet, considering she was chauffeured daily and her aunt was pursuing a doctorate at Stanford, such details seemed trivial. After securing the lottery ticket, she did not put away her wallet, but instead fixed her gaze intently on the small ticket in Li Zecang's hand. Li Zecang, somewhat perplexed, pondered for a moment before finally grasping the implication behind her look and handed the ticket to her, stating, "This one is for you as well." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuyuan nodded in satisfaction, accepting the small ticket and placing it with care into her wallet before finally putting it away. The two then ambled leisurely toward their classroom, entirely devoid of the frantic energy typical of third-year students. Although they exchanged no words, an unspoken understanding lingered between them, a sentiment that Li Zecang found quite agreeable. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. Watching the two relaxed figures ahead, Their enigmatic homeroom teacher stood not far off, brow furrowed in disapproval as he fixed a fierce gaze on Li Zecang. The homeroom teacher was acutely aware that with only 20 days remaining until the college entrance examination, drastic measures were ill-advised. Even if the duo's actions had an adverse effect on their grades during this crucial period, it would likely be minimal. Yet, mishandling the situation could adversely impact their morale, and any overly severe response could yield unpredictable consequences. This concern was magnified given Jiang Shuyuan's background, while others might be oblivious. He was intimately familiar with her circumstances, especially in light of past events and the direct admonitions from her father following the establishment of the elite class in the second year. The memory of encountering such a distinguished individual remained vivid in his mind. What a dilemma! As a dedicated teacher, his worries were compounded. Perhaps it would be best to observe further. If necessary, he might consider discussing the matter with her father. Chapter 20. Back to Day 5. The tenacious Aunt Jiang at 9:50 p.m. as the third evening study session was nearing its conclusion. The third-year students remained engaged in their studies, with classes extending until 10 p.m., mirroring the schedule of day students. Sensing the classroom's escalating noise, Li Zecang set aside his English exam paper, finding it increasingly difficult to concentrate. In contrast, Jiang, seated beside him, remained undisturbed by the din, fully engrossed in the review materials he had provided, particularly the challenging final problem in mathematics, which seemed to delve beyond the syllabus and incorporated several unfamiliar concepts. It was a 12-point question. For Zhao Xingxing, the presence or absence of something is inconsequential. It neither adds nor subtracts from his existence. However, for Li Zecang of the original timeline, it holds significant importance, potentially influencing whether he can secure admission to a reputable 211 university. For Jiang Shuyuan, this matter is of utmost significance. This particular question vividly illustrates that this year's mathematics examination is particularly challenging, suggesting that the admission scores for Tsinghua and Peking University may be lower than usual. If she can attain those 12 points, it would effectively double her score to 24, perhaps allowing her to contend for admission to these prestigious institutions, a weighty endeavor indeed. This is also a decision Li Zecang arrived at after considerable contemplation. Observing the focused Jiang Shuyuan, Li Zecang can only admire her. Achieving a score of 650 is a feat that transcends mere diligence, requiring focus and innate talent, among other essential qualities. What? Portugal lost and has been eliminated? How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. The match has concluded. 1-0. South Korea advances as group leader, the United States follows in second place, and Portugal is out. This cannot be true. This is Portugal we are talking about. What do you mean impossible? The South Korean team played with 14 members against 11 and still managed to win. What does that imply? The referee must have been biased. As the school bell approaches, the classroom becomes increasingly boisterous. The boys, having learned the outcome of the match, begin to discuss it boldly. Typically at this hour, teachers seldom intervene, or if they do, they are expected to leave shortly thereafter. South Korea won. 1-0. Jiang Shuyuan glances at Li Zecang and quietly inquires. That seems to be the case. As he speaks, he turns around and notices Zhao Xingxing, who had been absent all evening, now confidently boasting in his seat. Hey, did South Korea win? What was the score? Li Zecang, without hesitation, asks loudly. 1-0, South Korea triumphed, advancing as group leader, while Portugal has been eliminated. Li Zecang glances at Jiang Shuyuan but remains silent, as Zhao Xingxing's voice resonates throughout the first row of the classroom. Don't leave just yet. Wait for me. Jiang Shuyuan continues to maintain her icy demeanor, her expression unchanging. All right. As the dismissal bell rings, the weary students finally retreat, and the once vibrant campus gradually quiets down. Later, at 10 past 10, most of the students have departed. The day students have largely left, while some of the boarders have also gone. Nevertheless, a substantial number of boarders remain, as lights out is not until 11 o'clock, making this the peak time for washing up. Efficiency is compromised if they return too early. Have you noted down the score you need to buy? Jiang Shuyuan inquires. Li Zecang nods in affirmation. Follow me, she whispers, shouldering her backpack and leading the way, while Li Zecang trails behind, maintaining a respectful distance. The hot water room after school transforms from a cacophony of noise to profound silence. To accommodate the senior students, the hot water room remains open until the third evening study session begins, allowing everyone to fill their containers during the second class break. Beside the water room lies the courtyard wall, and in front stretches an expansive basketball court that seamlessly connects to the grand playground. Although this location is not particularly secluded, it offers a clear line of sight and is enveloped in shadows. The distant teaching building is illuminated by streetlights, allowing those inside to discern any approaching figures, while outsiders remain oblivious to the happenings within. What could compel someone to converse here, in such murky darkness? Could classmate Zecang be harboring ulterior motives towards me? Should I resist, indulge, or take the initiative? Li Zecang almost succumbed to fanciful thoughts, yet he was acutely aware that classmate Zecang was merely preparing to phone her aunt. After all, she had just inquired, "Have you noted down the scores you wish to bet on? I'll call my aunt. You need to decide what to purchase." "How did you know I had a phone?" Li Zecang retrieved his mobile device from the pocket of his shorts, while Jiang Shuyuan produced her own from her backpack. Their movements synchronized yet distinct in complexity, revealing their phones simultaneously. Both were Nokia 8910 models. What a coincidence. First, the matching shirts and sneakers. And now the same phones. Could this person be my destined partner in life? Li Zecang found himself bewildered. Jiang Shuyuan cast him a sidelong glance without uttering a word, and promptly initiated the call to her aunt. "Aunt, have you arrived in America yet?" The call was answered almost instantly, and Jiang Shuyuan began. "I've been here for ages. Utterly exhausted and too weary to sleep. Adjusting to the time difference is such a hassle." A similarly youthful voice resonated from the receiver, vibrant and confident. Distinct from Jiang's, yet equally melodious. "Are you buying today?" "Yes, I'll tell you what to buy." Jiang Shuyuan gestured for Li Zecang to relay the items they intended to purchase. Before he could respond, the voice from the receiver said, "Let your male classmate speak for himself. Aunt, we agreed on this. I've changed my mind. Why should a classmate's mere words amount to tens of thousands of dollars?" The voice on the line conveyed a playful, yet obstinate tone. Jiang Shuyuan seemed poised to interject, but Li Zecang seized the phone from her hand. Jiang's fingers felt icy against his warm ones. "Hello, Aunt, I am Shuyuan's classmate, Li Zecang." Flattery without cause often masks ulterior motives. "Pray tell, Li, how do you intend to persuade my niece to assist you in securing several tens of thousands of dollars?" "Aunt, Shuyuan, why the endearments? You across the ocean seem to find this amusing." At this remark, Li Zecang was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Jiang had not been entirely forthright and had no intention of revealing her financial plans. "Aunt, perhaps Shuyuan has not clarified our situation. I lack US dollars and intend to use equivalent yuan for you to assist me in purchasing lottery tickets in America." The mention of Shuyuan caused Jiang's cheeks to flush, but thankfully, cloaked in darkness, and with Li Zecang's attention fully on her aunt, she remained undetected. "This is more like it. But do you truly possess such confidence to make a purchase of this magnitude? Do you have insider information?" "My dear aunt, betting groups are a product of America. I am merely a high school student from Huagua, without access to such intelligence. If I were that capable, I wouldn't be seeking your assistance, would I? So how can you be certain of your success?" "I cannot claim certainty. It seems implausible. Perhaps it is a dream bestowed upon me by the venerable Laozi. You would do well to provide a compelling reason to persuade me, as I appear to hold significant importance in this matter. I have garnered some insights from recent domestic betting experiences, but the odds here are exceedingly low, and the total prize pool is rather diminutive. Might this reason suffice?" "Dear aunt, you promised to assist me." At this moment, Jiang Shuyuan could no longer contain herself, perching on her toes, clutching Li Zecang's arm, and shouting into the microphone. Chapter 21. The Fifth Day of Rebirth, a lottery worth $4.5 billion Shuyuan. Do not speak. Leave it to me. Li Zecang grasped Jiang Shuyuan's hand, calmly addressing her. He then resumed speaking into the phone. "Dear aunt, what is your esteemed surname?" "Jiang." Li Zecang frowned, not having the time for contemplation, and continued, "Miss Jiang, what you just stated is not of consequence, is it?" "Huh. It is of little importance, student Li, but I hold significance for you." "Do I not?" "Miss Jiang, let us consider this. You assist me in purchasing a 100,000 World Cup bet, and I shall transfer 1 million renminbi to your domestic account tomorrow. You will hold the lottery ticket, and if it does not win, you will merely be doing me a favor, exchanging 100,000 in foreign currency. Should it win, after taxes, the prize will be divided equally between us." This was Li Zecang's proposal. "That seems even less reasonable. You are investing considerable effort, and the odds of winning must be quite high. In that case, Would I receive only half of a potential prize worth millions? Miss Zecang, you might interpret it this way. I am merely providing you with a 50,000 service fee, effectively purchasing 50,000 in gambling. Huh, are you a classmate of Shi Yuan's? Are you truly a high school student? My trust in you is waning. You were never meant to trust me, but you should place your faith in Shi Yuan, should you not? Unaware that he still clutched Jiang Shi Yuan's hand, Li Zecang continued, glancing at her beside him. You fear I might abscond with your winnings. Hence you are willing to forfeit half of the prize to quell my avarice. Your confidence appears quite robust, which intrigues me further, studently. The answer remains in dollars. The choice is yours. Li Zecang ceased his chatter, aware that it would inevitably spark confusion, but it was unavoidable. He posed a pointed retort. You have convinced me, studently. I am at my computer. Please tell me which country you wish to bet on. Upon hearing this, Li Zecang finally exhaled in relief, only then realizing he still held Jiang Shi Yuan's left hand, hastily releasing it, feeling the sweat pooling in his palm. Aunt, please listen carefully. On June 16th, Beijing time, Spain faced Ireland, ending in a 1-1 draw within the 90 minutes, with odds of 15 times. On June 18th, Japan played against Turkey, resulting in a score of 0-1, with odds of 10 times. On the same day, Korea competed against Italy, winning 2-1, with odds of 30 times. Is that it? Yes, that's it. Average betting? A parlay of 3. What? A parlay of 3? A three-way score? Astonishing, utterly astonishing. It is evident that Aunt Zecang possesses a certain understanding of football betting and gambling. In the round of 16, a three-way score. After the shock, she repeated and emphasized it once more. The odds are an astounding 4,500 times. Upon reciting this incredibly exaggerated odds, Aunt Zecang became strangely calm. If you read that correctly, it is indeed a 4,500 odds. I cannot see the specifics. You must be mad for $5 billion. I am mad, but only half of that. Damn. Li Zecang did not expect Aunt Zecang to curse as well. Is that acceptable? Li Zecang inquired once more. Spain versus Ireland, 1-1. Japan against Turkey, 0-1. Turkey victorious. Korea versus Italy, 2-1. Korea victorious, with odds of 4,500 times. And a betting amount of $100,000, yielding a prize of $5 billion. Aunt Zecang did not respond, but reiterated the absurd betting once again. Correct. The electronic ticket has already been issued. I will go get the paper voucher later. Thank you, Aunt, but please keep this matter confidential until the result is announced. Rest assured, if it were a parlay of win-loss matches, I might follow you to pick up the scraps, but with such an extraordinarily exaggerated scoreline, I truly do not know where your confidence stems from. I dare not follow your lead, not out of fear of losing money, but rather out of concern for upsetting the balance and preventing you from winning. Although I still do not believe you can win. Whatever, it's merely a million RMB, which I earned from gambling, Li Zecang casually added, as if to reinforce his earlier statement. Aunt, send me a domestic account. I will transfer money to you in a few days when I am on holiday. No need to transfer money now. Let's talk after the match concludes. At least you won't incur any losses. Li Zecang understood the implication of her words. If it wins, and if Aunt Zecang indulges in that money, at least he is not invested, thus incurring no loss. However, Li Zecang was acutely aware that the accounting does not work that way. Speaking calmly into the microphone, he said, Aunt, as long as we win, if I do not receive $168,750,000, I lose $1. If someone truly loses $16,875 billion, no one knows what that person might do. Haha. Dear nephew, I understand your point. If we do win, come to the United States this summer with Shi Yuan. The funds are not so easily maneuvered, and you will have to claim the prize yourself. I have seen money before, though not in such quantities. Moreover, you have set up a firewall. You do have half of Aunt's share, right? Certainly, claiming to have half of Aunt means precisely that. No one else will do. Now I truly believe it is the Supreme Elder Lord who has entrusted you with this dream. Please pass the phone to Shi Yuan. Li Zecang handed the phone to Jiang Shi Yuan and deliberately stepped away a few paces. Shortly after, they heard Jiang Shi Yuan hurriedly say, Aunt, I can't talk now. Uncle he is waiting impatiently at the school gate and called me. Remember to keep this confidential, Aunt. Aren't you leaving? Seeing Jiang hang up, she did not put away her phone, but instead dialed another number. Uncle He, I'll be right out. I was discussing math problems with a classmate and lost track of time. I will escort you to the school gate. All right. Are you really going to give Aunt half? It may not even be a win. What if it is a win? Then I'll give half. But that is a considerable sum. Why is Aunt like this? That isn't her money. Haha. I mentioned earlier that I merely entrusted Aunt to help me purchase 50,000 worth of gambling, and the other 50,000 is a service fee. As Li Zecang spoke, he thought to himself, how is it that she hasn't even married yet and is already turning her elbow outward? Yet, this indeed might not be 50,000. This is indeed 50,000. Take your time to comprehend. It's simply too bright ahead. Can I have your phone for a moment? What? Your phone. Here is my number. Zhang entered her phone number into Li's contact list and then skipped joyfully toward the school gate, her high ponytail swaying, revealing her good mood. Li Zecang did not accompany her to the gate, as the car picking up Jiang Shuyuan had already stopped there and the streetlights shone brightly. He halted in the shadows, watching her swaying ponytail slowly vanish. Caution is the mother of safety, but what Li Zecang did not anticipate was that there was another twist to this tale. The driver picking up Jiang Shuyuan, having stepped out for a smoke, stood not far off in the shadows, observing the scene of farewell between Li and Jiang in its entirety. Like a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow oriole lurks behind, as Jiang got into the car, Li Zecang staggered back toward the dormitory. As his figure gradually disappeared in the direction of the dorms, their enigmatic teacher emerged from the darkness, riding a bicycle, frowning with a meaningful expression. This reflects the age-old truth. While one acts, heaven observes. Li Zecang thought no one was watching, yet unbeknownst to him, he had been seen by two parties. It is only by refraining from action that one leaves no trace. Once an action is taken, it invariably leaves behind some evidence. Chapter 22. Returning to the sixth day, proactively adjusting seats. June 15, 2002, Friday, clear skies. 22 days until the college entrance examination. Running 5 kilometers on the playground for physical fitness. Morning reading in English, preparing for the future. Eating breakfast outside, indulging culinary desires. Li Zecang's life is almost indistinguishable from that of any ordinary third-year high school student, repeating a fixed routine, gritting his teeth to endure every second. Suffering through the process of shedding the thick calluses that had formed on him, quietly enriching his knowledge, and slowly transforming, poised to astonish the world. Some say that the university years are the time when a person undergoes the most significant transformations, whether in appearance, temperament, or confidence. Yet, at times, one may observe a remarkable transformation in the individual who, during their senior year, appears almost unrecognizable from their university self. Many attribute this metamorphosis to the exposure to the grandeur of the metropolis, believing that such experiences foster profound internal growth and broaden one's horizons. Li Zecang posits that it is the arduous trials of high school life, particularly the tumultuous senior year, that forge the resilient character, astonishing endurance, and exceptionally honed intellect of successful students. It is through the cultivation of these intrinsic qualities that one emerges during their university years as a person of substantial change, radiating brilliance. This encapsulates the essence of today as high school students, particularly those in their final year. For the majority of ordinary individuals, this year is undeniably the most pivotal of their lives. The college entrance examination stands as a crucial and equitable bridge for the common populace. Many lament that the knowledge acquired during high school is largely impractical, yet they fail to recognize that the true significance lies not in the information itself, but in the rigorous discipline it instills, compelling one to master more efficient methodologies amidst an environment fraught with pressure, thereby shaping one's willpower comprehensively. As the saying goes, when flowers bloom brilliantly, butterflies will naturally be drawn. At 7:10 a.m., with merely 10 minutes remaining before morning self-study commences, Li Zecang stands alone in the corridor, gazing into the distance. Behind him, classmates hurriedly stride into the classroom, instinctively engaging in their morning reading, while he remains oblivious to a penetrating gaze directed his way. No, it emanates a sense of menace. While contemplating life, Li suddenly senses a formidable aura of intimidation approaching him. Upon turning, he indeed finds his homeroom teacher scrutinizing him from behind. One might ponder why such a threatening presence is felt. Has Li Zecang undergone some form of training? Nonsense. When the previously raucous atmosphere abruptly falls silent, one cannot help but sense something amiss. However, unlike his peers, Li Zecang does not cower before his homeroom teacher. After all, He is no longer the same individual he once was. To rephrase, the current Li Zecang is markedly different from the Li Zecang of the past. Good morning, teacher. He greets, a smile gracing his lips as he calmly acknowledges his teacher, preparing to return to the classroom. Li Zecang, please come to my office, his teacher responds, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement before striding down the corridor with an air of authority, reminiscent of a tiger patrolling its territory. What a palpable sense of menace. What could possibly be the matter? Perhaps it pertains to the previous exam paper? Yet, his expression does not betray any concern. The teacher's demeanor remains serene. Yet still waters often run deep, suggesting that beneath the calm surface, significant matters may lurk. This does not bode well, muses Li Zecang, as he casually follows his teacher. If it is indeed casual, then what could be of such great importance? After all, he is no longer the person he once was. As before, he does not enter the office. Instead, they stop in the corridor near the back entrance. The office door remains ajar, the rear corridor notably quieter, devoid of bustling activity. I've been busy these past few days, and didn't he ask, have you retrieved your exam papers? The teacher inquires with a placid expression, adopting a congenial tone as they engage in casual conversation. This matter is indeed quite significant, Li Zecang pondered, yet he remained unconcerned, casually replying, I've brought it back. I've been studying it over the past couple of days. Aside from mathematics, there are several challenging questions in comprehensive science, but Jiang Shuyuan is also examining them. She should be able to solve them. He subtly alluded to one of the possible concerns of the teacher. The teacher nodded, maintaining a kind demeanor. This indicates dissatisfaction. There are indeed pressing matters at hand. The stones from other mountains can serve to polish jade. You should delve into your studies thoroughly, without getting hung up on the specifics of the process. The most crucial aspect is to grasp the problem-solving approach. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to consult your teachers. Understood, teacher? It is not over yet. This is truly a significant issue. Observing the teacher's hesitance, Li Zecang wondered if the teacher had seen him last night on the basketball court. I saw you last night. You returned to the dorm rather late, didn't you? The teacher began, yet stopped short of elaborating. It was not a question, but rather an exclamation. Indeed, the teacher had seen him last night, and now it seemed that the teacher would surely suspect some intrigue between him and Jiang. Noticing Li Zecang's silence, the teacher continued, You are all young. There is nothing inherently wrong with that. However, the imminent college entrance examination is of utmost importance. It is the primary focus at this stage. Once the examination concludes, you will all transition into university life, embracing adulthood. The teacher carefully chose his words, speaking in a hushed tone. It was not that he had never dealt with students experiencing early romance, nor had he lacked experience with academically successful students in similar situations. But he had never encountered students who began dating just 20 days before such a crucial examination. Observing the teacher's troubled expression, Li Zecang felt amused and took the initiative to speak. I understand, teacher, you are looking out for us. Just tell me what to do, and I will certainly comply. This little Li was no longer the same. Shameless words slipped from his lips. The teacher was momentarily taken aback, initially perceiving him as an arrogant student, academically proficient, with a decent family background, tall and handsome, and thus somewhat aloof and unapproachable. It seemed he had misjudged. This student was quite perceptive of social dynamics. The teacher continued to weigh his words, saying, In the past, I would have sought an opportunity to rearrange the entire seating arrangement of the class. But with the college entrance examination approaching, significant changes may not be advisable. If we were to adjust, before the teacher could finish, Li Zecang interrupted, Teacher, it's all right. I understand your concerns. You worry about sparking gossip among the others. How about this? After tonight's self-study session, I will move to the empty seat next to Zhao Xingxing. If anyone inquires, let them think I simply prefer sitting at the back. You need not intervene. Seeing the teacher's dilemma, Li Zecang proactively offered a solution. Upon hearing this suggestion, the teacher's eyes lit up. This plan seemed quite reasonable, representing the method with the least impact at this stage. He reached out to pat Li Zecang on the shoulder in encouragement, but could only manage to pat his arm. Li Zecang, devote yourself to your studies and strive for admission to a prestigious university. Your lives are just beginning, and the future holds even greater wonders. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach your teacher at any time. Very well, teacher, I shall return to my self-study now, Li Zecang replied, nodding towards the instructor before leisurely making his way back to the classroom. Chapter 23. Return to the 6th day. Suspected romance discovered upon returning to the classroom. Everything remained unchanged. Li Zecang decided against informing Jiang Shuyuan about the adjustment of their seating arrangement in advance. Such trivial matters hardly warranted preemptive concern. It would be more effective to observe Jiang's reaction after the event unfolds tomorrow, thus achieving greater results with less effort. Moreover, it appeared that the old class monitor had temporarily separated the two, preventing them from continuing their dialogue. Yet, who could have anticipated that these two exemplary students possessed mobile phones? The notebook's dialogue could effortlessly transform into a text message conversation, effectively bridging the gap created by distance. Furthermore, it seemed the two truly shared no special bond. Really? Li Zecang pondered, adding another question mark to his thoughts. Two flowers bloom, each expressing its own beauty. Boss, there is something I believe I should mention to you. In the Buick, the driver, positioned at the helm, glanced thoughtfully at the rearview mirror before speaking with a hint of hesitation. Xiaohe, is there anything we cannot discuss? Has something happened at home? A voice, seemingly grave yet laced with flattery upon closer inspection, emanated from the back seat. In the rear of the Buick sat a woman clad in professional attire. Her gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose as she focused on the documents in her hands, responding without looking up. Last night, I went to pick up the young lady. She emerged later than usual, and while I was smoking in a corner, I happened to see her leaving with a male classmate. The leader in the back raised her head, momentarily abandoning her documents to inquire with surprise. Did they leave school together? Not quite. They parted ways in the shadows near the school gate. After I began driving, that classmate likely returned. Xiaohe endeavored to relay the events objectively, devoid of any personal judgment. Did they engage in any intimate gestures? None, at least not that I observed. What was Shiyuan's demeanor? She appeared to be quite happy. The woman in professional attire furrowed her brow, adjusting her glasses as she resumed her perusal of the documents, stating, when you pick her up at night, take a stroll inside the school to see if anyone is escorting her out. On the evening of the 15th, at 10:15 p.m. Old song. What is the reason for calling me to stay? Planning an all-nighter at the internet CAF? Zhao Xingxing expressed envy for the boarding students who could indulge in such nocturnal escapades, lamenting his own status as a day student living nearby, which deprived him of such opportunities. Skipping classes during the day to surf the internet was permissible, as his grades were commendable, even if his father, the physical education teacher, found out, he would not be overly harsh. However, staying out all night was another matter entirely. Should his mother discover such behavior, both he and his father would face the consequences. Would you dare to go if I invited you for an all-nighter? Li Zecang scoffed. Damn, I know you would say that. Wasn't it you who asked? What exactly do you intend to do? I truly need to return home. My mother has prepared a late-night snack for me. Li Zecang glanced around the classroom, noting that only a sparse handful of boarding students remained, steadfastly holding their ground. They would likely leave the classroom around 10 o'clock, then spend about 20 minutes executing a series of tactical maneuvers to return to their dormitory and freshen up. Come help me with some manual labor and move that desk closer to you. Seriously? You need me for such a trivial task? Zhao Xingxing replied, her expression one of disdain. After a moment, she realized the implication, her eyes widening in astonishment as she inquired, wait, what is going on? You're no longer interested in Jiang Shuyuan? What do you mean I'm no longer interested? Jiang Shuyuan is mine. I simply won't be sitting next to her anymore. Why is that? Is it not permissible for me to wish to sit next to you? I prefer not to sit with you. Is your seating arrangement even legitimate? May I sit with Jiang Shuyuan then? What on earth are you saying? Boss, I was mistaken. Brother Tsong, I was wrong. One must not encroach upon a friend's partner. No. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Zhao Xingxing regarded her classmate with an innocent expression. Such jesting should not be taken lightly. Noticing that there were still several people in the classroom, Li Zecang responded with a serious demeanor. The two swiftly rearranged their seats before leisurely making their way downstairs. Old song, now that the place is empty, can we discuss what is really going on? The college entrance examination is just a few days away. How would I know? It's just that the old teacher thought Jiang Shuyuan and I were in a relationship and awkwardly asked me what to do. What could I do? To spare the teacher from discomfort, I had to take the initiative to distance myself. Were you not in a relationship? Which eye of yours saw me in a relationship with her? Did we hold hands? Did we? I did not see that, but that does not imply it never happened. Get lost. Am I out of my mind? Why would I start a romance now, of all times? I wouldn't want to impede myself, nor anyone else. That is true. What about after the exams? After the exams, it's summer vacation. Can you even get into her school? We might be worlds apart by then. That makes sense. The naive Zhao Xingxing was thus easily swayed by Li Zecang. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xu Yuan returned to her room to change out of her clothes, anticipating that the auntie would bring her a late-night snack shortly. The professional attire she wore earlier had transformed into simple homeware, suppressing her inherent allure. She now embodied the image of a devoted wife and mother, gently speaking to Jiang Shuyuan with a warm smile. All right. Still maintaining her aloof demeanor, calm and succinct, she addressed Xiao He as she stepped into the room. Did you observe anything unusual tonight? Nothing out of the ordinary, as per usual. She came out alone at the regular time. Good. For the next few days, keep a close watch. Inform me immediately if anything arises. Understood, leader. As she watched Xiao He drive away, she contemplated for quite some time at the doorway, feeling more fatigued than during meetings at the bank, where she had to engage in a battle of wits with seasoned veterans. After formulating her thoughts and preparing her words, she finally returned inside. Emerging from the kitchen with the meticulously prepared bird's nest and a small bowl of plain noodles, she composed her expression once more before ascending the stairs. Xuyuan, open the door. Jiang Shuyuan remained silent, merely opening the bedroom door. Auntie has prepared bird's nest soup today, having procured exquisite golden silk bird's nest through a friend. Do give it a taste. If it pleases your palate, Auntie will gladly prepare a bowl for you each day. It is said to be beneficial for the skin and rich in trace elements. Thank you, Auntie. Jiang Shuyuan picked up the bird's nest and began to eat. Neither proactive nor dismissive. If Li Zecang were to witness this, he would undoubtedly label her as a scumbag. With the impending Gaokao, have you been studying diligently? It's manageable. Have you been getting along well with your classmates at school? It's fine. Your father is away on a business trip. Should anything arise at school, please inform Auntie immediately. We cannot afford to delay your studies, especially with the Gaokao approaching. Understood, Auntie. In a brief exchange, which lasted no more than a few minutes, essentially a monologue from Auntie, Jiang Shuyuan continued to eat, while occasionally nodding in agreement. Auntie seemed eager to share more. Yet Jiang Shuyuan had already set down her utensils. Having finished a small bowl of plain noodles and the modest serving of bird's nest, she announced, Auntie, I have finished eating. I will now study. Very well, Shuyuan. Should you require anything, feel free to speak with Auntie. Jiang Shuyuan nodded, not uttering a word. Auntie, holding the utensils, wore a look of discontent. Her rehearsed lines fell flat, but she had grown accustomed to this over the years. Chapter 24. Returning to the seventh day, Xincheng, June 16, 2002, Saturday, clear skies, 21 days until the Gaokao. As Jiang Shuyuan entered the classroom, her spirits plummeted upon seeing the empty desks. A sense of unease mingled with irritation enveloped her. Just before the class bell rang, Li Zecang passed by Jiang Shuyuan, opening his mouth as if to speak, but faltering, at a loss for words. The usually composed Li Zecang found himself retreating to the back row of the classroom in silence. Li Zecang anticipated that Jiang would approach him to inquire about his situation. Or perhaps, as he had previously imagined, they would transition from written notes to text messages. Yet, throughout the morning, there was no sign of her. He frequently felt the vibration of his Nokia in his pocket, unsure whether it was a mere figment of his imagination. As the class bell finally rang, Zhao Xingxing, having noticed the unusual atmosphere, couldn't resist teasing, Teacher Tsang, struggling, are we? It appears the old class monitor has unjustly accused you. I had higher hopes for you. Well, how about I treat you to lunch today to mend your wounded spirit? As the teacher exited the classroom, Zhao Xingxing began to unabashedly mock Li Zecang. Just as Li Zecang prepared to retort, he felt a vibration at his thigh. What was happening? Moments later, he realized it was the sound of his phone vibrating. After an entire morning of silence, he could hardly believe the sudden activity. At a restaurant, meeting by the school gate, Li Zecang stared at the brief text message for quite some time. What the heck? You've actually bought a phone. I've had one for ages. How could you do this? We were all in this together, struggling as one. You can't just go off and buy a phone. This is devastating to my spirit, more so than your troubles. You must treat me to lunch today at a restaurant, Zhao Xingxing declared shamelessly. Fortunately, at the midday dismissal, the classroom was in disarray. Even the booming voice of the classmate nicknamed Gorilla failed to capture significant attention. No one noticed the phone in Li Zecang's hand. Tend to your own wounds. I neither require your treat, nor will I treat you. However, my friends and I are indeed heading to a restaurant for a meal. Classmate Zhao pointed in astonishment towards Jiang Shuyuan, while Li Zecang busied himself tidying the desk, nodding in agreement. Damn, with the opposite sex around. You lose all sense of humanity. You're like a dog. A beating might suffice to quell my anger. Zhao Xingxing feigned a dramatic display. Haha, heal in solitude, gorilla. Li Zecang earnestly made his escape. At the school gate, the two comrades met cautiously, exchanging no words but communicating volumes through their expressive eyes, crafting an unspoken narrative. This time, they did not walk side by side due to the throngs of people at the entrance. Instead, they proceeded in single file towards a May restaurant. Welcome, handsome. How many today? Still a May? The proprietress greeted Li Zecang with a professional smile, rising to attend to her guests. Just the two of us today. Please find a quieter, windowed private room, nothing too large. Li Zecang, who had no interest in ostentation, preferred a more intimate setting. For how could one flirt or whisper sweet nothings in an expansive, soulless hall? Certainly, follow me to Qingcheng, then. The name Qingcheng, meaning city of tranquility, was indeed fitting. Li Zecang mused as he glanced at the room's designation. The round table, accommodating 8, was sizable yet not as extravagant as that of a May, lacking sofas or gaming tables, and retained a certain coziness. What shall we have today? Is there anything you desire? Li Zecang inquired, casting a glance at Jiang. Anything is fine. Let's prepare some unique dishes different from last time. 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, with the vegetables being lighter. Very well. Please take a seat. I will arrange for the chef to prepare your meal promptly. The proprietress swiftly exited, displaying a keen awareness by closing the door behind her. Jiang Shuyuan remained silent, turning her gaze steadily upon Li Zecang. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Still, she said nothing. Perhaps she simply wished to admire something beautiful, to behold a handsome figure and momentarily elevate her dismal spirits. How did you know I was feeling down? Terrible. Li Zecang sighed, ready to concede. Unsure how to fabricate a lie, or perhaps unwilling to deceive, he opted for honesty. Our homeroom teacher might suspect we are in a romantic relationship. How could that be? I have no idea. After speaking with you in class the other day, the teacher called me out and gave me a warning. As luck would have it, I was also seen by him last night on the basketball court. Did you not explain? How could I? The teacher never specified anything. Moreover, with the impending college entrance exams, no one wants to attract unnecessary attention, regardless of the truth. The teacher will surely avoid escalation. Then why did he rearrange your seat? Isn't that also a tactic to delay matters? Why was the seat not adjusted the first time? How should I know? Jiang Shuyuan fell silent, yet her expression suggested she was privy to some understanding. Will you still chat with me? During their monotonous meal, as they ambled back to the classroom, Jiang Shuyuan finally could not contain her curiosity. Are we not conversing? That is not what I meant. Then what do you mean? A romantic scene under the flowers and moonlight, full of tender intimacy? As he spoke, Li Zecang's gaze drifted towards the delicate, slender hand of his companion, recalling how he had spent the previous night dealing with that difficult aunt, rendering him unable to remember any feelings. In response to Li Zecang's playful teasing, Jiang, the student, maintained her composure. A notebook, a dialogue box. The distance was considerable. Even passing notes was impractical, let alone writing in a notebook. Is it far? Not particularly. Just a seat away. Haven't you heard the saying, love knows no distance? Mountains and seas can be crossed? Jiang Shuyan's eyes brightened as she repeated to herself. Love knows no distance. Mountains and seas can be crossed. After a moment of astonishment, she felt a bit shy, her ears slightly reddening, but fortunately, Li Zecang did not notice. How can it be crossed? Did you not already use it this morning, sending messages of affection? Li Zecang continued his flirtation, unaware that Jiang had already made her escape. He waited all afternoon, but received no messages of affection. Instead, he heard the school bell ringing. Old song. It seems you have no beautiful company for dinner tonight. It's my turn now, right? Exclaimed the mischievous classmate. With all due respect, a bowl of water must be balanced. Tonight, let me give you, the esteemed one, a chance. What shall you treat me to? Shouldn't you be treating me instead? Just say whether you will or not. I will. I will. Just tell me what you wish to eat. A buzzing sound interrupted, and Li Zecang promptly pulled out his phone, reading aloud a newly arrived message. I want to eat rice noodles. Zhao Xingxing, still tidying up the table, had not noticed the situation and thought he was speaking to her, replying with her head down. All right, I will treat you to rice noodles. You hesitated. Now you have lost your chance. Seeing Li Zecang glance ahead, she understood the harsh reality. Damn it, you heartless creature. You have forever forfeited the opportunity for me to treat you to a meal. Fine, from now on, I will treat you, and you will pay. After uttering this, Li Zecang did not spare a glance at Zhao and staggered after Jiang, leisurely moving forward. What a dog! Zhao Xingxing cursed from behind. What choice does a rough man have when a beautiful lady is present? Who would choose a rough man? With a final cutting remark, Li Zecang finally slipped out of Zhao Xingxing's sight. Don't forget we promised to watch the game tonight. Zhao called out, without turning back. He gestured with his hand and exited the classroom. The rice noodle shop near the school was a small establishment, primarily catering to students, with patrons mostly being of the same ilk. A tiny table, marred by numerous stains, was not particularly clean, but such was the nature of small eateries. In front of them were bowls of meat sauce rice noodles, rich, oily sauce atop pristine white noodles, and vibrant green vegetables, visually appetizing, explaining the bustling business. What astonished Li Zecang was how elegantly one could consume rice noodles. Watching the graceful girl savor her meal left him momentarily dumbfounded. Do you not enjoy rice noodles? Not at all. Then why are you not eating? I prefer watching you eat. Li was at a loss for words, causing Jiang to fall silent. Her gaze lowered as she ate, a faint blush creeping to her ears. What is happening to me? Why have I been so inadvertently flirtatious lately? Has the season of youthful infatuation truly arrived? Li Zecang shook his head, picked up his chopsticks, and began to focus intently on the bowl of rice noodles before him. After their meal, the two strolled back to the classroom amidst the bustling crowd, their distance from one another rendering them rather inconspicuous. Are you going to the game tonight? Did you hear? It starts at 7:30, with 2 matches the day after tomorrow. You still remember? Of course, I wonder if your miraculous skills remain intact. Absolutely. On the evening of June 16th, upon arriving home, Jiang Xuyuan was surprised to see her waiting at the door, seemingly just as she had the previous day. After entering the house yesterday, she had exchanged a few words with Uncle He, and today was no different. Just as she was about to push the door open, she turned back and said, I need to talk to you. After casting a glance at the slightly shaking head of Uncle He, she let out a heavy huff before stepping inside. The driver shook his head and murmured, everything is normal, before departing. The aunt, puzzled by the situation, wondered what was amiss. Had she discovered that I had asked Xiao He to keep an eye on things? It wasn't really spying, merely a request to be vigilant after school. What was the big deal? Xuyuan, open the door. As usual, she carried a small bowl of bird's nest soup, a handmade sandwich, and a glass of milk. She knocked and entered Jiang Shuyuan's room. Auntie, did you call our homeroom teacher? Jiang Shuyuan, not bothering with her late-night snack, wore an expression of anger. Oh, the aunt, having just set down the dinner plate, was taken aback. My affairs are none of your concern. I've already told you that I won't be attending Peking University, even if my scores qualify. Upon hearing this, the aunt dared not say more and gently replied, just have your late-night snack. As for everything else, your father will be back in a few days. Exiting Jiang Shuyuan's room, the aunt furrowed her brow tightly, pondering. What on earth is happening? Has that girl truly found love? No, I must call her homeroom teacher to inquire. Chapter 25. Returning to the 8th day, who cares about the thoughts of mere ants? On June 17th, 2002, a Sunday, the weather was clear, and there remained 20 days until the college entrance examination. In the morning, upon seeing Xiao He send Jiang Shuyuan off, the aunt frequently glanced at her watch. During this era, mobile phones were not yet widespread, and even most teachers lacked one. Landlines were available, but each office had only a single phone. In fact, the rapid development of Huagua began precisely at this moment, more accurately following its entry into the World Trade Organization, marking the beginning of Huagua's ascent to the global top tier. Of course, the preceding times were not spent in vain. Those moments were fundamentally about honing internal strength and accumulating power. At precisely 7:20, the time for morning self-study to commence, the high school teachers had surely begun their duties. Only then did she pick up her phone and dial the office of Jiang Shuyuan's homeroom teacher. Hello, who are you looking for? Hello. I am looking for the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Grade 3, Teacher Wang. Old Wang, it's a phone call for you. Greetings, I am Wang Guoping. May I inquire about your identity? Hello, Teacher Wang. I am the parent of Jiang Shuyuan. We have met before. Oh, President Hu, greetings to you. Is there something you wish to discuss? Upon recognizing the caller's voice, Lao Wang felt a sudden flutter of anxiety. It is nothing of great importance. I have recently noticed that Jiang Shuyuan appears troubled. When I inquired, she remained reticent with us parents. As you are aware, Children can be quite rebellious these days, especially with the impending college entrance examination. Thus, I sought to understand Jiang Shuyuan's situation at school. Jiang Shuyuan is performing exceptionally well. Her grades are consistently stable, and her recent demeanor has been quite satisfactory. There is nothing amiss, I assure you. Teacher Wang instinctively concealed. Teacher Wang, I do not intend for you to feel as though I am reporting on her. Rather, you understand that my spouse is often preoccupied with work, leaving me to gather insights for clarity, especially to discuss with her father. I cannot help but wonder if Jiang Shuyuan has perhaps started a romantic relationship. Oh, I believe not. Teacher Wang, such matters cannot be withheld from us parents. President Hu, I do not think it has reached the level of romance. It is likely just a budding affection between youths. Furthermore, I have already rearranged their seating to ensure they are distanced. Jiang Shuyuan now sits alone, free from any distractions. With merely 20 days until the examination, both our school and you, as parents, surely wish for her to maintain a stable mindset to achieve commendable results. Do you not agree, President Hu? I understand now, Teacher Wang. I apologize for the disturbance. When we celebrate Jiang Shuyuan's advancement after the summer break, we shall be sure to express our gratitude to you. You are too kind, President Hu. This is simply our duty as educators. As the call concluded, Teacher Wang felt a cold sweat envelop him, finding the conversation more exhausting than facing the principal. Lao Wang, who was that? You were so formal on the call. Addressing him as president, is he really that significant? You nearly stood up to take the call. You know nothing. Although the president holds considerable authority, he does not directly oversee us. However, his connections are formidable. It is no wonder he has a husband of even greater stature. Not just us humble teachers, but I suspect the principal feels similarly. Lao Wang, are you referring to that individual? I almost forgot. Isn't his daughter in your class? Indeed, let us refrain from discussing the affairs of our superiors. On the other end, President Hu set down his phone, reflecting on the recent conversation. This Teacher Wang displays commendable dedication. Were it not for my inquiry, he might have withheld the truth. Adjusting seating arrangements? Classmates? Affection? It may not be love, but at this tender age, such feelings are often merely the stirrings of mutual attraction. The pressing question remains, what now? As Teacher Wang suggested, with the imminent examination, it is prudent to refrain from further discussions with Shuyuan, lest she become defiant. Although their seats have been separated, they still share the same classroom, crossing paths during breaks and at lunch, providing ample opportunities to interact. Concern often leads to confusion, and President Hu found himself entirely flustered. President Hu pondered for a long time without arriving at a satisfactory solution. As he absent-mindedly fiddled with his phone, an idea suddenly struck him. He picked up the device and dialed again. The phone rang once before being swiftly answered by a respectful voice on the other end. Hello, leader. How may I assist you? Greetings, Principal Jiang. The situation is as follows. President Hu articulated the current circumstances and his concerns in detail to Principal Jiang. After concluding, he inquired, Principal Jiang, although Teacher Wang has handled matters adequately, I still harbor some unease. As you know, our old Xia has high hopes for this child. And with the imminent college entrance examination approaching, though President Hu refrained from voicing his subsequent thoughts, he trusted that the principal would grasp his meaning. For he was a seasoned official, unlike a mere teacher. Leader, your concerns are valid. During this critical period, it is indeed unwise to engage the student in excessive conversation, as it could adversely affect her. We are all acutely aware of Jiang Shuyuan. She is our school's most promising candidate for a successful admission to Tsinghua or Peking University this year. Indeed, our old Xia wishes for her to gain admission to Peking University as well. Yet, who could foresee such circumstances arising just before the exams? Do you have any more prudent suggestions? President Hu finally posed the crux of his inquiry. Leader, what if I create a reason to transfer this male student to Class 2 without involving Jiang? After all, it's still an elite class, the teachers remain the same, and there is no disparity in teaching quality. Furthermore, with only 20 days to the exams, the two will have even less opportunity to interact afterward. Once Jiang gains admission to Peking University, she will certainly meet even more exceptional peers, given the small size of our county. Upon hearing this, President Hu finally revealed a satisfied smile, preparing to conclude the call. Thank you, Principal Jiang. When Jiang Shuyuan holds her graduation banquet this summer, I shall ensure to raise a toast in your honor. Too kind, too kind. Today is Sunday. By tomorrow, Monday at the latest, I will have this matter resolved. Now, leader, please attend to your duties and convey my regards to Leader Xia, president, who hung up the phone with satisfaction. In the midst of their jovial exchange, what seemed a formidable challenge for Teacher Wang appeared remarkably simple for these two influential figures. Indeed, differing perspectives lead to divergent solutions. Who would concern themselves with the opinions of insignificant ants? Teacher Wang would, for he too belonged to the ranks of the humble. But is studently merely an ant? Previously, that was indeed the case, but what of now? Chapter 26. Returning on the 8th day, flirting with Zecang. Today is Sunday. Yet the seniors remain unrelenting in their studies, embodying the sentiment that the examination period shall not conclude until their own respite begins. However, there is a brief interlude in the afternoon, truly a mere half of the day. This half-afternoon, after 2 classes on Sunday, allows for a reprieve from self-study, permitting students to attend to personal hygiene. Outside of summer, this might involve taking a shower. During summer, it could mean washing clothes or getting a haircut. But remember, it is merely half of a half-day, thus the evening study session shall proceed as usual. Why did you not take the initiative to invite me to dine today? After school at noon, Li Zecang took the lead to criticize classmate Zhao. I have stated before that I shall never treat you to a meal again. You heartless creature devoid of affection. Is that so? Then I shall dine alone today. Oh, so you were spurned by a charming lady? Then I shall graciously take you in for the day. Li Zecang remained silent, shaking his phone with a mischievous grin. Qingcheng, a city of beauty. The solitude of a single soul, alas. He followed the high ponytail ahead with a bobbing head. Madam Boss, is there no one in Qingcheng? I have reserved a place for you. Madam Boss, your words are too flattering. If you do not prosper, who will? It is only fitting that you thrive. May your words bring me luck, and thank you for your support. Please, allow me to show you the way. A distinguished guest has arrived. I must lead you to our table. The nameless proprietress, with her alluring gait and enchanting figure, conversed playfully with Li Zecang as they entered Qingcheng. While the last in line, Jiang Shuyuan, slightly pouted her lips. What shall we have today? Shall we arrange some specialty Sichuan cuisine? I desire seafood. Before Li Zecang could respond, Jiang took the initiative, but after her statement, she fell silent and busied herself with the utensils. The proprietress cast a meaningful smile at Li Zecang and regarded him without a word. Madam Boss, do you have any fresh seafood? As is customary in a Sichuan restaurant by the seaside, they naturally had seafood. Fish, shrimp, and crabs were all alive. Shall we take a look at the seafood tanks in the kitchen? No need for that. I'll have a portion of prawns, 2 river crabs. And do you have grouper? Yes, but they are farmed. 1 steamed grouper, and let us have a portion of boiled beef, along with a couple of seasonal vegetables. After Li Zecang finished, he glanced at Jiang, who remained silent, and then said, let us go with that. Thank you, Madam Boss. You're too kind. With that, she continued her alluring walk, swaying gracefully as she exited the private room. It was surprising that Li Zecang did not prepare utensils for himself today. He chuckled and seized the already heated set, saying, Sister, the proprietress is nearly 30, isn't she? He spoke only halfway, confident that the astute Jiang would understand. Are you so poor in wit? This is not wit. It is a matter of social understanding. And do not underestimate this proprietress. She is quite remarkable. She is merely a small restaurant owner. Although she is rather beautiful, what is so extraordinary about that? Her beauty is not merely physical. The term beautiful is not suited to describe a woman in her 20s. Then what term shall we use for such a woman? Grace. Grace? She certainly cannot bear that term. At most, she is flirtatious. One must not praise another woman in the presence of a lady. Not only should one refrain from compliments, but one should also subtly diminish the praise. However, Li Zecang's remark about her flirtatious nature was not entirely incorrect. It would be more precise to add that there exists a touch of grace within her flirtation. Haha. Jiang could not restrain herself. A melodious laugh resonating in the private room. Finally, a smile. It has exhausted me, Li Zecang mused inwardly. And who is the beautiful one being described? Beauty is certainly reserved for young maidens, is it not? Is it describing me? Beauty cannot be used to describe you. Frowning and pouting, I retort. I am not a little girl. Indeed, beauty is typically an attribute of ordinary young maidens. It is not that you are unworthy of beauty, but rather that beauty is unworthy of you. You are not merely beautiful. Then how should I be described? The young girl, easily swayed, gazes expectantly. You should be described as a feast for the eyes, captivating enough to enthrall a city at first glance and a nation upon the second. A breathtaking sight amidst a crowd, capable of overshadowing even Diana if wed to royalty. While some see a beauty in the eyes of their beloved, you are a vision of exquisite charm even in the eyes of your adversaries. Zecang, drawing inspiration from the movies, playfully banters while flirting. Stop holding back. Let that laughter out. Ha ha. Zecang, amused by Li, bursts into laughter, a rare occurrence for the typically aloof Zecang. Merely seeing the corners of her mouth lift is a rarity, and a genuine smile is an even greater treasure. Ha ha. It has been ages since Zhang Shuyuan laughed so heartily. You truly are quite the joker. Now, tell me, what makes this proprietress so extraordinary? Zhang, finally letting go of her earlier fixation, no longer attempts to reclaim her freshly heated utensils and begins anew. Observe the proprietress's demeanor, her eloquence, and then take note of her attire, especially that bracelet on her wrist. Is it jade? Quite expensive? High-quality icy jade with sunlit green flowers. I wouldn't say it's exorbitantly priced, but it certainly commands a value in the six-figure range. 100,000? More like several hundred thousand. When considering the bracelet alongside other factors, do you still deem the proprietress ordinary? A bracelet worth hundreds of thousands is not expensive? If she is so remarkable, why does she run such a modest shop? That, I cannot say. Everyone has their own story. If one is not prepared to delve into another's life, why not to pry? The secrets within a woman's heart can sometimes be more elusive than her attire. With that, Zecang swiftly shifts the topic, unwilling to let the icy goddess retreat into her shell again. A few 100,000 may seem dear to you, yet you rejected my offer of 1 million. Who said I rejected it? When you strike it rich, I'll claim a hefty share. All right. As they converse, a server knocks and enters with the dishes. The discussion about the proprietress draws to a close. Zecang nearly breaks into a cold sweat from the impending inquiries. As they eat and chat, the atmosphere becomes increasingly relaxed. By the way, the phrase you mentioned yesterday, where did it come from? I couldn't find it. Is there a follow-up? The phrase is love knows no bounds, for mountains and seas can be traversed. Is there a continuation? I cannot recall where I saw it. What is the continuation? Love knows no bounds, for mountains and seas can be traversed. The sea has boats to ferry across, and the mountains have paths to tread. Mountains and seas can be crossed, but the heart remains unyielding. Upon hearing the full verse, Zhang falls silent, her previously bright demeanor clouding over. Without uttering a word, she finishes her meal and walks ahead, head bowed, her feet occasionally kicking at stones. This is troubling. It feels too bleak. Only unfulfilled desires can evoke profound feelings. Only tragedy can endure through time. If Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai, along with Romeo and Juliet, were to live together in unabashed happiness, would such tales still be deemed classics? Could they still resonate through the ages? Chapter 27. Return to the Ninth Heaven on June 18, 2002. A Monday marked by overcast skies and light rain, there remained just 19 days until the college entrance examination. At County No. 1 High School, the principal was away on a business trip to the south, leaving Vice Principal Zhang to preside over the weekly meeting. He specifically called attention to the head of the senior year, expressing concern for the educational progress in the third year. Following the meeting, Vice Principal Zhang took the head of the senior year on a tour of the class. As they passed by class one of the seniors, he paused in the corridor. Casting a concerned glance through the window into the classroom, he inquired, Director Zhang, I recall that the consistently top-ranking student, Zhang Shuyuan, is in this class, correct? Indeed, Principal Zhang. Since the citywide examination began for the seniors, Zhang Shuyuan has consistently held the top position in her grade, replied Director Zhang. Such a student certainly warrants our attention. Who is her homeroom teacher? We should gather some insights regarding Zhang's situation. Yes, Principal Zhang. Teacher Wang should be in the office at this moment. Please follow me. Teacher Wang, Principal Zhang wishes to inquire about Zhang Shuyuan's academic performance. Please come and provide a report promptly. Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang furrowed his brow, realizing that Zhang Shuyuan's parents had likely sought assistance beyond just him. However, instead of rushing, he calmly made his way to the corridor outside the office, greeting Principal Zhang. Good day, Principal Zhang. No need for formalities, Teacher Wang. The teachers on the front lines of the senior year bear the heaviest burdens, but fortunately, the harvest season is near. I will keep my remarks brief. Your command, Principal. Teacher Wang remained silent, while Director Zhang eagerly contributed, seemingly enjoying the praise heaped upon Principal Zhang. This year's college entrance examination is of paramount importance for our school, especially with Zhang Shuyuan, who has consistently ranked first in her grade and has repeatedly achieved the highest scores in the countywide tests. She possesses a genuine chance of advancing to Tsinghua or Beida. Director Zhang nodded incessantly, grateful that they were outdoors. Otherwise, he might have felt compelled to document Principal Zhang's spirited directives. Indeed, the principal is correct. You are all seasoned high school educators, aware of the substantial impact that a place in Tsinghua or Beida can have, an achievement unparalleled by most ordinary universities. The principal speaks wisely. In order for Jiang Shuyuan to excel in her pursuit of Tsinghua or Beida, our school must provide comprehensive support. All subject teachers must dedicate themselves to assisting her academically. Beyond academics, the school must exert every effort to ensure that Jiang enjoys a conducive learning environment, allowing her to approach the examination in optimal condition. You are absolutely right. Principal, we shall resolutely implement your directives in the forthcoming days. Let us not merely heed my words. We must also listen to the voices of those on the front lines. Teacher Wang, as Zhang's homeroom teacher, you likely have the most intimate understanding of her situation. Are there any challenges that cannot be resolved? Speak freely, and the school will extend its support. Principal, Jiang Shuyuan is highly diligent, and everything is progressing positively at present. Oh, is that so? I have heard that there have been adjustments to Zhang's seating arrangement recently. Previously, students selected their seats based on their academic performance and by chance. Jiang Shuyuan was seated next to a male classmate. Recently, concerned that sitting with the opposite sex might distract Jiang Shuyuan, I decided to separate them, allowing her to sit alone now. Is that acceptable? Teacher Wang remains quite responsible, doesn't he? What is the name of the student who was moved? He has no objections, I presume. Not at all. This student also excels academically, having scored over 570 in the recent citywide examination. So I believe admission to a 211 university should not be a problem. That sounds impressive. What is this student's name? He is called Zecang. While paying special attention to Jiang Shuyuan, we must also extend our support to other outstanding students. If any of them require assistance from the school, please inform me immediately. Understood, Principal. Please take care, Principal. Teacher Wang, I need to discuss something with Director Zhang. Comrade Lao Wang, observing the two departing figures, couldn't shake the feeling that something unfavorable was about to unfold. As school was drawing to a close, Zhao, noticingly pulling out a sleek phone, casually glanced over, only to reveal a lascivious grin once more. At that moment, Zhao realized he truly had no chance of sharing a meal with Li again. In a private room, Li Zecang cheerfully inquired, "Is Jiang feeling well today? Should we let the proprietress choose some Sichuan dishes or delve into another challenging topic?" Jiang Shuyuan merely smiled, remaining silent. The proprietress, observing the flirtatious banter, chose not to intervene. "Proprietress, please handle the arrangements as you see fit." This time, the proprietress said nothing, smiling as she nodded and swayed out the door. While Li Zicang's gaze lingered on the proprietress's graceful figure, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Quickly averting his eyes and exclaiming, "Let's not discuss that topic any further today. It would be quite impolite. Which university do you plan to attend?" Jiang Shuyuan finally nodded in satisfaction, shifting the conversation. "Peking University," Li Zicang replied shamelessly. Jiang Shuyuan rolled her eyes dramatically and continued, "I wasn't referring to the university. But which city?" "Well, the capital, of course. Isn't Peking University in the capital? What if you fail to gain admission to Peking University?" "How could I possibly fail?" "You will get in too." "I meant hypothetically. Is that acceptable?" Jiang Shuyuan found herself speechless at Li's unfounded confidence and had no choice but to concede. "Regardless of the truth, if I don't get into Peking University, then I will head to Jinling." "Jinling University? If I can't make it to Peking University, I certainly won't get into Jinling University either. Then why consider Jinling? One seeks solace in Jinling, where perhaps a phoenix tree stands to commemorate one's aspirations." "What does that mean?" Jiang Shuyuan pondered silently, without voicing her curiosity. "Where do you wish to go?" "I do not wish to go to the capital." Li Zicang, equally perplexed by this statement, interpreted it literally. Anywhere but the capital was acceptable. What could the reasoning behind this be? "This afternoon and evening, I won't be attending class. I know, you want to watch the game. However, let's have dinner together." "All right, let's discuss what you plan to do now that you have money." "Sounds good. By the way, here, this is for you." "What is this?" "It can be hung on a mobile phone." "All right." No thanks were uttered, just a single word. "I shall take my leave now." "Very well." A small braided phone accessory in vibrant red, distinctly characteristic of the year 2002. "May fortune shine upon you." and may your wishes come true. Wishing you great luck. Tonight, let us feast on chicken. Are you out of your mind, teacher Zecang? Did the school beauty kick you? And you speak of feasting on chicken this evening. Is that chicken of yours legitimate? The elusive classmate, a gorilla, emerged from nowhere, delivering a heavy slap on Li Zecang's shoulder and gazing with feigned emotion in the direction of Zhang's vanishing figure. Zhao, do not say I did not offer you an opportunity. This afternoon, I invite you to indulge at the internet CAF and catch the game. Zhao looked at Li with a puzzled expression, his mind racing, bewildered by his friend's peculiar behavior during the day, skipping class to watch a match. Could it be that he was really dumped by the school beauty? It didn't seem likely. The madman cannot accompany one into the unknown. Such territories should not be ventured lightly. I shall not go. I must study diligently this afternoon. What? Are you planning to score 600 points and give up on becoming a sports student? Are you prepared to abandon your illustrious and noble family legacy? Add a pack of Zhonghua. What is this? You're adding a bet with Zhonghua? No way. This cannot end well. I shall not go. It's just Japan against Turkey this afternoon, two mediocre teams clashing. What is there to see? What? You're getting carried away. Shall I find you a sister to accompany you in watching and chatting? All right, don't roll your eyes so much. If you utter another refusal, I shall go with the sister instead. Fine, considering teacher Zecang's earnestness, I shall reluctantly comply. Let us go. Let us go. Boss, 2 machines with internet access. And after 2:30, let us switch to watching the game. Chapter 28. Back to the 9th day, this is permissible. Though it is termed an internet CAF, it is essentially a residential area near the school, utilizing a 2-story building. Initially, it operated as a video hall and arcade. In recent years, with the rise of computers, it has gradually transformed into an internet CAF, reminiscent of the earliest illicit establishments, lacking any official internet CAF licenses. This internet CAF is no different, featuring a large room with 8 or 9 computers lined against the wall, quite shabby indeed. Another room is designated for watching videos, where late-night patrons can enjoy popular Japanese films, all of which have received favorable reviews. Naturally, during the fervent World Cup finals, whether afternoon or evening, the broadcasts are exclusively from the Central 5 channel, charging a modest fee of 2 yuan per match. Furthermore, there are Zhonghua cigarettes and sisters to accompany one. Upon hearing Li Zecang make this remark, he promptly vanished, and the anxious gorilla classmate urgently reminded him, Boss, please provide this handsome gentleman with a female companion for gaming. And also bring a pack of soft Zhonghua. What female? Does the boss offer a service of female companions? Behind, fellow classmates awaiting their turn leaned in, their large heads intruding, inquiring loudly. Such services do not exist. The boss appeared embarrassed. Were it not for the fact that Li Zecang and Zhao Xingxing seemed untrustworthy, he might have scolded them. Gorilla, it's not that I am unwilling to spend, but the boss does not provide such services. I knew you would try to fool me. Boss, bring 2 packs of soft Zhonghua. That isn't available either. This truly can be arranged. This, however, is genuinely unavailable. What are you afraid of? I am not checking your tobacco license. There are no exceptionally good cigarettes here. Most of my customers are students, and the most expensive pack, costing 21, seldom sells. Alas, I must take my leave. Li Zecang laughed until his stomach hurt, no longer teasing the hefty figure. He swiftly produced a red bill from his wallet and addressed the proprietor. I'll be online until 2:30, then I'll switch to watching a game. Please bring me 2 bottles of cola and 2 bottles of purified water. The remaining balance can be charged to my tab. Upon hearing this, the owner cheerfully accepted the money and replied with a smile, I'll assign you machines 1 and 2. These 2 are new. You may proceed, and the drinks will be delivered shortly. Oh no, if there are no Zhonghua, a pack of Jinling will suffice. I'm not picky, Zhao Xingxing reminded him. You go ahead, I'll step out to get you some Zhonghua, and I'll return shortly. With that, Li Zecang grabbed his backpack and exited the internet CAF. What's the deal? You tricked me into coming here, then left, Zhao muttered. It's just a minor errand. I'll be back soon. Enjoy your time. The payment has already been made. Zhao pondered this, recalling the Beijing girl they had discussed the previous day, which sent his heart racing, causing him to forget all about Li Zecang. In the small county town of 2002, the internet CAF was hardly entertaining, though legend had already launched. The capabilities of these black market CAFs were questionable, not to mention, their internet speed was utterly incapable of supporting such a freshly released game. During this era, small internet CAFs predominantly catered to LAN games, which remained supreme in their domain. As for the purpose of surfing the web, naturally, it was for flirtation, men and women. Women and men, no one truly knew who was on the other side of the screen, be it a man, woman, or ghost. Haven T. You heard the tales of the boss, Xiaoma, who once disguised himself as a woman. Without seeking a rideshare, Li Zecang hailed a legitimate taxi and began his journey to various lottery shops across the county, except for those near the high school. This time, however, he was not there to purchase tickets, but to claim a prize. The small winnings he held, well within the limits, could be redeemed at any lottery shop. And by spreading the claims, he aimed to mitigate the risk of exposure. While seated in the taxi, Li Zecang contemplated, if fortune were truly in his favor tonight, preparations for a summer trip to America would become imperative. He envisioned spending most of this newfound wealth in the United States, specifically investing it to continue earning money from the Americans. After all, in this era, considering his age, resources, and connections, holding such a substantial amount of capital was far safer in the U.S. Besides security, the potential for appreciation was also more favorable than that in his homeland. An average high school student without any connections or background, wielding hundreds of millions of dollars in investments in domestic industries, particularly in high-risk sectors, left Li Zecang feeling quite apprehensive. Money was one thing, but life was indeed singular. What if he could never return? Moreover, remaining in this familiar world, navigating it with a godlike perspective, felt akin to conquering a game level. Wasn't he that far more exhilarating than going back? At a lottery outlet, exchanging just one or two tickets, each costing less than 10,000, and a couple more barely exceeding that amount, was done with the intent to avoid drawing too much attention. After visiting over a dozen lottery shops, my backpack was filled to capacity, necessitating a trip to the bank to deposit cash before exchanging for a few more tickets, resulting in a substantial sum of cash. This process enabled me to redeem all the tickets, each valued under 10,000. In this era, lottery shops yield considerable profits. The daily turnover is undoubtedly significant. Having visited so many establishments, it was rare to encounter cash that could not be withdrawn immediately, especially during the unique period of the World Cup, illustrating the flourishing nature of compliant and alternative betting practices. The remaining tickets were few, primarily those that did not win, which I had already discarded upon redemption. This strategy allowed me to appear less conspicuous, giving the impression of a seasoned player who had purchased numerous tickets, winning a fair share while also experiencing losses. Although the remaining tickets were limited, each was a substantial wager, 50 bets costing 100 yuan, with odds exceeding 300 times, signifying that a single ticket could yield 30,000 yuan, tax-free and unblemished, with the potential to convert the tickets into 30,000 yuan in cash. My backpack still contained over 100 additional tickets, which I planned to exchange in nearby cities during the summer. Each location would see minimal exchanges, mirroring today's approach. Having just redeemed several 100,000 in small tickets, a significant portion was safely stored in my account, while about 100,000 in assorted cash remained in my bag. Who would have guessed that such a simple backpack represented an asset of approximately 6 million? In a moment of distraction, I nearly forgot the cigarettes I promised to pick up for the gorilla. As I approached the school, it dawned on me. Master, please place it at the entrance of the Amay restaurant next to the first middle school. Sure thing. The proprietress inquired. Have you struck it rich today? Oh, this small business of mine hardly yields such wealth. Why are you here at this hour? Did you forget something? Nothing of the sort. Just a pack of Zhonghua for me. You really are looking out for my business. I've never seen anyone specifically come to a restaurant to buy cigarettes. They can be quite pricey. Just make it happen. With that, I extracted from my bag a bundle of loose red bills. Have you robbed a bank? How on earth do you have so much cash? I sell liquor, not my body. The proprietress teased, noticing I was alone. I thought this would suffice. It's the fruit of my labor over several days, day and night. Perhaps you could consider it? Who would have guessed that this seemingly innocent young man was, in fact, a wolf in sheep's clothing? Go on, don't jest with me. If you seek women, go find your little girlfriend. The proprietress raised an eyebrow, realizing this was no ordinary fellow, thereby ceasing her playful banter. Please count this money, deduct the cost of the cigarettes, and keep the remainder for me. I'll draw from it for meals in the coming days. Well, you truly are providing me with a profit. Are you not afraid I might embezzle it? The proprietress joked while deftly counting the cash with a counting machine. Indulge as you wish, but if I find out you're offering yourself, it will be quite amusing. Heh. Handsome, let's refrain from such jokes. I fear your girlfriend might wreak havoc on my establishment. The proprietress insinuated meaningfully. The money passed through my hands twice, totaling 23,000. Do you still need to count it? No, just keep the accounts in order. With such a sum lying here, it's hardly necessary for a meal. Especially since you all are about to face the college entrance exams, correct? No worries, I will settle the remainder later. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, a cigarette in hand, and 2 bottles of cola in tow, Li Zecang made his way to the internet CAF. Chapter 29, Return to the Ninth Heaven. Forever young teacher Zecang, you said you would be here shortly. I've waited so long that the flowers have wilted, and if you don't come soon, the match will begin. Upon seeing Li Zecang finally arrive, Zhao Xingxing lamented with a face full of grievance, reminiscent of a scorned woman. Your mouth cannot be silenced by smoke. A whole pack of soft Chinese cigarettes was presented before Zhao Xingxing, and in an instant, the once fierce classmate transformed into a meek lamb. How could that be? Even if you were to cozy up with classmate Jiang, I would feel obliged to let you know. In the afternoon match, as expected, Turkey triumphed with a score of 1-0. While the sports field remained devoid of surprises, the classroom experienced unexpected events. Jiang Shuyuan sent a text. The grade director led a patrol during self-study in the afternoon, and 5 students skipped class. It's all trivial. Nothing to worry about, Li Zecang replied via text. I believe it's trivial too. Did Japan lose? The trivial matters spoken of by both were derived from a comparative perspective, naturally relating to the 2 matches of the day and the lottery ticket purchased by Aunt Jiang across the ocean. All was within the realm of plans. Turkey won 1-0. Good, see you in Qingsheng tonight. Li Zecang paid little heed to the patrol incident. After the match concluded, he excitedly powered on his computer, wielding a sniper rifle, stealthily hiding behind the gorilla as it sporadically fired off shots, splattering blood in a fierce display. Li Zecang's sniper rifle echoed with a loud bang. And with each shot, he claimed a kill. After years of absence, he was pleasantly surprised to find his inherited skills intact. Gorilla, are you still playing? I'm off to eat. You're leaving again? Didn't you say you'd watch the evening match as well? Indeed, I will watch the game tonight. But I must eat now. I have a reservation at a restaurant. What? Didn't you just get rejected by the school beauty? You dog. I'm not going. Please bring me a portion. I want the dompa pork from a restaurant, along with a large serving of rice. Do not let your melancholy turn into appetite. At this rate, you might truly find it hard to get a girlfriend in the country. I'll bring you food. I'm off now. Today, Jiang Shuyuan arrived a bit late. After Li Zecang chatted with the proprietress for a while, classmate Jiang finally made her entrance. What shall we eat today? I wish to have noodles today. Gongdo chicken with noodles, tangy and refreshing, quite appetizing. Understanding that Li Zecang dotes on this young girlfriend, the proprietress preemptively offered a suggestion without waiting for Li Zecang to inquire. Then let us have that, and add some braised beef to the noodles, along with a couple of cold dishes, perhaps the couple long slices. In matters of sustenance, Li Zecang never deprives himself, and it appears that classmate Jiang has a penchant for spicy cuisine. After indulging in Sichuan dishes for several days, not only has she shown no signs of discomfort, but her complexion remains exquisitely delicate and fair, devoid of even a solitary blemish. By the way, dear proprietor, please pack a portion of dompa pork and a large serving of rice for me to take away. Are you bringing lunch for Zhao Xingxing? Did the old class suddenly extend the political class? No worries, only answers, as the two exchanged knowing smiles. Such trifles, merely checking in. Attending a political education class, pale in significance when compared to the impending results of the competition. Indeed, one might argue that even the college entrance examination pales in comparison to that small piece of paper. What would you do if you had wealth? Spend it, of course. Haven't you heard the saying? The money you spend is truly yours. What you earn may not necessarily belong to you. Jiang Shuyuan nodded thoughtfully. More specifically, proceed methodically. All remains as it is. I had imagined it would involve luxury cars, beautiful women, and indulgence in wealth. What about you? If you attained great fortune and financial freedom, what would you pursue? I don't know. I've never contemplated it. Now that I think about it, I would seek a picturesque locale, preferably by the sea, where I could read and paint during my leisure. I would find a house facing the ocean, with spring blossoms in sight, chopping wood and feeding horses, traversing the globe. This hardly seems like the dream of a young person. Must youth be characterized by luxury and indulgence? Aren't there alternatives? Who says I lack luxury cars, beautiful women, and the pleasures of wealth? Once financial freedom is attained, such easily obtainable pleasures are no longer my aspiration, yet they remain necessities. I am but an ordinary person, Men aren't far removed from the mundane. Are those who read Haizi's poetry also mundane? You can paint, so let me ask you, are Qi Baishi's works refined? Jiang did not respond, yet she understood the essence of Li Zicang's expression. Indeed, are Qi Baishi's works refined? That is assuredly the case. But what follows? Is Qi Baishi himself refined? At 70, one can marry and have children. At 80, one may embark on new romances. As Lao would say, that indeed sounds like a shameless rogue. How do you perceive Qi Baishi's works and his life? I shall refrain from rash judgments regarding Mr. Qi's creations, as they have already been validated by the market. Furthermore, concerning Mr. Qi's character, I believe it is undoubtedly multifaceted. Sycophants would declare him a romantic. Peers might argue that artists must seek inspiration from life, love, and passion. Legal professionals would assert that it is Mr. Qi's personal choice. Beneficiaries of his works would insist that it reflects genuine sentiment. All positive, Jiang Shuyuan retorted. How could it be otherwise? Allow me to continue weaving my narrative. Moralists would certainly say that this old man is unethical. Courtesans would likely invite him to indulge. Zhao Xingxing would undoubtedly comment on the old man's prowess. In 1,000 eyes, there are 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet. Does it truly matter how one evaluates? Would Mr. Qi even care? Upon hearing this, Jiang seemed somewhat satisfied and prepared to conclude the topic, yet suddenly inquired, "You still haven't shared your perspective?" Li Zicang discovered that this classmate Jiang had become increasingly formidable. Despite his attempts at jesting, believing he could easily evade the situation, he realized that was not the case. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly. A man remains a youth until his death. After their meal, the two classmates parted ways at the school gate, a tinge of reluctance lingering in the air. Before departing, Jiang gently wished Li good luck for the evening. With those simple words, Li, feeling buoyant, carried his dinner and made his way to the internet CAF. Hey, you're still playing that shooting game? Aren't you tired? Hurry up and eat, it's still warm. Li Zicang approached Zhao Xingxing, who was engrossed in his game. With no machines available, they were reluctant to leave, fearing a shortage of computers later in the evening. Moreover, Li, unlike his financially constrained peers, was in a league of his own, a veritable affluent individual, and thus felt entitled to indulge. I told you not to mess with me. I've just achieved a triple kill. As Zhao's fingers danced over the controls, he appeared to triumph in that round. Finally turning his attention to the dinner Li had brought, casually tearing open the packaging and savoring a mouthful of succulent pork, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. I heard the grade director checked attendance this afternoon? Li inquired. Seems so, but why bother? With the impending college entrance exams, what is the point of checking now? Zhao scoffed. It's absurd, but I suppose there will be fewer people watching the game tonight. What, are you scared? Scared? Not a chance. Whether it's the grade director or the principal, what can they do? They could check attendance or even come to the internet CAF, and I would still show them what's what. Such bravado, Zhao? Just focus on your pork. You're spraying saliva all over my screen. Li chuckled in response. Besides, since they checked this afternoon, tonight should be safe. These guys are too timid. The most dangerous times are often the safest. Oh, when did our athletic comrades become scholars of military strategy? I recall a phrase stating, the most perilous places are often the most secure. As the two friends continued their playful banter, unbeknownst to them, some individuals had already set their sights on them, preparing to target them. Chapter 30. Return to the ninth heaven. Bad luck often strikes in quick succession. If this stems from a change in your own mindset, it is known as the Festinger effect, and at such a moment, it is prudent to pause, slow your pace, and refrain from action. However, if this misfortune is not of your own making, caution is warranted. Someone may be conspiring against you. Even if you are not the protagonist, you are still a player in this unfolding drama. The two heroes were engrossed in the match, particularly entertained by the Korean referee's antics. Suddenly, Li Zicang's phone vibrated, revealing a lengthy text message. The grade director just came to check attendance again. This time, a total of 6 individuals were absent. It was another message from Jiang. Li glanced down at his phone. Old Song, what's going on? Zhao Xingxing inquired, noticing Li absorbed in his device. It is rather peculiar. The grade director has chosen to conduct inspections once again this evening. This old fellow seems to be stirring up trouble for no reason. A single inspection would suffice to remind everyone. Yet this incessant checking only serves to create embarrassment for himself. If I were absent, would he dare to withhold my examination permit or prevent me from participating in the college entrance examination? Truly absurd. Zhao Xingxing, unfazed, boldly declared. As the child of a teacher, I am well aware of the school's methods of managing students, and thus, I harbor no fear. I'm not returning anywhere. Do I appear to be afraid? Li Zecang chuckled in response to Zhao Xingxing. Ha ha, get lost, let us watch the game. They exclaimed in unison. The match was rather disappointing. In the first half, Zhao Xingxing ranted at the referee for a solid 15 minutes, and in the second half, he opted to step outside and browse the internet. It was unbelievable that Italy could not overpower South Korea, especially in the knockout stage. Who could endure such a blow? Little did he know, Li Zecang was precisely awaiting this outcome. The crowd was sparse, merely a handful of spectators present. As the game concluded, Li Zecang struggled to contain his excitement, his heart pounding rapidly. Suddenly, another round of vibrations emanated from his phone. An overseas number? Could it be Aunt Jiang? Li Zecang mused as he gazed at the screen. Xingxing, I'm stepping out to take a call. Will you be back? I'll return shortly. I'll head back to the dorm after this. All right, I'll log off and head home by 10. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Xingxing, Li Zecang exited the internet CAF and found a secluded spot by the roadside to answer the call. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Li Zecang? This is the CIA in the United States. We are notifying you that the World Cup betting you commissioned Miss Jiang Yinxi to purchase has been deemed illegal money laundering. Please report to the CIA office in Los Angeles within 48 hours to clarify the situation, or we will take compulsory measures against you. The voice on the other end was distinctly American, delivered in impeccable spoken English, and it was evident that it belonged to a young woman. Auntie, when did you transfer to the CIA? Li Zecang, well-versed in worldly matters, quickly discerned the mischievous intent behind the call and was too exhilarated to play along with Aunt Jiang's little ruse. Haha, I knew you couldn't fool me. Are you scared? Finally, a familiar voice emerged from the receiver, brimming with confidence. It could only belong to Aunt Jiang. Her tone suggested she was in good spirits, evidently invested in the match, indicating that the lottery ticket had indeed stirred some excitement within her. What is there to fear? The CIA? Fear me? What if I go missing? This is a fortune beyond imagination, one that would make everyone envious. Would you be included in that envy, Auntie? Even I am but a mere mortal, burdened by the concerns of daily life. Not anymore, for this immense fortune belongs to you as well. But what if I desire more? Then I shall gladly give it all to you. How generous of you. It is quite unfortunate that I am not in a position to be generous. The lottery ticket is not in my possession, the purchase record does not belong to me, and I hold no influence. What do you suggest I do? Do you not have any backup plan? What backup could I possibly have? Just consider, I am but an ordinary child from a typical family in this country, merely a high school student, recently troubled by the grade director's scrutiny. What can I do? Since you imply I bear no cost, then I shall truly take everything for myself. Very well, the money is yours, and the person is mine. A person? Indeed. If you desire my share as well, it can only be considered as a betrothal gift. I shall propose to Jiai's family tomorrow. Although I am still young and not yet of marrying age, can we not at least become engaged? I believe such a substantial betrothal gift will surely impress my future father-in-law. You are leveraging a hostage to threaten me. This is your backup. You claim there was no backup, that the money is yours and the beauty mine. You cannot leave me with nothing. I fear you may end up with both wealth and beauty. On the other side of the ocean, Jiang Yinxi, irritated, scolded this unseen classmate Li Zecang over the phone. Well aware of the destructive impact such a man could have on women, particularly on innocent girls like Jiang Shuyuan, she could foresee Shuyuan's unwavering infatuation with this young man. Shuyuan is calling. I shall not say more. After the college entrance examination, you and Shuyuan are to come to America, but I don't have a passport, and I still need to go through an interview. It is not that simple. You need not worry about that. Just provide a photocopy of your ID to Shuyuan, and I will handle the rest. Goodbye. With a phone call, Li Zecang's excitement gradually subsided. He had no doubt that Aunt Jiang would arrange his passport matters efficiently. In this era, a doctoral student studying at Stanford could effortlessly summon tens of thousands of dollars for tuition. One can only imagine her influence back home. It was now the time when high school students were pouring out of the school gates. Li Zecang swam against the current, though it was arduous and slow. He remained steadfast in his unique path. The road is long and fraught with obstacles, yet progress is inevitable. I have successfully completed my primary objective for returning. I am back in a world both familiar and strange. On his way back, passing the basketball court, he spotted Jiang, who was presumably on the phone with Aunt Jiang. Li Zecang, suddenly struck by mischief, stealthily approached. However, Jiang Shuyuan had already noticed him but pretended not to see, continuing her conversation with Aunt Jiang. As he crept up behind her, just as Jiang finished her lengthy call, Li Zecang playfully covered her eyes from behind and altered his voice, asking, "Guess who I am?" "A childish prank," Jiang Shuyuan replied calmly, making no effort to move, allowing him to affectionately cover her eyes, though it was clear she had recognized him. Li Zecang, unfazed by any embarrassment, released her and casually inquired, "What were you discussing with Aunt Jiang?" "Stand still. What is it?" Li Zecang was taken aback. Could this be an act of revenge for his earlier blindfolded antics? Nevertheless, he remained steadfastly upright. Jiang Shuyuan, indifferent to his musings, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Fortunately, the darkness concealed her embarrassment from view. She stepped closer, positioning herself within a breath's distance of Li Zecang, and extended her arms to offer him a courteous embrace. Just as she was about to release him, her face still tinged with crimson, Li Zecang exerted himself, transforming the gesture into a full-bodied hug. In that moment, the young scholar could even discern the hidden elegance of Jiang's figure beneath her school uniform. Flushed with embarrassment, Jiang fled a few paces before halting. Li Zecang promptly followed, a smile playing on his lips, and inquired, "Why did you hug me?" "I don't quite know," she replied. "My aunt asked me to give you a hug and convey a message." "What message?" he queried. "She said to keep a close watch on the hostage." "What does that mean?" Jiang Shuyuan asked, her curiosity piqued. "You'll understand in due time." He then turned to Jiang Shuyuan, saying, "Come here and stand properly." Upon hearing those familiar words, Jiang Shuyuan felt her face heat up once more, but did not retreat. Instead, she remained cautiously rooted in place, gazing at Li Zecang with trepidation. "What are you going to do?" she asked. Without further ado, Li Zecang embraced her again, this time with considerable force, reliving the sensation from before he released her. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "Please pass this hug along to my aunt." With a mischievous grin, he regarded Jiang Shuyuan, whose face turned a deeper shade of red as she dashed away, not daring to look back. Chapter 31. Returning to the 10th day, the onset of conflict. Tuesday, June 19th, 2002, torrential rain, 18 days until the college entrance examination. After a night of pleasant dreams, undisturbed by the symphonic crescendos of dormitory life or the relentless thunder outside, Li Zecang awoke to find his roommate, the early riser, had vanished. The neatly made bed sparked a fleeting doubt. Had he not returned the previous night? Diligent souls are forever on their journeys. Upon getting up, Li Zecang's gaze fell upon his backpack, and an unexpected headache ensued. What had possessed him to think that leaving a modest sum of 10 to 20,000 in cash was sufficient? He discovered that he had stashed a veritable bundle of bills within. This was not merely a trivial amount. Even 2 decades hence, 100,000 yuan would have considerably depreciated in value. Yet the impact of such cash in an era dominated by electronic payments remained formidable. Lock it away in a cabinet? Lottery tickets were one matter, but cash tested human nature far too rigorously. Most of his dormitory mates hailed from rural backgrounds. Though their relationships were not particularly close, they were amicable enough. It would be unwise to subject their integrity to such a trial. What if one of them, upon catching sight of the money, succumbed to greed? To them, 100,000 yuan might not seem significant, but regardless of whether he chose to pursue the matter, it could irrevocably alter another's life. Li Zecang pondered for a long time before ultimately deciding to carry his bag to the nearby bank to deposit it at noon. One must maintain a sense of reverence and respect for others. The torrential rain of the night had transformed into a gentle drizzle by morning, with intermittent patters echoing through the air. After completing his early self-study session, Li Zecang opted not to venture outside for a meal. Instead, he casually consumed a bit in the cafeteria before returning to the classroom to admire the rain. Indeed, the high school life of this young scholar was remarkably pleasant, devoid of any distress over academic performance. Listening to the melodious sounds of studying within the classroom, he stood alone in the corridor, gazing at the vast, misty landscape. His spirits lifted, initially intending to sincerely appreciate the heavy downpour of 2002 and to thoroughly observe a world he had never truly savored before. He was unexpectedly met with disruption during the early self-study session. Conflict unfolded in the following manner. Phase 1 location. Senior Grade 3 Teacher's Office. Key figures. Director Zhang. The Senior Grade 3 Headmaster, Teacher Wang. The Homeroom Teacher of Class 1, and Vice Principal Jiang. Supporting characters. homeroom teachers from various other classes within senior grade 3. As the grade director, Zhang had not been responsible for any homeroom duties, although he remained a subject teacher. His lack of homeroom responsibilities meant he seldom visited the office during early study sessions. However, today he arrived early and sat confidently at his desk, observing the homeroom teachers as they entered. Once he deemed the gathering sufficient, he cleared his throat, coughed lightly, and addressed the assembly. Since all the homeroom teachers are present, let us seize this early study session to hold a brief meeting. Director Zhang spoke with a solemn demeanor, sitting upright as if this posture could underscore his authority as the grade director. Regrettably, apart from himself, the others did not regard him with the reverence he imagined befitting of his position. While he spoke, several homeroom teachers busied themselves in pairs, some casually reclining and smoking, a practice not forbidden in offices of that era. Others perused newspapers for the latest news, while some stared blankly out the window, seemingly emulating Zecang as they gazed at the misty landscape. Amidst this colorful array of expressions and activities, Director Zhang had become accustomed to such indifference. He understood that this group would not show him the same respect they afforded the principal. Nevertheless, even if he were to perform a solo act, he felt compelled to continue in accordance with Vice Principal Zhang's directives. Director Zhang surveyed the room, seemingly oblivious to the demeanor of those present, and continued, "Yesterday, I conducted inspections throughout the entire grade during both the afternoon and evening, and I found the attendance to be quite poor, with many students absent." Gesturing as if to single someone out, he added, "Comrades, this is unacceptable. With only 18 days remaining until the college entrance examination, we are not yet at liberty to relax. Rather, this is precisely the most crucial moment. We must diligently implement Vice Principal Zhang's instructions from yesterday, remain humble and vigilant, and mobilize all time and energy to ensure that our students devote themselves entirely to their studies and to the final push for the examination." Director Zhang passionately expounded upon his views, filled with righteous indignation, while the homeroom teachers below remained detached and indifferent, seemingly unconcerned, with their eyes closed in contemplation. In an effort to ensure that all students remained focused on their studies, particularly in preparation for the college entrance examination and their future, I resolved to publicly reprimand all students who had been absent from class yesterday. Furthermore, each homeroom teacher was instructed to have individual conversations with the offenders, to deliver stern admonitions, and to prevent any recurrence of such behavior, thereby serving as a cautionary tale for the rest of the students. The homeroom teachers pondered, a public reprimand holds little weight, as it leaves no mark on their records, so it is of little consequence. Individual discussions are indeed necessary. This group of students has been rather unruly lately, distracted by the World Cup, with some sneaking away to watch matches during class time. It is certainly time to sound the alarm. Noticing that no one among the homeroom teachers opposed his views, Director Zhang nodded in satisfaction, as if his authority had been thoroughly affirmed. He then revealed the crux of today's agenda. For particularly egregious cases, we must enforce stricter measures to ensure the individuals recognize their errors. Specifically, he pointed out Zhao Xingxing and Zecang from Class 1, who had been absent from class during his 2 inspections. Astonishingly, they had skipped an entire afternoon of classes and 3 evening study sessions. Such behavior is a severe violation of school regulations and demonstrates an utter lack of responsibility towards the school, their peers, and themselves. At this juncture, Director Zhang paused for a moment, his keen gaze sweeping across the room. The other homeroom teachers remained unfazed, except for Mr. Wang, who furrowed his brow, yet remained unaware of Director Zhang's intentions and refrained from speaking. Upon my investigation, I discovered that these 2 students sat at the back of the classroom and had repeatedly skipped classes, engaging in misconduct together, showing blatant disregard for school rules. Their absence not only affects their own studies, but significantly impacts the morale of their classmates. Such students must be dealt with firmly to set an example. Otherwise, how can we justify our actions to their parents or to the diligent students striving to learn? Initially, I had decided to impose disciplinary measures on these 2 students. However, with the impending college entrance examination and the fact that such penalties are recorded in their files, I sought to adhere to our principle of prioritizing education over punishment. After careful consideration, I resolved not to impose formal penalties, but it was imperative to separate these 2 students. Therefore, I decided to relocate Zhao Xingxing's seat to the right side of the podium, where an empty spot was available, while Zecang would be moved to the right side of the podium in Class 2, effectively separating them to prevent further collusion. Upon hearing this, all the homeroom teachers were taken aback. While previous disciplinary measures were acceptable, relocating a student to another class merely for skipping a few sessions, especially on the cusp of the examinations, seemed inappropriate. Mr. Wang, Ms. Zhuang, if there are no objections, let us proceed, Director Zhang stated. Director Zhang, while adjusting student seating may not pose an issue, it is crucial to consider the imminent college entrance examinations. You cannot arbitrarily transfer students between classes at such a critical time, as it could have significant repercussions. Upon hearing about the adjustment of Li Zicang's class, Old Wang expressed his dissent immediately, being the first to voice his objections. Chapter 32. The Deputy Principal steps in. Indeed, Director Zhang, as you mentioned, Li Zicang is a detrimental influence. We cannot allow a troubled student into our class, can we? Another head teacher from a key class, Teacher Zhuang, echoed his opposition. Old Zhuang, revel in your delight, for Li Zicang scored over 570 in the recent citywide examination, clearly a candidate for a top-tier university. You should not dismiss him. The speaker was the chemistry teacher, who was also the head teacher of the ordinary class, as there were only 2 elite classes. Over 570. That does not classify him as a failing student. Fine, let us proceed as the director suggests. Seeing an opportunity, Teacher Zhuang ceased his resistance and readily acquiesced. It is essential to understand that, at this juncture, the head teachers of the 3rd year were incentivized by bonuses, which were directly correlated to the number of students who gained admission to undergraduate programs. The monetary value associated with a 2nd-tier student versus a 1st-tier student was clearly delineated in the bonus structure. Otherwise, the competition for positions in the 2 elite classes would not be so fierce. All right, everyone, is this merely a matter of money? You are all aware that the college entrance examination is imminent, merely days away. The adjustment of students between classes is a significant undertaking. Not only does it require time for students to acclimate to a new environment, but it also poses psychological implications. Should it adversely affect their examination performance? Can we bear the responsibility? Upon hearing Wang's statement, the other head teachers fell silent. It was the year 2002, while money was undeniably important. The future of the students was of even greater significance, a truth well understood by the teachers. Moreover, the bonus for a 1st-tier student amounted to only a few hundred yuan, hardly substantial enough to tempt these educators to compromise their integrity. For a student they had already given up on, what influence could he possibly have? Furthermore, transferring classes to an unfamiliar environment could eliminate external distractions, allowing for undivided focus on studies. Perhaps this could even lead to an improved performance in the college entrance examination. Director Zhang continued to speak with an air of righteous indignation, seemingly unconcerned with the meager sum at stake, prioritizing his own career ambitions above the feelings of a single student. After all, we are not barring him from taking the exam, nor are we imposing a disciplinary mark on his record. As for the potential slight decrease in his exam score, who do you think you are? Who cares about your opinion? I, as the head teacher, cannot agree. I can separate the 2 students to opposite sides of the classroom, but I refuse to consent to a class transfer. Wang asserted firmly. You say you disagree, but this is a decision made for the 3rd year, and it has already been communicated to the school. I have approved it. A seemingly authoritative voice resonated from the doorway. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Vice Principal Jiang made his grand entrance amidst the rumbling thunder. Conflict progression. Phase 2 location. Classroom of 3rd year Class 1 main characters. Director Zhang, Head Teacher Wang, Vice Principal Jiang, Li Zicang. Zhao Xingxing supporting characters. All students in Class 1, nearby observing teachers. Good day, Principal Jiang. Upon the grand entrance of Vice Principal Jiang, Director Zhang promptly extended his greetings. However, before Zhang could continue his flattery, Teacher Wang abruptly interrupted, dismissing Zhang's authority with unwavering resolve. Vice Principal Jiang, I am the homeroom teacher of Li Zicang and the primary responsible party for Class 3. Such a hasty decision should certainly warrant my input, should it not? Teacher Wang argued vehemently. Didn't we seek your opinion? Director Zhang was just discussing this with you moments ago. Vice Principal Jiang maintained a congenial demeanor. Is this a consultation? It is a mere notification. Furthermore, I do not concur. Teacher Wang retorted vehemently. How can you speak this way? This decision represents the consensus of the entire senior grade and the school. Had it not been for Vice Principal Jiang's consideration for Li Zicang, I would have recorded a formal reprimand against him, Director Zhang countered, stepping up to alleviate the leadership's burden. Vice Principal Zecang, I firmly oppose this decision. Should you persist in this course of action, I shall approach the principal to express my concerns, Teacher Wang declared. What do you mean by persisting in this course? This reflects the views of the entire senior grade as well as the school. Your remarks are utterly unreasonable, Director Zecang argued, standing resolutely for the leadership. Though his words struck at Teacher Wang's heart, piercing through to Li Zecang as well. Teacher Wang, you are certainly entitled to voice your grievances to Principal Zhou. However, Principal Zhou is currently on a business trip to the south and will not be returning soon. All significant matters at the school are under my purview at present. Please, do not be so agitated. You are an experienced educator. I understand that your intentions are for the benefit of the students. But this approach is for the greater good of more students. You must comprehend the gravity of this situation, Vice Principal Zecang asserted. Vice Principal Zecang, this is not the proper way to handle such matters. As long as I remain the homeroom teacher of Class 3, I shall not endorse such a method of resolution. Teacher Wang declared, the tension escalating. Old Wang, you. Director Zecang stammered, taken aback by Wang's boldness. Faced with the defiance of the homeroom teacher, he felt increasingly cornered. It was inconceivable to actually replace the homeroom teacher of Class 3 over such a trivial matter. If that were to happen, the principal's return would surely bring consequences. As Director Zecang floundered, he discreetly signaled to Vice Principal Zecang for assistance. Teacher Wang, you are among the most outstanding homeroom teachers of the senior grade. No one would easily replace you. I recognize your dedication to the welfare of your students. Since you are unable to take on the role of the antagonist in this scenario, Director Zecang, as the grade leader, should announce this decision and reassign Li Zecang to Class 2, thereby alleviating Teacher Wang's predicament. Vice Principal Zecang, cunning and shrewd, employed a roundabout strategy. Upon hearing this suggestion, Director Zhang's eyes brightened with realization. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. No wonder you are in a leadership position. How did I not conceive of this myself? Is this the disparity between us? Old Wang attempted to voice his objections, but a colleague tugged at his sleeve. After a moment of contemplation, he cast a glance at Vice Principal Zecang and let out a deep sigh, returning to his seat. Is this not a satisfactory resolution? Director Zecang, while the morning self-study session is still ongoing, please swiftly announce the grade's decision. We cannot delay the students' formal classes, can we? I am waiting for you here, as I have matters to discuss shortly. Vice Principal Zecang, with an air of righteousness and grandeur, was, in essence, seizing the opportunity in the absence of the tiger to assume authority. Very well, Principal, I shall proceed at once, replied Director Zecang, bowing slightly before hastening upstairs towards the classroom of the third year, Class 1. Chapter 33. Returning on the 10th day, I shall not depart any longer. Upon reaching the West Building and nearing the entrance of Class 1, I slowed my pace, straightened my abdomen, and walked in with an air of confidence, transforming from servility to an attitude of superiority. The students in the front row gazed in astonishment at the head of the grade entering the classroom. Some paused their reading, curiously scrutinizing this so-called head, while others remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious as they continued to recite loudly. Director Zecang furrowed his brow, came to a halt at the lectern, and forcefully struck the table, which gradually quieted the classroom. Dear students, to avoid wasting your precious study time, I shall utilize these final moments of morning reading to announce the school's decision regarding those students who were absent without cause yesterday. Upon concluding this statement, the classroom fell completely silent, prompting a satisfied nod from Director Zecang before he continued. As an elite class preparing for the college entrance examination, Class 1 has 5 students who exhibited a flagrant disregard for attendance, lacking organization and discipline. Such behavior is utterly deplorable, reflecting irresponsibility not only towards themselves, but also adversely affecting the morale of their peers and the entire class, especially at this critical juncture. Therefore, the school issues a stern reprimand to these individuals, which will be publicly displayed on the bulletin board at the school entrance. How tyrannical! Just skipping 2 classes and facing public criticism? What nonsense! Is this how you intend to flaunt your authority as head of the grade? Zhao Xingxing muttered under his breath. Do you believe this is the end of it? Li Zecang remarked, contemplatively. What more can he do? Does he dare to record this in our files? He should fear that I might retaliate. Pathetic, wielding a mere feather as a symbol of power. Among them, 2 students were particularly egregious, having frequently skipped classes before. And their actions yesterday were no exception, as they absconded in the afternoon and evening, creating a profoundly negative influence on their peers. Initially, the school intended to record disciplinary actions against these two and document it in their files. However, considering the imminent college entrance examination and the desire for these students to maintain a stable mindset for their future endeavors, the teachers and school leaders negotiated for a considerable time and ultimately decided against formal reprimands. Nevertheless, they must heed this warning and refrain from repeating such behavior. Otherwise, no one can safeguard them. A bell signaling the end of class interrupted Director Zhang, who was passionately delivering his speech. Once the ringing ceased, he concluded, "For the serious errors you have committed, the school shall grant you one opportunity. A severe reprimand serves as a lesson, and adjustments to your seating arrangements will be made. I hope you will learn from this experience, commit to strict self-discipline, and study diligently to achieve commendable results in the college entrance examination. Very well. I shall not delay your studies any further. Zhao Xingxing, your seat has now been relocated to the right side of the podium, right here. Li Zecang, your seat is now adjusted to the right side of Class 2's podium, specifically this position." Upon this announcement, the classroom erupted into a cacophony. The rearrangement of seats, though somewhat trivial, is a common occurrence orchestrated by the homeroom teacher. However, moving Li Zecang to Class 2 seemed an overly harsh punishment, as such a transfer had never been imposed before. "Damn it, why should I go? I will remain seated right here. Let us see who dares to move me." Initially disheartened by the prospect of sitting under the teacher's watchful gaze, Zhao Xingxing's ire was ignited upon hearing about Li Zecang's transfer, and he resolutely refused to budge. Jiang Shuyuan turned to glance at Li Zecang, her expression still inscrutable. Observing the inaction of the two, Director Zhang furrowed his brow once more and addressed the class. "Who is the class monitor?" "It's me," the monitor stammered as he stood up, looking rather dazed. "Both students have numerous books. I urge you to demonstrate the spirit of unity and camaraderie by assisting them." The monitor found himself in a dilemma, uncertain whether to comply or resist, yet lacking the courage to defy the authority of the year's director. He could only shuffle reluctantly toward the back row of the classroom. "I won't move. Let us see what he can do about it." Zhao Xingxing continued to voice his defiance toward Li Zecang, his tone growing increasingly loud, audible even from the front. "Get lost. As if you have attended so many classes, moving to the front won't hinder your ability to skip class. Hurry up. After all, your father is teaching here. Don't make things too awkward." "And what about you?" Li Zecang retorted. "You needn't worry about me. I have my own clever strategies." As the two exchanged hushed banter, the class monitor cautiously approached Zhao Xingxing and said, "Xingxing, I'll help you with your books." "No need. I only have 2 books. I can manage." Zhao Xingxing replied loudly, grabbing the 2 books and deliberately squeezing past the monitor. He strode to the front, purposefully dusting off the desk with his books before plopping down into his seat. The monitor wore a look of frustration but dared not voice his concerns. Despite Zhao Xingxing and Li Zecang appearing amicable, the former's robust physique and past confrontations with troublemakers from other classes and even local delinquents made him a figure of caution among his peers. It was only during their senior year that he had tempered his behavior significantly. Once Zhao Xingxing settled, the gaze of Director Zhang and that of the entire class shifted to the back row, focusing on Li Zecang. Noticing the unusual sight of his classmates craning their necks, Li Zecang couldn't help but chuckle, then remarked with a hint of irony, "If these books do not belong to Zhao Xingxing, then they must all be mine. Witness my diligence in studies. I possess more books than anyone else. I truly admire myself." Jiang Shuyuan stifled a laugh, covering her mouth in an attempt to suppress her amusement. "No worries, Li Zecang. I'll assist you in relocating a few more." The class monitor managed a strained smile, his expression betraying the awkwardness of the situation as he addressed Li Zecang. Class monitor, there is no need for your esteemed intervention. I still believe there are too many books, and moving them around is quite inconvenient. Moreover, I have grown accustomed to this spot. With the departure of the gorilla, there is now ample space for sleeping, so I shall remain here." The astonishment on the class monitor's face was palpable. His mouth agape as if he could swallow a whole duck egg. The other students in the class were equally stunned by Li Zecang's audacious remarks. "Whose subordinate are you? Are you aware of the audacity with which you speak? You are addressing a teacher, the head of your grade. Can you truly be so brazen? Who bestowed upon you such courage? You are not one of those students who have already given up. You are a promising student preparing for the college entrance examination, with the potential to gain admission to a prestigious university. How can you be so obstinate?" After a prolonged silence, Director Zhang was utterly enraged. While it was one thing for old Wang and me to endure his barbs, it was quite another for a student to challenge him. It seems you do not recognize who holds authority here. Chapter 34. Returning to the 10th day, resolute to the end, Director Zhang strode directly to Li Zecang, pushing aside the class monitor, and exclaimed loudly, "Li Zecang, this is the school's decision. It is not a matter for your input. This is a decree." In the face of the imposing Director Zhang, Li Zecang did not even rise, but retorted coolly, "Director Zhang, may I inquire under which school regulation or discipline you possess the authority to transfer me to another class? You have skipped class without permission. How is it wrong for me to adjust your class? I could even impose a penalty on you." Director Zhang shouted hysterically. "Then go ahead and penalize me. After all, imposing punishment does not require my consent. However, I do not agree to being transferred to another class." Li Zecang seemed unfazed by Director Zhang's outburst, responding with an air of nonchalance. "You, how dare you disagree?" Director Zhang was utterly flabbergasted, his words faltering. "And you, what gives you the right to transfer my class?" Li Zecang countered, demonstrating his command of the situation. "I am the head of the grade. Such a grand title, such formidable authority. Nevertheless, my stance remains unchanged. You. Director Zhang found himself at a loss for words. It appeared he was tempted to resort to physical confrontation. Yet Li Zecang's demeanor suggested he would not be easily intimidated. Seated, he seemed even more imposing than when standing. What to do now? Conflict progression, stage 3. Climax. What kind of decorum is this? A student engaging in a quarrel with a teacher. Is this how you honor your teachers? Another voice emerged at the classroom door. Vice Principal Jiang made a dramatic entrance, though unfortunately, the heavens did not provide a fitting accompaniment of thunder and lightning this time. Director Zhang seemed to see a glimmer of hope, gazing at the doorway with a look of reverence. "Who is this?" "This is Vice Principal Jiang of the school." With newfound resolve, Director Zhang's demeanor stiffened, his posture becoming more assertive. "Vice Principal Jiang, I must ask once more. Under which school regulation or discipline am I to be transferred to another class simply for skipping class for half a day?" Li Zecang articulated each word clearly, showing no signs of trepidation in the presence of the vice principal. After all, one who traverses time and space would hardly fear a vice principal. "Li Zecang, may I inquire whether, as the head of the grade, you possess the authority to adjust your class?" "Huh, how intriguing." Upon hearing this, Li Zecang let out a slow chuckle, gradually rising to his feet. His towering height of 185 centimeters cast an immense sense of pressure upon Director Zhang, who stood at barely 170 centimeters. "Principal, you hold considerable authority, and your reasoning is sound. You may claim that I have skipped classes, but even if I had not, you possess the prerogative to reassign my class at will. So, allow me to inquire, are you deliberately targeting me during this critical period before the college entrance examination?" "Not at all. It is indeed because you have been absent." The students in the classroom felt their minds explode with confusion, as the situation seemed to circle back upon itself. "You are quite impressive, using my alleged truancy as a pretext to single me out. Why not just give me a formal reprimand, the kind that would be recorded in my file?" The classmates were once again bewildered, pondering how a mere class adjustment could escalate to a formal reprimand. "Dear student, the essence of the school's disciplinary actions is to assist you. We cannot allow every minor infraction to be recorded in your permanent record, as it will follow you for a lifetime and potentially harm you. I am indifferent. I desire a reprimand to be recorded. The mistake you have committed does not warrant such a severe consequence." "Oh, so Director Zhang was merely attempting to intimidate me." Director Zhang, lying is unbecoming of a good student. Li Zecang cast a bemused glance at Director Zhang, eliciting a suppressed laughter from several classmates who could no longer contain their amusement. That is indicative of a flaw in Director Zhang's teaching methods. His intentions are still for your benefit. "Very well, Principal Jiang, I understand. The school and the grade have decided to reassign me to Class 2 due to my half-day absence, and I accept this." With a sigh of relief, Director Zhang appeared to have resolved a significant dilemma. "Li Zecang, shall we relocate now?" Noticing that Li Zecang had finally acquiesced, Director Zhang's tone softened harmoniously. Principal Jiang was already prepared to turn and leave. "I will not move." Upon hearing this, they turned back. "What do you mean?" "I acknowledge the school's disciplinary decision, yet I refuse to comply." "What do you mean by that?" "Literally, Li Zecang, if you continue to be obstinate, we will have to notify your parents." Principal Jiang, unable to contain his emotions, raised his voice slightly. That is acceptable. I am not afraid of the reprimand. Do you really think I would fear a call to my parents? Li Zecang remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance, seemingly oblivious to the admiring gazes of his classmates. How had they not noticed this side of him before? Fearless of teachers, principals, and even his parents, was there anything in this world that could intimidate him? The students were utterly in awe of him. Mr. Wang, please notify Li Zecang's parents to come to the school. This matter must be resolved today. Seeing Mr. Wang standing at the door, observing the scene, Principal Jiang, feeling humiliated, issued a loud command. Understood, Principal. I will check Li Zecang's records immediately and bike to his home, hoping to bring his parents here today. Upon hearing this, the principal felt overwhelmed. Do you not have their phone number? If I recall correctly, they do not have a telephone. The principal has completely lost his mind. This child is clad in designer brands. And you dare to tell me that they have no telephone at home? In truth, the Li family truly does not possess a phone. Li Zecang is not a native of the county and does not fit the mold of a typical villager. He resides on the outskirts of the town. And at this moment, they have indeed not installed a telephone. After all, the cost of installing a telephone at this stage is quite considerable, and families without pressing needs would refrain from such an installation, as it is not yet deemed an essential commodity. Li Zecang does not necessarily wish to alter your class, but you have failed to recognize your mistakes. It is imperative that we contact your parents now. I will engage in a serious discussion with them. As for whether your class will be adjusted, that will be determined after my conversation with your parents. A multitude of classmates witnessed the scene, with even students from other classes crowding the corridor. Vice Principal Jiang opted for a more circuitous approach. Principal, spare yourself the effort. Your intentions are as loud as a drum, audible even in the dormitory. One might mistake you for an accountant. You all have conspired against me. Yet I am to heed your words? I shall not attend class 2, and if you have the audacity, go ahead and revoke my exam permit. I would truly admire you for that. Li Zecang stood his ground, leaving his classmates wide-eyed. While it was not uncommon to witness students arguing with teachers, none had witnessed a student so bold as to confront the vice principal, especially one who was academically competent, particularly at this critical juncture before the college entrance examination. Chapter 35. Wagering your annual salary. Director Zhang was left in a stupor, and Principal Jiang was on the verge of madness. What manner of student is this? What audacious words! What could possibly incite such reckless defiance? All we wish to do is adjust your class, as you said. It is neither a permanent record nor an expulsion, nor does it prevent you from taking the college entrance examination. What is the meaning of this? Whose subordinate are you? And what is the true nature of this situation? Meanwhile, the onlookers were consumed by a different sentiment. Who is Li Zecang? Does he realize the extent of his courage? How dare he speak to a teacher in such a manner, let alone confront the principal? Does he not fear repercussions? Does he not dread the revocation of his exam permit? Another bell rang. 10 minutes had elapsed, and the class bell chimed. The students in the corridor reluctantly departed. Yet the teachers from the adjacent class did not rush to their classrooms. They remained outside, engrossed in the unfolding drama. Missing a brief class was inconsequential, for this period was typically filled with self-study. However, such a rare spectacle would be a regret to miss. To hear about it from colleagues later would surely induce one to lament. The seasoned teacher, clutching his lesson plan, was in no rush either. He stood outside the classroom, contemplating a balance of work and rest, treating this as a cinematic experience for the students, indifferent to the loss of 1 or 2 class periods. Li Zecang, are you truly this selfish? You choose not to study, skipping classes at will, yet you must not waste the time of others or impact their college entrance examination scores. Can you bear the weight of that responsibility? Having exhausted all methods, Principal Jiang found himself at a loss in the face of the obstinate Li Zecang. With no alternatives remaining, he resorted to his final tactic, moral coercion. Principal Jiang, such words are inappropriate. What do you mean by saying I don't want to study? I merely skipped 2 classes, and there were reasons for that, though I shall refrain from elaborating. However, I must emphasize that I am indeed a serious student and my academic performance is commendable. You excel in your studies, but so does classmate Jiang Shuyuan. Your previous behavior has adversely affected her learning experience. The homeroom teacher did not punish you. Rather, you were merely relocated. Instead of reflecting on your actions, you have only intensified your defiance. The truth became evident. Li Zecang finally acknowledged the situation, and Jiang Shuyuan also grasped that it was indeed her stepmother's influence at play. Frustrated, Jiang clenched her pen tightly, expressing her anger, but alas, Li Zecang had already moved away, leaving her feelings unappreciated. Vice Principal, since you have spoken thus, I understand your intent. However, even flattery towards authority should have its limits. Do not accuse me of disrespect. Let us wager. If you agree, I shall leave now, sparing you the difficulty of fulfilling your obligations to your superiors. The students were rendered speechless. Even Teacher Wang was astonished. Is this truly my student? How can he be so audacious? I thought I was bold, yet he surpasses me. Moreover, what does this imply? Is there a deeper meaning behind Li Zecang's words? Perhaps indicating a higher authority? After a moment of shock, Old Wang quickly deduced that this was indeed the work of that individual, realizing she had likely made more than just a phone call. As his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Jiang Shiyuan, he pondered the implications. Before the principal could comprehend the situation, Li Zecang continued, "You claim my grades are poor. Tell me, if I rank first in our class during this upcoming college entrance examination, what shall we wager? How about your 5-year salary?" Before the vice principal could respond, Li Zecang pressed on. "This student is remarkably bold. How are his grades? They are decent. But he is far from the top of the class, where Jiang Shiyuan stands. How could he be so confident? Who could say?" In the corridor, teachers who were supposed to be conducting classes abandoned their posts, drawn to the spectacle unfolding outside the windows. A student boldly confronting the principal was a rare occurrence that had not been seen in years, and it was certainly not to be missed. "Do you have any idea how much my annual salary is?" The vice principal retorted, feeling cornered by the audacity of the student before him. "You look down on me," Li Zecang replied with a smirk. He then rummaged through his bag, unzipping it to reveal a bundle of red bills, which he dramatically slammed onto the table, the sight captivating all present. In this era, possessing a wad of cash worth 10,000 yuan was already remarkable. Who would have guessed that Li Zecang could casually produce such a sum? Many were left incredulous, for this was a special bundling from the bank, amounting to 100,000 yuan. "You accused me of skipping class at will, yet the truth is I won the World Cup lottery and went to claim my prize." I hesitated to inform the homeroom teacher. "However, I am genuinely unaware of your annual salary. Perhaps it amounts to several 100,000. But I do not possess such wealth. I merely wagered 100,000. I trust, as a distinguished principal, you would not mind?" Li Zecang retorted with a tone of sarcasm. Principal Jiang was thoroughly flabbergasted. How had the situation escalated to this point? He could no longer regard this individual as an ordinary student. Which family's child could nonchalantly produce 100,000? Regardless of the source, be it lottery winnings or family funds, the ability to present such a sum indicated that it was both legitimate and permissible. Furthermore, his indifference suggested that his worth far exceeded the mere 100,000 before them. What a daunting predicament president who had created for himself. After a prolonged contemplation, Principal Jiang finally spoke. "Li Zecang, you must understand that gambling is illegal." He was indeed correct. How could a law-abiding citizen engage in gambling? Let us not pursue profit. Instead, we could donate any lost funds to the school. Isn't the school in need of funds for a synthetic track? Although 100,000 may not suffice, it is a gesture of goodwill. Principal Jiang's carefully considered suggestion was swiftly dismantled by Li Zecang's retorts, leaving him under increasing pressure. All the students, along with the teachers outside the window, turned their attention to the principal as if silently urging him to respond. "Li Zecang, I will not engage in frivolous banter with you. Your current actions are severely disrupting the entire class. Look, it is already class time. Yet we are still embroiled in this trivial matter, hindering the learning of your classmates. Can you bear the weight of this responsibility?" The vice principal, out of options, began to flounder in his arguments. A collective sigh echoed among the spectators. The vice principal had lost. Despite having the advantage of time, place, and support, he had indeed faltered. Ultimately, victory would belong to the side of justice. However, could a student like Li Zecang, with such a manner of conduct, truly embody justice? One cannot allow the wicked to prevail. Chapter 36. The conflict concludes. A twofold victory. Li Zecang sighed deeply, feigning frustration while inwardly reveling in his triumph. He could now skip class with impunity. After a week of sitting through lectures, his backside ached from the hard bench. Who could fathom the discomfort of such seating? Gradually, he packed a bundle of cash into his backpack, zipped it up, and tidied his desk. Just as it seemed that Principal Jiang was employing underhanded tactics to force Li Zecang's submission, he slung his backpack over his shoulder, gazed at Principal Jiang standing at the podium, and calmly declared, "Principal Jiang, The carnivorous hold contempt. If you so desire, I cannot treat students as mere pawns, nor trivialize their futures. I am leaving. I shall not attend Class 2, nor will I return to Class 1. I will come back to collect my examination permit before the college entrance exams. Frankly, if you were to withhold my permit and prevent me from taking the exams, I would indeed regard you with greater respect. What a farce. After a particularly audacious outburst, Shaoli continued with unabated fervor, declaring, I'm off now. Pray that I return in time for the college entrance examination. Pray that nothing untoward occurs during this period. Pray that I do not succumb to despair and leap from the corridor. Pray that I do not find myself overwhelmed and rush to your office only to jump out of the window. Pray that I remain lost on my way to your home. As Li Zecang spoke, he ambled towards the classroom's exit. With each word, the faces of Director Zhang and Principal Jiang paled. They had initially contemplated whether Principal Jiang, in a fit of anger, might actually confiscate the audacious fellow's examination permit. However, at that moment, any trace of resolve had dissipated, leaving them utterly defeated. Classmate Zhao Xingxing, the teachers outside, the old homeroom teacher at the door, Director Zhang at the back of the classroom, and Principal Jiang at the podium all stood frozen in shock. A collective thought reverberated through their minds. Has this situation escalated beyond control? Zhao Xingxing struggled to maintain composure, gripping his books tightly, their spines beginning to warp. Just as he was about to storm out alongside Li Zecang, the latter made a gesture of 6 with his hand and gave a slight shake of his head. Jiang Shuyuan chuckled softly. Her laughter, though barely audible, reached many ears, including Zhao Xingxing's. He began to grasp the situation, yet frustration lingered within him. Gradually, he released his deformed books, relaxed, and then stood up again, glaring at the still-dazed Principal Jiang before clutching the 2 battered tomes and returning to his seat. Excuse me, you're blocking my way, he said as he reached the back of the classroom, giving a gentle shove to the dazed Director Zhang. He then plopped down in the seat against the wall that had originally been his, but was relinquished to Li Zecang. What are you staring at? Aren't you supposed to be teaching your students? Principal Jiang bellowed at the teachers outside the window before hastily retreating in embarrassment. Director Zhang, flustered, hurriedly followed suit, leaving class 1 of the 3rd year in disgrace. Sighing deeply, the homeroom teacher observed the retreating figures of the 2 and, clutching his lesson plan, entered the classroom. He rapped on the podium and proclaimed, "Let us all settle down. Focus on yourselves. Can you achieve admission to a first-tier university? I trust one need not elaborate further. This class will be self-study. Teacher, may I step out for a moment?" At that moment, the usually reserved Jiang Shuyuan spoke up. The homeroom teacher, turning his head and rolling his eyes, addressed the class. Those who didn't get a break during the interval. If you need to use the restroom or fetch water, go ahead. Just keep the noise down. Other classes are still in session. With that, he clutched his lesson plan and made his way downstairs. Jiang Shuyuan rummaged through her backpack for her phone and hurried downstairs, initially intending to head to the restroom, but, wary of eavesdroppers, ultimately dashed toward the basketball court. Fortunately, it was the first period, and with lessons in progress, the playground was deserted. She quickly dialed Li Zecang's number, and as it rang once, he answered. "Why are you calling me before class is even over? You're quite the comedian." A nonsensical question was posed, followed by boisterous laughter. How could I be deemed amusing? I am engaged in a battle against the powerful. I am an indomitable warrior, deserving of your praise and admiration. Young Li, with audacity, boasted of his exploits. Oh, how comical. Yet, Jiang remained unfazed, lost in contemplation of Li's recent confrontation with the principal. "If you mock me again, I shall ignore you," he declared. Li Zecang, feeling helpless, resorted to childish antics. "I apologize." The laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by an unexpected apology. Apologizing to whom? Do not feign ignorance. How did you deduce that? Was it necessary to guess? A vice principal so adamantly opposing me, transferring me away from your side and now from the class. Surely your parents must have directed this vice principal. Yet, I suspect this cunning maneuver is more likely orchestrated by your mother than your father. "She is not my mother," Jiang Shuyuan replied calmly, devoid of any emotion. "Is it that complicated? I do not wish to discuss it. Where are you going now? Will you truly not return?" "How could I not return? My money has yet to be secured. I must keep an eye on my hostage, lest I end up with neither wealth nor person." Li Zecang assumed Jiang was oblivious, speaking indiscriminately, unaware that Jiang was listening intently on the other end. "When will you return?" "Probably next Monday." I need to visit Jinling. This Sunday is a holiday, and I shall return home once more before Monday. All right, let's have lunch together on Monday. By the way, please make a photocopy of your ID for me. Sure, I'll take care of it now. Once copied, I'll leave it at the Ame restaurant. Just ask the proprietress for it. I still have some funds deposited there. You've been dining there lately, haven't you? Yes. Also, tell the gorilla that I am fine. All right, you may be unaware, but Zhao Xingxing just returned to his seat before the principal without uttering a word. At this, a smile began to curl at the corners of Jiang Shiyuan's mouth. A smile she could not suppress. Had it not been for my subtle hint, that lad might have followed suit and fled as I did. Although his academic performance is inconsequential, his father is employed at this school, and being too confrontational would tarnish their reputation. I share your thoughts on that matter. By the way, be diligent with the review materials I provided, especially the mathematics and science sections. Master the problem-solving techniques, and teach me later. Then, farewell. Goodbye. After ending the call, Jiang Shuyuan tucked her phone away, her face alight with an uncontrollable smile as she strolled back to the classroom, reflecting on Li's earlier antics. Once the call was concluded, Li Zecang, clutching his phone, exclaimed, "Finally, no more hard benches, no more classes, what bliss." After photocopying 2 copies of his ID and retrieving a pre-prepared photo, he leisurely made his way to the Ame restaurant. Chapter 37. The depths of the proprietress at 9 o'clock. The campus surroundings were serene and beautiful, a tranquil reprieve from the rigors of class. As young Li meandered through the campus, he took in the sights of this era, reminiscing about the surroundings that lingered in his memory. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Ame restaurant, a crimson automobile surged towards him at an alarming speed, reminiscent of a vehicle spiraling out of control. Goodness, a road menace, Li Zecang exclaimed internally, then leapt aside towards the restaurant's entrance. A piercing screech of brakes followed, and the car came to a halt mere centimeters from the restaurant's wall. Lo and behold, a striking red BMW 3 Series. A model that surely must be fully imported in this day and age. Though the vehicle was undeniably exquisite and likely costly, Li Zecang was not inclined to let the matter rest. He advanced a couple of steps, ready to confront the reckless driver. The car door swung open, revealing a pair of 10-centimeter black stilettos, followed by a pair of luscious, snow-white thighs. The proprietress, clad in an alluring red qipao, swayed enticingly as she stood before Li Zecang. Who might this be, exuding such allure? For a man who has lived 2 lifetimes, while the youthful academic was indeed eye-catching. It was the strikingly blooming matron that truly captivated him. He had initially intended to take a moral high ground and admonish the careless driver, but now, he found himself momentarily entranced, his thoughts straying towards far more indulgent pursuits. Though his body was that of a novice, his soul bore the wisdom of an experienced man. As the proprietress settled before him, Li Zecang shook off his stupor, steadied his racing heart, and inquired, "Might I ask, dear proprietress, how you can navigate the roads in such towering heels with such reckless abandon? Are you perhaps contemplating a shift from running a restaurant to becoming an assassin?" It was a familiar face, one he knew all too well, and the icy words he had prepared felt too harsh to utter. "Are you startled? Shall I accompany you?" The proprietress replied with a sultry smile, stepping closer, her gaze filled with a seductive challenge. Her words dripped with temptation, stirring the imagination. An intoxicating scent of roses enveloped young Li, a fragrance that was utterly captivating, matched only by her stunning figure. Heavens above, who is this enchanting creature that has emerged? Someone, please take her back before I lose my composure. Li Zecang realized that the dreams of the morning had left him unable to contain himself once more. A most embarrassing predicament. Daring not to gaze at the bewitching proprietress nor respond to her playful banter, he diverted his attention to the crimson automobile. A BMW 3 Series, soft top, fully imported? How about a spin? She suggested enticingly, her words laden with double entendre as she jingled the keys in her hand. Yet, to Li Zecang, it seemed she was not merely promoting the vehicle, but rather something far more personal. What a predicament this was. Was it her audacity or his own that led to such thoughts? He pondered with a faint grin. Regrettably, I must decline, dear proprietress. Unlike you, I am a law-abiding student who does not possess a driver's license. I cannot take such risks. The proprietress scoffed disdainfully, ignoring Li Zecang as she turned to enter her restaurant. Undeterred, Li Zecang continued to circle the car, inspecting the front and rear as if a lecherous admirer gazing at a beautiful woman. A fine automobile possesses an allure for the youth that rivals that of a stunning maiden. After all, there is a saying that equates exquisite cars with beautiful women. This demonstrates the esteemed status a splendid vehicle holds in a man's heart, ranking just below that of a lovely woman. If one desires such a car, why not procure one? Surely, you are not lacking in financial resources, are you? As Li Zecang finally concluded his admiration and turned to enter the restaurant, the proprietress could not resist teasing him. Money is indeed not an issue, but alas, I lack a driver's license, he lamented, his expression one of regret. With summer approaching and a trip to America planned, I doubt I will find the time to obtain a license. It seems my aspirations of driving a luxury car to university will be thwarted. Acquiring a license is not the challenge. Do you even know how to drive? She inquired. I can indeed drive. It is merely the lack of time to take the test that hampers me. Are you of legal age? Don't boast. She retorted. Are you even an adult? Li Zecang promptly produced his identification card, slapping it down before the proprietress. It was fortuitous that he had not yet put it away after making a copy earlier. How serendipitous for it to serve as a means of displaying his maturity. The proprietress glanced at the card, chuckling lightly before reading aloud. Li Zecang, born May 20th, 1984. Well, little brother, you are indeed of age, though your photo hardly reflects it. That is a picture from when I was 16. What do you think? I look quite youthful, don't I? Youthfulness is irrelevant if it bears no utility. Frustrated, Li Zecang felt a torrent of exasperation surge within him. Encountering a woman who could drive so effortlessly was indeed daunting. Especially given her speed, she seemed as though she could soar with wings. Feeling intimidated, he hastily diverted the conversation. I have no time for idle chatter. Please hold on to this envelope for me. Someone will come to collect it at noon. It's the girl I share meals with daily. Fearing the complications of entanglements with flirtatious young women, Li Zecang recognized he was at a disadvantage and resolved to retreat. A girlfriend is a girlfriend. Even if she shares meals with me, he thought. The proprietress accepted the envelope, responding playfully, Ah, young Li, you've completely retreated. He shot a glance at the striking red BMW parked outside, a vision of beauty yet laced with danger. Without a license, you cannot drive. Upon hearing this, Li Zecang felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing against the car. If a man is determined, he can drive even without a license, he stubbornly replied. True strength requires skill. Do not think I would deny you the opportunity. If you can drive it away, I will arrange your license without requiring you to take the test. Initially prepared to make a hasty exit, Li Zecang halted at her words, turning to scrutinize the proprietress before him with newfound seriousness. The accent of southern Jiangsu, combined with the attire of its women, exudes a certain boldness reminiscent of the Sichuan-Chongqing region. It is clear that she is not a local. Her bracelet and BMW serve as testament to her substantial wealth, yet she operates a modest tavern. This Amei tavern, although small, casually displays Maotai and Zhonghua on the counter. Nonetheless, one must ponder the profit margin of such an establishment. It likely serves merely as a pastime for her, rather than a primary source of income. Chapter 38. The charming proprietress, she casually mentions the process of obtaining a driver's license without the need for the applicant to be present. It is important to note that this is not the 1990s. While the present may not adhere to the stringent regulations of the future, even typical connections would struggle to achieve this. Hesitant and lacking the assertiveness of a man, the proprietress turns to leave. Is she truly lacking in masculinity? One must try to know for certain. Get in the car, she commands. Li Zecang, having endured repeated setbacks, feels a surge of frustration. Damn it, I am reborn. A child of destiny. How can I allow myself to be looked down upon by a mere woman? How will I conquer the stars and seas from here? And compete with the likes of Xiao Ma and Xiao Jia? She is merely a fleeting romance, and what of this small county? Even if she is the best in the county, what does it matter? Today, I will secure this driver's license. No one can dissuade me. In a moment of bravado, Li Zecang makes a resolute decision. Upon hearing his bold declaration, a smile graces the proprietress's lips. Without further ado, she retrieves the keys from the counter and tosses them casually to Li Zecang, choosing not to unlock the car herself, as she wishes to gauge whether this young man is merely boasting. Having never driven a BMW from 2002, Li Zecang is nevertheless familiar with cars and possesses considerable expertise. Being a seasoned driver, as he takes the keys and presses the unlock button, the car lights flash briefly. He opens the door and settles into the seat. Immediately enveloped by a rich scent of roses, mingled with a faint, distinctive fragrance that is almost imperceptible beneath the strong aroma. As the passenger door swings open, a long, immaculate leg appears before him, bringing him closer than before, revealing the fine details of her skin. She is bare-legged, without stockings. This woman certainly exudes confidence. Following this, her curvaceous form, wrapped in silk, enters the vehicle, accompanied by another voluptuous leg. Li Zecang is momentarily bewildered, questioning whether this style of entering a car, popularized on later social media platforms, is something she has adopted from someone else. After a brief moment of confusion, Li Zecang realizes that she is not imitating the social media stars of the future. Rather, this graceful manner of entering a car is timeless, and those later influencers merely popularized it further. As the door closes, the originally knee-length cheongsam fails to fully conceal her alluring thighs due to her seated position. The hem of the dress rests casually between her legs, with her left thigh almost entirely exposed, unabashedly showcasing its allure. Little brother, are you up for the challenge? This sister, weighing under 100 pounds, is entrusting everything to you. The proprietress slightly turned her body, her legs crossed towards Li Zecang, her lips uttering enticing words that stirred the imagination. The fragrant breath wafted towards his ear, intensifying the already potent scent of roses that filled the vehicle. Young Li felt overwhelmed, his heart racing, and to his dismay, he sensed an uncontrollable urge within him. Although he was not wearing loose shorts today, the athletic pants offered little concealment. In this moment, he longed for the resilience of denim jeans. His heart had already faltered, yet his lips remained defiantly stubborn. Well, why not? Let's see if the proprietress can handle it. With that, he fastened his seatbelt, ready to embark on their journey. After securing himself, he glanced at the still motionless proprietress and reminded her, "Buckle up. It's too tight." She protested. Li Zecang furrowed his brow, only then noticing the impressive curves that adorned her chest, having previously been distracted by her legs. Standing, they hadn't appeared so exaggerated. Was it an issue of perspective or perhaps the attire? Could such attributes, like young Li, also transform? He pondered in confusion. No, safety comes first. While one may act without care, there must be a certain reverence for life, regardless of whose life it is. This is a rebirth, not a game. No one knows if another chance will present itself. Unless you help me. Upon witnessing young Li's determined gaze, the proprietress relented, albeit partially, casting a seductive glance at him before teasingly speaking again. "I must admit, you truly frighten me." Young Li internally screamed in response, yet he remained resolute in his actions, unfastening his seatbelt and carefully shifting his body to maintain a slight distance between them, striving to grasp the safety belt on the opposite side. Thankful for his height and reach, he managed to avoid fully leaning onto her while still feeling a twinge of regret. Fortunately, he successfully caught hold of the belt. The movements were challenging to articulate, having undergone countless revisions. The current standards for writing seemed exceedingly exaggerated compared to the strictness of platforms like TikTok. The editor realized the extensive edits required for those saved drafts, having deleted countless words, pleading for mercy. This time, surely, the submission would pass the review. In a bid for coherence, young Li bravely leaned in, initiating a kiss. Just as they were about to lose themselves in the moment, the proprietress seemed to hear the faint sound of a bell ringing in her ears. Her mind sharpened instantly. Someone was approaching. An employee had arrived for work. Attempting to push Li Zecang away proved futile, as her soft hand was grasped firmly by him, pressing her back against the seat, rendering her immobile. With no other recourse, she could only retreat into their intertwined softness, revealing her hidden sharp fangs, biting down with force. "Ah!" The pain elicited a reflexive cry from young Li, and he lifted his head slightly, astonished by the vivid crimson hue adorning her face. Someone was indeed coming. The proprietress spoke softly, her expression devoid of any reproach towards the young man. It was at this moment that Li Zecang realized his demeanor, promptly turning back to sit properly. The proprietress fastened her seatbelt with care and scrutinized Li Zecang, her gaze traversing from head to toe. Li Zecang glanced at himself, noting the undeniable evidence of his arousal. Yet any embarrassment had dissipated. He pressed the horn, engaged the gear, and with a firm press on the accelerator, directed the vehicle onto the main road. An experienced driver, he maneuvered adeptly from the main thoroughfare to a smaller path, soon arriving at the urban-rural fringe where one side displayed suburban sprawl while the other revealed sprawling fields. The summer rice paddies were quite picturesque. "What is your name?" Li Zecang inquired. Call me Qingjie, she replied. Is it a kiss or a lover's affection? The seasoned man, growing familiar, flirted habitually. The Qing and Qinglu, the proprietress shot back with an eye roll, her tone tinged with annoyance. Oh, so it refers to the green grass by the riverbank. How fitting, Li Zecang muttered, but chose to leave it at that. It was unwise to delve too deeply into personal matters. Despite their recent intimate encounter, it was merely a misunderstanding between adults, and they remained strangers, even unaware of each other's true names. Why do I feel like you don't resemble a high school senior at all? The proprietress cast another curious glance at Li Zecang, posing an unanticipated question. Taken aback by her inquiry, Li Zecang thought, you've indeed guessed correctly. I hardly fit the mold of a novice student. From my earlier actions, could one not discern my seasoned nature? Thus, Qingjie agreed to assist Li Zecang in obtaining a driver's license, marking the conclusion of their initial genuine interaction as he began his journey, temporarily leaving the county town behind. Chapter 39. Back to the 11th day, a day in the life of Jiang. June 20th, 2002, Wednesday, the rain turned to sunshine, with merely 17 days remaining until the college entrance examination. To his left, he was still absent. Frustratingly, he was nowhere to be found in the classroom, on the basketball court, or within the city of Qing. What is happening to me? In just a few short days, I seem to have grown accustomed to his presence. It said that it takes 3 months to form a habit? Why does it not apply to me? Last night, I had intended to confront Hu, but reconsidered. He would return next Monday, and besides, we could travel to America together during the summer. His jokes are simply too amusing. How can he be so entertaining? I find myself missing him, just a little. Mathematics is exceedingly difficult, as is physics and chemistry. How can they be so challenging? These problems are significantly harder than past exam papers. I truly wonder where he sourced this test. Yet, it matters not. I shall focus on tackling these questions, for I will eventually need to teach him. He boasts excessively, claiming he can outperform me in exams. Such audacity. Thankfully, the vice principal backed down. Otherwise, I would relish witnessing his downfall. The following passage is derived from the diary of Jiang Tongxue. For an entire morning, the time of the West class slipped away unnoticed until Jiang Shuyuan finally adjusted her mood. It was only during the afternoon classes that she began to focus intently on the exam paper before her, which Li Zecang had left behind with the admonition to study diligently. Once immersed in her studies, Jiang Shuyuan exhibited a concentration that was unparalleled. Impervious to the incessant chatter of the teacher at the podium, the blaring sound of the bell signaling the end of class, or the cacophony of the bustling classroom during breaks. This unwavering focus lasted throughout 2 class periods. In the first half of the afternoon, there were teachers lecturing, followed by a lengthy recess of half an hour, and then 2 periods of self-study. During the extended break, most students would venture outside to use the restroom or engage in some physical activity, believing in the importance of a balanced approach to study and rest. However, at this moment, Jiang Shuyuan was completely oblivious to the passage of time, deeply engrossed in her problem-solving, even as her classmates returned, unaware of her presence. Jiang Shuyuan, are you still working on your problems? Class is over. Want you take a moment to rest? One of the few girls in the class who could converse with Jiang, noticing her fervent writing during the break, expressed her curiosity. Intrigued, she turned to see what Jiang Shuyuan was working on. Due to the vacant seat beside Jiang, her former deskmates, seeking a bit more space, had encroached upon the area originally occupied by Li Zecang. Although Jiang Shuyuan was displeased by this arrangement, she recognized it as a common occurrence. This slight alteration in seating allowed Wu, a classmate with whom she had a relatively amicable relationship, to catch glimpses of Jiang's progress while simultaneously focusing on the blackboard. Upon noticing Jiang's disinterest in the lecture, Wu's curiosity was piqued, and as soon as class ended, she seized the opportunity to investigate further. Seeing Wu's gaze not directed at her, but rather fixated on the exam paper, Jiang Shuyuan instinctively shielded her work with her hand. This somewhat exaggerated gesture only heightened Wu's intrigue and interest. Jiang Shuyuan, where did you get that exam paper? Is it from Nanjing or Nantong? Upon hearing Wu's inquiry, several others around them became intrigued. In the final weeks leading up to the college entrance examination, students were no longer passively studying textbook knowledge, but were instead repeatedly tackling various practice papers from different sources. They had even ceased to work on past year's examinations, as they had already completed those and found them largely ineffective for identifying likely topics. The papers Jiang was currently working on were, in fact, considered insider materials. Whether derived from the experienced selections of teachers at her own school or circulated among the provincial unified examinations. Yet, it was widely acknowledged that the most prestigious high schools in the province, particularly those in Nanjing and Nantong, produced the most formidable exam papers, crafted by elite educators. These papers were reputed for frequently aligning with significant and challenging exam questions. However, such materials were rarely circulated and remained elusive for most students. After all, the competition is merely an intra-provincial rivalry. Everyone is a contender. With each participant possessing a copy of the examination paper, this does not equate to an excessive rivalry, but rather represents a futile endeavor. Consequently, such examination papers shall only be disclosed within the confines of the school and are strictly prohibited from being shared externally. The significance of the so-called predictive papers from several prestigious high schools is evidently paramount in the minds of the students at this stage. Faced with the direct inquiry from a classmate, the ever-honest Zecang, who typically detests deceit, found himself at a loss for words. Silence, at times, does not effectively resolve an issue. Zhang's reticence led his peers to mistakenly believe that Wu had hit upon the truth, illuminating their expressions. Casting glances at the other boisterous students, Wu whispered, "Jiang Shuyuan, we share a good rapport. Could you possibly allow us a glimpse?" Furrowing her brow, Jiang Shuyuan was uncertain how to respond. Yet recalling Li Zicang's prior admonition to maintain confidentiality, she closed the examination paper and, with an impassive demeanor, replied, "This paper does not belong to me. I cannot share it. If you cannot share it, then whose paper is it? I shall seek to borrow it from them," remarked Zhang, Wu's deskmate, with a hint of sarcasm. "Indeed, Jiang Shuyuan, what are you afraid of? Your grades are so commendable. Even if we were to peruse this paper, it would not affect your ranking in the college entrance examination. We are all classmates. Can you not show it to us? It would not consume much of your time. Simply lend it to us, and we shall return it once we have copied it. I have seen it. It is indeed a predictive paper covering every subject." A male student from the side chimed in. Moral coercion is truly formidable. How could he respond with such composure? Was this not a form of moral extortion from the vice principal? Zhang pondered for quite some time, without devising an effective strategy to counter this brazen moral coercion. Ultimately, he resorted to his usual method. He concealed the examination paper, not merely placing it in the stack of books on his desk, but rather stowing it directly into the desk drawer. "This paper is not mine. I borrowed it, and I cannot comply with your request." With that, he stood and made his way towards the door. "If I cannot confront them, then I shall evade them. It is a perfect opportunity to visit the restroom." When the class bell finally rang, and the class supervisor had taken her position at the podium, Jiang Shuyuan returned to the classroom. During self-study, a supervising teacher was present, not to oversee the students, but primarily to facilitate their inquiries. Upon settling back into his seat, Jiang retrieved the examination paper from the drawer, only to realize that the order had been disturbed. Someone must have perused it. Jiang Shuyuan was immediately incensed, certain that the group had rifled through his drawer while he was momentarily absent. In his fury, Jiang briefly contemplated reporting the incident to the teacher, but was quickly dissuaded by the earlier moral posturing of his peers, which transformed his anger into frustration. What good would it do to inform the teacher, only to make the situation widely known? His desk lacked a lock, and there was no place to secure it. Oddly enough, Li Zicang's desk was locked, though he seldom utilized the lock. However, during the last seating rearrangement, he had moved both the desk and chair, leaving Jiang with an unoccupied, ownerless desk beside him. The detestable fellow, having vacated his seat, left no space for me. The territory is now claimed by others. Jiang pondered silently. After a moment's reflection, a bright idea struck her. If the mountain does not come to me, I shall go to the mountain. Wasn't Li Zicang's seat located at the back? That corner, flanked by walls on either side, is undoubtedly a coveted spot. Pouting slightly, her beautiful eyes scanned her surroundings with fierce determination, quelling the impulse to act immediately. She resolutely returned to her studies, yet a decision had been made in her heart. As the bell rang punctually, the homeroom teacher remained on the podium, not due to an extended lecture, but because some students had questions. Nevertheless, the class began to move about and converse quietly. Ignoring the teacher's presence, Jiang tucked her test paper away and rose, heading toward the last row. A few classmates, who had been watching her movements, assumed she was merely making a trip to the restroom, preparing to employ their previous strategy. However, they were taken aback as Jiang headed further back. Hey, school us out, Jiang Shuyuan exclaimed, looking at the peacefully slumbering Zhao Xingxing. With no trace of embarrassment, she gave him a gentle push. Ah, has class ended so soon? Is Teacher Tsang off to dinner? Rubbing her eyes, she realized that the one nudging her was not Teacher Tsang, but the tall and striking Jiang Shuyuan. Jiang Shuyuan, what brings you here? Zhao asked, perplexed. I'm swapping seats with you. Help me move now. Jiang Shuyuan, addressing Li Zicang's close friend, showed no reluctance, treating Zhao as if they were comrades. Upon hearing this, Zhao was momentarily stunned. What is going on? Even if you miss Teacher Tsang, he isn't here right now. While he did ask me to look after you, that doesn't mean we need to sit together. If you join me, how can I possibly nap during class? Move quickly, Jiang insisted. All right, fine. Zhao, ever audacious, disregarded the teacher still at the podium, stood up, and, along with his books, lifted Li Zicang's desk. This desk stays put. We'll simply switch your desk with mine. You'll sit in my spot. So that's it. You can't find Teacher Tsang and wish to reminisce by occupying my spot. Just tossing me aside like this is rather irresponsible, Zhao thought to himself. Despite his internal grumbling, he felt compelled to comply with Jiang, who was so closely associated with Teacher Tsang. Without heeding Zhao's thoughts, Jiang Shuyuan had already taken his chair and was moving forward. Zhao, watching Jiang turn away, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What trouble have I stirred? Teacher Tsang comes over and claims my wall-side seat, pushing me outward. And now this one has gone further by uprooting my seat altogether, moving to the middle. Where can I even voice my grievances? I'm not a meek individual. And what power does the grade director or the vice principal have over me? They cannot simply rearrange my position. Quickly now, Jiang urged. All right, I'm coming. Zhao Xingxing felt a weight on her shoulders as she exerted her strength, carefully lifting a row of books along with the desk, and placed them steadily onto the corridor beside Jiang Shuyuan. She then employed the same method to return Jiang's desk. Jiang Shuyuan, grasping a stool, kicked out Li Zicang's stool from within and replaced it with her own. She cast a glance at the class, all of whom were staring blankly, including their bewildered teacher, before she slowly took her seat. At that moment, the entire class snapped back to reality, directing their attention towards the teacher at the podium. Their thoughts echoing, aren't you going to intervene? The approach to solving this type of problem is as follows. First, comprehend the material. If it remains unclear, feel free to visit me during the break. After delivering this statement, Comrade Lao Wang dismissed the student who had just sought assistance, gathered his lesson plan, and exited the classroom with a pace noticeably quicker than usual. The bell rang once more, and the physics teacher strolled around the classroom before retreating to the corridor for a smoke. Zhao Xingxing settled into Li Zicang's former seat, staring blankly at the empty desk while gazing out the window. Jiang Shuyuan rummaged through the drawer of Li Zicang's desk and unearthed a small lock attached to a keychain. A satisfied smile graced her face as she tucked the key into her wallet and hung the lock from the lock's nose, finally allowing herself to focus on the exam paper once more. Chapter 40. Returning to the 11th day, another day for Jiang. June 21st, 2002, Wednesday, cloudy. 16 days until the college entrance exam before the early study session commenced. Comrade Lao Wang stood at the corridor entrance of the classroom. However, the senior high school students had grown accustomed to this. The homeroom teacher for the third year was often more burdened than the students themselves, rising earlier and retiring later. Could you endure such a life? Upon entering the classroom, Jiang Shuyuan cast a surprised glance at Lao Wang, but chose not to speak, merely brushing past him. Did Mao Xiaolei and Li Zicang return to the dormitory last night? Lao Wang inquired, a mixture of anxiety and anticipation evident in his voice as he spotted Mao Xiaolei approaching from a distance. No, they didn't come back. They haven't been seen since the day before yesterday, Mao Xiaolei replied. Return to the classroom. If you see Li Zicang, inform me immediately. Understood, teacher. Listening to their exchange, Jiang Shuyuan struggled to suppress a laugh, though a twinge of worry crept in. Would this absence truly not affect his grades? After inquiring with his dorm mates, Lao Wang turned to Zhao Xingxing, Li Zicang's closest friend, only to receive an identical, disheartening response. Zhao Xingxing too had not seen Li Zicang for 2 days, leading Lao Wang to ponder whether he had genuinely left the school. At that moment, Lao Wang's concerns shifted from academic performance to the whereabouts of this individual. Where could he have gone? Would he truly not return? Even if he were not in danger, failing to participate in the college entrance exam would be disastrous. Moreover, if something were to happen, while everyone knew that his words were often jest, frequenting places like internet cafes or other unsavory locales posed risks. What if he were to inadvertently find himself in a precarious situation? What then? Especially considering that this individual is not lacking in financial resources and carries a substantial amount of money, Mr. Wang felt increasingly anxious. He resolved to report the situation to Director Zhang and hurriedly made his way to the teacher's office downstairs, where he urgently addressed the grade director, Director Zhang. Our student Li Zecang has not returned to school for 2 days since that incident, nor has he returned to his dormitory. Shouldn't we contact his parents? He is skipping classes, exhibiting a lack of organization and discipline. You do have their phone number, don't you? Upon hearing the name Li Zecang, Director Zhang felt an immediate headache, even sensing a faint pain in his face. Not only had he failed to complete the task assigned by his superiors last time, but he had also lost face, with even the leadership intervening and being embarrassed. At this moment, he could hardly bear to hear the name Li Zecang. No phone number? Their SN address, right? Who is going? You? Me? At such a critical juncture, should we disregard the other students? He pondered over how he would explain the situation to the boy's parents, a thought that he kept to himself, while he maintained a slight sense of superiority in front of the students. He knew that addressing such matters with parents just before the impending college entrance examination could drive them to madness, and he could only wonder what the consequences would be. Are we really going to ignore this? Mr. Wang retorted sharply, observing Director Zhang's apparent lack of shame. How can we ignore it? He has been skipping classes, and after several days, according to school regulations, he could be expelled, given that he is about to take the college entrance examination. It would be a great mercy not to take action against him. What more can the school do? With a sense of righteousness, Director Zhang insisted on adhering to the rules. We all know that what he said that day was not to be taken seriously. But the reality is that after the incident that unfolded in front of everyone, this student left school. His departure was not entirely voluntary. The situation now is that if anything were to happen, regardless of whether it was by his own choice or not, the school would bear the responsibility. If you want to handle it, then I must. However, I have now reported this to you. The grade director and the other teachers present have also heard it. If something goes wrong, I will at least hold a minor share of the responsibility. As Mr. Wang spoke, he glanced at his colleagues and then fixed a cold gaze on Director Zhang, maintaining a stern demeanor as he continued. As for whether you should find him, contact his parents, or even report it to the police, or if you should take disciplinary actions in his absence, or even report for expulsion, that is entirely your concern. With that, Mr. Wang slammed the table and stormed out. In this era, capable teachers possess strong personalities. Whether you are a mere grade director, or even a vice principal or principal, they are unafraid to assert themselves. After all, I, too, hold a position. You cannot expel me, and conversely, you require my abilities and skills to enhance student performance and improve the school's admission rates, thus earning face for the leadership. This is also a matter of academic advancement. The admission rate signifies everything about a school, which, in relative terms, could still be considered clean. However, this cleanliness is merely relative, existing only within the current era and environment. With the insidious encroachment of wealth, the days ahead appear increasingly illusory. Look at this attitude. Do they even regard me, the head of this grade, with any respect? How can one speak to me in such a manner? After all, I am, in some sense, their superior. Reporting to the authorities? What a grand spectacle. It's not as though we expelled him. He is already an adult, with legs of his own to walk away. If he chooses to leave, must we bear the burden of responsibility? Upon witnessing Teacher Wang's departure, Director Zhang once again vented his frustrations, seemingly attempting to salvage his dignity before the onlooking teachers. Director Zhang, regardless of one's age. When a boarding student departs from their guardians, the school assumes the role of caretaker. An adult missing for 24 hours warrants a report to the police, and this student, Li, has already been absent for nearly 18 hours. A political science teacher, somewhat versed in legal matters, discreetly interjected, perhaps not wishing to endure such cacophony so early in the day. It was indeed too loud, too disruptive. A long sigh escaped Director Zhang as he sank heavily into his seat, overwhelmed by despair. He pondered for a considerable time, struggling to conceive a viable solution, only to exhale once more and mutter to himself, "Forget it, let us wait another day. If this fellow isn't back by morning, I shall report it to Principal Jiang. If they expect me to take the blame, they can forget it. His capabilities may not be extraordinary, yet his acumen in administrative matters is decidedly commendable." Although the position of grade director may not traditionally be regarded as an official rank, Director Zhang, who relishes studying the intricacies of governance and consistently perceives himself in a position of authority, is indeed a master of theoretical discourse. In the classroom, ignoring the lecturing teacher, Jiang Shuyuan clenched her fist in a gesture of celebration. She had finally solved the last challenging problem in mathematics. What a feat! It was indeed difficult, employing two advanced concepts beyond the syllabus. Is this the caliber of questions encountered in the Gaokao? If such questions were presented, I fear I would be unable to answer even one, earning not a single point. This is a substantial question worth 12 points. If only Li possessed that peculiar talent of predicting exam questions accurately. But then again, what if I truly could gain admission to Peking University? Even if my scores suffice, would I genuinely wish to attend? And what of Li? What if he also achieves admission? Surely, he cannot. He is utterly foolish, pretending to be serious. Yet I sense he comprehends little, save for English and Chinese. I truly cannot fathom how he manages to study, as he rarely seems engaged, yet somehow scores over 570 points in exams. What if both of us were to gain admission to Peking University? That is impossible. If he were to succeed, and I as well, we would inevitably select the same program. Where has that insufferable fellow wandered off to? Not even a message to keep me informed. Oh, I could send him a message. He did ask me to contact him when he left. Yes, I shall send him a message. Seated alone at the back, Jiang Shuyuan engaged in a constant internal monologue, feeling quite uneasy. I have solved the major problem in mathematics. An ambiguous message sent forth encapsulated the essence of Zhang's character. Intellectually astute and adept at unraveling problem-solving strategies, I eagerly await your elucidation, Teacher Jiang. Li Zecang habitually teases. Where are you? In Yangzhou, the Yangzhou of vibrant spring blossoms. Is there a slender horse? Upon hearing this inquiry, Shaoli was momentarily taken aback. Surely this was a knowledge point within your grasp? The slender horse of Yangzhou, how long ago was that? What era do we inhabit now? You find the slender horse beautiful. Do you? I dare say it pales in comparison to Zhang's beauty. Is the slender Westlake enchanting? It belongs to the affluent who dare not flaunt their wealth. A pond that is exquisite yet lacks grandeur. Does Li Zecang possess lofty aspirations? Birds accompany phoenixes, basking in Zhang's radiance. I have yet to visit the pond. I shall take you there next time. Today, the class monitor appeared anxious, inquiring about your well-being alongside your roommate and Zhao Xingxing. The class monitor is a commendable comrade. Please share my phone number with him at your convenience. At this moment, Li Zecang realized that while he had been preoccupied with intimidating two miscreants, he inadvertently involved the well-meaning class monitor and hastily sought to amend the situation. All right, so, tomorrow we shall arrive in the city of Phoenix Trees, Jinling? Indeed. Please elaborate on the Phoenix Trees of Jinling tomorrow. Very well, yet it is not entirely flawless. In fact, it is profoundly regrettable. Isn't it said that imperfections constitute perfection? Regret is the essence of life, yet I must pursue perfection. Human nature is inherently greedy. If you attain perfection, what of others? Selfishness is, after all, a fundamental trait. Contemplating these seemingly simple words, Jiang Shuyuan pondered deeply. After a prolonged silence, she resumed her messaging. Stay safe. Understood. Concluding today's dialogue, Jiang continued to peruse the messages, seemingly striving to glean further insights into that individual. As she read with great care, she felt it insufficient. Ultimately, she transcribed their correspondence into the same notebook as before. Perhaps in this modern age, individuals still place greater trust in paper, in words, intangible entities. Selfishness is, after all, a fundamental trait. Human nature is inherently greedy. Could he be a selfish, avaricious individual? What aspect does this selfishness and greed pertain to? Or is it all-encompassing? When one develops a peculiar curiosity towards another, it signifies a gradual descent into fascination. If the object of curiosity possesses any depth, the threshold of complete enthrallment is perilously close. It appears that Jiang Shuyuan has already become significantly intrigued by Li Zecang, teetering on the brink of captivation. Yet, she makes no effort to prevent her descent. Rather, she revels in it. Chapter 41. Returning to the 13th day city of Phoenix Trees, June 22, 2002, Friday, clear skies, 15 days until the college entrance examination in the morning. Before the dawn study session commenced, Jiang Shuyuan noticed the class monitor once again inquiring about Li Zecang's roommate. Observing the class monitor's slightly anxious demeanor, Jiang paused. Unable to bear the sight of her diligent, yet overly anxious teacher, Li Zecang initially intended to frighten the two leaders. Yet he was unaware of an old adage: the despicable find a passport in their depravity, while the noble inscribe their epitaphs in their virtue. The torment endured by those two predators is hardly worth mentioning, yet it surely pales in comparison to the tribulations faced by their homeroom teacher. Jiang Shuyuan, do you require something? The homeroom teacher inquired with a forced smile, his demeanor pleasant. Teacher, Li Zecang has gone to Jinling for a matter. He should return by Monday. Upon hearing this, the teacher's eyes brightened, instantly dispelling the anxiety from his face. Has he contacted you? Jiang Shuyuan nodded and replied, I have his current phone number. Excellent. Please provide me with the number. I shall call him immediately. This child is on the verge of his college entrance examinations. He cannot allow his emotions to jeopardize his future. Observing the lengthy string of digits on the paper, the teacher felt both vexed and amused, thinking to himself, surely, I have worried for nothing. These two must be in touch, and Jiang Shuyuan undoubtedly possesses a phone. He picked up the office phone, ready to dial the number, but glanced around first, reflecting, I shall step outside to make the call, allowing you to fret a little longer. If I am to suffer, you shall not have it easy either. After 2 rings, Li Zecang recognized the familiar area code and immediately deduced the caller's identity. Hello, teacher. He answered. Li Zecang, you still remember I am your teacher? If I had several students like you, I would require paper offerings. Teacher, how could that be? I intend to work and buy you drinks. I cannot partake in your libations. Return to class promptly, concentrate on your examinations, and I shall be satisfied. Even if you were to strike it rich in the lottery, remember that such wealth is fleeting. Your university education is the true treasure of your life. Do not punish yourself for others' mistakes by allowing their pettiness to affect your academic performance. Old Wang, the teacher, spoke earnestly and with heartfelt concern. Teacher, I understand. You need not worry. I shall return on Monday. It is not a matter of resentment. I have genuinely been occupied these past few days. Very well. Should I not see you on Monday, I will come to your home, and I shall not intervene if your mother decides to chastise you. Rest assured, teacher, I will definitely be there. By the way, I hope I1T be transferred back to Class 2 again. Li Zecang teased. If they dare, I will simply transfer Jiang Shuyuan away, Old Wang declared with bravado, having been thoroughly disgusted by the sycophantic behavior of those two individuals recently. So you are aware of it all, Li Zecang chuckled to himself, thinking, we are all seasoned players in this game. I shall not keep you further. Stay safe out there. On Friday evening, in Jinling, at the Jinling Grand Hotel, in the presidential suite, Li Zecang reclined casually on the bed. Alone in his room and in the stillness of the night, he felt no solitude, for thoughts occupied his mind. In the realm of one may indulge in comfort as desired, and he was nearly stripped bare of all but his thoughts. As he lay there, gazing out at the nightscape, he pondered, with 6 million in hand, what shall I do? After 2 days of absence, what was Li Zecang engaged in while traversing through several cities? In essence, it is a matter of claiming a prize, simply exchanging the lottery tickets nestled within the backpack for cash. The entire process is as straightforward and seamless as it appears. And the same tactics employed have left the staff at various redemption centers utterly helpless. Attempting to exploit Li Zecang is no ordinary challenge. Suddenly wealthy, this erstwhile impoverished individual finds himself with an unprecedented sum of money, a first in his dual existence. With newfound wealth comes the desire to indulge, yet after much contemplation, he realizes he is at a standstill, unable to make any substantial purchases. He cannot buy a car, as his driver's license has yet to be issued. Even if he did, he would have no means to drive it home. Moreover, he is at a loss regarding how to explain this windfall to his family, Old Li and Old Wang. Though the prevailing wisdom suggests that homeownership is the optimal investment strategy for the average citizen, Li Zecang finds this notion somewhat trivial. Unless there is a genuine need for accommodation, the prospect of buying a home upon returning from his extraordinary journey is laughable, bordering on disgraceful. In this era, even a modest bottle of Maodai, priced at $350, offers greater appreciation potential than real estate. For those who have traversed time, the streets are paved with gold. Provided one refrains from the foolishness of flaunting wealth indiscriminately. Contemplating automobiles, Li Zecang is suddenly reminded of the proprietress and her promise regarding his driver's license. Ah, but wait. My license will be ready next week. Although purchasing a car now means I cannot drive it home, I could easily hire a driver to do so. By next week, I shall be behind the wheel. As for how to handle old Li and old Wang, I can simply keep this from them for the time being. As I am not a constant presence at home, the heart compels action, and having rationalized his desires, young Li is unable to suppress his impulse to acquire a vehicle. He resolves instantly to buy a car. Yes, a car. Tomorrow, he shall make the purchase and then return to procure a gift for Jiang. He finds himself yearning for her, and thus decides to return the following day. Just as Li Zecang finalizes his plans, the melodious sound of a text message notification breaks the silence. He jumps up, retrieves his phone, and begins to read. In that moment, he sheds the guise of a man in his 30s and transforms into a youthful soul brimming with anticipation for love. Is the phoenix tree in Jinling beautiful? It remains a constant, ever-present theme in the style of Jiang Shuyuan. After pondering the message, Li Zecang responds, "It is merely a tree that evokes memories of a city. The tree is the phoenix tree, and the city is Jinling. What tales lie within this city of phoenix trees? To whom do they pay homage, love or humanity? One is a story of unfulfilled love, the other a tale of sorrow. Which would you prefer to hear? Can one not have both? Today, I can fulfill but one of your wishes, the tale of unfulfilled love." It is said that Song Miling had a profound affection for the phoenix tree, and in a bid to win her heart, Mr. Chang adorned the entire city with these trees. Each autumn, when viewed from above, the leaves transform into a brilliant golden hue. Following this golden trail reveals the majestic phoenix trees, resembling a gilded necklace encircling a verdant abode. The greenhouse sparkling like a precious gem. The house in question is the residence of Mr. Chang and Sung Mei Ling, nestled amidst the embrace of sycamore trees, known locally as the renowned Zhongshan Miling Palace. It is astonishing to discover that these two individuals share such a captivating love story. To love her is to proclaim it to the world. The presence of the sycamores signifies that Mr. Chang's love endures even to this day. Is there no one who seeks to disrupt this? The allure of Nanjing's sycamores inherently resides within the city's rich tapestry of history and experience, providing shelter and solace from the dust and storms of everyday life. The sycamores and Nanjing are inseparable. In their prime, they exhibit an unparalleled grace. Yet once that beauty has faded, they reveal a profound solitude and a distant, serene expanse. This is a harmonious alignment of spirit and essence, transcending the love story of Mr. Chang and Miss Sung, destined to persist. Why speak of regret? Why speak of remembrance? Remembrance is a tale of its own. And as for regret, though the sycamores are undeniably beautiful, the love between Mr. Chang and Miss Sung ultimately concluded in tragedy. Does this not encapsulate the fleeting beauty of a moment, tinged with the sorrow of impermanence? Typing is quite exhausting. Shall I relay this with my voice instead? Unexpectedly, just a few minutes later, Jiang called, catching Li Zecang by surprise. Upon checking the time, he realized it was the interlude between two study periods. A generous 30 minutes for a break. However, Jiang seemed rather eager. With a smile, Li Zecang answered the call. "Shall we speak now?" As was customary, Jiang wasted no time, swiftly steering the conversation toward the main topic, true to her style, even fewer words than a text message would convey. "Of course. What would you like to hear?" "The love between Mr. Chang and Miss Sung. Wasn't what I shared earlier quite beautiful? Why delve deeper? Perhaps the final verdict diverges from the ideal in your heart. Did you not say that regret, too, can embody a form of beauty? Now, I wish to hear about the regrets that linger between them, to discern whether this regret possesses beauty." Li Zecang pondered for a moment before replying. Meeting, knowing, and cherishing. These are the three stages of love. What I just recounted serves as a testament to the beauty of Mr. Chang and Miss Sung's acquaintance. Yet their initial meeting was far from perfect. Are you suggesting that Mr. Chang had a wife before he met Miss Sung, and that he discarded his first wife to marry her, among millions, to encounter the one you meet? In the boundless wilderness of time spanning eons, neither too early nor too late, merely a serendipitous moment. What else is there to say but to softly inquire, "Oh, you are here too?" Li Zecang refrained from a direct answer, instead quoting a famous saying. "Is it the love of Zhang Ailing that you reference?" Thus, you believe the timing of Mr. Chang and Miss Sung's meeting was flawed, which constitutes a regret. Yet, should not the journey itself hold greater significance? Is what we call love at first sight merely an attraction to beauty or an ulterior motive? Li Zecang countered. To love someone is to embrace all aspects of them. Be it their beauty or background, do they not form a part of the whole? Jiang Shuyuan similarly retorted. Upon hearing this, Li Zecang chuckled, realizing Zhang's perspective on love. After sharing a laugh, he continued, "You must understand, then, that their meeting was devoid of regret. Is their love truly perfect?" Li Zecang shook his head, although the other party could not see him, and continued, "Meeting, knowing, and staying together should ultimately not be flawless. Traditional beliefs emphasize the importance of passing on the family line and creating the fruits of love, while feudal thinking advocates to share the same bed in life and the same grave in death. Whether Miss Song has regrets or President Xiao Jiang has intervened, the absence of sharing the same grave is a kind of regret, isn't it?" This time, Jiang Tongxue did not refute but recited thoughtfully. To share the same bed in life and the same grave in death, indeed, is a regret. However, as you mentioned, regret can also be a form of beauty. I believe their love must be beautiful. I think so too. Jiang Shuyuan abruptly inquired, "Did Mr. Jiang really plant the phoenix trees in Jinling for Miss Song?" "If you believe it, then it is so. And what about the memorial?" "That is yet another story, one about the memorial." Upon hearing the school bell ring through the microphone, Li Zecang chose not to continue but gently said, "If you are interested in this story, I will tell you next time." All right. Chapter 42. Returning to the 14th day. Wealth cannot buy a car to travel in splendor. June 23rd, 2002, Saturday, sunny. There are 14 days until the college entrance examination. Plans often change faster than anticipated. Originally, I had intended to complete the purchase of a car and gifts this morning, hoping to return home before noon, especially since this afternoon marked the last day of vacation for the high school seniors. My mother would undoubtedly prepare a lavish meal by morning and would be peering down the road later in the afternoon, eagerly waiting for her precious son, who returned home only once a month. Little Lee was particularly eager to return home, but his plans were ultimately derailed by a leisurely slumber. The soft and comfortable bed in the presidential suite thoroughly disrupted Li Zecang's yet unestablished habits, perhaps awakening memories of a past life. He ended up sleeping until after 10 o'clock, a first for him since his return. When Li Zecang groggily awakened, he noticed the brightening sky, and the time had indeed surpassed 10 o'clock, a schedule reminiscent of modern life. He glanced out the window, roused his drowsy mind, and contemplated the day's arrangements. After some deliberation, he concluded that it was too late to make it home today. He would have to postpone until tomorrow. After all, traveling from Jinling back home in this era was not a simple task. While it was certainly possible to rush back, was it really necessary? Arriving home in the dead of night would only worry his parents. The wealthy lead such carefree lives. Having no plans often turns out to be the best plan of all. To live freely, I cannot possess the ability to do anything I desire, but I can choose the ability to do nothing. This is life. This is the value and meaning of money, or perhaps it is the power of wealth. It was already past 10, breakfast was no longer necessary. Although room service could be arranged, it seemed superfluous. I would simply wait for lunch instead. While one can forego a meal, one must not neglect exercise. After several days without physical activity, Li Zecang felt a sense of tension enveloping him. He resolved to engage in some exercise and relish the amenities of a luxury hotel, a temperature-controlled swimming pool. Although his workout was delayed, it was nonetheless essential. As long as conditions and time permitted, maintaining physical fitness was a crucial commitment Li Zecang had established for himself in this second chance at life. He was uncertain whether he could sustain this endeavor or for how long, but he intended to persist whenever possible. The expansive swimming pool was sparsely populated, with only a few guests enjoying a morning swim. After all, this was not an era of social media influencers flaunting wealth. Among the swimmers, only one stood out as particularly unique, an elegant suite attendant dressed in a chic outfit, her legs adorned with sheer stockings, holding a plush bathrobe at the pool's edge, ready to cater to the needs of valued clients. Such attentive service captivated the attention of the few young patrons present. After swimming for a solid 10 minutes, Li Zecang felt a greater exertion than his usual 5-kilometer routine, exacerbated by skipping breakfast, which left him genuinely famished post-swim. Satisfied with the luxurious pool, he nodded appreciatively, contemplating the prospect of daily swimming sessions as long as circumstances allowed, unaffected by inclement weather and gentler on his knees. The memory of relinquishing his sole athletic passion, basketball, due to knee issues haunted him, even in this new life. Casually accepting the bathrobe from the attendant, he inquired, "What do you recommend for lunch?" "Our hotel's Western restaurant is exceptional, featuring cuisine crafted by a renowned French chef. Alternatively, you may request the chef to prepare a meal for you in your suite." The presidential suite attendant replied graciously, Let us opt for in-room service. I shall freshen up first, he responded. Of course, I will make the arrangements immediately. After a quick shower, he indulged in a sumptuous Western lunch prepared by the chef in his suite. Such meticulous service was the hallmark of the presidential suite, an experience reserved for those of means. Once Li Zecang finished his meal, the attentive attendant inquired, "Good day, Mr. Li. What are your plans for today? Would you like to extend your stay? I will check out tomorrow morning. This afternoon, please arrange for a car to take me to the largest jewelry store in Jinling, followed by a visit to the premier luxury car dealership." "Certainly, Mr. Li. Coincidentally, there is a Hetian Jade exhibition taking place next door. Today is the second day of the event, should you wish to attend. As for the vehicle, would a Mercedes-Benz 500 suffice?" Indeed, money seldom leads one astray, and for the esteemed clientele of the presidential suite, service was nothing short of impeccable, an experience limited only by one's imagination. A car is more than mere transportation for a man. A luxury vehicle transcends being a mere status symbol or a means of ostentation. The automobile, akin to the horse of yesteryears, embodies a complex significance for a man. It is an essential and requisite possession, transcending mere vanity. Beyond its association with wealth and power, it symbolizes distant horizons and the essence of freedom. As Li Zecang arrived at the largest import car dealership nearby, escorted by a luxurious Mercedes at the hotel, a sales manager, impeccably dressed in a professional suit, approached him with earnestness. There was no ostentatious display. Li did not opt to park the Mercedes at a distance to create an impression. While such acts of bravado can be exhilarating, for Li Zecang, there was no need to engage in pretentiousness, especially in the presence of individuals from the mid to lower tiers of society. What merit was there in imparting a lesson to salespeople who gauge worth solely by financial standing? Perhaps they respected the professional driver accompanying him or the Mercedes itself. But did that truly matter? The significance of the sales manager was negligible. As the adage goes, those without wealth are inconsequential. Li Zecang's recent experiences reaffirmed this belief. Once one's finances are adequately allocated, one finds oneself surrounded by superior service and cultured individuals. Even the allure of women elevates to a higher echelon. While service and beauty may embody such ideals, automobiles, regrettably, do not share the same distinction. After perusing the vast expanse of the import car showroom, a wave of disappointment washed over him. "Sir, might I inquire if there is a vehicle to your liking?" The professionally poised sales manager inquired, adeptly discerning the change in Li Zecang's expression with a smile. With a wry smile, Li reflected on the notion that indeed, there was no car that captured his fancy. Upon further contemplation, he recognized that the current automotive offerings paled in comparison to those of the future. Even the so-called luxury imports fell short against the backdrop of advanced intelligent vehicular systems and sleek designs to come. Most contemporary vehicles lacked the aesthetic appeal he desired, rendering them mere mechanical toys. After some thought, Li Zecang resolved to purchase a Land Cruiser, as its exterior bore a resemblance to its future counterpart. This was likely due to the fact that the subsequent iterations of the Land Cruiser had seen minimal enhancements. At least this choice would mitigate the disparity he felt. Regarding the disdain for Japanese vehicles, while he exhibited traces of youthful rebellion, he remained a rational engineering mind, embracing the merits of superior technology from others, even if it meant leveraging foreign advancements. Turning to the attentive sales manager, he inquired, "I would like the Land Cruiser 4700 in white. Is there a high-spec model available?" Initially believing this business deal would fall through, the sales manager was taken aback with delight upon hearing Li Zecang's words. His expression of excitement was uncontrollable as he exclaimed, "A white Land Cruiser 4700, high configuration. We have one in stock, but the price is 1.2 million. With all expenses, it will exceed 1.3 million. He added, "All right, we can arrange for a temporary license plate. I won't discuss the price further. I'll throw in some window film, floor mats, and various embellishments. I'll have someone come to drive the car away tonight." Although he was aware that negotiation was possible, as a young man suddenly coming into wealth, and now someone who even stayed in presidential suites at hotels, Shaoli was not inclined to haggle over a mere 30,000. He regarded it as a tip for the professional sales manager. In less than half an hour, over 1 million was spent, and a fully equipped imported Land Cruiser was acquired. Such is the simplicity of a wealthy person's lifestyle. While the excitement was not as intense as anticipated, gazing at the luxurious vehicle soon to be his, a luxury that he had never possessed in his past life, Shaoli felt a flicker of exhilaration. A car worth over 100,000 in the year 2002 was a possession reserved for the affluent and newly rich. He could have purchased several houses with that sum. Even in the provincial capital of Jinling, housing prices hovered around 2,000 to 3,000 per square meter at that time, meaning this car could easily cover the cost of a spacious apartment exceeding 100 square meters. However, in a decade or so, this Land Cruiser would likely face scrapping. While the value of properties worth over $1 million today, if chosen wisely in prime school districts, could appreciate to $30 million at the peak of the housing market. Li Zecang shook his head, dispelling the small-minded thinking of a peasant, or more accurately, the mindset of the impoverished. How could consumption and investment be compared? His first pot of gold was already in hand. Armed with his 24-hour memory and years of experience, attaining a place among the world's wealthiest seemed entirely feasible. Even if he merely invested in Tencent, Matai, Bitcoin, or those American unicorn tech companies, holding stocks for a decade or two could very well make him a listed domestic millionaire. With a self-deprecating smile, Li Zecang began to stroll through the familiar yet unfamiliar Jinling of 2002. Chapter 43. Return on the 15th day, homecoming June 24th, 2002, Sunday, clear skies. 13 days until the college entrance examination. Before 5 in the morning, Li Zecang hazily opened his eyes. Today, he was not lured by the comfort of the bed. He seemed to have transformed back into the 18-year-old Xiao Li, adhering to the routine of a high school student. He had arranged to meet the driver at 6:30, leaving him with over an hour. Rather than rolling over for more sleep, Xiao Li instinctively felt the urge to exercise, as if every cell in his body was calling out for it. The reason for such an early appointment lies in an overwhelming yearning for home, particularly for the youthful figures of Old Wang and Old Li. Originally, the holiday was set for yesterday, and if I couldn't return in time for lunch today, it would truly be inexcusable. At that point, Comrade Wang might genuinely resort to wielding a broomstick in frustration, changing into swim trunks. Draped in a plush bathrobe and casually donning flip-flops, I returned to the hotel pool. Fortunately, the hotel is of sufficient luxury and international standing, with the pool generously open 20 hours a day. The duty security guard, bleary-eyed, gazed at the peculiar youth before him, striving to rouse himself enough to avoid sitting in his designated spot for fear of dozing off. Li Zecang, clad only in swim trunks, unabashedly showcased his youthful and toned physique. While his muscles were not overtly pronounced, they were undeniably present, with even an elusive hint of an 8-pack abdomen. Logically speaking, at this stage, young Li should not possess swimming skills, having been raised under strict supervision as an only child. He had never ventured into rivers or swum in the wild. His adept freestyle strokes were a skill acquired in later years, seamlessly integrated into his current self. Before long, a meticulously dressed steward approached the poolside, 2 large towels in hand. After a casual nod to the security guard, he shifted his focus to the esteemed guest in the water. One must commend the exemplary 20-hour service, perfectly tailored to accommodate Li Zecang's schedule, rendering the service utterly impeccable. It is undeniable that wealth plays a role. The presidential suite, costing several thousand, boasts impressive amenities, and the attentive service feels incredibly worthwhile, with the steward dedicated to providing personal assistance at all hours. In the water, Li Zecang seemed to have either completed his warm-up or adjusted to the environment, swimming faster and without pause, repeatedly gliding back and forth. The security guard, watching this swift display, widened his eyes in astonishment, even fetching a stopwatch out of curiosity to time Li Zecang's performance. After a full 6 laps, totaling 200 meters, the guard stopped the timer, staring in disbelief at the display. 1 minute and 58 seconds. Goodness, could this young man be a national-level athlete? Even if my timing were slightly off. The margin wouldn't be vast. In such an unprofessional pool, covering 200 meters in under 2 minutes is a feat worthy of Olympic consideration. Manager Sun, is this guest part of the national team? The somewhat professional security guard inquired of the steward beside him. What? That can't be true. Manager Sun was taken aback by the question. Meanwhile, in the water, Li Zecang remained oblivious to the conversation on the shore. Yet he could feel the powerful strength surging through his body, a sensation he had initially thought he had forgotten since his youth. During his last basketball game, he managed a somewhat forced dunk, believing that his improved technique, combined with his youthful physique, had allowed him to advance slightly beyond his pure 18-year-old self. However, after several days of persistent training, Li Zecang discovered that his body was gradually becoming stronger. It was akin to his recent swimming experience. After a vigorous 200-meter sprint, he felt remarkably unexhausted, with his muscles and cells thoroughly invigorated. The chatter from the bank interrupted his pace. What was once a strained dunk now seemed to beckon the possibility of a complete dunking form. While his physical attributes were commendable, coupled with his recent dedication to training, he pondered whether his progress could rival that of a gorilla. Perhaps this was a second boon from the heavens. As he relaxed in a backstroke, he contemplated recording his jumping and strength metrics soon, allowing for tracking over time. With both hands planted on the edge of the pool, he propelled himself out, his body glistening with water, shimmering under the gaze of the butler, Sunday. The elegant lines of his tall frame momentarily left the seasoned butler speechless. Upon noticing Li Zecang's gaze, he quickly regained his composure, hastily offering a towel and proactively drying his body, an unusual departure from his duties. Draping the bathrobe handed to him by Sun, Li Zecang prepared to return to his room. The butler followed closely, guiding him with precision, stating, "Mr. Li, your breakfast is being prepared and will be delivered to your room promptly at 6. Is there anything else you require?" "No, that will be all. After breakfast, I will check out. I appreciate your service over the past 2 days, Manager Sunday. You may attend to your duties. I will freshen up in my room." "Not at all. Thank you for staying at the Jinling Hotel. I shall take care of your checkout to avoid any delays." "Very well, I appreciate it." After a brief freshening up, Li Zecang enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast, realizing he could eat more than before, perhaps due to the demands of his strengthening body. As he departed from the Jinling Hotel shortly after 6 in the morning, seated in the spacious backseat of a Land Cruiser 4700, he observed the familiar yet unfamiliar roads of 2002. The road conditions at that time were far inferior to those of the future, as the country had earned the moniker of infrastructure behemoth over the past 2 decades. If one were to calculate, it coincided with the rapid development of real estate, which had propelled the nation into global notoriety for its infrastructure prowess. With newfound wealth comes the necessity to spend, and infrastructure undoubtedly serves both personal and communal interests, achieving dual objectives and multiple benefits. Whether constructing roads and bridges or traversing mountains and rivers, the people of China displayed unparalleled skill and speed, having even conquered the world-class challenge of the Qinghai-Tibet Railway, not to mention the innovations such as tunnel boring machines that emerged from these endeavors. As long as industries and sectors are heavily infiltrated by the Chinese populace, they exhibit a transformative and overwhelming dominance, entirely occupying the field. While there are undoubtedly interests, intrigues, and substandard projects involved, the overall merits still shine through. Li Zecang shook his head, attempting to dispel these slightly negative thoughts from his mind. What should have been a journey of just over 3 hours had extended to nearly 6, a feat achieved with minimal stops and the expertise of a professional driver. After ensuring the driver was settled in a restaurant at the town center, Li Zecang took a rickshaw towards his home on the outskirts of town. Approaching home, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. Upon disembarking from the rickshaw and standing before his small courtyard, he slowed his pace, contemplating how to face his parents, who were still in their middle age, a notion that had previously existed only in his mind. "You actually decided to come back yesterday? The boy from the old Nyo family mentioned that you seniors had a day off today. I prepared dinner last night, waiting for you to return. But you didn't show up until the dead of night. If it weren't for your father stopping me, I would have gone out looking for you. This morning, waiting until past 10, and still no sign of you. I had your father go look for you. That man only cares about work and overtime, neglecting his own son. What's going on with you? Why did everyone else come back yesterday, and you're only just now arriving? It's already noon." Li Zecang's mother, usually not one for many words, transformed into a chatterbox at this moment, seamlessly transitioning from discussing her son to speaking about men. Listening to this familiar, albeit once irksome, nagging now felt endearing. Li Zecang fought back tears as he strode forward, embracing his mother tightly. Surprised, his mother gently patted his back with her rough hands. "You child, did you not perform well on your exams? It's all right, as long as you did your best." Seeing her eldest son display such rare, emotional vulnerability, Comrade Wang felt a wave of panic wash over her, forgetting to reprimand him for not returning home sooner. A son is always a mother's treasure, regardless of age or status. Once her emotions settled, Li Zecang released his mother. "Mom, that's not it. I scored nearly 600 on the citywide exam last time, and I've made even greater progress recently." That's good. While his mother felt slightly reassured, she sensed something amiss and immediately inquired, "Is what you're saying true? Didn't you all have your break yesterday afternoon? What were you doing yesterday? Did you go to an internet CAF?" "Not at all. My deskmate managed to get hold of some confidential exam questions from Nantong. We were worried other classmates would find out. So we only studied it secretly after everyone else had left school yesterday." The teachers in Nantong are very skilled, and their exam questions often align with the actual tests. To soothe Comrade Wang's concerns, Li Zecang spun a benevolent lie. "That's impressive. Indeed. I studied until midnight yesterday, which is why I overslept and arrived late." Li Zecang recounted the premeditated deception he had crafted, delivering it flawlessly. "That is good. I shall prepare a meal for you. The chicken I slaughtered yesterday has been properly processed. You haven't returned to cook, so please ride your bicycle to the factory and call your father back for dinner." Working overtime without compensation, yet so eager to help every day, Comrade Old Wang has begun his incessant rambling again. Just as Li Zicang's mother was about to enter the kitchen, she suddenly turned back, her expression serious as she scrutinized her son, making young Li feel a prickling unease. He thought to himself, "Mother, I could understand your gaze. After all, I have not seen you in your youthful days for 2 decades. However, your intense scrutiny is unnerving. Can you perceive any differences? Your son has not been possessed by an old demon. Rather, he has traversed time. Even if you do notice, please do not voice it. Feign ignorance instead. Little rascal, is that outfit new? You only wander about and do not study diligently. Where do you find the time for shopping? Moreover, the allowance I provide is meant for meals, not for clothing. Have you enough money? Should I discover that you saved on meals to buy clothes, you shall regret it." Upon hearing his mother's incessant chatter, Li Zicang felt a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by warmth. "Mother, if you do not start cooking soon, your son shall starve. I will go find father. You hurry along and prepare the chicken." As he spoke, he dashed out the door, ultimately hopping onto a woman's bicycle and racing towards his father's factory. His mother rambled on, while his father spoke rarely. This is the ordinary existence of typical Chinese parents. A large plate of stir-fried chicken, with nearly all the prime pieces on his own plate. As his mother fretted over whether he ate well at school, each visit home, she endeavored to prepare grand meals. His father, sipping on a modest bottle of cheap liquor, did not indulge excessively, but whenever his wife prepared something delicious, he would have a few sips, claiming it would be a waste not to enjoy such good food. In truth, he would only nibble on chicken feet, necks, and heads, reserving the finest portions for his son, leaving the remainder for his wife. This exemplifies the quintessential nature of their generation as Chinese parents. They bestow their love, hopes, and everything upon their children. As long as you fare better than I, and do not fall behind others, they will always give their all. Particularly influenced by the one-child policy, this generation of parents might be the finest in thousands of years of Chinese history. Li Zicang was the first to finish his meal. As he set down his soup bowl, his father also placed his wine cup aside. In their household, it is a rule not to scold children during mealtime. But once the meal concludes, discussions must commence. This marks the moment for the head of the family to speak. "Are you taking the college entrance examination on the 7th or 8th? "Yes, father. The next time we come home, it will be after the examinations. And summer vacation will have begun." Li Zicang refrained from mentioning his plans to go to America during the summer. It would be best to wait until after the examinations to disclose such news, lest he alarm them. "Zhaodi, please give Xiaocang 1,000 yuan. Zhaodi is the familiar name of his mother, reflecting the values of an earlier era. As Li Zicang understands, the unconditional love bestowed upon one's children is particularly evident in the parents of the 1950s and 1960s. This generation endured immense hardship with numerous siblings, and having themselves received scant affection from their own parents, they devoted all their love unreservedly to their offspring. The implementation of family planning policies further amplified this phenomenon, as most families were limited to a single child, thus doubling the intensity of their wholehearted devotion. However, they did not experience such an overwhelming outpouring of affection from their own parents. The diminutive name of Li Zicang's mother epitomizes this reality, a preference for sons over daughters. His maternal grandfather had 5 children, neither an excessive nor a scant number for that era, with the first 3 being girls, the eldest aunt, the second aunt, and his mother as the third. The first 2 were relatively unproblematic, but after the birth of his mother, the grandfather grew anxious. Fearing he might not have a son to continue the lineage, despite not truly understanding what needed to be inherited. Consequently, he named her Zhaodi, and it was only 2 years later, with the birth of the youngest uncle, that she was given a formal name. Nonetheless, the nickname Zhaodi remained with her throughout her life. Following the birth of the youngest uncle, who had 2 sons, Li Zecang's grandfather finally found solace, as in that era, families without sons, or with few sons often faced societal ridicule. In Chapter 45, Legitimate and Reasonable Monetary Gifts, it is noted that July comprises only a few days, and he was to return on the 9th. Although his mother could lavish all her resources on her son, she adhered to her intrinsic frugality, believing that he should not squander money recklessly. Expenditures should be judiciously directed towards significant milestones such as university education, purchasing a home, or marrying. He would soon be a university student, needing to acquire clothing, celebrate graduation with classmates, and ultimately requiring funds for new attire upon receiving his acceptance letter, as wearing old clothes to university, especially in a major city, was out of the question. His father glanced at the new clothing adorning Li Zecang and said nothing further. Thankfully, the Nike brand had not yet become widespread. Had his parents known that Li Zecang's outfit, including shoes, would cost upwards of 1 to 2,000 yuan, Zhaodi might have been compelled to wield a broom in frustration. "Mom, you really need to give me more money. 1,000 yuan is insufficient. Your mother toils tirelessly for a month without earning that much." Indeed, while Li Zecang's family appeared to be in relatively good circumstances, especially when compared to boarding students, most of his classmates hailed from farming families, with parents relying on scant agricultural lands for their livelihood. Typically, the male heads of these households would take on odd jobs nearby or venture to sea, yet even then, their annual surplus was minimal. Li Zecang's family had once been in a similar situation, but his grandfather was educated, having attended a private school in his youth, which instilled in him a greater emphasis on the education of Li Zecang's father, who attained a high school education, a notable achievement among rural individuals of his age. By a fortunate twist of fate, when Li Zecang was just a few years old, a city-owned automobile parts manufacturing company was established on the outskirts of their town. It began recruiting workers from the surrounding area, and Li's father secured a position as a welder. With his high school education and a strong work ethic alongside a penchant for diligent study, he quickly became a pivotal member of the team. Though he lacked the art of flattery that might have secured him a leadership role, he garnered considerable respect from his superiors. They even found a way to help his wife, Comrade Zhaodi, gain employment in the factory as a cook, thus liberating the family from the shackles of agricultural toil. "I may not ascend to the heavens, but I have struck a fortune," he remarked, producing his wallet to reveal a lottery ticket he had thoughtfully prepared. Comrade Zhaodi looked on with confusion. "What is this? A lottery ticket? Old Li, you possess some awareness." He explained that he had casually purchased the ticket a few days prior and, by sheer luck, won 5-second prizes. "I haven't had the time to claim it, so you can go and collect the winnings." "How much did you win? Where do we claim it?" Zhaodi inquired, her concern evident. "Why would you, at such a young age, engage in such pursuits? Though it is ostensibly for public welfare, many have become obsessed, akin to gambling, idling their days away and spending any small sum on lottery tickets." Old Li, rarely verbose, shared his thoughts, acknowledging the dangers of such habits. "Father, worry not. I understand the odds of hitting the jackpot are slimmer than unearthing gold in our own fields. This was a casual purchase, and I never expected to win. Besides, I am soon to be a university student and would never place my hopes in such ephemeral ventures." Upon hearing his son's reassurances, Old Li nodded in understanding, while Zhaodi looked at her husband expectantly. "Isn't a single prize worth over 30,000? She asked. "Indeed, 30,000 is substantial. Your father and I do not earn that much in a year combined. Each prize is 30,000, totaling 150,000 altogether." "Goodness, that is a significant sum." Old Li's eyes widened in astonishment. "Father, this is indeed true. Our family has not saved such an amount over the years. Of course, it's genuine. You should take a day off tomorrow to accompany your father to the city to claim the prize. Then you will see for yourself. However, the actual sum will be less after deducting a 20% personal income tax, leaving us with about 12,000. That is still a considerable amount." Seeing her mother closely examining the small lottery ticket, a radiant smile graced her face, and Old Li, in turn, poured himself another glass of wine, undeterred by the cooling dishes, and savored it leisurely. "Father, it would be wise to hire a vehicle to the city tomorrow. There are many thieves on public transport." "Very well. Is there anything else we need to bring? What are the procedures?" Simply go to the city's lottery center to claim the prize. Once we arrive, we can inquire about the exact location. Bring your identification and bank card, as they will transfer the funds directly. And if the staff requests a donation, just explain that we are burdened with debts and that this modest prize is insufficient to cover them. That is nonsense, Zhao Di interjected, growing anxious. Yet Old Li pondered thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Li Zecang observed that his father had understood, thus refraining from further comment. He continued to tease his mother, Mom, I have done well this time, right? Can you give me a bit more money? 1,000 yuan is hardly sufficient. If it weren't for your father insisting on 1,000, you wouldn't have even that. Besides, what do you need so much money for? The family's finances will eventually be yours anyway. With this amount, how much do you think will remain? It would be a miracle if the family's funds could last until your university graduation. We must save the lottery winnings for the future. Just enough to buy you a house. Properties in big cities are far from cheap, and this amount is hardly enough. Your father and I still need to continue saving. What began as playful banter turned into a lengthy monologue, revealing her propensity to ramble. Old Li pretended not to hear, as if accustomed to it. Li Zecang initially listened with keen interest, but the incessant chatter soon wore him down. He interjected, all right, Mom, you are right. But surely I should receive that 1,000 yuan. If you keep talking, I might end up with nothing. By the way, I only have a little over 100 left in my wallet. You can help me save it. You little rascal, his mother playfully scolded, finally ceasing her tirade. She rose with gravity, retrieving the lottery ticket, and handed Li Zecang 10 crisp red bills. Spend wisely, and if it's truly insufficient, come back and speak with me. Thus, amidst the warm chatter, Li Zecang pocketed the substantial sum of 1,000 yuan, accompanied by his parents' earnest hopes as he embarked on his journey once more. Mom and Dad, I will ensure you worry less in this lifetime and grant you a grandchild soon. As he departed, he glanced back at his parents who stood at the crossroads, watching him leave, silently vowing to himself. Turning forward, he murmured to himself, Gao Cao, here I come. Chapter 46, Flirting on his way back to school. Li Zecang checked the time. He had missed the 2 afternoon study sessions. After dining, he planned to return for the evening's self-study session. Confirming his arrangements, he took out his phone and texted Jiang. While immersed in her studies, Jiang was startled by the gentle vibration of her phone. Upon checking, she saw the simple 2 characters, Qing Cheng, and a smile broke across her usually composed face, unable to suppress the upward curve of her lips. She found it impossible to concentrate on her book, frequently glancing at her watch, feeling as though it were broken as time seemed to drag on. In the afternoon, a massive Land Cruiser pulled up at the entrance of a May restaurant, coincidentally parking next to a red BMW. Li Zecang exited the vehicle and strode confidently into the establishment. Under the astonished gaze of several waitstaff, he approached the counter and, in front of the proprietress, took a box of premium Zhonghua cigarettes. He then turned to the driver, saying, Thank you for your help. Are you staying the night here, or can I book you a hotel for your return trip? No trouble at all, Mr. Li. I'll catch the late bus to the city. Tomorrow morning, I'll take the train back to Jinling. All right, then I want to keep you. Take this pack of cigarettes for the journey. Thank you, Mr. Li. I shall take my leave now. As he watched the driver depart, a waft of fragrant roses drifted from behind. The proprietress approached Li Zecang, standing beside him. You truly consider this place your own, do you? Is that cigarette yours? Have you paid for it? Do you claim this parking space as your own, simply because you parked here? The proprietress cast a glance at Li Zecang, initially adopting a confrontational tone before turning her gaze to the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Qing Jia, this is rather inconsiderate, isn't it? What is yours and what is mine? Given our relationship, how can we be so distant? What is our relationship exactly? You don't even know my name. Do we truly have a connection, Li Zecang? The proprietress slightly turned, her warm breath carrying a rich scent of roses, brushing against Li Zecang's face. This gesture, coupled with the fragrance, instantly transported him back to that day, to that moment in the car. Though nothing overly scandalous had transpired, the mere recollection stirred a response within him. Suppressing the fiery desire within, he felt a hint of dissatisfaction with his lack of composure. Yet he also found a peculiar satisfaction in his current state. With a composed demeanor, he replied, Qing Jia, observe these 2 vehicles. One is robust and imposing, while the other is delicate and petite. One is a vibrant red, the other a stark white. How well they complement each other. Why must we be so mundane? In encounters such as these, we needn't have prior acquaintance. Just like these two cars, I perceive them as perfectly matched. A soulful connection is the ultimate pursuit. The proprietress swayed gracefully, circling around Li Zecang's vehicle, and spoke leisurely. Is this your idea of taste? A mere practical choice. What merits does it possess apart from its size? Ah, Qingjie, you err in your judgment. Although the little life may not be impressive, every existence, no matter how humble, possesses its own brilliance. Our task is to extract the essence from the dross. I find the women of little life quite admirable. They are dedicated in their craft. The proprietress shot Li Zecang a disapproving look, and in the public eye, she refrained from pursuing that audacious topic, instead redirecting her inquiry to the car. And what of this vehicle? Apart from its size, does it offer anything of value? Is size not sufficient? Furthermore, this grand machine undoubtedly outlasts yours. Are you certain of its durability? Those lacking decorum cannot engage in earnest dialogue. The conversation has indeed taken a turn. Sister, you are my sister, my dear sister. Spare your brother, won't you? You see, standing at 6 feet tall, I can't very well opt for a Mercedes or BMW. While sports cars may be aesthetically pleasing, they are uncomfortable to drive and ride in. I don't wish to purchase a little life vehicle, but the options are truly limited. You remain as practical as ever, yet. You do have a point. Your stature does limit your choices. Is this still practicality? I invested over $1,000,000 in this car. It is not merely a matter of money. Spending on essential practicalities is a form of pragmatism. However, spending on what is impractical, yet personally cherished, is the essence of romanticism. Qingjie, astute. You're quite the character, aren't you? I see that defiant look on your face. Stop pretending. A young gentleman, with a few million worth of Ferrari, parks his car at the university entrance. And even the most refined university ladies find themselves drawn to him. This notion is quite romantic. I, however, do not possess such a vehicle. When I attend university, I shall undoubtedly acquire a flamboyant sports car, perhaps a striking yellow Lamborghini, one that demands attention and exudes audacity. I am curious to see how many young women would grace my automobile. The proprietress can no longer suppress a smile. Choosing not to engage in idle chatter with Li Zecang, and returns to the counter. Li Zecang retrieves a document folder from his vehicle, drags a stool, and plops down beside the proprietress, appearing to be the owner himself. Unfazed by Li Zecang's seemingly unreasonable behavior, the proprietress remains composed. Qingjie, is it easy to obtain a driver's license? I can acquire it the day after tomorrow. Do you have connections at the Public Security Bureau or the Vehicle Management Office? Both. Let us not burden two parties with one task. Could you also assist me with the license plate? He cheekily pushes the folder toward the proprietress. Not a chance. She retorts, though her hands obediently accept the folder. She casually opens it, glancing at its contents, and extracts 2 stacks of red bills. What is this for? A service fee? She asks with a hint of displeasure. This amount hardly warrants your attention, Qingjie. I'm already imposing on you, and adding more money seems excessive. Once the payment is made, the task cannot be completed. The proprietress tosses the cash back into the folder, intent on returning it to Li Zecang. Wait, sister. I was mistaken. Could you at least check if there are any superior license plates available? Is that acceptable? That seems insufficient. It need not be extravagant. I prefer not to attract too much attention. I cannot handle a plate as ostentatious as yours. Just something slightly better would suffice. I trust your judgment. Also, you need not refund the outstanding balance later. What further labor do you require from me? Consider this the fee for assisting with my driver's license. I acknowledge it may not be enough, but it is all I can offer. This is your wager against me. A wager for assistance, while the costs remain my responsibility. Then I stand to gain. One cannot frame it that way. With this sum, I cannot achieve the task. You hardly strike me as a typical youth, the proprietress muses, contemplating her choice of words. What? I find it challenging to articulate. Transparent. Indeed, transparent aptly describes your current demeanor. You hardly embody the typical youthful exuberance. She glanced at her own license plate, reading 33333. Perhaps it was a tad ostentatious, she pondered. After all, I am not a wealthy heir. Excessive flamboyance would only invite trouble. Furthermore, I do not intend to drive this car. It is destined for my father once I enter university. Your father lacks a vehicle? If you are not a wealthy heir, does that make you a bureaucratic scion? Far from it. My ancestors were peasants for 3 generations. The proprietress gazed at Li Zecang with skepticism. Truly, my father descends from 3 generations of impoverished farmers. He is fortunate to enjoy the benefits of socialism. having become a proud member of the working class. The proprietress scrutinized Li Zecang, noticing the calm sincerity in his expression. She furrowed her brow, torn between belief and doubt, yet ultimately inclined to trust his words. Li Zecang discerned the expression of the proprietress and chuckled mischievously. You must be wondering how a high school student like me has amassed such wealth, right? Haha, I won't tell you, just as you didn't disclose anything to me last time. With that, he strode confidently into the restaurant. As he pondered over the character of this young man, a figure suddenly flashed past his line of sight. Observing the striking silhouette that darted before him, he momentarily thought he was imagining things, then let out a self-deprecating laugh. Indeed, this was the power of love, capable of transforming a composed and aloof person into one filled with anticipation and urgency. He reminisced about his own youthful days, marked by similar sentiments. Alas, youth had been squandered, weathered by storms, devoid of compassion. Perhaps it was time to make a decision. At that moment, little Li and Zecang were blissfully unaware that their unintentional display of affection was serving as a catalyst for a series of unfolding events. Jiang Shuyuan stood at the entrance, gazing blankly at Li Zecang, frozen in her place, her eyes brimming with profound emotion. Suddenly, little Li realized that his heart had stirred, completely awakened. To hell with being passive and irresponsible. When an older man like him fell in love, the impact was indeed earth-shattering. To hell with fleeting romances. He desired the heart of just one person, to remain together until old age. Was that too much to ask? Clang. The chair crashed heavily onto the floor, producing a resounding noise as Li Zecang stood abruptly, but at that moment, neither of them paid it any heed. They continued to gaze at each other, as though an invisible thread bound their gaze tight. With a bold step forward, Li Zecang enveloped Jiang in his arms, delivering a grand, fervent embrace. Jiang did not resist or ignore him. Instead, she reciprocated with equal fervor, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and burying her head deep into his chest. Inhaling his scent as though she wished to etch it into her memory, Li Zecang, too, breathed in the fragrance of her hair, along with the subtle, delightful aroma that lingered. A day apart felt like 3 autumns, such was the sentiment. After a long while, sensing Jiang's breath had quickened in his embrace, Li Zecang gradually released her, yet they maintained their gaze, quietly observing the girl before him. Jiang inhaled deeply, filling her lungs with air, disregarding the heat radiating from her flushed ears, and slowly raised her head, her eyes meeting those of Li. Their breaths intermingled, brushing against each other's faces, while their gazes entwined with an intensity that felt palpable. Jiang sensed a feverish warmth spreading across her face, far beyond the mere flush of her ears. Being not yet 18, she found herself unable to withstand the depth of Li Zecang's affectionate stare. Yet, she did not close her eyes. Instead, she lightly rose on her toes, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, and gently pressed her lips against his. Before Li could fully comprehend, she withdrew and took a seat at the table. At this moment, Shaoli had closed his eyes, seemingly savoring the delightful experience. With the corners of his mouth curving upwards, he turned around as though nothing had transpired, yet everything lingered deep within his heart. Jiang, have you completed the exam paper after 5 days of absence? Jiang Shuyuan nodded and inquired. Li, is the phoenix tree beautiful in that city? The phoenix trees were indeed exquisite, yet to witness another's love and solitude was undeniably melancholic. May I interpret this as an invitation for me to accompany you next time to admire the phoenix trees of that city? Li Zecang gazed at her with a beaming smile, remaining silent, yet he grasped her slender, delicate, and cool hand. Jiang did not resist nor evade. Allowing him to hold her hand, her apparent calmness was betrayed by the blush creeping upon her ears. After dinner, they parted ways at the school gate. Li Zecang first tossed his clothes back to the dormitory, then stuffed 2 packs of Chinese cigarettes into a black plastic bag and strolled towards the teacher's office. Good day, teacher. Good day, teacher. As he passed by, he greeted each instructor proactively, presenting himself as a studious and polite student. However, every teacher, upon seeing this seemingly courteous student, furrowed their brows, feeling an inexplicable discomfort, as if something was amiss. Perhaps it was the rumors circulating a few days prior that had tainted their perceptions. Li Zecang paid no heed to their opinions. He had wandered about, experienced the world, and fully reclaimed his former self. Now he was a student, a representative of the so-called underachiever of the future, and a figment of his own heroic fantasies. a synthesis of these three identities. Report. In the office, there were few teachers, and the homeroom teacher happened to be present. Oh, our prosperous Li Zecang has returned. Li Zecang's expression shifted instantly. He approached his homeroom teacher with a sycophantic demeanor, grinning widely as he said without a hint of caution, "Teacher, there were indeed matters to attend to these past few days. As I mentioned over the phone, with so many witnesses, I hope you can spare me some leniency and refrain from reprimanding me further. Li Zecang, I believe I have come to understand you now. Will there be any other incidents?" None at all. This time, I'm fully committed to my studies until the college entrance examination. I promise not to bring shame upon you. Whether you bring shame upon me is inconsequential. What matters is that you are true to yourself and your parents. Rest assured. Teacher, I'll head back to class now. With that, he casually tossed the 2 packs of cigarettes from the black plastic bag onto the corner of the homeroom teacher's desk. What is this? Teacher, just a little local specialty from Jinling for you to try. With that, he slipped out of the office. The homeroom teacher opened the plastic bag and glanced inside, pondering for a moment before placing it into the drawer of his desk. Upon exiting the office, the preparatory bell rang, and students on the staircase hurriedly descended, like birds returning to their nests, swiftly making their way back to their classrooms. As Li Zecang leisurely entered class 1 of the 3rd year, the students had mostly settled down, each engrossed in their studies. The return of this classmate did not stir much commotion. Time, indeed, is the finest balm, especially at this critical juncture leading up to the college entrance examination, where everyone resides in their own world. Observing Li Zecang, some unfamiliar faces displayed expressions of surprise, while those who were acquainted exchanged knowing glances and nodded, silently acknowledging his return. As he passed by his former seat, he intended to greet Jiang, only to find her absent. In her place sat a burly student feigning intense concentration on his studies. Why is Zhao Xingxing sitting here? Where's Jiang? A glance over his shoulder revealed Jiang occupying Zhao's previous spot, pretending to be absorbed in her book. Yet, the occasional upward glance and the barely suppressed smile gave away the fact that she was watching him. With a playful tap on the gorilla's head, he feigned seriousness and said, "What are you pretending for? Just sleeping on your desk?" With that, he swiftly made his way to the back row of the classroom. Zhao Xingxing, about to curse, recognized Li Zecang and transformed her frustration into delight. She was about to rise to seek her companion when a cough interrupted her. Their teacher stood sentinel at the doorway. Disregarding the spaciousness of the last row, Li Zecang purposely nudged Jiang and, with a subtle gesture, pinched her slender waist, conveying his surprise through action. The phrase "a man's head, a woman's waist" seemed to resonate with Jiang, as this intimate gesture rendered her ears crimson, compelling her to genuinely focus on her book, overwhelmed by bashfulness. "Have you completed the exam paper?" he inquired. "Yes. I managed to tackle the challenging problems in mathematics and science, and I've organized the solutions. If similar questions arise, I should be able to answer them," she replied, retrieving a notebook from her bag where they had previously chatted. Li Zecang took the notebook and flipped through its pages, finding only a few simple entries of their conversations. However, as he turned backward, he discovered the pages densely filled with notes, covering half the notebook. "You've mastered it? You've marked the problem-solving strategies and the knowledge points used. What do you say?" Jiang replied, a hint of pride in her expression. Although she lacked confidence in her chances of gaining admission to prestigious universities, her academic superiority over Li Zecang remained palpable. "Take a good look. If anything confuses you, feel free to ask. I believe this paper is quite challenging, and who knows, we might see similar questions on the actual exam," Jiang added. "All right." With the ringing of the class bell, their hushed conversation ceased. Jiang resumed her reading, while Li Zecang pretended to study. "What understanding of problem-solving strategies and knowledge points do you think you possess? You believe you can comprehend and learn just because the answers are laid before you? That is simply impossible. If I don't know something, I don't know it. You might present the answers to me, but all I could do is copy them. If you were to ask what I copied, I'm afraid they know me, but I do not know them. 20 years ago, the college entrance examination papers can indeed be found online. Can you still solve a single question from them?" Chapter 48. Back to the 16th day, the spring tide brings rain, hastening its arrival. On June 25, 2002, a Monday, light rain transitioned into heavy downpours, accompanied by sporadic thunderstorms. Just 12 days remained until the college entrance examination. The incessant patter of rain persisted throughout the night. The white noise provided a surprising comfort, as the gentle yet enduring sound of rain effectively drowned out the intermittent snores around. The notion that dripping water penetrates stone often evokes admiration for the wisdom of our predecessors. Indeed, persistence proves to be more efficacious than mere intensity. Li Zecang gazed at the unremarkable Xiao Li with a mix of annoyance and exhilaration, reflecting on the beauty of youth. Standing by the window, he observed the distant playground, glistening with water and transformed into a vast expanse. With no space for running, he began to reminisce about the indoor, temperature-controlled swimming pool at the Jinling Hotel, where one could freely unleash their energy, a truly delightful experience. With potent hormones seeking an outlet and no means to release dopamine through exercise to temper them. Perhaps this is the solitary vexation of youth. The relentless rain throughout the night had significantly lowered the temperature. Donning a jacket and raising an umbrella, he meandered towards the school gates, utterly disinterested in the usual breakfast trifles at the cafeteria. Rice porridge, steamed buns, pickled vegetables, if given a choice. Even a dog would turn its nose up at such fare. In the light drizzle, the once open-air breakfast stall now sported a makeshift canopy, reminiscent of a nighttime street food market. Walking in the rain may carry a romantic allure, but setting up shop in such weather is merely a testament to life's relentless demands. On rainy days, few students ventured out to dine. Most opted to make do in the cafeteria before hurriedly retreating to the classroom for self-study, thus minimizing the risk of dampened clothing and shoes. Li Zecang, however, feared not. He was blessed with an abundance of time and dreaded the thought of sitting idly in the classroom, lest he develop a sore backside. Boss, 1 bowl of tofu pudding, a steamer of buns, 8 pan-fried buns, and 2 youtiao, please. Ever since that transformative experience at the Jinling, where he fully realized his physical potential, Li Zecang noticed changes beyond just his physique. His appetite had burgeoned, increasing by at least 50%. Now, his meals likely surpassed even those of his gorilla-like peers. As he listened to the rain tapping against the canopy, he leisurely observed the hurried students around him. Xiao Li dined at a languid pace, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time, wishing instead for it to hasten. After finishing his meal at a leisurely pace, he strolled back to school, pausing in the corridor to gaze at the misty, rain-soaked world. Listening to the sounds of students reading within the classroom, harmonized with the rain outside. Li Zecang wore a contemplative expression, as if reflecting, creating, or lamenting. In truth, he was simply idle, unsure of how to fill his time. In an era devoid of smartphones, time indeed felt interminably slow. As Zecang entered the classroom, clutching a damp umbrella, Li leisurely descended the stairs to empty the water. It was Zhang's presence that lent meaning to the seat, allowing Li to forget the discomfort inflicted by the hard wooden bench beneath him. Today's commuting students arrived rather late. Li Zecang, having finished in the restroom, strolled into the classroom just as the self-study bell rang, his timing impeccable. However, upon noticing that the seat of the class's gorilla was still unoccupied, his earlier buoyancy diminished significantly. All joy and suffering are merely comparative, indeed. For Li, attending class was a rather tedious affair. Aside from the English he would inevitably need in the future, nothing else piqued his interest. And he felt reluctant to disturb the diligent Zecang. In a moment of ennui, he resolved to engage in writing. His progress was as erratic as the rain outside, filled with pauses and interruptions. Nevertheless, it was a comforting thought that the day's lessons were finally drawing to a close. After enduring a relentless 10 hours, he had persevered. Yet, troublingly, the spring tide brought rain unexpectedly. The summer thunderstorm mirrored this sentiment, just when the rain seemed poised to cease. It transformed dramatically during the third period of evening study. Thunder rumbled, fierce winds howled, and torrential rain fell, fulfilling the weather forecast's assertion of localized thunderstorms. As the class bell rang, the tempest showed no signs of abating, intensifying instead. Zecang, with such fierce winds, that little umbrella of yours seems inadequate. Here, take my larger one. You give it to me. Zecang, ever gracious, accepted. Ah, are you not worried about your driver seeing us? Are you afraid? If you are not, why should I be? It's precisely my concern that you might get drenched. You mustn't catch a cold at this juncture. Many students had already braved the downpour to return home, for none could predict when the rain would lessen or cease. Carrying an umbrella or donning a raincoat to reach the school gate was merely a simple journey. On rainy days, one fears not the rain, but the fierce winds, particularly when cycling through a storm. At this stage, private vehicles remain uncommon, and parents seldom come to fetch their children during such tempestuous weather, unless the students lack rain gear. Wearing a raincoat to the gate and cycling home in it is a rite of passage for every student. The pursuit of education is fraught with challenges, especially in this era. Yet, compared to previous generations, one must concede that we are indeed fortunate, are we not? Students like Zecang, who are driven to and from school, are now a rarity. Upon reaching the base of the teaching building, a vast curtain of rain loomed ahead, with students appearing minuscule against the deluge, yet they pressed on valiantly. While the downpour could drench their clothes, it could not extinguish the fervor within their hearts. The wind is too strong. Holding an umbrella is far more challenging than wearing a raincoat. Use my umbrella. It's larger and sturdier, Zecang reiterated, not seeking Zhang's consent. She understood his intent and did not respond, which served as her silent acquiescence. Immediately, Student Li removed his sports jacket and placed it over Zhang's head. He unfurled his umbrella, cast a glance at Zecang without the slightest hesitation, wrapped one arm around her, and with his other strong hand firmly held the umbrella. Heedless of the gazes from their peers, stepping into the torrential downpour. The storm raged fiercely. The wind was so intense that it was challenging to keep their clothes dry under the umbrella, especially since they were sharing it. However, when Zecang opened the car door and assisted Zecang into the vehicle, casually removing his jacket, remarkably, Zecang did not get drenched at all, save for her thoroughly soaked sneakers and the damp hem of her pants, previously unnoticed. Their driver now stared at them in astonishment as Zecang forcefully closed the door and stepped back into the rain, finally coming to his senses. He glanced at Zecang in the back seat, but said nothing, merely starting the vehicle. Zecang maintained an air of calm, indifferent to the driver's thoughts, quietly observing Li, who was already drenched, slowly disappearing into the curtain of rain. At that moment, she felt an immense strength within her, entirely unconcerned about the driver's attention. Not even the presence of her stepmother or her father would invoke fear in her now. In Li's embrace, she felt secure and warm, sufficiently shielded from the wind and rain. Once the driver dropped Zecang off, he intended to report the incident to his superior immediately. Yet, observing Zhang's retreating figure, he felt a twinge of apprehension, despite her not even glancing in his direction. In the heavy rain, the car parked conspicuously beneath the villa, but ultimately, the driver decided to leave. However, shortly after departing, he halted the car, gauging the time, and sent a text to his superior. Though he was merely a humble driver, he was Hu's dedicated chauffeur, a formally employed staff member of the bank. While currently preoccupied with his superior's personal affairs, it underscored how Hu regarded him as one of her own. Moreover, aside from his role as president, Hu also held the esteemed title of Mrs. Xia, allowing him to manage her private matters, an opportunity that many would envy. Not long after the text was dispatched, the phone rang. Xiaohe, what's the matter? Leader, I'm uncertain whether I should mention this. Upon hearing this, President Hu felt a surge of anxiety. What significant incident could have occurred? What was wrong with Zecang? Had another boy escorted her? His mind raced through various scenarios, yet his tone remained composed as he slowly replied, what is there that cannot be said? After all, I am, in a way, her mother. With a hint of self-deprecation, President Hu added, Leader, it was pouring just now, and a boy brought Miss Zecang out. They shared an umbrella, and she was wearing his jacket, while he had his arm around her. What? The facade of calm shattered, revealing the tumult of suppressed emotions within, as he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in disbelief. In truth, this was not a rhetorical question posed to driver He. Rather, it was an expression of astonishment. Realizing his own lapse in composure, he immediately compelled himself to regain his tranquility and feigned a calm demeanor as he slowly replied, All right, I understand. Thank you, Xiaohe. Please take your time on the road. I appreciate your continued hard work. Xu Yuan is about to take her college entrance examination, and once she has completed it, you want to have to work so late every day? It's nothing, sir. This is what I am meant to do. You have taken such good care of me. You should rest while I head back now. Upon hanging up the phone and shedding his fade, President Hu anxiously paced in the kitchen, desperately suppressing his desire to speak with Zecang Xu Yuan immediately. After much contemplation, he decided against it. Their last conversation had not been pleasant, and it would be better to wait until her father returned to discuss matters with her personally. Fortunately, he would be back tomorrow. Just as Zecang Xu Yuan thought of Zecang, at this moment, President Hu was consumed by thoughts of the one who occupied his heart. Judging the duration of Zecang Xu Yuan's shower, He finally ascended the stairs with a late-night snack he had just prepared, reflecting as he walked. Ah, it is indeed challenging to be a stepmother. Chapter 49. Back to the 17th day. Why does the maiden close her eyes? June 26, 2002, Tuesday, sunny. 11 days until the college entrance examination. The ravaging tempest finally ceased on the night of the 25th, leaving no trace of inclement weather to mar the 26th. On that bright morning, the sky was exceptionally azure, and the air was refreshingly clear after the torrential rain. Zecang rose nearly simultaneously with the academic prodigy from the upper bunk, yet he did not head to the early study session. He opted for exercise. Keen on running, his body felt unwell from the previous day's inactivity, and he was determined to run vigorously today. Although the cinder track paled in comparison to a rubberized one, the rain-soaked track was surprisingly clean. The playground's drainage system had performed admirably. Despite significant pooling during the rainfall, the water had dissipated quickly once the rain ceased, a testament to the school's thoughtful infrastructure. As Zecang jogged, he savored the post-rain playground. After warming up, he commenced his formal 5-kilometer run. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Before long, he had completed 13 laps without feeling any fatigue or discomfort. Even his breathing remained steady. He could still push further, so he continued for another 5 kilometers. Each lap was faster than the last. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, culminating in 12 laps, 25 in total, totaling 10 kilometers. Although he did not time himself, he could sense his remarkable speed. Was this a benefit of time travel? His physical condition had improved significantly, though it was not exaggerated to the point of the fantastical. He felt confident that his physical prowess was on par with that of a national athlete. While he might not qualify for the Olympics, he was surely surpassing the standards of a secondary-level athlete. Feeling unfatigued, Zecang made his way to the basketball court. For a young man, speed in running is not a particularly conspicuous skill, but jumping high is undeniably alluring. Imagine a college student standing at 6 feet tall, effortlessly dominating the basketball hoop on campus. It is a scene that stirs the blood and ignites passion. The atmosphere of university life is distinctly different from that of high school, with freshman basketball competitions and even collegiate leagues in full swing. Beneath the basketball hoop, I stood with slightly bent knees, my feet gently tapping the ground, effortlessly grasping the rim with one hand. In the past, I could achieve this, but now it feels remarkably easier. And I believe I can jump higher than I did just a few days ago while playing with my teacher. I decided to try using both hands. Maintaining a slight bend in my knees and lightly bouncing on my feet, I reached for the rim with both hands, managing to grasp it just as easily. Though I had previously been able to touch the rim with both hands, it was never this effortless. I recall during high school, while practicing alone on the school's south basketball court, I could perform a barely there dunk, essentially nudging the ball into the hoop before grasping the rim. The last time I attempted a dunk in practice was not quite a legitimate one, as the hoops at school were certainly sagging and not up to standard. However, during that game with my teacher, it was evident that my physical abilities had significantly improved. It was not solely a matter of technique and physicality intertwined. Now, I feel I have made substantial progress, and I dare say that performing a two-handed dunk would be quite effortless. Zecang remained stationary, bending his knees a bit deeper before suddenly propelling himself upward, both hands reaching high above the rim, surpassing it with ease, even the wrists crossing the hoop's boundary. Elated, Xiaoli clenched his fists before departing the basketball court, merging into the flow of students heading to the classroom for early study, returning to his dorm to shower. While you all sleep, I run. While you attend class, I shower. This is the essence of being unique and unconventional, savoring the luxury of time. After a rainy night, Zhang no longer minded walking alongside Li, or rather, she was indifferent to others witnessing their companionship. As they strolled together, engaging in dialogue, they arrived at the Amei restaurant, where 2 cars, one large and one small, awaited in the open space outside. The number 47,000 was rather intriguing. Pairing the Land Cruiser 4700 with the number 47,000 had a certain understated charm, and Zecang was quite pleased. Has our Li classmate arrived? They entered together. Yet the proprietress remained unabashed, playfully teasing them. Thank you, Qingjie. Is everything to your liking? Very satisfactory. They engaged in their enigmatic exchange, while Zhang exhibited no curiosity. Seeming to enjoy the conversation, her gaze fixed on the proprietress across from them. This is the information. Take it. The proprietress handed a file to Zecang before busily tending to her duties, not ushering Xiaoli into a private room this time. Noticing that Jiang had not inquired, Xiaoli said nothing either, and they continued their thought-provoking lunch, exchanging questions and answers. After finishing their meal, they exited the Amei restaurant, discovering that the proprietress had left the counter and the red BMW was gone. Li Zecang caught hold of Jiang, who was still walking ahead, leading her to the passenger seat of the imposing Land Cruiser, opening the door and saying, "Princess, please get in." Jiang had never heard this reference, yet she smiled faintly, displaying little curiosity as she calmly settled into the passenger seat. Li Zecang entered the vehicle and cast a glance at Jiang, naturally leaning down. Jiang observed the approaching Li with a hint of confusion, and as his face drew closer, her ears flushed crimson, prompting her to gradually shut her eyes. Li, momentarily taken aback, found himself genuinely stunned. The sudden arrival of happiness left him utterly unprepared, and after a brief daze, he began to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Jiang, puzzled by the prolonged silence, slowly opened her eyes. Coincidentally, at that moment, Li had regained his composure and gently leaned in to kiss her, captivated by her innocent, white eyes. The refreshing, cool sensation of her lips was exquisite. This was Li's immediate impression. As their eyes met, Jiang instinctively pushed him away. Li, who had not intended to pursue anything further, naturally retreated a bit. Noticing Jiang's flushed complexion, he reached for the seatbelt to secure her. It was then that Jiang realized her misunderstanding of this mischievous boy. As Li turned back, he was subtly inhaling the air. "What are you smelling?" Jiang inquired. "Can't you detect it? It's a peculiar scent, faint yet distinct." "Perhaps your sense of smell is faulty. It's merely my shampoo," Jiang retorted. "No, it's something unique. Perhaps the scent of love," he teased, earning an eye roll from Jiang, who chose to disregard his banter. With that, Li started the vehicle, driving eastward, pondering whether it was truly the power of love. There's a saying that love is a matter of shared sense. If she possesses a fragrance detectable only by you, it signifies a fated romance, a choice made through the lens of pure biological selection. Chapter 50. Safe and sound. Distracted by the driving Li Zecang, Jiang's curiosity about her classmate's South ability to drive began to fade, and her expression gradually settled. However, recollecting her earlier decision to close her eyes, her cheeks flushed anew. Half an hour later, the imposing Land Cruiser came to a halt on a secluded beach. The two gazed at the vast ocean, which stretched endlessly before them, the rhythmic ebb and flow of the tides enveloping them in silence. "Promise you won't tease me about this later?" Jiang implored. "What incident are you referring to? You know perfectly well." "Is it this?" he teased, leaning in to plant a deep kiss on her enticing lips. In response to this sudden assault, Jiang maintained an expression of astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide open, unable to close in time. This time, she did not push him away. Instead, she gradually shut her eyes, awkwardly reciprocating Li's expertise. Time seemed to stretch. It could have been a fleeting moment or an eternity. Jiang felt as if she were on the brink of suffocation, yet she found herself enchanted, reluctant to push him away. Sensing her unusual reaction, Li withdrew slightly, slowly parting from her luscious lips, where a glimmering connection lingered between them. At this moment, Jiang, panting heavily, cast a seductive glance at Xiaoli and playfully shoved him away, as if delivering a gentle blow with her delicate fist to this mischievous boy. How can the experience of youthful romance be articulated? I can only edit and revise, feeling a sense of frustration and sorrow. What a captivating allure it was. Enchanting beyond measure, leaving Li Zecang utterly spellbound. The charm blossomed under his cool demeanor, and Xiaoli was completely enraptured. Li Zecang understood that, regardless of where their paths might lead in the future, he would never forget this moment of allure, forever etched in his heart. Zhang's cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed once more at the vast, tumultuous sea, her enchanting expression gradually fading. Xiaoli remained turned to the side, quietly observing her blushing visage, akin to a delicate neck adorned with rouge. Was it beautiful? Irresistibly so. "Close your eyes," Jiang said, momentarily taken aback. Her surprise tinged with shyness as she glanced at Xiaoli, yet she gradually complied, shutting her eyes gently. Just as Jiang anticipated Xiaoli might play a trick, Li Zecang retrieved a gift he had kept hidden for several days from his pocket. He tenderly caressed her silky hair, the red thread cascading down like a river following the flow of her dark tresses. Observing Jiang, whose breath quickened and whose eyes flickered, Xiaoli leaned down once more. This time with a tenderness befitting a precious gem, and gently pressed his lips against her still rosy ones. Zhang instinctively parted her lips slightly in response. Xiaoli skillfully restrained his desires, for the author had grown weary of constant revisions, savoring the sensations of her cool, fresh, silky, and fragrant presence. His left hand delicately unzipped the jacket of Zhang's school uniform, his movements slow and gentle, reminiscent of the present moment. Zhang felt the shift and reacted, seemingly aware of Xiaoli's intentions, yet offered no resistance. Love, cloaked in cool detachment, once ignited, may erupt like an underwater volcano, where searing magma meets the icy depths of the sea, not extinguishing the magma's fervor, but rather igniting the waters into a blaze, transforming the cool sea into an uncontrollable fire. A chill enveloped her chest, as if something had brushed against her, cool, yet not merely the touch of Xiaoli's fingers. After placing the pristine peace token against her chest, Xiaoli released her enticing lips and gently arranged Zhang's slightly disheveled hair, tucking the red thread beneath her locks. Zhang opened her eyes, feeling the contact of the thread against her neck, the icy sensation still lingering. She reached through her clothing, feeling a round, hard object, and recalled her previous actions. Had she misunderstood Xiaoli's intentions, assuming he sought to take advantage of her? What was most embarrassing was that it seemed she had tacitly consented. How could she be so humiliated? In the span of mere moments, she had faltered twice. Was it true what they said about women in love having diminished intelligence? Had she truly become foolish? Zhang pondered. Did I misinterpret something? Although I often gaze at it. Has it truly reached such a desperate point? After speaking, he deliberately cast a glance, his posture imposing. Zhang, however, paid him no heed, her attention fixated on the exquisite, pristine peace pendant before her. By chance, they had encountered a Hetian jade exhibition in Jinling, and she had taken a liking to these two ornaments. 2. Indeed, there was also this talisman. The peace pendant and the talisman, both symbols of tranquility. Yes, tranquility. Zhang, might you assist me in adorning this talisman? Zhang accepted the talisman, scrutinizing it carefully, and placed it alongside her own peace pendant, as if they were destined to be together. Li Zecang lowered his head as Zhang gently took the red silk thread, brushing through the short, slightly prickly hair of young Li, and delicately draped the red cord around his neck. Observing the still bowed head of young Li, she softly kissed his forehead before positioning the talisman over his heart. Thus, they stood hand in hand, gazing into the distance at the vast, endless sea. In this moment, silence spoke volumes. On their return to school, Zhang's spirits blossomed. A rare smile graced her lips, transforming her from a distant, aloof scholar into an endearing girl next door. Their conversation reflected this change. How many secrets do you still hold from me? They say women are like books, requiring a lifetime for men to decipher. Yet, I feel you are more enigmatic than any tome, increasingly unfathomable to me. You claim I can drive? That is but one of many. Then, might you enlighten my princess on this particular matter? My princess? Granted, Zhang replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth. My father is a welder at an auto parts factory. During my middle school years, I secretly drove the small experimental vehicles there. Though small, the principles remained the same. As I grew older, I learned to drive from the factory's masters and my father, thus acquiring the skill at an early age. Coincidentally, I am in the process of purchasing a car. I had originally planned to obtain my license during the summer, but thanks to the connections of the proprietress of a May restaurant at the police station, I was able to secure a license through a bit of favoritism. By the way, the car is one I retrieved from Jinling a few days ago, and I asked the proprietress to assist in registering it. Does this explanation suffice for my princess? Chapter 51. A sudden confrontation. Zhang stifled a laugh with great effort, feigning indifference as she continued. No need for explanations. I desire the truth. And, oh yes, about me and the proprietress. Not that. Not that. Then what is it? Li Zecang feigned ignorance. He had to, for the secrets were numerous, and he could not speak indiscriminately. Achieving a balance of inquiry and response was already a feat. Just now, by the sea, regarding that incident, if we were to assign blame, the primary responsibility lies squarely with you. I can only accept a secondary role. Upon hearing this justification, Zhang furrowed her brow in dissatisfaction, pressing for clarification. Why is that? Who could resist your allure? I find myself unable to contain my feelings. The primary reason being your irresistible charm. Thus, I can only assume a secondary responsibility, offering you a mere apology, and perhaps, in the future, allow you to return the favor, if it pleases you. Your Highness. Humph. That was not my intention. I truly do not know what you mean. How is it that you are so adept? The typically aloof classmate Zecang, after posing this question, suddenly found herself blushing, yet at that moment, her mind was entirely occupied with this very matter. If it remained unresolved, it would certainly consume her thoughts to the point of losing her appetite. As for other trivial concerns, even those of the proprietress, they pale in comparison. Purchasing a car or registering it can easily be accomplished with wealth. Interestingly, she was aware that recently, classmate Xiao Li had come into a modest fortune, perhaps even a significant windfall. At this moment, Li Zecang experienced a sudden epiphany, realizing that the young girl was intrigued by this particular topic. Stealing glances at the beautiful Zecang while driving, he found the envious girl to be the most enchanting. The more he gazed, the more he found himself captivated, and unable to resist, he gently clasped her delicate hand, thus unleashing a rather cliché falsehood. You know, we boys are quite curious about such matters, especially regarding certain educational materials from Japan that have circulated widely in our country. Those Japanese instructors are quite proficient, and while I may not have first-hand experience, I have certainly observed enough to glean some knowledge. Classmate Xiao Li's fib flowed effortlessly from his lips. However, there was no choice but to resort to deceit, for without it, navigating such discussions would be nearly impossible. He could hardly confess, I have traversed time. Even if he had not encountered countless women in his past life, he had certainly seen his fair share. Zhang was left utterly perplexed. Are you referring to Japanese adult films? Li Zecang, feeling somewhat helpless, continued to caress Zhang's slender, graceful hand while employing this slightly shameless tactic to mislead her, hoping she wouldn't pursue this line of inquiry any further. At that moment, Zhang's expression transformed into one of dawning comprehension. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that this seemingly youthful man beside her was, in truth, an older gentleman cloaked in the guise of youth. Li, believing the conversation had reached its conclusion, devoted himself to holding her hand and driving. Is it beautiful? A single question nearly led to an accident. Xiao Li's heart was in disarray. He could not blame his lack of composure on anything but her overwhelming allure. A retort from her left, even the audacious Xiao Li feeling quite embarrassed, contemplating. Is she truly this bold? Given our current relationship, is it too early to discuss such matters? If you're interested, I could take you to see a striptease performance during the summer in America. Once the awkwardness subsided, Xiao Li resumed his fanciful chatter. In a hurried manner, they arrived at the school gate just as the bell rang. You should return to the classroom first. I will park the car at a restaurant and then head back. All right. Li Zecang was solely focused on the time, striving to ensure Zhang would not be late. After all, if both of them were tardy and seated at the back of the classroom together, it would indeed reflect poorly. He was indifferent to his own tardiness, but he felt compelled to consider her, and in his haste, he paid little attention to the surroundings. As Jiang Shuyuan alighted from the vehicle, the rear door of a nearby black Audi swung open simultaneously. A man and a woman descended from either side. Li Zecang, who remained in the car, observed the scene with clarity. The oblivious Jiang, caught up in her own world, waved goodbye to him just before turning to close the door. Shuyuan, a deep, composed voice called out, tinged with a hint of suppressed anger. Perhaps this ire was more than a mere hint, but it was restrained, barely perceptible to those who were unobservant. Jiang Shuyuan, poised to shut the door, felt a flicker of panic at the sound of that familiar voice, quickly transforming it into resolve as she slammed the door shut, as if to fortify her determination through the force of her actions. Turning around, she maintained her aloof demeanor, gazing calmly at the still handsome middle-aged man before her. Dad, what brings you to school? She inquired serenely. Shuyuan, your father just returned from a business trip. It's been many days since we last saw each other, and he wanted to take you out for lunch. When I called, there was no answer. Concerned, he came personally to find you, explained the accompanying manager who, playing the role of the supportive bystander. My phone is in the classroom. I didn't bring it out during lunch, Jiang Shuyuan replied evenly. Yet, did she truly remain unaware that her father's anger was not merely about the unreachable phone? Jiang seemed impervious to the tension surrounding her, as if the charged atmosphere were non-existent. Jiang's father wished to inquire about the circumstances, but found himself at a loss for words. Communication between father and daughter had always been sparse, especially under such strained conditions. Jiang understood his curiosity and his need for information, yet she questioned why he insisted on asking. With a soft thud, another car door opened. and Li Zecang stepped out, radiating youthful exuberance. He transformed himself completely into the embodiment of a spirited high school student. Shedding his recent facade of nonchalance and carefree bravado, leaving only the essence of brightness, innocence, vitality, and charm, a perfect representation of a promising youth, the future of socialism. Aware of the man's formidable status, Li Zecang approached with heightened caution, knowing that their relationship should ideally be adversarial, especially since he harbored thoughts about the cherished daughter at this pivotal stage of her life. If he were to place himself in the father's shoes, he could easily understand the father's protective instincts towards his beloved daughter. "Hello, uncle and aunt," he greeted with a bright smile. "I am Jiang Shiyuan's classmate. This morning, while she was engrossed in her exam, she felt a bit dizzy, so I suggested we head to the seaside to help her unwind." Li Zecang recognized that he must alleviate the pressure on Jiang, as transferring it to her would only exacerbate the tensions. He understood the necessity of stepping in and providing Jiang's father with a semblance of an escape route, even if that route was merely a fabrication. Jiang's classmate, due to her diligent studies, found herself feeling dizzy. Out of kindness, she was taken for a brief respite. As for the mention of the seaside, that seemed more like a romantic rendezvous for young lovers. Li Zecang, however, contemplated further implications, regardless of how he explained the situation. Jiang's father would inevitably assume that these two children were entangled in a romantic affair. In Chapter 52, titled The Separation of Lovers, if they were merely driving around the school vicinity, Jiang's father would likely be even more incensed. A lone male and female driving together, seeking a secluded spot near the school for a couple of hours during noon, painted a scenario that was difficult to fathom, elevating the tension to a hellish level. Li Zecang had extended a figurative olive branch. Now it was up to Jiang's father to decide how to proceed. Indeed, upon hearing Li Zecang's words and scrutinizing the young man's expression, Jiang's father casually glanced at the tire tracks left on the beach, still visible in the sand. His anxiety waned slightly. Anger would not resolve matters, especially for a seasoned politician who understood this well. Yet, as a father, he could hardly bear the thought of his daughter engaging in anything substantial with a boy at such a tender age. It seemed, however, that the trip to the seaside, though not far, would take at least an hour round trip, not to mention the time spent dining. It appeared they had genuinely gone to the beach. Whether the reason for their excursion was as Li claimed was irrelevant. Observing his beloved daughter, it was evident that she was already in a state of infatuation or even genuine love. Jiang's father nodded, looking at his seemingly indifferent daughter, while his mind raced through various strategies. This was a far greater strain than outmaneuvering political adversaries at a committee meeting. Yet, Jiang was seasoned in these matters. Setting aside his anger over his daughter's early romantic interests, he adjusted his mindset. As a figure of exceptional intellect and emotional acumen, he swiftly devised his next move. Forcing a softening of his expression, he addressed young Li. "Thank you for your assistance." This was a mere formality, devoid of genuine inquiry about his identity. As it held no significance, he deemed him unworthy of such acknowledgement. Regardless of whether Li understood, Jiang's father instinctively conveyed his sentiments. He then turned to his cherished daughter, whom he had nurtured for nearly 2 decades, and in a casual tone remarked, "Shu Yuan, I just returned and haven't had lunch. I have a meeting this afternoon. Why don't you join me for a meal?" It was a flawless excuse, irrefutable in its validity. Jiang Shu Yuan could only nod in agreement. Jiang's father opened the car door, personally assisting his daughter into the back seat. Before entering, Jiang cast a glance at Li, devoid of concern or worry, filled instead with unspoken emotions. This only reignited Jiang's father's previously quelled ire, threatening to overwhelm him once more as he fixed an intense gaze upon Li Zecang, his eyes radiating a desire to confront. The intense desire to harm someone is often uncontrollable, a notion vividly illustrated by Mr. Jiang's demeanor and gaze. Upon closing the car door, Mr. Jiang offered a cold nod to Li Zecang without uttering a word, before he proceeded to converse quietly with President Hu nearby, only to return to the vehicle and depart. Out of courtesy, young Li chose not to leave immediately, instead watching the black Audi fade from view before turning his attention to Jiang Shiyuan's stepmother, who was scrutinizing him. Prior to the college entrance examination, Shu Yuan had ceased attending classes to focus on her studies. I had personally approached their teacher, Mr. Wang, to discuss this matter. Could this student, Li Zecang, assist me in showing the way? Of course, he replied graciously, fully aware that the request was not merely about a leave of absence. He locked the car with a casual gesture, slowing his pace to guide the lady towards the academic building. Initially, he had anticipated that this lady would engage in veiled threats and condescending behavior, laden with implicit expectations of social standing. Yet, to his surprise, she remained silent throughout their journey. This unexpected approach left Li Zecang puzzled. Had she entirely disregarded him? That seemed unlikely. As he pondered this, the car keys in his pocket reminded him of the recent encounter. Previously, she had been unyieldingly oppressive, but it appeared her strategy had shifted. The luxury vehicle they had just seen made it impossible for them to completely overlook him. After all, the current era was not 20 years past. A luxury car worth millions, particularly in a small county like Subei, symbolized significant influence, universally acknowledged. Despite being a young man from the local elite, Li Zecang recognized that a high school student driving such an expensive, clearly new car could not go unnoticed. It was essential to be aware of one's surroundings. Upon leading the lady to the office, Li Zecang sauntered back to his classroom, announcing his arrival while disregarding the chemistry teacher's inquisitive gaze, confidently returning to his seat. It seemed the days of innocent affection were drawing to a close, and he lamented the impending restrictions on his interactions with Jiang Shuyuan. Alas, as anticipated, mere minutes later, the homeroom teacher appeared at the classroom door, accompanied by President Hu, ignoring the chemistry teacher who was in the midst of discussing exam papers, and beckoned him over. After a brief exchange, the chemistry teacher glanced at his watch and descended the stairs. The homeroom teacher then entered the classroom, casting a glance at Li Zecang in the corner before addressing the class. Jiang Shuyuan will be focusing on her studies at home until the entrance exams and will not be returning to school. Class monitor, please enlist 2 male students to assist in gathering her books and materials and deliver them to her mother at the school gate. Understood, teacher. All items. Yes, everything. With that, he stepped back out to accompany the esteemed President Hu, whose authority as the wife of a prominent county official was unmistakable. Zhao Xingxing, filled with concern, glanced back at Li Zecang, who simply smiled in response. As the students departed, the remnants of their shared moments lingered in the air, leaving behind but a faint fragrance of what once was. Little Li was still savoring the elusive fragrance when a robust masculine scent abruptly swept it away. The gorilla classmate plopped down into the adjacent seat. Li Zecang rolled his eyes in disdain and muttered softly, "A beautiful maiden departs, and in her place arrives a creature from the zoo. Oh heavens, which deity have I offended? If I am guilty, let this man's existence serve as penance for my past and future transgressions." He cursed, "What a heartless creature! And you dare to look down upon me? If it weren't for your loneliness, I would have gladly occupied the spacious double seat instead of coming here to console your shattered heart." While these two mischievous friends exchanged banter, on the other side, a father and daughter engaged in a serious discussion. Chapter 53. A heart-to-heart between father and daughter. They randomly chose a restaurant and reserved a private room, ordering Western cuisine and a soup. Yet, Father Jiang had no appetite whatsoever, though he hadn't eaten anything since breakfast and should have been ravenous. His physical hunger was entirely overshadowed by his psychological anger and frustration. Jiang Shuyuan similarly left her chopsticks untouched. She genuinely wasn't hungry. Having just enjoyed a splendid lunch with her classmate Li, the esteemed Father Jiang pondered for a considerable time, torn by the fact that her mother was no longer present. The current woman in his life was merely a stepmother, and his precious daughter had never quite warmed to her. The responsibilities that should have fallen to her mother now rested squarely on his shoulders. However, after much contemplation, he decided to defer confronting this delicate issue until after the college entrance examination, which presently loomed as the paramount concern. As for the matter of that boy, he resolved to prevent their meetings for the time being, believing that the future could be addressed once the examinations were behind them. Having settled on a course of action, Father Jiang began to execute his plan, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he slowly spoke. "Shuyuan, have you been feeling overwhelmed with your studies lately?" "Dad, just ask what you want to ask. You know I dislike beating around the bush," Jiang Shuyuan replied candidly, displaying her characteristic straightforwardness, even towards her father. Father Jiang felt a pang of frustration. However, he had no choice but to comply, for this was indeed his beloved daughter. Observing her forthrightness, he helplessly continued, "Shuyuan, at this moment, your sole focus should be the college entrance examination. During this journey, you may encounter various distractions and temptations that may seem alluring. Yet they are mere illusions. The environment you are currently in is but a small pond. Once you experience the vastness of the ocean, you will discover even more breathtaking and awe-inspiring vistas. You will also encounter individuals of greater caliber, correct? Noticing his father's continued circumlocution, Jiang Shuyuan cut straight to the point. I do not mean to convey this, yet it is the stark reality. Your current, still immature worldview and narrow perspective hinder a comprehensive understanding of the people and events surrounding you. What you are experiencing now is merely the vague affections of youth, a seemingly beautiful landscape, and seemingly perfect individuals. When viewed from a higher vantage point and interpreted through a different lens, they may prove to be rather ordinary. What you must endeavor to do is immerse yourself in a broader realm, expand your horizons, and enrich your values and worldview. Father Zhang speaks with earnestness, and indeed, his words hold truth, particularly from the standpoint of a concerned father. The essence of development in life is encapsulated in the notion that the once dragon-slaying youth may eventually become a dragon himself. Moreover, the typically reticent Father Jiang becomes quite loquacious when addressing his beloved daughter. The youthful boy with golden hair may indeed win the heart of a beautiful princess. But once he evolves into a king, it is entirely plausible that he might allow his cherished daughter to engage with that very boy. This is the unvarnished reality, reflecting his current perspective and considerations. Essentially, at this juncture, no one is entirely incorrect. Rather, differing positions and perspectives lead to varied interpretations of the same situation. Although these divergent viewpoints may yield drastically different outcomes, the reality remains undeniable. I cannot gain admission to Peking University. Moreover, I do not believe that love necessitates the pursuit of someone superior. Rather, compatibility is of greater significance. For the first time, Jiang candidly expressed her views on love, values, and life in front of her father. Taken aback by his daughter's forthrightness, Father Jiang, with a serious demeanor, queried, "Do not rush to conclusions. How much have you truly experienced? What you are feeling now is likely just infatuation, a hazy fondness." Jiang Xuanyu reiterated, "I cannot gain admission to Peking University. And this is not mere infatuation. I genuinely like him, and we are in a relationship." Jiang's unwavering declaration left no room for doubt, embodying the fervor and intensity of youthful love. Father Jiang felt a surge of anger, almost uncontrollable, yet he stifled it and maintained a semblance of calm as he replied, "He is merely a fleeting presence in your life. While he may seem wonderful now, he certainly cannot accompany you to the end. Even if you were to attend Jinling University instead of Peking University, would he be able to join you? Furthermore, by wasting time on this, are you not distancing yourself further from Peking University? Your mother was also a transient figure in your life, even if you are not together. And even if the time spent was brief, those moments need not be insignificant. Perhaps this brevity constitutes a lifetime." Father Jiang fell silent, deep in thought. Jiang continued, "Even if he is as ordinary and unremarkable as you say, why must he be my match? Can I not apply to the same universities as him? Must my life trajectory only ascend? Is it not possible to align with someone I cherish, instead of solely seeking those who surpass you? Is your relationship with my mother truly love? No, I believe it is not. You successfully matched upward, while mother matched downward out of love for you. But did you love her?" Smack. A crisp sound echoed through the air as Jiang's father, struggling to contain his emotions, ultimately succumbed to his anger and struck his daughter. Just then, the president who happened to be at the door, was taken aback. "How can you claim that I do not love your mother? If that is your assertion, does it not imply that you, too, have settled for less, akin to your mother? You accuse me of not loving her. Yet she made a grave error in her choice. Do your classmates truly cherish you? Is your choice infallible? If my love for your mother is deemed a mistake, why would I wish upon you the same misguided love?" Despite the sting of her father's slap, Jiang Shuyuan did not waver. She exhibited neither retreat nor fury, but instead fixed her gaze unwaveringly upon her father. At that moment, Jiang's father appeared somewhat bewildered, staring at his own hand before glancing at the red mark on his daughter's fair cheek. With a heavy sigh, he finally spoke. "You are correct. Your mother indeed erred. She should not have chosen a poor man like me, nor should she have severed ties with her family for my sake. Now, I can comprehend the feelings of your grandfather back then. Can you fathom my feelings now? That is different. Mother's misfortune did not stem from choosing a man of lesser means. It arose from your transformation. You evolved from a man full of love into a bureaucrat solely focused on climbing the social ladder. In your quest for validation and pride, you cast aside the one person who truly mattered, mother. Ironically, You have become the very type of person she despises. Fine, let us assume you are right, and that your mother misjudged me. Does that grant you the insight to discern others correctly? In seeking a partner, one need not always aim higher. At the very least, there should be a semblance of equality. The human heart is a mystery, hidden from view, yet the external factors can be evaluated. This tradition of matching social status has endured for millennia. Do you believe it has lost its relevance in this new era? While these arguments seem to hold weight, they encapsulated an intractable dilemma, for neither party could persuade the other. Thus, the father and daughter parted on unsatisfactory terms. Chapter 54. Return to the 18th day. Reunion with the landlady, June 27, 2002, Wednesday, clear skies. 10 days remain until the college entrance examination. On the first day, without Zecang, Li Zecang unearthed the notebook that contained notes on exam questions and problem-solving approaches. The front of the notebook held records of their conversations. And astonishingly, it also included transcripts of their text exchanges, meticulously copied by Zecang, along with several dialogues they shared in Qingqing. Li Zecang found himself puzzled by Zhang's actions. What could this mean? Why had she preserved their previous chats and even transcribed their text messages into this notebook? Did she harbor such curiosity about him? Could it be that she genuinely felt something for him? Undoubtedly, there was interest. Yet, such overt enthusiasm, had it already existed during their earlier exchanges? Or, to be precise, had Zecang been captivated by his dashing yet disheveled appearance on that rainy night in their first year of high school? With great curiosity, Li Zecang eagerly analyzed the emotional journey of a love-struck maiden. Certainly, these notions are merely his subjective assumptions, and the so-called evidence to support them is nothing more than conjecture, or even whimsical fantasies. Li Zecang found himself in a trance, idly lost in thought. Zhao Xingxing, on the other hand, was diligently studying, absorbed in his own endeavors. The sight of Zhao Xingxing, so earnestly focused, caught Li Zecang off guard, prompting him to jest. Xingxing, what has inspired this newfound determination? Are you truly considering forsaking your cherished Jinling Normal University and relinquishing your illustrious family legacy and great familial enterprise? What do you know? This is my final push for success. If you can set Peking University as your goal, why can't I aspire to something even loftier? I believe that Beijing Normal University may suit me better. Upon hearing this, Li Zecang chuckled, intrigued, and inquired, why do you think Beijing Normal University is more suitable for you? Consider my stature, Zhao Xingxing replied. If I head south to Jinling Normal University, I'll be surrounded by petite southern belles. Finding a girlfriend would be quite the challenge. However, if I were to attend Beijing Normal University, with my physique, I would have my pick among the tall and graceful northeastern beauties. Li Zecang was left speechless. This fellow had managed to concoct such a peculiar rationale, showcasing a remarkably unique perspective. After a moment of contemplation, he curiously asked, haven't you already participated in the physical examination for Jinling Normal University? How can you still apply to Beijing Normal University? Your reasoning is flawed, Zhao Xingxing retorted. I participated in the physical examination, not exclusively for Jinling Normal University. I am, after all, a national second-level athlete specializing in javelin. If my results are adequate, why shouldn't I apply to Beijing Normal University? Zhao Xingxing declared with confidence. For when it came to his specialty, he truly possessed formidable prowess. Realizing his misunderstanding, Li Zecang grasped that this gorilla indeed had the opportunity to attend a superior institution. Beijing Normal University seemed to be the pinnacle for physical education students, given its status as a prestigious 985 institution. Initially, in his solitude, Li Zecang contemplated providing Zhao Xingxing with some inside information, but after careful consideration, he chose to abandon this tempting idea. The risks were simply too great. As the disparity between Jinling Normal University and Beijing Normal University was substantial, necessitating an overwhelming amount of insider knowledge, a perilous endeavor. To compensate for the regret of not being able to assist Zhao Xingxing, Li Zecang planned to take him to a May restaurant for lunch. However, he was ultimately forsaken by Zhao Xingxing. In the final days leading up to the college entrance examination, Zhao Xingxing's mother took leave from work, returning home each afternoon and evening to prepare meals for her son, ensuring his well-being. Left entirely alone, Li Zecang ventured into Qingcheng, indulgently ordering 2 dishes and a soup, hoping to transform his solitude into a hearty appetite, savoring the culinary delights alone. Yet, not long after placing his order, the server brought forth an entire Western meal. with 2 large dishes that he had not ordered. Was there perhaps a buy-one-get-one-free promotion today? Just as Li Zecang was enveloped in confusion, the proprietress entered with a glass of freshly squeezed juice in hand. Unperturbed by his astonished gaze, she nonchalantly sat beside him and poured him a drink. Li Zecang beheld the striking woman clad in a vibrant red qipao and jestingly remarked, "Qingjia, how shall we settle the bill now that you've joined me for a meal? Will it be your treat, or mine, or perhaps a shared arrangement?" The proprietress smiled, casting a flirtatious glance his way, her allure palpable as she inquired, "I've heard of such arrangements. Does it imply that we split the bill, or that you pay while I shamelessly enjoy a complimentary meal?" Li Zecang initially intended to retort about her shamelessness, but quickly reconsidered his words. The proprietress laughed heartily, her laughter so exuberant that she momentarily set down her chopsticks. After a prolonged fit of laughter, she composed herself and calmly stated, "You shall accompany me for dinner." Thus, the two dined in an oddly tranquil atmosphere, the silence punctuated only by the sound of Li Zecang chewing his food, underscoring the stillness between them. Though perplexed, young Li found solace in the delectable food and the enchanting company, choosing to focus on the beauty before him rather than his bewilderment. After a while, perhaps satiated, the proprietress laid down her chopsticks and gazed at the still ravenous Li Zecang, her eyes drifting toward the scenery outside. "I must take my leave," she declared abruptly, leaving Li Zecang momentarily stunned, his chopsticks halting midair as he regarded her with curiosity. Ignoring his astonishment, the proprietress retrieved a pre-prepared document pouch from her bag and handed it to him, stating calmly, "You may open this tomorrow. After reviewing its contents, you may choose to share it with your young lady friend's father or dispose of it as you wish. Consider it a parting gift for this charming little acquaintance of mine." Li Zecang was taken aback once more, carefully accepting the pouch as myriad thoughts raced through his mind. This woman's identity is undoubtedly significant. She clearly knows Jiang Shuyuan, and it is evident that her recognition stems from the latter's father's status. Consequently, he surmised the contents of the pouch might reveal something substantial, leading him to wonder if this woman truly had ties to the county. Yet, he withheld these musings, merely responding with a gentle farewell, "Safe travels. Will we have the chance to meet again?" With a coy smile, Qingjia replied, "Goodbye, we shall not meet again." Rising gracefully, she departed with the same captivating gait, exuding an irresistible charm. Her demeanor was composed, yet there lingered an enigmatic quality that was hard to define. As he watched her leave, Li Zecang's emotions were a tapestry of complexity. He felt no profound sadness, for they had met only a handful of times, and he did not even know her name. As he picked up the chopsticks once more, the dishes on the plate seemed to have lost their former flavor. After hastily finishing his meal, Li Zecang discovered that the proprietress of a May restaurant was no longer present upon his departure. Her customary spot was vacant, and the bright red BMW at the entrance had vanished as well. The earlier encounter was likely the last time he would see her. His farewell, though spoken lightly, felt more akin to a permanent parting. Reflecting on the sudden appearance and disappearance of the proprietress, akin to a fleeting visitor in his life, Li Zecang found himself momentarily lost in thought, unsure of what wisdom he was contemplating. Standing outside the restaurant, he turned once more to gaze at a May restaurant, pondering that this might be his final visit. Perhaps the establishment would cease to exist in the future, even if it endured. Would it still retain its essence without the proprietress? Clutching a folder, he chose not to return to the classroom, but instead meandered back to his dormitory. The proprietress had mentioned to wait until tomorrow, yet Li Zecang had no intention of doing so. Seizing the opportunity of an empty dormitory at noon, he concealed himself beneath his bed covers and opened the folder. Inside, he found a red sheet of paper that bore a few bold characters. "I knew you would not obey. But if you were to pass this on to someone else, I hope you can wait until tomorrow." The handwriting was elegant, undoubtedly penned by a woman, likely the work of Qingjia, revealing her meticulous nature. Li Zecang paid little heed to such trivialities, smiling as he tucked the note away before examining the documents within. After a cursory glance, he was completely taken aback, rendered speechless. Flipping through the pages, he perused the contents thoroughly, gradually regaining his composure. Memories of events from his previous life flooded his mind, particularly a widely circulated incident concerning a fall from grace in the county. Summarizing various accounts, the most credible version suggested that the lover of the county chief had betrayed him, absconding with funds, which resulted in a significant financial deficit. Although the gap was ultimately filled, It was later exposed due to a collapse of a shoddy construction project, leading to the chief's downfall. Chapter 55. Returning on the 20th day, a grand gift, June 29, 2002, Friday, clear skies. 8 days until the college entrance examination, despite the proprietress's repeated admonitions to submit the materials no later than the following day. Li Zecang opted for a more cautious and prudent timeline, allowing her ample time to depart. Facilitating others also meant facilitating himself. He decided against the second day, choosing instead the third, reasoning that, given their acquaintance, it would be considerate to grant the proprietress an extra day to escape. 2 days should suffice for her to make a swift getaway. On Friday afternoon, Li Zecang requested a half-day leave from his teacher. Although it was a challenging endeavor, his tenacity prevailed, and the teacher, unable to refuse his persistence, granted the leave. Li Zecang made a photocopy of the original documents and, with the originals in hand, proceeded to the county committee's courtyard, where he dialed Director Hu's phone number. He had obtained the number from his teacher, as Zhang, a fellow student, had been grounded and had his phone confiscated, leaving Li Zecang with no other means to make contact. Who are you looking for? During this period, the prevalence of mobile phones was not particularly high, let alone the issue of nuisance calls. Those who could connect to a mobile number were either specifically seeking you out or had dialed incorrectly. The chances of misdialing were minimal, after all. This was an era when phone calls were quite costly. President Hu, this is Li Zecang. Upon hearing this name, President Hu was taken aback for a moment, then recalled that this was the young man she had seen at the school gate with Jiang Shuyuan, driving a Land Cruiser. Previously, he had referred to her as Aunt. But now he addressed her by her title. What did this imply? Suppressing her curiosity, she inquired in a polite, yet distant manner, "Is there something you need, Li Zecang?" She assumed he was there to see Jiang Shuyuan and did not have a welcoming demeanor. Li Zecang, unfazed, promptly addressed the matter at hand. President Hu. A friend provided me with a document, and I believe Uncle Xia might need it. President Hu was momentarily stunned. She had initially expected him to concoct an excuse to see Shuyuan, but clearly, this was not the case. Such a flimsy excuse would only serve to tarnish his impression. Since he could not be foolish, it indicated that the matter was indeed serious. Where are you currently? Uncle Xia is at work and not at home. I can show it to you first. You may then inform Uncle Xia after reviewing it. I'm across from the county committee compound. Wait there. I will come to get you. As Li Zecang followed President Hu into the county committee compound and eventually to Jiang Shuyuan's home, he glanced at the nearby county committee No. 1 residence, feeling a surge of emotion. He had not anticipated becoming involved in such high-level matters so swiftly. Upon arriving at Jiang Shuyuan's home, it was evident she was unaware of any visitors, and even if she had known, she would not have expected Li Zecang's arrival. Li Zecang promptly took out the document from his backpack and handed it to President Hu. President Hu, upon glancing at the contents, was taken aback, increasingly astonished as she continued to read. After perusing the document, she was left in a state of shock, momentarily forgetting the presence of another person. After several moments, she regained her composure and slowly asked, "Where did you obtain this document? What do you wish for in return? Using this as leverage to gain our approval for your relationship with Shuyuan is rather inappropriate." Li Zecang smiled and replied, "Do you think I would do such a thing? Is it now possible to call Uncle Xia?" President Hu was momentarily stunned, realizing that he did not trust her. She regarded him with newfound respect, a perspective that surpassed her initial impression of him driving an extravagant vehicle. She dialed Uncle Xia's number in his presence, primarily to keep the document within her sight. While waiting, Jiang Shuyuan, curious about the commotion, wondered if someone had arrived. Given the rarity of visitors at home, especially during her study period, she was intrigued by the prolonged presence of guests. When she finally opened the door to investigate, she was momentarily taken aback, but her surprise quickly transformed into a smile as she rushed down the stairs. Li Zecang smiled in return. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shuyuan showed no hesitation around President Hu. Upon reaching him, she opened her arms wide and embraced Li Zecang warmly. Coincidentally, at that moment, the door swung open, revealing Father Jiang, who stood at the threshold, gazing blankly at the scene before him. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he regained his composure. Yet even the typically inscrutable Director Xia could no longer suppress his emotions and was poised to erupt in anger. At this juncture, President Hu hastened over, still clutching the document, and closed the door behind him, handing the file to Father Jiang. The atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. Jiang Shuyuan nestled against Li Zecang's arm on the sofa, whispering conspiratorially, while her father, seated opposite, scrutinized the document with increasing gravity. After perusing it thoroughly, he reviewed it once more and pondered for a significant while before finally speaking. Shuyuan, you should head upstairs. I need to discuss something with your classmate. Having not seen him for several days, the county official had completely forgotten the young man's name. Jiang Shuyuan, visibly reluctant, was reassured by Li Zecang's gentle touch as he smiled and urged, you go on up. I have other matters to discuss with your uncle. Witnessing his daughter, who usually disregarded his words, heed the words of this impudent young man, stirred a profound frustration within the elder Xia. Were it not for the pressing nature of their conversation or the fear of being unable to best this youth, he would likely have succumbed to the urge to act. After all, in that moment, he was merely a well-meaning father. Xia, have a good talk with young Li. After all, they both have the college entrance examination looming. President Hu interjected, sensing the standoff. Only then did the elder Xia nod, his gaze fixed on the youthful and handsome figure before him, irritation bubbling within. Yet he restrained himself and turned to his delicate wife, saying, please brew us 2 cups of tea. I need to chat with young Li. Seeing her husband finally regain his composure, President Hu felt a wave of relief as she exited. Casting one last glance at the teacup in front of Li Zecang and the documents resting on the coffee table, Li Zecang, aware that no more tea would be served, understood that the elder Xia had even sent away his beloved wife. Where did you obtain this document? The elder Xia inquired directly. The proprietress of the Amei restaurant handed it to me before I left, stating that it could either be given to you or burned after I had perused it. It was not to bolster my own leverage, but merely to convey the truth, Li Zecang replied. The elder Xia appeared unconcerned with the origins of the document. Rather, he was intrigued by the identity of the proprietress. He regarded Li Zecang and asked, Amei restaurant? Is that the one located at the entrance of the first high school? Their owner is supposedly an outsider, but quite influential. She assisted me with my driver's license and car registration. The staff refer to her as Sister Qing, and I suspect she has a close relationship with that individual. Although Li Zecang was acutely aware of Sister Qing's connection with the aforementioned person, he could only offer such ambiguous remarks at that moment. Why did she give you the information? The elder Xia continued to scrutinize the young man seated across from him. Confronted by a piercing gaze, Li Zecang appeared oblivious, leisurely lifting the teacup before him to sip delicately, before responding with measured calm, I do not know. She must have recognized Shuyuan, and as for why she entrusted this to me, perhaps it is simply because I am to her liking. Old comrade Xia let out a heavy sigh, his aggressive demeanor gradually dissipating as his gaze softened slightly when directed at Li Zecang. He spoke once more, slowly articulating, what do you desire? Li Zecang offered a faint smile, shaking his head as he replied, what I seek cannot be found in this document. I merely take pleasure in doing good deeds. Old comrade Xia raised an eyebrow, a rare expression of intrigue crossing his face, before he finally set the topic aside. The apparent seriousness of their discussion seemed to have concluded, and he regarded the unassuming young man with a hint of approval, though his underlying displeasure remained dominant. Is your father in business? With the formalities concluded, the conversation turned to familial matters. Old comrade Xiao's primary aim was to understand his counterpart, ultimately seeking to distance this insufferable young man from his beloved daughter. At that moment, manager Hu approached with 2 cups of freshly brewed tea, perfectly timed. The couple exhibited a seamless rapport, quickly uncovering every detail about Li Zecang, all of which he willingly divulged. Observing Li Zecang, old comrade Xia believed the young man was simply fortunate, akin to winning the lottery, yet he subtly conveyed that any budding affection must withstand the test of time. Should Li Zecang prove himself as admirable as Jiang Shuyuan and become a university peer, he would no longer oppose their association. Following the conclusion of their second discussion, old comrade Xia prepared to depart. He instructed Jiang Shuyuan to entertain her classmate, while urging manager Hu to prepare lunch, kindly inviting the young man to stay. He had more pressing matters at hand, and Li Zecang's offer of a sharp knife was a resource he intended to utilize wisely. However, before leaving, he cast a serious glance at the brazen young man who had the audacity to linger for a meal, internally lamenting, I was merely being polite. How could he be so shameless? Li Zecang remained unfazed, as did Jiang Shuyuan. After bidding farewell to old comrade Xia, she seized the opportunity while manager Hu busied himself in the kitchen, taking Li Zecang's hand and leading him to her private quarters. Upon entering her room, Jiang Shuyuan intended to share something of importance with Li Zecang, Not the earlier exchange with old comrade Xia, but rather another matter entirely. Unexpectedly, Li Zicang's mind was consumed solely by her presence. After ascending the stairs, he swiftly closed the door behind them, his gaze fixated on Jiang Shuyuan, who was turned away, seemingly searching for something. Observing her in her casual attire, which accentuated her figure, he transformed into a fervent wolf, leaping toward her. To be precise, he stealthily embraced Jiang Shuyuan from behind, catching her off guard. Initially startled, she turned to face him, her expression softening with affection as she looked at the young man. A day apart felt like an eternity, and an overwhelming sense of longing had burgeoned, rendering silence more potent than words. After a complete and thorough French meal, classmate Xiao Li found himself pinning classmate Jiang onto her bed. Downstairs, director who could never have anticipated that this audacious young man would brazenly steal away in his own home. If she had encountered such a scenario, she would undoubtedly regret having prepared that meal. Old comrade Xia, who had already departed, would similarly lament his actions, perhaps even slapping himself for his thoughtlessness. Why entertain guests and allow them to dine, nearly costing him his precious daughter? Meanwhile, Xiao Li and Jiang were engrossed in their affectionate exchanges within the confines of her room, while Aunt Hu busied herself in the kitchen below. However, in the end, Li Zicang did not partake in that meal. He held a bag filled with essential documents, his passport, visa, and plane ticket, all arranged by Aunt Jiang. This was precisely what Jiang had intended to discuss earlier. With a sense of satisfaction, Li Zicang drifted away under Director Hu's puzzled gaze. What transpired? What could possibly transpire? Merely some idle chatter and gestures. Surely you aren't overthinking this? Chapter 56. Returning to the 27th day, the butterfly flaps its wings on July 6, 2002, a sunny Sunday. The college entrance examination loomed tomorrow. Time flowed seamlessly, like a gentle stream, offering no turbulence to those who experienced it, nor did it stir any ripples. Everything seemed frozen, as though unchanged. It is the experiences and the wisdom gained that foster growth and maturity, not the fleeting, dreamlike passage of time. If one does not seize this equal opportunity of time to engage in meaningful endeavors, then time will yield no benefits in return. Though it may appear that all have traversed the same span of time, many merely squander it. Recently, Xiao Li had been idly passing the days, engaging in nothing but consistent physical exercise, his sole meaningful pursuit, while the rest of his time felt wasted, yet it was time he felt compelled to squander. Without John's presence, the days felt interminably long. Every year, the days of July 7th, 8, and 9 are designated for the college entrance examination. However, this year, due to the introduction of a comprehensive subject, the examination subjects were reduced from 5 to 4, shortening the exam period from 3 days to 2. In the future, as the comprehensive subject transforms into a more simplified version, this 2-day examination period will persist until a new reform introduces a select subject model, restoring the examination duration to 3 days. Tomorrow marks the examination, yet for the third-year students, today remains an ordinary day. They must still eat, sleep, rise early, attend morning study sessions, and go to class. All remains unchanged. As the saying goes, in times of great importance, one must maintain calm. Li Zicang was no exception. Today mirrored every day prior, maintaining his unwavering routine of 10 kilometers daily, until he discovers a new method of exercise or feels any discomfort in his body. Li Zicang resolved to persist with his running regimen, increasing the distance from 5 kilometers to a steadfast 10. The distance has doubled. Yet not only has the pace not diminished, it has rather significantly increased. It is only during his training sessions that he can fully experience the vitality and energy bestowed upon him by his youthful physique. In the morning, as the final moments of the third period approached, the old class teacher, adorned in a brand new shirt, strode into the classroom with vigor. At that moment, everyone realized that this was no ordinary day. It was the eve of a decisive battle. The diligent students, having exerted themselves for 12 years, now faced the eve of their ultimate examination. Comrade Lao Wang stood at the podium, brimming with enthusiasm, exuding an air of renewed youthfulness. Gazing down at the youthful faces before him, he feigned calmness and announced, "Tomorrow marks the day of the college entrance examination. I shall outline today's arrangements. Shortly, you will receive your examination permits. This afternoon, we will conduct a unified visit to the examination venue, which is located at our school, specifically the 3 teaching buildings in front of the junior high section, as well as those for the first and second years of senior high. At 2 o'clock, there will be a bus waiting at the school gate for a collective journey, and we shall return in unison. After the venue visit, students may leave for the day. You may also spend time in the classroom reviewing your studies to ease your minds, but refrain from engaging in any unfamiliar activities. It is advisable to stick to what you know best, whether it be meals or drinks. For those who commute, please refrain from coming back to school in the evening. Continue to adjust at home and perhaps retire a bit earlier. Boarders may attend 2 self-study classes, but should not hasten back to the dormitory for idle chatter. Maintain the routine you have followed thus far. Comrade Lao Wang meticulously reminded them of every detail, tirelessly reiterating his points. Although the students had grown weary of his admonitions, he persisted, aware that these seemingly exasperating reminders held great significance. Now, I will distribute the examination permits. Once you receive them, please keep them safe. I must emphasize once more the importance of safeguarding them. Place them alongside your designated transparent file bag in a conspicuous location. While losing a commonly used pen may be remedied by borrowing one from a teacher without much consequence, misplacing your examination permit will indeed preclude your entry into the examination hall. Do not think me tiresome. Every year, numerous students miss their examinations due to misplaced permits, and I wish none of you to fall victim to such a fate. I will call your names, and you may come forward to collect your permits. Mao Xiaolei, Zhang Chao, Chen Hong, Zhao Xingxing. As he handed each permit, he offered encouraging glances to each student. Upon completion of the distribution, Lao Wang surveyed the class once more, even rising slightly, his gaze sweeping across the faces before him. Now, let's hear a few more words of encouragement. Li Zecang suddenly exclaimed. The previously melancholic Lao Wang, upon seeing the mischievous Li Zecang, felt an inexplicable lightness in his heart. With a hearty laugh, he responded, "You, young man, are quite the rascal." Then, looking at everyone once more, he spoke slowly. "Dear students, at this moment, I have a multitude of words I wish to convey, yet I cannot express them now. As I have said before, remain calm and composed. Maintain an ordinary mindset, akin to that of a routine city-wide examination. For I have faith in you all. You are well prepared." The applause erupted spontaneously, growing ever louder. Li Zecang, too, could no longer recall how his previous teacher had addressed the class before the college entrance examination. He had anticipated stirring and heartfelt words meant to inspire, yet he realized that what was truly needed was a sense of tranquility. This is a battle, but it is not a battlefield. 3 years of relentless effort, over 1,000 days and nights, culminate not in extraordinary performances, but in the humble expression of your efforts and results on that examination paper. At this moment, all that is required is composure and an ordinary mindset, for you have already devoted yourself entirely, prepared in every possible way, and given your all. The teacher glanced at the clock. Only a few minutes remained until the end of the morning session. Disregarding any school rules, he waved his hand and proclaimed loudly, "Class dismissed." With that, he strode out of the classroom, marking the conclusion of their final lesson in high school. "Teacher Tsang, I am at this school. Where are you?" As the teacher exited, the imposing figure of the gorilla entered the last row. A few days prior, he had been unable to resist being moved to the front by Li Zecang. Their sizes made it quite cramped together. "I am also at this school. How wonderful. I want to have to run far, and it feels familiar. By the way, are you in Building 1 or Building 2 in the middle school?" "Building 2. We are the same. Could it be that we are not in the same classroom?" "What are you thinking? In the same classroom?" Li Zecang could not recall ever being in the same examination room as him in his past life. Though he could not remember where this individual was seated, nor even which classroom he occupied, he was certain he would not have forgotten if they had indeed shared the same examination room during the college entrance exams. "I am in class 6 of the first year." Zhao Xingxing glanced at his examination permit and declared loudly. Li Zecang checked his own permit. "Class 6 of the first year. No way. We truly are in the same classroom. Our classes never aligned before, did they?" Zhao Xingxing remained exhilarated, while Li Zecang stared intently at his examination permit, feeling as though he had misread it. After examining it twice, it still read Class 6 of the first year. Unwilling to accept defeat, he took Zhao Xingxing's file bag, which bore the same inscription, Class 6 of the first year, County Number 1 Middle School. Could it be that the butterfly's wings have begun to flutter? Has someone's examination location changed? Surely, the examination paper's haven T changed as well? A sudden wave of unease washed over Li Zecang. Although he had anticipated that with his changes, This world would no longer resemble the one he had previously known, and that transformations would only escalate with his development. This change felt alarmingly swift. Could it be that he was now capable of altering the course of the college entrance examination, or even the examination papers themselves? Li Zecang was utterly bewildered, his expression one of confusion. Lao Tsang, let us go and ascertain how close our positions are. With that, he grasped Li Zecang's hand and hurried towards the middle school section ahead. Although the examination hall would not open until afternoon, the school was well aware that students from their own institution would be visiting during lunchtime. Thus, they took extra measures to accommodate them. The entire teaching building was not entirely locked down, yet all the classrooms had been secured. Following the inspection of the examination hall at 5 in the afternoon, the staff would conduct a final check and post the corresponding seating information, after which the hall would be completely sealed, awaiting the arrival of the candidates. Why is the door still locked? Zhao Xingxing leaned out the window, peering inside. Stop looking. The door is certainly locked. Furthermore, the seating numbers will only be posted after the afternoon inspection, so you have no idea where you will be seated. The purpose of visiting the examination hall is merely to familiarize yourself with its location, preventing any frantic searches later on. Having experienced this process once before, Li Zecang was naturally more informed. What's there to see anyway? Are you still going to the classroom this afternoon? I didn't even see Jiang Shuyuan come to collect her admission ticket. She must have had someone from her family pick it up. We need not concern ourselves with her matters. The teachers and school officials are undoubtedly mindful of it. Let's head to the classroom in the afternoon, or else we will be at a loss for what to do. In response to the gorilla's query, Li Zecang felt a lack of energy, overshadowed by a growing sense of anxiety regarding the impending college entrance examination. After all, the specter of uncertainty was already manifesting. The alteration in Zhao Xingxing's examination position was a testament to this, compounded by the previous lottery incident. Especially that colossal ticket from America. How could such events not instigate repercussions and changes? Since his return, transformations had subtly taken place. However, in his accustomed observational mode, he had been oblivious to them. Had the butterfly's wings already begun to flutter, heralding significant change? Chapter 57. Back to the 28th day of the college entrance examination, July 7th, 2002, Monday, sunny. Day 1 of the college entrance examination. Today is the day of the examination. Despite the teacher's repeated exhortations to maintain a calm demeanor, it remains an extraordinary day. Most students arose later than usual. Some, even after waking, lingered in bed, staring vacantly into space, lost in thought. A normal breakfast followed by a routine trip to the classroom was the schedule for the boarding students sitting for the examination at their own school. In contrast, those attending other schools had to gather at the school gate by 7:30 to board buses to the examination venue. Li Zecang remained untroubled by the slight anxiety he had felt the previous day, having cast it aside. Why fret over the unknown? Moreover, even if changes were to occur, what could he do about it? If university was no longer an option, did it truly matter to him with the knowledge he currently possessed? He resolved not to be anxious about the unknown, nor to be troubled by matters beyond his control. After showering, grooming, and changing into a simple outfit of a t-shirt, shorts, and sneakers, he sauntered out of the school gate, under the watchful gazes of his peers, to enjoy breakfast. After finishing breakfast, with ample time remaining, I returned to the classroom. Inside, a sparse gathering of a dozen or so classmates occupied their seats. Most were boarders, with a few early arriving day students among them. The presence of senior students, coupled with the dormitories and cafeteria still operating normally, created an atmosphere of anticipation, despite the fact that the front 3 buildings were sealed off for the examination. After 2 decades, I found myself once again in the hallowed halls of the college entrance examination, with Zhao Xingxing seated in the back right corner, the only familiar face in the examination room. There were 2 others from the same school, but we were not well acquainted. As the examination papers were distributed, we were instructed not to write just yet, but to take 5 minutes to inspect the papers for completeness and any errors. Li Zecang quickly skimmed through the test, particularly the essay section. Upon completing his review, a wave of reassurance washed over him. Everything remained unchanged, just as he had hoped. The bell signaling the start of the examination rang, and the invigilator announced, "You may begin." Li Zecang thought to himself, "Since fate still favors me, I shall not hold back." He picked up his pen, glanced at the questions, and, with a flourish, entered the realm of answering. The questions were straightforward, devoid of difficulty. Indeed, They posed no challenge. If one could write, how could one not tackle these problems? Within merely half an hour, Li Zecang had reached the final hurdle, the essay. He inadvertently noticed Zhao Xingxing, who was deep in thought about the essay topic. Zhao rubbed his face vigorously and glanced at his watch. Then at the quartz clock hanging at the front of the classroom. It was indeed only half an hour. Has this fellow taken some sort of madness-inducing potion? Zhao mused internally. The essay prompt invited reflections on the theme of choosing the heart, with no restrictions on form, requiring a composition of no less than 800 words. The topic was anticipated, and after a brief contemplation, Li Zecang felt that his previously prepared essay was rather mundane and too methodical. He craved something more stimulating, something distinct. Resolute in his decision to deviate from the conventional, Li Zecang began to write fervently on the paper, eschewing drafts or even an outline. I have no regrets in coming to China. In my next life, I shall still be a Chinese. According to authoritative statistics, over 2/3 of graduates from prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Beida choose to pursue further studies abroad, yet less than 20% opt to return home. This implies that more than 50% of students from these elite universities are diligently contributing to the development of other countries, particularly the United States. Some even assert that Tsinghua and Beida are akin to America's own elite institutions. I cannot help but ponder the essence of my academic endeavors. Is it truly worthwhile to strive for admission to Tsinghua or Beida? What could possibly explain why, in an era when our ancestors successfully expelled Western powers, so many highly educated individuals and elite figures exhibit such admiration for the West? Is it that the West is indeed so magnificent, or is our homeland lagging behind? Perhaps the refined egotists see the world through a lens different from mine. Yet, I remain perplexed as to what causes such profound transformations in these individuals during their brief university years. Can we solely attribute this to their own choices? I am merely an ordinary high school senior, diligently navigating the challenges of my arduous academic journey, inspired by the aspiration for the resurgence of China. I believe I shall not contribute to foreign endeavors. Rather, I will, like the esteemed Premier Zhou Enlai, dedicate my studies to the elevation of our motherland. Yet, were they not similarly motivated in their time? I find myself perplexed. Is it that they are innately imbued with a penchant for foreign admiration? Or have esteemed institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University instilled in them a refined sense of self-interest? China has long echoed the wisdom: a son does not disdain his mother's appearance, nor does a dog scorn a poor home. Our household may still bear the marks of poverty, and our motherland may not yet have fully healed from the wounds of World War II. Yet this is no justification for us to abandon her, our family, or the land where our ancestors have thrived for generations. If you perceive shortcomings in our nation, strive to improve it. If you find fault with the government, consider pursuing a civil service career to effect change, little by little. If you believe the populace lacks civility, commence by embodying the qualities of an exemplary citizen and instilling these values in your children. If you view your compatriots as ignorant, begin your own journey of learning and inspire those around you, rather than resorting to incessant criticism, complaints, or fleeing. The ground upon which we stand is our homeland. We are a reflection of China. If we shine, China shall not dwell in darkness. Moreover, our motherland has endured the most arduous and shadowy epochs. We have merely lagged behind for a century. Yet, China has not perished, nor shall it. Even through a century of hardship, we have never relinquished hope. And countless predecessors have sacrificed their lives for the renaissance of our nation. Perhaps I should refrain from using the term rise and instead opt for revival. For the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, I shall earnestly study, labor diligently, and dedicate my life. 5 millennia ago, we, like the ancient Egyptians, faced the deluge. 3 millennia ago, we, akin to the Babylonians, forged bronze. 2 millennia ago, we, like the ancient Greeks, pondered philosophy. A millennium ago, we, like the Romans, fought valiantly. A millennium ago, we, like the Arabs, basked in unparalleled wealth. And now, we are striving to excel, destined to contend with the Americans. I firmly believe that our ancestors, the people of Huaxia, do not succumb to fate or divine will. There has never been a savior. We only believe in ourselves. We steadfastly affirm that nobility and commonality share the same essence. We believe that human determination can triumph over nature. For 5 millennia, we have sat at the world's table, observing the rise and fall of adversaries. In the future, We too shall take our place at this table. I have no regrets about my allegiance to Huaxia, and in the next life, I shall still be a Chinese. With fluidity and vigor, I pen my thoughts. Upon completion, Li Zecang exhaled deeply, checking his exam paper once more. The quartz clock's hands rested precisely at 10:30. He gathered his stationery and examination permit, placing them into a transparent folder. The invigilator looked at Li Zecang in astonishment, wondering if this student had truly finished and was ready to submit his paper. It was only 10:30. Was he exceptionally diligent or merely negligent in his studies? Yet, it was unheard of for anyone to submit their Chinese examination an hour early. Indeed, he had handed in his paper. This man, frenzied like a rabid dog, had actually submitted his work. Zhao Xingxing gazed at her freshly completed reading comprehension, with one question remaining before the essay, and mused, how can he be so swift? Amidst the astonished gazes of the three invigilators, Li Zecang exited the classroom. Chapter 58. The Art of Cheating, Relying on Perception Upon Leaving the Examination Hall. Confronted by the throng of people at the school gate, including the presence of journalists, Li Zecang chose not to venture out, but instead took a detour, circumventing the administrative building, and made his way back to the dormitory. A tranquil meal followed by a peaceful afternoon rest. Everything seemed to unfold like an ordinary day. Yet, it was the first day of the college entrance examination. At 2 in the afternoon, Li Zecang arrived at the classroom once more. Although he could have entered the examination hall an hour early, it was unnecessary, as long as he did not arrive late in the last 15 minutes, which were prohibited for entry. What on earth, Teacher Zecang, have you gone mad? Completing the Chinese exam in just an hour and a half and submitting it. Zhao Xingxing exclaimed loudly, drawing astonished glances from her classmates, who soon returned to their own musings. After the morning exam, the classmate known as Gorilla returned home for lunch. For this was the time when his mother was at her most considerate and gentle, perhaps the most tender he would ever encounter in his life. Upon meeting Li Zecang, he felt compelled to express his astonishment from the morning's examination. Holding it in for several hours had become unbearable. Having completed the Chinese exam, he now focused on the next, refusing to let external distractions disrupt his resolve. What madness is this? Do you think I am like you, half full and rattling? Such a simple paper is hardly a challenge, he retorted. Are you boasting or being serious? Zhao Xingxing remained skeptical. Dare to doubt your brother, Zecang? Just wait and see for the mathematics exam this afternoon. I will submit that one early as well. Really, brother Zecang? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xingxing's belief was rekindled, her eyes sparkling with newfound ideas. Your expression reveals your thoughts of dubious schemes. Li Zecang recalled his earlier intentions to assist Zhao Xingxing, though he had hesitated. Now, with their positions, mutual understanding, and her keen perception, success seemed assured. What good is wishing? The score line for physical education students at Beisha University is at least near the first-tier threshold. With my current score, even if I glance at a few questions, it won't make a significant difference. You are no Jiang Shuyuan. Do you underestimate your brother Zecang? Regardless, just take a look. Perhaps there will be a pleasant surprise. Moreover, when have I ever led you astray? Very well, I will trust you this once. Zhao Xingxing nodded, refraining from further discussion. Such matters were not for open discourse. The mathematics examination was scheduled for 15 to 1700 hours. Fortunately, the invigilators rotated for each session. Had it been the same 3 from the previous exam, Zhao Xingxing would have had little chance, as they would undoubtedly focus their attention on young Li. However, the situation has changed. The entire classroom of examinees is aware that the man submitted his Chinese exam an hour early, unbeknownst to the teacher. Despite this, no one can ascertain whether he is an exceptional student or a poor one. Judging from a conventional perspective, it is improbable for even a top student to submit their paper so prematurely. The more likely scenario is that he is a despondent underachiever, merely going through the motions of the college entrance examination. Nevertheless, it is indeed true that Li Zecang approached the examination as a mere formality. For while others were there to take the test, he was there to practice his calligraphy. The subsequent mathematics examination was even more telling. To alleviate any concerns that Zhao Xingxing might struggle to see, Li Zecang wrote with utmost diligence, his characters impeccably clear and standardized, with even the answers to multiple-choice questions extending beyond the designated boxes. The same meticulousness applied to the problem-solving section. He calculated the approximate space for his answers before striving to fill it as completely as possible, ensuring his writing was maximized in size. Zhao Xingxing's performance was commendable, albeit only relatively so, and mathematics was his weaker subject. He found himself unable to answer many of the earlier multiple-choice and problem-solving questions. Now, however, he was adeptly following Li Zecang's rhythm, drawing upon their years of tacit understanding and leveraging his height and keen eyesight to copy diligently, even managing to replicate a significant portion of the answers to the problem-solving questions. Thanks to Zhao Xingxing, Li Zecang behaved with restraint during this examination, refraining from submitting his paper early. In another examination room, when Jiang Shuyuan received her mathematics paper, she was initially taken aback, only for a smile to grace her lips as she mused to herself, "What a remarkable individual he is. Could he possibly be someone who has traversed time?" Akin to Xiang Xiaolong, possessing foreknowledge of the World Cup results and the ability to predict the mathematics questions on the college entrance exam, Jiang Shuyuan found herself indulging in whimsical thoughts during the exam, chuckling to herself. This was a narrative brought to life. If he were indeed like Xiang Xiaolong, then surely he should be surrounded by a host of beautiful confidants. Shaking her head, she dismissed her fanciful notions and began to earnestly tackle the questions, such as the casual demeanor of a top student. A few minutes here or there are inconsequential. Observing that Zhao Xingxing had nearly completed his work, Li Zecang could not contain himself and once again submitted his paper prematurely. Silence was mandated. No nodding or reclining was permitted, as such actions could disturb other examinees. What else could he do but submit his paper? In doing so, he solidified the perception that he was indeed a poor student. As everyone else struggled with the challenging mathematics paper this year, especially the final significant question, was this truly a problem that high school students could master? It was exceedingly difficult. Li Zecang slipped away, and although Zhao Xingxing yearned to follow suit, he hesitated, not out of fear of submitting early, but rather out of concern that if he submitted after Li Zecang and the teacher happened to review their papers, it might expose their secret. Finally, enduring until the end of the examination, once the papers were collected, Zhao Xingxing dashed out the door, leaving onlookers to wonder if he had simply been unable to contain himself. Upon entering the classroom, I discovered that Li Zecang indeed remained within, seemingly lost in thought. One might mistakenly assume he was engrossed in study. Zhao Xingxing, akin to a thief, cautiously glanced around, and upon confirming the absence of others, stealthily approached Li Zecang, whispering, "Old Song, are you truly capable of solving this? I cannot comprehend the final question, no matter how I attempt to replicate it. How could you possibly excel as merely a physical education student? The last question incorporates two advanced concepts that you have never encountered, hence your bewilderment." "Advanced questions?" A familiar voice interjected. The homeroom teacher, unbeknownst to them, had arrived at the doorway just in time to overhear their conversation. Li Zecang nodded, smiling as he replied, "Overall, it is not exceedingly difficult. However, the final major question and the last multiple-choice question are indeed somewhat beyond the syllabus. Fortunately, I encountered similar problems while preparing mock exams. Otherwise, I would have struggled to solve them. Yet, achieving exceptionally high scores will be challenging, as I anticipate a widening gap here. Do you recall the questions? Write them down for me to see. Just inscribe them on the blackboard," he suggested. After a moment's reflection, he reconsidered, recognizing it might disrupt his classmates, and amended his request. "Perhaps it would be better to jot them in a notebook. I will take a look first." After the examination concluded, as evening descended, there was still no message from Jiang. It appeared she had yet to obtain permission to use her phone, prompting Li Zecang to set the matter aside for the time being. Chapter 59. Returning on the 29th day, Tuesday, July 8th, 2002, a sunny day. The second day of the college entrance examination. Despite the exam period, young Li remained steadfast in his physical training, embodying the calmness espoused by the homeroom teacher. Besides him, another diligent student across the room adhered to a similar routine, rising early as per his usual practice. However, it remained uncertain whether he would still attend morning study sessions in the classroom or what material he might be reviewing. Aside from Li Zecang and this individual, the remainder of the students indulged in a leisurely slumber. To call it sleeping in would be a misnomer. It was merely a state of dazed awareness. Years of habitual routines do not simply alter overnight. The formidable biological clock ensured that everyone awoke at their customary hour, but today they emerged from slumber not in haste, but at a measured and unhurried pace. The 10-kilometer run persisted with unwavering consistency, followed by a brisk cold shower, then a leisurely stroll to breakfast. After all, the examination was scheduled for 9 o'clock in the morning, leaving ample time before the entry. though John's classroom held little allure anymore. It was simply a matter of having nowhere else to go. Morning examinations spanned from 9 to 11 o'clock for the comprehensive subject, and from 15 to 1700 hours for foreign languages. Armed with the experience gained from the mathematics exam, Li Zecang and Zhao Xingxing demonstrated an even greater synergy during the two examinations on the subsequent day. Not only the teachers, but even the surrounding candidates failed to detect their acts of deceit. In reality, these two were indeed cheating, highlighting their remarkable rapport and adeptness in such endeavors. Thus, one was engrossed in copying answers while the other diligently replicated Li Zecang's paper, both reveling in their covert collaboration. The two individuals joyfully concluded their college entrance examinations, marking the end of a pivotal chapter in their lives, perhaps one of the most significant for some, while for many others, it is merely an event among many. Once the final exam was completed, they felt liberated to engage in discussions, for at that moment, regardless of the outcome, the only thing at stake was their own emotional state. No further changes could be made to the final results. After their deliberations, everyone expressed that the comprehensive science and liberal arts examination was exceedingly challenging, encompassing a vast array of knowledge, making it difficult to achieve high scores. The mathematics section had posed several formidable questions, likely creating a significant gap in high scores. This sentiment was shared by all, from the top students to those performing adequately. As for those struggling academically, the difficulty of the exam mattered little to them. In fact, a particularly challenging paper might even help them narrow the gap with their more accomplished peers. Returning to their classroom, the students who had taken the exam engaged in animated discussions, eager to glean insights about their performance from one another. After all, when the majority deemed the exam difficult, it was only natural for them to feel the same way, perhaps negativity breeding positivity. Upon finishing the exam, they returned to school, as their homeroom teacher had tasks to delegate. When Li Zecang and Zhao Xingxing entered the classroom, they were surprised to find the answer to the final mathematics question, along with the solution approach, written on the blackboard, an obvious testament to their teacher's efforts, with Li Zecang also playing a part in replicating the question. Regrettably, not a single student in the class exhibited excitement at the sight of the answer. After surveying the room, Zhao Xingxing approached Li Zecang and quietly inquired. It seems no one in the class managed to solve it, not even a handful for the first question. Was it really that difficult? Li Zecang shot him a glance and replied curtly, "What did you expect? I mentioned that it involved two advanced concepts. If it were easy, our teacher wouldn't have gone to such lengths to write the answer on the board. This is already over, you know. Do you think I have a chance of scoring 600? At that moment, Zhao Xingxing realized that the questions he was uncertain about might indeed have answers, likely gleaned from Li Zecang's insights, which he could trust to be accurate. Li Zecang rolled his eyes again and muttered, "That depends on whether your vision is impaired. If you saw correctly, I doubt there will be any major issues." Upon hearing Li Zecang's words, Zhao Xingxing was instantly invigorated. As their classmates from other schools returned, Li Zecang and Zhao Xingxing reveled in their conversation, while Li Zecang awaited the arrival of Jiang, though he held little expectation, still yearning for a miracle. A day apart felt like 3 autumns. It had been over a decade since the young Li had last seen the object of his affection, Jiang. Reality and hope often exist in a vast chasm. Most of the classmates have gathered, and the old class teacher has appeared at the corridor entrance. Yet, Jiang has still not shown up, suggesting she may not return. Noticing the majority of students present, Mr. Wang understands that it is impossible to wait for everyone at this hour. He enters the room and succinctly states, "I will refrain from unnecessary chatter and convey one matter, along with a brief message. The matter is as follows. On Friday, 3 days hence, the school will receive the examination papers and answers. In the morning, we will review the answers. In the afternoon, we will collectively fill out our college applications. This application process will last a week, but the main focus is on that day. Should any uncertainties remain, you may come to see me individually during the remaining time. As for the brief message, to all the students of Class 1, Senior 3, I hope each of you has not squandered the hard work of these past 3 years, these 1,000 or more days and nights. I wish that your examination results reflect the effort and dedication you have invested. May your future be bright, and may you not waste your youth." Class dismissed. Upon finishing, Mr. Wang stands and walks toward the door without a moment's hesitation. Li Zecang, observing the unresponsive class monitor, calls out loudly, "Stand up." His resonant voice, trailing with an echo, halts Mr. Wang in his tracks. Instinctively, the entire class rises. Only after standing do they realize that the one who called out was not the monitor. Unfazed, the spirited Xiao Li continues. Thank you, teacher. Goodbye, teacher. Following suit, the entire class chimes in. Thank you, teacher. Goodbye, teacher. Mr. Wang, holding back tears, refrains from turning around, fearing his students might glimpse the emotion in his eyes. He waves goodbye over his shoulder and slowly descends the staircase. In that moment, the weariness and toil of the year seem to find their fulfillment. Class 1, Senior 3. Class dismissed. Li Zecang silently repeats in his heart. Ah, it's still you, teacher Zecang. As Mr. Wang walks away, Zhao Xingxing gives Li Zecang a thumbs up. Li Zecang dismisses it with a wave of his hand, gripping his books tightly as he strides into the corridor. What are you doing? Someone asks. Throwing books. Li Zecang replies, then strides through the back door to the corridor. Under the curious gazes of other students from various classes, he shouts, Senior 3, I'm done. I've graduated. University, here I come. As he roars, he tosses his books, assignments, and examination papers into the air, letting them scatter like confetti. As the papers flutter down towards the ground below, Mr. Wang, who had just reached the bottom of the stairs, was still reflecting on his feelings and the earlier shout from Li Zecang. Suddenly, he hears Li Zecang's voice from above and sees books raining down from the upper floor. This act of defiance shatters Mr. Wang's melancholic mood. Though he initially considers reprimanding the boy, he soon finds himself smiling at the sight of books cascading like rain. He decides against returning to the office and walks downstairs, internally affirming, Class 1, Senior 3, class dismissed. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, witnessing Li Zecang throwing books and roaring loudly, the classmates finally react, mimicking his exuberance. And together they unleash their voices in a collective shout, tossing their books into the air. The solitude of an individual, the behavior of a class, which then ripples into the neighboring class, ultimately spreading throughout the entire senior year. A catharsis following the college entrance examination manifests among all graduates, regardless of their performance. In this moment, they collectively release 3 years' worth of pent-up emotions, as if the books they cast aside could carry away their hardships and exhaustion from the past 3 years. Yet, when some students find themselves re-entering the classroom of the repeating senior year, burdened by the absence of textbooks, might they not mutter a few curses against Li Zecang in their hearts? The bell rang for the conclusion of the senior class, marking the end of their high school era. Amidst the flurry of cascading textbooks, Li Zecang departed from the school where he had toiled for 3 years in his previous life and idled for a month in this one. University, here I come. World, I am arriving. Chapter 60. Estimating Exam Scores, July 11th, 2002, Friday. Today marks the time for estimating scores and filling out college applications. As the graduated students reconvene at the school, with the conclusion of the college entrance examination, Li Zecang's student mentality underwent a complete transformation. He audaciously drove into the school grounds, parking his vehicle at the basketball court. Fortunately, at this juncture, the school was in a state of vacation. Even the newly minted seniors were still basking in the summer break, though their reprieve was a measly 20 days. By late July, they would plunge into the rigors of senior year once more. Li Zecang entered the classroom at 9 o'clock in the morning, finding that most of his classmates had already arrived. However, it was impossible for the entire class to be present. Once the exams concluded, a full gathering became increasingly unlikely. This peculiarity had become a hallmark, an oddity indeed. Whether for college applications or future reunions or other chaotic gatherings, coming together was feasible. But a complete assembly was utterly out of the question. Stepping into the classroom, Li Zecang was momentarily taken aback to see the desks devoid of towering stacks of books. At that moment, his classmates had already begun checking their answers, with numerous copies of the exam papers, accompanied by the answers, laid out on the podium. Groups of 2 or 3 huddled together, calculating their scores. Li Zecang's gaze fell upon Jiang Shuyuan, seated at the back. The familiar Jiang, whom he had not seen in quite some time, was now adorned in what appeared to be a white dress, a stark contrast to her previous plain attire. Upon noticing Li Zecang at the door, she waved enthusiastically. Teacher Zecang, hurry up. I have the answers to the comprehensive exam. Zhao Xingxing, too, had spotted Li Zecang at the entrance, unable to suppress the joy radiating from his face as he called out excitedly. Li Zecang deduced that Zhao's estimation of scores must be quite favorable, otherwise he wouldn't be sporting such a giddy expression. However, he paid him no heed. Bypassing him and ignoring his pleading gaze, as he made his way to the last row, sitting beside Jiang Shuyuan. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, he thought, reflecting on how many days had passed since they last met. At that moment, he was oblivious to the antics of his classmates, his entire focus devoted to Jiang. Indeed, she wore a lovely white dress, which made her appear even more graceful and charming compared to the simple school uniform she had donned before. As she caught Li Zicang's gaze, her face blossomed into a smile, and she readily inquired, "Do you think it looks nice?" With an air of grace and poise. The charming Jiang Shuyuan appeared even more radiant after a few days apart. Fortuitously, she had not pursued a career in the arts or entered the entertainment industry. Otherwise, it seemed that other starlets would find it difficult to make a living. Compliments flowed freely, as if they cost nothing. Jiang Shuyuan shot him a glance before responding. "I have a math test paper here. Could you calculate the scores?" Although there were numerous test papers available, they were not distributed to each student. Typically, a class would only have a dozen copies to share for cross-checking answers. Li Zicang took the math paper and glanced at it casually, showing no intention of comparing answers since he had essentially provided them himself. While reviewing the paper, he inquired, "So, what do you estimate your math score to be?" "Fortunately, you are unaware of where I found that test paper. Otherwise, I might have only scored slightly over 100. Now, I reckon I can surpass 130. That is commendable. I've heard that this year's math and comprehensive exams are quite challenging. It's likely that the cutoff scores for Tsinghua and Peking University will be considerably lower than before. Have you finished estimating the comprehensive exam?" "Not yet. I'm slow with the comprehensive paper and Haven T even started on the empty sheets." Upon hearing this, Li Zicang swiftly approached Zhao Xingxing, snatched the comprehensive exam paper from him, and tossed his math paper aside. "Hey, Teacher Tsang, I was just one page away from finishing. Are you devoid of empathy? Focus on math. Do you understand what efficiency means? Have you completed your math already?" "That was fast," Jiang Shuyuan asked, astonished as she watched Li Zicang reclaim the comprehensive paper. "Yes, they're mostly the same, so it was quite quick." Jiang Shuyuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Li Zicang, her beautiful eyes fixed on him in rapt attention without uttering a word. Li Zicang noticed her stare and glanced around, realizing everyone else was preoccupied in the front row, before whispering, "Are you waiting for me to close my eyes?" Jiang Shuyuan felt her ears flush at his comment, but this time, she did not let him off the hook. Instead, she playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist with feigned intensity. Li Zicang feigned terror, raising his hands in surrender and murmuring, "Spare me, fair warrior. Speak quickly." Li Zicang lowered his voice, "Promise you won't tell anyone, not even old class." Upon seeing Jiang Shuyuan nod gravely, he finally confessed, 145. Jiang Shuyuan was momentarily taken aback by this score. Was this truly the Li Zicang she knew? The boy who could barely score above 600? Her beautiful eyes brimmed with a mixture of bewilderment and delight, and she curiously asked, "Were you serious about wanting to attend Peking University? What do you think? If your score qualifies you for Peking University, I will accompany you there. Let us compare our comprehensive scores. As long as this subject is sound, we should be fine." With that, she earnestly began to cross-reference the exam paper Li Zicang had brought. After a while, her face lit up with joy as she looked at the equally cheerful Li Zicang and said, "You go first." "About 280. What about you?" "It shouldn't be lower than 270. Upon completion, their eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Quickly, go exchange English and Chinese." Once the two had finished estimating their scores, the excitement on their faces became uncontrollable. Jiang Shuyuan hurriedly retrieved her notebook to calculate her total score, 130, 130, 270, 145, yielding a total of no less than 675 points, a conservative estimate she had made for herself. She then promptly added the three subject scores for Li Zicang, 145, 285, 145, totaling 575, which represented Li Zicang's best level, achieved even under the challenging conditions of the mathematics and comprehensive examinations. Jiang Shuyuan felt even more exhilarated. Her slender hands clenched tightly together, eagerly awaiting Li Zicang's score in the final subject, Chinese. Under normal circumstances, a score of 110 was undoubtedly assured, suggesting that Li Zicang's final score might surpass her own. Jiang Shuyuan gazed at Li Zicang, her eyes brimming with excitement and joy. Seeing him set down the exam paper with a composed expression, she immediately inquired, "How did it go?" Li Zicang pondered for a moment before replying, "It's difficult to say. I fear my essay might receive a 0. Impossible. As long as you wrote something and didn't betray the party or the country, a 0 is out of the question. It could even be a perfect score. If it were a 0, it would be around 75 points. If it's perfect, then approximately 135. Li Zecang maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke. Jiang Shuyuan reached out, taking his hand and looking at him earnestly. Please summarize your essay for me. No, write it down in my notebook instead. Noticing the slightly anxious and very concerned Jiang, Li Zecang smiled and agreed, then gracefully rewrote the essay word for word. Jiang Shuyuan read it over and over again, her eyes shining with admiration as she finally exclaimed, I had no idea you harbored such thoughts. Is it not a bit radical, a tad arrogant? No, compared to the great figures before the Korean War, is this arrogance? I believe we must embody this spirit. How could such an essay possibly receive a 0? I think there's a considerable chance it could be a perfect score. Chapter 61. Filling out the application after speaking. She flipped to the page where she had noted the scores and, after much contemplation, wrote down the number 130, resulting in an astonishing total of 705. After seeing this number, she glanced around and quietly said to Li Zecang, Do you realize, Li Zecang, you may have created a miracle? This score could potentially contend for the provincial top scholar this year. Li Zecang displayed no surprise or astonishment, smiling as he replied, It's merely a trivial matter. As long as the score is sufficient to accompany you to the school you desire, have you decided where you want to go? Jiang Shuyuan thought for a moment before answering. I initially believed I wouldn't qualify for Peking University, even if I did. Since both my parents attended Peking University and met there, I had previously been reluctant to go. But now I have changed my mind. I will accompany you. And together we will transform Peking University, shall we? Jiang, you wouldn't take my essay's grand aspirations seriously, would you? Are you aware of the profound impact your words will have once uttered? How many will deem you ignorant of the world's vastness? Is it not you who lacks such awareness? Jiang Shuyuan cast a disapproving glance at the individual. Do you truly believe my assertions hold merit? At least, from my current perspective on values and worldview, I find them to be quite valid. Is this the reason behind your change of heart? Or is it predominantly due to my influence? As she spoke, she surreptitiously grasped Jiang's hand beneath the table, caressing it gently. Jiang shot him another disapproving look yet refrained from halting his audacious advances, her eyes conveying a silent message. You, my dear fellow, have gone too far. Do not take advantage of the situation while feigning innocence. Very well, shall we proceed to Peking University? Have you contemplated your desired field of study? Li Zecang, observing Jiang's sudden compliance akin to a docile cat, ceased his teasing and inquired with a smile. Should we pursue the same major? Not necessarily the same major, but certainly within the same college. The two perused the admission guide, identifying the programs Peking University would offer in Sioux Province this year. Swiftly settling on the Guanghua School of Management, Jiang Shuyuan marked her choice in finance, while Li Zecang indicated his preference for business administration. Will you consult your parents at home, then? No need. I'll fill it out first, and they'll be informed accordingly. Upon learning that I have applied to Peking University, I can only imagine their astonishment. Just as they were preparing to visit the teacher's office to submit their applications, Zhao Xingxing crept over, conspiratorially whispering, Teacher Tsang, I estimate my score to be just shy of 600, surpassing last year's admission threshold for Beijing Normal University. Do you think I have a chance? Are you too applying to Peking University? Li Zecang chuckled and replied, I believe you'll be just fine. This year's admission scores will likely be lower than last year's. The comprehensive exams were exceedingly challenging, especially in mathematics, which should widen the scoring gap. However, do discuss it with your father and your homeroom teacher. Where are you two headed? You cannot attend the same school, but you can certainly be in the same city. We are off to Kyoto. With that, they both proceeded downstairs to the office. Upon arriving, Li Zecang immediately sensed a shift in treatment. Upon Jiang Shuyuan's arrival, the teachers flocked to her, inquiring about various matters. Ultimately, it was revealed that her estimated score was an impressive 685, prompting a round of applause within the office. Li Zecang even witnessed Director Zhang exuberantly rushing downstairs, presumably to share the delightful news with the principal, remaining true to form. As he observed Jiang being surrounded and bombarded with questions, Li Zecang felt a sense of resignation. Is this the preferential treatment she receives? Is it so glaringly obvious? With a sigh, he listened for a while and learned that they needed to go to the computer room to fill out their applications online, with the possibility of making changes within the designated time frame. Thus, he decided not to linger, exiting the office to wait for Zecang at the door. "If I am not mistaken, you must be heading home now, correct? Is your Aunt Hu already waiting for you at the entrance? How did you know?" Jiang Shuyuan responded curiously, intrigued by Li Zicang's confident assertion. "If I were to have such a precious daughter, and if she were to catch the attention of a certain young man with golden hair, I would never allow her to venture out alone, not even to the restroom. Always accompanied by someone, never leaving her side." Observing the serious expression on classmate Li's face, Jiang Shuyuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Originally, they were walking side by side towards the entrance, but now she boldly took Li's hand and changed direction, heading towards the school playground without a hint of hesitation. "Are you not just some young lad?" At that moment, Li Zicang was hardly concerned with such trivialities. Seeing the increasingly deviant path they were taking, he asked with surprise, "Jiang, where are you leading me? I am still a young man of virtue. I shan't venture into secluded areas. I am not one to engage in improper conduct. If only you could temper that smile a little and lower those upturned corners of your mouth, then I might just believe you." Thus, the two of them, with Aunt Hu waiting at the school gate, arrived at the small woods beside the playground, embarking on a profound biological lesson on the study of saliva. Li Zicang stood in the corner, watching as his classmate Zecang boarded a vehicle and gradually departed. They couldn't even share a meal together, as Hu Xingzhang was already waiting at the entrance, guarding against Li Zicang like a sentry. Zhang's previous actions had already caused considerable surprise. Before the end of the workday, old classmate was reviewing the college application statuses of his students. Upon seeing Jiang Shuyuan's choices, he felt quite satisfied. With her grades, admission to Peking University was nearly guaranteed. Even if her second choice were Nanjing University, it was unlikely to yield an offer, as the first choice would fill up quickly. If the second choice were considerably inferior, it would seem pointless. However, upon reviewing Li Zicang's application, he felt overwhelmed. Was it due to love? He too had only a single choice and refused to accept adjustments: business administration. He picked up the phone and dialed Li Zicang's number, engaging in a heartfelt monologue. Yet, young Li remained unmoved, boldly declaring, "Old classmate, wait until your students send you off into the stratosphere. You need not call me anymore. Jiang Shuyuan and I are heading to America, returning in August. By then, you will surely have received good news. Remember to prepare your speech in advance. And do me the favor of speaking kindly on my behalf when the reporters arrive." Listening to the busy tone emanating from the phone, old Wang was left in a daze. Had this lad lost his mind, or could a miracle truly occur? Though the call was disconnected, old Wang still could not ease his mind. After much contemplation, he opted to take matters into his own hands. Beneath Li Zicang's application, he filled in second and third choices at a prestigious 985 university and a 211 university, respectively, both located in Kyoto, carefully considering the couple's situation. In his view, if Li Zicang were unable to gain admission to a 211 university, reapplying would be a reasonable fallback. However, gaining admission to 211 or higher would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Yet, he did not anticipate that if young Li were to fail this year, even if he did not secure a spot in an undergraduate program, he would not choose to reapply. On one hand, it was indeed unnecessary. On the other, he genuinely felt unprepared for next year's college entrance examination and would not squander his memory on answers from a second attempt at the exam. After all, he had no intention of selling the answers to the college entrance examination. Chapter 62, A Journey to America. The first encounter with Aunt Jiang, July 12, 2002. Saturday, Pudong Airport, Shanghai, international flight, arrival gate. Li Zicang, who had arrived at the airport early, donned an outfit reminiscent of a celebrity from a later era. A large baseball cap nearly concealed his entire head, and even if someone inadvertently caught a glimpse of his face from below, their gaze would be obstructed by a pair of oversized sunglasses. He wore a loose-fitting sports shirt, matched with equally comfortable athletic pants and sneakers, embodying a philosophy of comfort. Despite his casual attire, his height of 1.85 meters and well-proportioned physique left a striking impression. At the international flight arrival gate, the crowd was filled with so-called elite individuals, including a significant number of foreigners. Yet Li Zicang immediately spotted Jiang, a classmate of his. She wore a wide-brimmed sun hat and similarly oversized sunglasses, her elegant dress accentuating her tall figure, complemented by a pair of sneakers. This seemingly mismatched ensemble radiated a youthful vibrancy, a style that Li Zicang had suggested to her. The combination of a dress with sneakers, although commonplace in the future, was still quite rare at that moment, yet it appeared not only fashionable but refreshingly unique. Coupled with Zecang's tall stature and the aloofness hidden behind her sunglasses, she resembled a youthful and exquisite princess. Li Zecang watched as she proceeded through security, checked in her suitcase, exchanged polite farewells with Aunt Hu, entered the waiting area, and finally saw Aunt Hu depart. Only then did he, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, make his way through security. His attire was so relaxed that he carried nothing but a mobile phone tucked in his pocket and the backpack. Upon entering the first-class lounge, Li Zecang spotted Zecang seated on a sofa, engrossed in texting. Clearing his throat, he quietly approached her and playfully inquired, "May I have the honor of sitting beside this beautiful lady?" Apologies escaped his lips as he raised his gaze and recognized it was classmate Xiao Li. A smile spread across his face as he stood and opened his arms wide. A warm embrace conveyed the longing that had accumulated during their brief separation, and Xiao Li unabashedly inhaled deeply into Zecang's neck, as if to confirm whether she was indeed the one he had been yearning for. "What do you think? Does it still have the same scent as before? That unique fragrance only you can detect?" Zecang teased, her expression playful like that of a puppy. "Indeed. It retains that familiar aroma, although it seems you have switched to a different shampoo. Nevertheless, the essence of that special scent prevails, affirming that you remain unchanged, untouched by any malevolent force," Li Zecang responded, his tone lighthearted. Zecang, amused by his peculiar reasoning, chuckled before teasingly retorting, "By your logic, I have been chosen by you through scent, physiology, and soul, yet I have not detected anything particularly special about you. Does this imply that you are not my destined choice?" With a playful wink directed at Li Zecang, she continued to challenge him. Faced with the transformation of the aloof Zecang into a playful spirit, Li Zecang could not help but smile. He grasped her hand firmly, gazing into her eyes as he softly declared, "Whether or not I am your fated choice, I shall never let go. Unless I breathe my last, you are mine in life and in death, destined to rest beside me even in the afterlife." Though these words may sound harsh, Zhang Shuyuan found them to be the most enchanting declaration of love, her eyes brimming with affection for Li Zecang. 11 hours later, at San Francisco International Airport, the sun shone brightly once more, transitioning seamlessly from day to day. Auntie, with a small backpack slung over her shoulders, Zhang, oblivious to Li Zecang's struggle with a hefty suitcase, bounded joyfully like a cheerful rabbit towards a lady not far away. To Li Zecang's surprise, he discovered this innocent and sunny side of Zhang, a rare sight indeed. He leisurely dragged his suitcase forward, observing the warm embrace shared by the two women. The lady was Zhang Shiyuan's aunt, Zhang Yanxi, an equally stunning woman. Appearing to be in her 20s, one could easily mistake her for a university student. With her high ponytail, stylish sunglasses perched on her forehead, brown marten boots, snug jeans, and a fitted top that accentuated her alluring figure, she radiated confidence and vivacity. Unlike the cold demeanor of Zhang Shuyuan, this was a bright, outgoing, and self-assured beauty. Based on a previous conversation and his current observations, Li Zecang began to form a preliminary judgment of her character. As he approached the two radiant women, he did not interrupt their exuberant reunion. It was Zhang Yanxi who first noticed Li Zecang, exchanging a knowing glance with Zhang Shuyuan. The lively Zhang suddenly remembered the bad guy who had accompanied her. "Auntie, allow me to introduce you. This is Li Zecang, the one you spoke with on the phone. Li, this is my aunt, Zhang Yanxi. You can just call her Auntie." The term Li was clearly more intimate than merely a polite address, suggesting that their relationship transcended that of ordinary classmates. It seemed that this once aloof niece of his might have found her love. Seeing Zhang Yanxi extend her hand, Li Zecang hurriedly stepped forward, taking the initiative to shake her hand first. "Hello, Auntie. I am Li Zecang," he introduced himself. "Li Zecang, so quickly you're calling our Shuyuan Auntie. Shouldn't Auntie prepare a red envelope for you?" The remark instantly flushed Zhang's cheeks with embarrassment. Accepting the elder's generosity, she released her grip, presenting her palm upwards, seemingly awaiting her aunt's gift. Aunt Zhang chuckled heartily, expressing her relief. "With you like this, I can finally relax. Shu Yuan is usually quite reserved. She is a bit more at ease with me, but with others, she always wears a mask of aloofness." Upon hearing this, Li Zecang scrutinized Zhang Yanxi once more, holding her in even higher regard. She truly understood her niece, speaking with remarkable insight. Zhang Yanxi extended her hand, grasping Li Zecang's, and introduced herself. "Hello, Li Zecang. I am Shu Yuan's beloved aunt, Jiang Yanxi, yin as in color, and shi as in the tide at sunset. You may call me Jiang Yanxi. Or if you prefer, auntie is also acceptable. Then I shall call you Aunt Jiang, if that is agreeable. He replied, that works for me. The trio arrived at the parking lot, where to their surprise, Aunt Jiang's vehicle was a Ford pickup truck, showcasing her unreserved nature and unabashedly displaying her preferences. Such confidence she exuded, as if proclaiming, I am who I am, genuinely and unapologetically, with nothing to conceal, unafraid of scrutiny. Come and engage if you dare. As Aunt Jiang took the wheel, Shu Yuan settled into the passenger seat, while Li Zecang found himself in the back, a rare occurrence. Chapter 63. Journey to America. Money and Principles. As the car cruised along the highway, Jiang Yanxi spoke while driving. We are quite close to Stanford, just over half an hour away. I've booked a room at the Hilton for you. We should head there first to freshen up. A little rest during the day will help adjust to the time difference. We can sleep at night if we push through a bit longer. For lunch, I'll take you to savor some steak nearby, a taste of American cuisine. In the afternoon, we can return to the hotel to discuss the lottery winnings, and then we'll plan out your activities for the next couple of weeks. I may not have time to accompany you throughout, but just to clarify, the expenses for the 5-star hotel, the top-notch restaurants, and other luxuries will need to be covered by our affluent friend here, as I certainly cannot afford it. Li Zecang was taken aback for a moment before laughing. No problem. We don't aim for bargains. We only seek the extravagant. To witness just how decadent this capitalist society can be. Don't worry, Auntie. Li has the funds, and we're just here to enjoy ourselves without any specific agenda. If you have the time, join us. If not, tend to your affairs, Shu Yuan added. Perfect. This is a great opportunity to explore Stanford. You should consider studying abroad after graduation, or even now, whether in cutting-edge technology or the prevalent financial fields. America is at the forefront, and the gap between our country and here remains vast. Annie, what is your field of study? Mathematics and computer science. PhD from Stanford University? Is that so? Does it not seem plausible? Not at all. Are you planning to stay in the U.S., like Zhang Qiuyang or Li Yanhong? Though I cherish America for its freedom and spaciousness, China is my homeland. I shall eventually return. At the Hilton Hotel? After escorting Li Zecang into one of the adjacent standard rooms, Jiang Yanxi playfully remarked to Jiang Shuyuan, Li Zecang, it's been ages since Shuyuan and I last met. For the next couple of days, I'll borrow her from you, and when you both go on your excursion, I'll return her to you. This way, you can save on one room's expense. Jiang Shuyuan instantly blushed. Li Zecang was at a loss for words, finding Jiang Yanxi's exuberance a touch overwhelming. You better hurry, though. Jiang Shuyuan's stepmother is rather watchful, and I haven't seen her in quite some time either. Haha. With a burst of laughter, Jiang Yanxi finally ushered Jiang Shuyuan into the next room. Disregarding them, Li Zecang promptly shed his clothing and stepped into the shower, seeking to wash away his fatigue and feel a sense of ease. For the girls, bathing was no simple task. They had not prepared for such, opting instead for a change of clothes and a thorough face wash. Fortunately, both retained their youthful radiance, requiring minimal makeup. While Jiang Shuyuan washed her face in the bathroom, Jiang Yanxi leaned against the doorframe, appearing casual, yet with an undertone of seriousness as she inquired, Shuyuan, do tell me, what is your relationship with him now? Just classmates? Friends? What else could it be? Do you genuinely believe that? Trying to fool your auntie? Tell your auntie. Have you two been intimate? What are you talking about? Isn't holding hands considered being together? Surely you must have shared a kiss, right? Noticing her niece's silence, Jiang Yanxi felt reassured. At noon, they savored an authentic American steak. The beef was exquisite, particularly the first few bites, which were truly remarkable. However, as they continued, the flavor grew monotonous, leaving them feeling full yet sensing something was amiss. Perhaps this was the aftereffect of their accustomed satiety from carbohydrates. In the afternoon, they had a confidential matter to discuss, so the trio opted to remain at the hotel. They ordered coffee, fruits, and snacks from the front desk and casually settled in, entirely unreflective of the monumental discussions regarding several billion dollars that loomed ahead. Zecang, have you pondered how to allocate this staggering sum of $33.75 billion? Note, the tax implications for receiving large lottery winnings in the U.S. can be rather intricate, potentially requiring nearly half to be paid, with variations across states. Thus, we shall consider a capped tax deduction of 25 here. Auntie, I believe you've made an error. I recall the amount being only $16.875 billion. Besides, Shouldn't we be discussing how to claim the money? Li Zecang understood the literal meaning behind Jiang Yanxi's words, yet the deeper implications eluded him. Was this a test or a genuine disregard for the colossal sum of 600 million? Who could discern such nuances from mere banter? Is there truly a need to deliberate on claiming the funds? I believe discussions are warranted solely for expenditures. Then how do we go about claiming this money? Jiang Yanxi first retrieved a file from her bag and presented the documents to Li Zecang, stating, "Here is the original lottery ticket. This is the record of the purchase. And this is my source of funds. Additionally, there is a letter of authorization which details your entrustment of me to purchase the lottery ticket on your behalf. When it comes time to claim the winnings, we shall all be present. Furthermore, you will need to prepare an American bank card. Simply take your passport this afternoon and arrange it outside." Is it truly that straightforward? What more is required? This is already quite complex. If I recall correctly, in our homeland, one merely needs to present the lottery ticket, regardless of whether it was found or not, to claim the prize. Can I transfer this money back to my country? Certainly. It is your money, and you may dispose of it as you wish. Theoretically, as long as it is not transferred to accounts that the United States deems potentially linked to terrorism, it is entirely your freedom. Li Zecang, you must broaden your horizons. This is America, the land of liberty. Upon hearing this, young Li chuckled and jestingly remarked, "Liberty America, where shootings occur every day." Jiang Yanxi and Jiang Shuyuan were left in confusion. However, Li Zecang did not elaborate, but instead regarded Aunt Jiang with renewed seriousness. From the exchange, he discerned that this confident and proud Aunt Jiang was genuinely uninterested in claiming the staggering sum of $160 million. What kind of individual is this? And how have they been nurtured? This is a sum of $160 million from 2002. Surely, no one could so nonchalantly relinquish such wealth, regardless of their character. What does it mean to say, "It is not mine"? What does "it should be yours" signify? You speak of principles and decorum about something that cannot even be seized? Very well. If you are knowledgeable, then proceed as you see fit. However, I still desire half of that sum, as previously agreed upon, Aunt. Li Zecang remained steadfast. You have your principles, and I have my boundaries. Moreover, whether this initial fortune amounts to $100 million or $300 million is of no consequence to Li Zecang at this moment. Chapter 64, Journey to America. Establishment of the investment company. Li Zecang turned to Jiang Shuyuan, stating, "Jiang, you were present at that time." Jiang Shuyuan replied, "Li Zecang, I certainly did not agree to accept half of that price. I merely refrained from a definitive rejection to avoid hindering your actions. However, gaining without effort is not acceptable. This is a principle of the Jiang family, and it is also my personal creed. Shuyuan understands this, hence I absolutely cannot accept this money. Yet, you did assist. Do you truly believe my help is worth such a sum? Perhaps from your perspective, without my assistance, you might have missed this opportunity. This is merely your viewpoint, even if it is factual. However, from my standpoint, I merely facilitated the exchange of $100,000 and aided you in purchasing a lottery ticket in America. Although, due to various reasons, you have yet to repay me that $100,000. It is my responsibility. This encapsulates the entire situation, the cause and effect, the intricacies. Therefore, do you still consider this affair to be worth over $1 million? Xiao Li was left speechless, truly witnessing what it means to encounter a proud woman, one who, despite her evident affection for wealth, adheres steadfastly to her principles, ensuring that her pursuit of riches remains honorable. Observing the silent Li Zecang, Jiang Yanxi continued, as a friend, or even as an elder, I cannot help but feel fortunate for Li Zecang's good fortune. Should he invite me to celebrate or present me with a small token of appreciation, I would find it hard to refuse. Li Zecang remained lost in thought, and after a moment, he turned to the two enchanting ladies before him and earnestly stated, Jiang Yanxi, Jiang Shuyuan, I intend to establish an investment company in the United States with a registered capital of $300 million. This venture has long been in my plans. Though the figures have shifted, I will retain 80% of the shares, while Jiang Yanxi and Jiang Shuyuan will each hold 10%. Should either of you decide to exit in the future, I will possess the right of first refusal as the majority shareholder. The remaining $37,500,000 will be divided equally between us, with the leftover $750,000 allocated for our expenses during this trip to America, which we shall expend fully. Noticing that Jiang Yanxi seemed poised to speak again, Li Zecang continued, I understand and respect your principles, Jiang Yanxi. I kindly ask that you reciprocate by respecting mine. From my perspective, your assistance has been invaluable, a fact you cannot deny. If my current proposal, which represents a significant concession on my part, is still unacceptable to you, I will honor your principles. This afternoon, I will open a bank account, and tomorrow morning I will withdraw the funds. If time allows, I will catch an afternoon flight back home, and from then on, we shall be nothing more than distant relatives. Li Zecang gazed at Jiang Yinshi with unwavering determination, and she mirrored his resolve. Aunt, Jiang Shuyuan interjected, shaking Jiang Yinshi's arm, her singular exclamation encapsulating her stance. Deal. Jiang Yinshi finally acquiesced. Jiang Shuyuan beamed with satisfaction. I will revise this letter of commission to reflect our agreed distribution. You and Jiang Shuyuan will each authorize me, while the remainder will be my own purchase. Transfers between individuals in the U.S. also incur gift taxes, Li Zecang explained. Proceed as you deem appropriate. Moreover, Zecang, when establishing the investment company in the U.S., it is advisable to structure it as an offshore entity. Routing funds through offshore nations will substantially reduce our tax liabilities on future investment returns, ensuring that we do not enrich the Americans unduly. Very well. However, I cannot remain in the U.S. for long. It would be prudent for you to seek a professional, ideally someone with a background in finance or investment. While a professional agency can assist with the company registration, having an insider who understands the intricacies is essential. I understand, but I must clarify one thing. We are merely partners. You cannot treat me, as your elder, as your subordinate. After saying this, he cast a playful glance at Jiang Shuyuan. How could that be? Jiang classmate is my superior, while you will always be my beloved aunt. Our Xiao Li truly possesses a silver tongue. No wonder he managed to charm my highly intelligent niece even during high school. Jiang Shuyuan, subjected to their teasing, felt her ears flush and a rosy hue crept onto her cheeks. That evening, Li Zecang found himself alone in an empty room, while Jiang and her aunt naturally shared a bed. Before drifting into slumber, young Li encouraged himself, muttering, "There is still time, no need to rush. The spotlight cannot follow us indefinitely." The following day, after exiting the lottery redemption office, he clutched a check and proceeded to the bank, where he meticulously confirmed the digits in his bank account, 257, 500, 000, an impressive sum indeed. In contrast, Jiang Shuyuan and Jiang Yinshi had a mere 40, 000, 000 in their accounts. Upon gazing at these figures, even the typically indifferent Jiang Yinshi found herself momentarily lost in thought. Only Jiang appeared unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the concept of wealth, as though it held no significance for her. Li Zecang, on the other hand, opened a new bank account and transferred out $7.5 million, agreed upon as their travel budget. After deducting the $2.4 billion investment, he retained $10 million. Naturally, this $7.5 million would not be spent in one fell swoop during their trip to the United States. Yet at that moment, no one was concerned with such details. The freedom of this country had its merits, particularly when juxtaposed with the convolutions back home. The process of claiming the substantial lottery prize was refreshingly straightforward, devoid of the complications often encountered domestically. As long as one complied with the requisite tax obligations, everything was clear, reasonable, and lawful. Zecang, since you are proficient in English, I shall refrain from being a third wheel. I have arranged a security team for you, who will arrive this afternoon. Tomorrow, you may explore at your leisure while I attend to the company registration matters, aiming to finalize everything before your return home, Jiang Yinshi stated as they exited the bank. Thank you, Aunt. I appreciate your assistance with the investment company registration. Once the company is established, I will provide you with an overview of our investment direction before Shuyuan and I depart, Jiang Yinshi replied with a nod. At that moment, Li Zecang had already transcended the image of a mere high school student in her eyes. Even if not held in high regard, he was certainly regarded on equal footing. On the morning of the third day, before parting ways, Jiang Yinshi handed Jiang Shuyuan a small package. Upon opening it, Shuyuan was astonished to find a box of medication and several packs of contraceptives. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Yinshi quietly advised, "Stay safe. Let us not have any mishaps." Then, amidst Jiang Shuyuan's blushing countenance, she elegantly departed. The security team Jiang Yinshi had arranged was already in place, having been thoroughly briefed and ready to commence their duties. In addition to providing professional security services, this team also served as drivers for Li Zecang and his companion, arriving with 2 Cadillac Escalades to indirectly offer them specialized transportation. Furthermore, they would assist with professional services, including flight bookings, hotel reservations, and a comprehensive range of travel arrangements. Certainly, these services are predicated on the expenditure of substantial sums of money. As the saying goes, money rarely goes astray, particularly in the United States, where the supremacy of wealth often eclipses that of power. This is particularly evident. Chapter 65, Zero or Full Score, July 18, 2002 Jinling College Entrance Examination Grading Committee, Chinese Language Group. What is it that is neither an argumentative essay, nor a narrative, nor an expository piece? It is, in essence, nothing at all, merely a disjointed assemblage of extreme rhetoric and seemingly plausible theories, utterly devoid of substance, half understood, and heretical, even going so far as to audaciously criticize esteemed institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University. This is simply an incitement to discord. Old Huang, what has provoked such anger in you? Are you enamored with foreign ideas, or are you merely singing praises for the foreign devils? Even if I were to be enamored with foreign ideas, I would not be so enraged. The student's perspective is perilous, their actions juvenile, their essay is utterly nonsensical and heretical. 0 score, 0 score, 0 score, 0 score. Upon hearing this declaration of 0, the vast conference room fell silent, with all the seasoned educators, university professors, and experts engaged in grading turning their attention to Professor Huang, who had just expressed his vehement discontent with the essay evaluation. This individual is no ordinary teacher. He is a professor at the School of Arts at Jinling University. Although he was not appointed to the grading panel for the Chinese language group, he remains a figure of considerable stature. Old Huang, you must exercise caution in assigning a 0 score. This is the college entrance examination. Even if a student has written merely a title, they would not receive a 0 unless the paper is entirely blank, in which case there would be no contention. Otherwise, it could lead to significant controversy, remarked a fellow expert of similar standing, slowly sipping his tea. I am resolute in assigning a 0 score. Setting aside the matter of style, the crux lies in the fact that the student's viewpoint is exceedingly dangerous, and their thinking is quite immature. With that declaration, he excitedly inscribed a large 0 on the paper, signing his name with flourish. The grading of college entrance examination essays is conducted with utmost rigor, typically involving 3 teachers simultaneously reviewing each essay. These 3 form a group with no clear hierarchy or designated leader. They operate as equals and independent entities. If their scores do not vary significantly, the average of the 3 becomes the student's final score. However, should there be a substantial discrepancy in their evaluations, particularly if one scores full marks and another assigns a 0, the paper will be sent to the group leader for further assessment. Each large conference room represents a grading group. The group leader will reassess the essay, taking into account the evaluations of the 3 teachers. If their scores fall within a predetermined range, established prior to grading by the leadership team of the Chinese language discipline, the average of these 3 scores will constitute the final score. However, if this final score is either full marks or 0, unless there is unanimous agreement among the grading teachers, the case must be escalated to the subject leadership group, where the group leader will convene expert members for a comprehensive judgment. In every domain, there exists a hierarchy within this grading group. Professor Huang holds the highest position and appears to possess the greatest influence. Thus his voice carries considerable weight. Professor Huang completed the grading and did not place this particular examination paper among the others he had already assessed. Instead, he handed it directly to the second member of his group. Note, currently, the evaluation of subjective questions in the college entrance examination employs a 3-tier arbitration mechanism. The online scoring system randomly distributes anonymized answer images to 2 evaluators' computers. If the scores assigned by the evaluators fall below a predetermined differential threshold, the average score of both is recorded as the final mark. Conversely, if the disparity between their scores exceeds the threshold, the composition is forwarded to the chief examiner. Upon the chief examiner's assessment, should 2 evaluators' scores remain below the threshold, their average score is recorded. If the threshold is still exceeded, the paper is sent to the subject evaluation leadership group, where the group leader orchestrates the scoring, ultimately producing a final mark. This is the established protocol following the widespread adoption of computer-based evaluation. The specifics of the situation in the early 2000s are not entirely clear, and this account is a general depiction. Please refrain from scrutinizing it too closely. The second evaluator, Mr. Hu, commenced his grading with utmost seriousness. The first thing that caught his eye was the glaring 0 score, starkly contrasted by the elegant and flowing handwriting. This seemingly contradictory description, neat yet ethereal, was perfectly embodied in the entire composition. Examining each individual character, one could discern a lively grace, undoubtedly the result of extensive practice. Yet, when observing the overall text, it appeared meticulously organized, exceptionally standardized, and impeccably tidy, without a single correction made throughout. Mr. Zhang thought to himself that, based solely on the handwriting, irrespective of how far the content strayed from the topic, it was worth at least 20 points. He was now eager to discover just how far this essay had diverged from conventional expectations. Upon merely glancing at the title of the composition, Mr. Zhang was taken aback, even holding his breath in astonishment. In this life, I have no regrets in coming to China. In the next life, I shall still be a Chinese. Such a title could hardly be deemed unconventional. It exuded an unwavering sense of patriotism, deeply embedded in a red-blooded ethos. Was it a rhetorical question? With the entire essay aimed at subverting this assertion? With a heart full of unanswered questions, Mr. Zhang continued to read, expending several times the usual amount of time to comprehend this essay that had been awarded a score of 0. Gradually absorbing the sentiments evoked by the piece, Mr. Zhang even shut his eyes, surprised to find that, at the cusp of retirement, he could still be moved by a student's examination essay. Based on this emotional resonance alone, he felt that this was not merely a 0-scored essay, but rather deserved full marks. Several nearby teachers observed Mr. Zhang's actions and expressions in bewilderment. His demeanor did not reflect the anger typically associated with a poor-quality essay. What was happening? After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Zhang reopened his eyes and reassessed the composition from the perspective of evaluation. Indeed, there was no explicit literary genre defined, yet it could not be considered off-topic. After all, the theme for this occasion was a topic essay, and as long as it could be aligned with the notion of a heartfelt choice, it would not be deemed off-topic. This meant that even unconventional forms, such as poetry or scripts, were permissible. Mr. Zhang and Professor Huang sat back-to-back to avoid mutual influence, while the third member of their group also faced away from him. Beside him sat a middle-aged teacher from another group who had lost all enthusiasm for grading. He occasionally glanced at Teacher Zhang, though he felt too shy to lean over and inspect the paper. Yet, his curiosity was piqued. What score would Zhang assign to this composition? He was certain it would not be a 0. Perhaps an unexpected turn of events awaited. As he stared at the glaring 0, thoughts of Professor Huang's illustrious resume crossed his mind. With a self-deprecating smile, Teacher Zhang cast aside his hesitation, picked up his pen, and with fluid strokes, completed the grading with calm precision. Instead of placing the paper in the designated stack, he tapped the shoulder of Teacher Mo in front of him and handed over the exam, as if nothing had transpired, before resuming his review of other papers. The middle-aged teacher, however, was left astonished, rendered momentarily speechless. Xiao Wang, why the daze? Did Teacher Zhang also score it a 0? Xiao Wang shook his head. Do we, as frontline educators, not empathize with the struggles of our senior students? This paper could have easily received a score of 10 or 12. Yet I sensed the student's deviance. His thoughts seemed excessively radical. The weary crowd of teachers, ready to gossip about the incident, was suddenly jolted by the mention of radical. What sort of composition had escalated to such ideological heights? Once more, they turned to Teacher Zhang, but he remained undistracted, absorbed in his grading, while all eyes shifted back to Xiao Wang, who appeared perplexed. Why are you looking at me? I don't know the content of the paper. Teacher Xiao Wang, you may not see the content, but you did witness Teacher Zhang's score, did you not? What was that expression of astonishment? 60. What? 60? What? Full score? Full score. Chapter 66. Where there are people, there is a world. Professor Huang was equally astonished, involuntarily turning to glance at the still-bent, engrossed Teacher Zhang. Listening to the ensuing discussions, Teacher Mo squirmed in his seat. Being one of the youngest among the grading teachers, he found himself grappling with two exceedingly exaggerated scores, a 0 and a 60. Regardless of his own assessment, the paper would ultimately be presented to the group leader. Yet the decision weighed heavily upon him. This young teacher, Mo, had not even read the article before contemplating how to navigate the situation. The path of moderation seemed most unwise. After much deliberation, he arrived at his own decision, tipping the scales in favor of the influential and esteemed. After thoroughly considering various possibilities, he resolutely assigned his score, 10 points. A score laden with significance. In full agreement with Professor Huang's perspective, he refrained from giving a 0, opting instead to leave the final judgment to the true leader in front of him. As for the rationale behind not assigning a 0, should he also score it as such, the group leader would face an even more challenging decision. If the group leader assigns a score of 0, the final result for this examination paper will be 0. It may appear that both the Professor Huang and the group leader have successfully realized their intentions, but a paper marked with 0, whether it is a solitary effort or the collective result of 4 individuals, remains devoid of substance. And it must be presented to the members of the evaluation committee. The situation has changed. If the group leader, starting from 2 low scores, assigns a mark below 10 or even 15, the paper will receive an average score of 0, 10, and 15, which equates to 8. This renders Zhang's 60 points utterly irrelevant, concluding the initial evaluation. No one anticipated that Mr. Mo, a young and esteemed educator, would abandon the study of language in favor of strategic military theories. Despite having completed the scoring, his apprehensions lingered, leaving him uncertain about the final score of this paper and its ultimate trajectory. With a hint of anxiety, he glanced at the group leader of the 3rd composition evaluation team seated at the front of the conference room and softly said, "Group Leader Lee, there is an essay here that requires your review. During the evaluation period, movement is generally restricted and communication is usually discouraged. However, the latter rule is often relaxed, as seasoned evaluators tend to overlook such protocols. Consequently, the group leader, mindful of the presence of these veterans, refrains from imposing strict regulations." Group Leader Lee nodded, prompting Mr. Mo to approach the leader and submit the examination paper. 0, 60, 10. Group Leader Lee briefly scrutinized Mr. Mo, then shifted his focus to the essay itself, momentarily disregarding the preceding scores. Indeed, similar to Professor Zhang, Lee approached the text with a reader's perspective rather than that of an evaluator. After perusing the essay 3 times, he exhibited no hesitation. A bold 60 emerged in the scoring section, accompanied by his signature. As he glanced neither at the 2 individuals beside him nor at the paper itself, he called out towards the entrance, "Xiaozheng, please inform Group Leader Zhou to come and collect the examination paper." With that, he returned to his duties, no longer concerning himself with the paper. Until the evaluation is entirely complete, the paper cannot leave the conference room, even if a collective discussion is required. It necessitates the presence of the evaluation committee leader to retrieve it personally. Below in the conference room, a crowd of onlookers stood in astonishment, grappling with the significant division of opinion. Were there indeed 3-0 scores? This was the first paper, apart from the blank submissions, that needed to be reported to the leadership team by this evaluation group. While blank papers also required reporting, it was merely a formality. Any member of the leadership team could glance at a blank sheet, sign it, and conclude the matter. The current situation, however, was different. Summoning them to collect the paper indicated a substantial disagreement, necessitating collective deliberation by the leadership team. The Composition Evaluation Leadership Group, consisting of 8 members and the group leader, formed the supreme decision-making body that would ultimately determine the scores for essays and reading comprehension. Zhou, the group leader, quietly examined the composition, perusing it twice before casting his gaze upon the glaring scores. Reflecting on the satire woven into the text, he exhaled a deep sigh and addressed the gathering. "No photocopying. As per our usual practice, let us circulate it amongst ourselves. This is our first assembly of the year to discuss such matters." With that, he fell silent, withdrawing to smoke alone. Once everyone had perused the paper and it was returned to him, Zhou spoke again. "Let us share our perspectives. What more is there to say? It deserves full marks, absolutely full marks. I was nearly moved to tears. This is an exceptionally rare high-quality piece, perhaps the finest since the inception of the college entrance examination. I cannot fathom how some could assign it a score of 0. An irascible, white-haired veteran teacher interjected loudly. "Zhao, merely express your own viewpoint. Do not critique others or sway their opinions. This is not yet the time for discussion." Zhou interrupted Zhao's commentary on the scoring teacher. "I concur with Zhao's sentiment," he stated. "I essentially align with his opinion. This student's intention is commendable, and the expression is remarkably lucid. Some ideas and phrases are particularly innovative. Yet, considering it is an examination essay, it lacks certain formal qualities. I would rate it around 50. Overall, it is commendable, but the satire directed at Qingbei seems somewhat arbitrary. Excessively subjective, I would assign it a score of 40. Not merely arbitrary, but this student appears overly confident. Confidence is admirable, yet when taken too far, it veers into arrogance. Is that satire aimed at Qingbei? It seems more a display of disdain, and they even audaciously altered a famous quote from the founding premier. How presumptuous! I do not find a score of 0 to be exaggerated, though I could concede to a score in the 20s or 30s. Each individual voiced their opinions. Although seemingly detached from personal interests, their stances were indicative of their positions. Position matters greatly. 8 participants, surprisingly, reached a consensus resembling a stalemate. The seasoned high school teachers unanimously deemed the essay worthy of high scores, perhaps even full marks. Conversely, 3 university faculty members and a seasoned author contended it warranted a low score, even a 0. The decision-making authority rested in Zhou's hands, yet he felt no thrill. Initially, he believed the composition required no further deliberation. A collective engagement to appreciate its merits sufficed. Perhaps a few misguided individuals might voice subtle dissent. Yet had these discordant opinions truly gained such prominence? Zhou inhaled deeply from his cigarette before extinguishing it in the ashtray, his expression impassive as he regarded the assembly. He solemnly declared, the group's consensus, full marks, to be reported to Deputy Director Zhang of the grading office. Along with my personal recommendation, I advocate for its publication in both the daily and evening newspapers. Upon hearing Zhou's resolute stance, several members exchanged fleeting glances, momentarily regarding him before lapsing into silence, feigning a composed demeanor as if their earlier fervent criticisms had never been uttered. Events that transpired in the morning yielded results by the afternoon. You might think this was merely a decision made by the deputy director. However, the reality is far more intricate. The deputy director reported to the director, who in turn conveyed the matter to the Minister of Propaganda, an individual of considerable stature within the standing committee, a veritable heavyweight within the province. Yet, the process did not conclude there. The minister simultaneously reported to both provincial leaders 1 and 2, whose joint resolution led to the publication of the full article in the evening and morning newspapers, to be released the following day. Propaganda, seemingly inconspicuous, is in fact of paramount importance. Chapter 67, an article that shook the world. July 19, 2002. By 2002, the internet had experienced rapid advancement, with major portal sites gaining prominence. Nevertheless, it remained the era of print media, as the convenience of perusing a newspaper far surpassed the experience of sitting before a computer screen. While the major portals appeared formidable and robust due to their relative concentration, a comparative analysis of their collective influence against that of all print media, newspapers and magazines, reveals why print still dominated the landscape at this juncture. The convenience factor is significant. The realm of internet media still has a long journey ahead. It wasn't until the advent and widespread adoption of smartphones that print media began to be eclipsed by mobile reading, enabling the internet and self-media to rise with overwhelming force, establishing their supremacy. July 19th was an ordinary day, particularly for students. High school seniors were leisurely enjoying their time, as their exam results would not be released until the following week, results that would ultimately determine whether they would continue to revel in carefree pursuits or tragically return to their books for a repeat endeavor. The sophomores, now aptly referred to as seniors, found themselves in a similar predicament, as the graduating class had already commenced their lessons. Their summer vacation was a mere 20 days, with registration on July 19th and formal classes beginning on July 20th. Whether termed remedial classes or simply lessons, it mattered little. In this era, there were no hotlines for reporting such matters, and the Education Bureau turned a blind eye to the notion of supplementary lessons. Even if the entirety of the 2 months were devoted to classes, this was simply the way of life for the high school seniors of that time. Summer classes would persist until just before the new academic term, followed by a brief 3-day break prior to the official start of school. Moreover, just 5 days after the release of the college entrance examination results, registration for review classes would begin, underscoring the urgency faced by students preparing for the exams. Yet, on this seemingly mundane day, an unexpected shift occurred due to the publication of a college entrance examination essay. The Xinhua Daily of Su Province and the Jinling Evening News featured the full text of a perfect scoring essay from this year's provincial examination on their front pages. The essay, titled "This Life Regrets Not Entering China, in the Next Life, I Will Still Be a Chinese," sparked considerable discussion. Some even remarked that Huajing was akin to the Chinese University of America. I found myself pondering the essence of my diligent studies. Is it truly worthwhile to regard Huajing as my ultimate ambition? Perhaps the refined, self-interested individuals consider matters differently from me. Yet, I remain perplexed as to the reasons behind the profound transformations they underwent during their brief university years. Can we attribute their changes solely to their own choices? I am but an ordinary high school senior, navigating the arduous journey of my academic life with unwavering determination. Inspired by the profound sentiment of contributing to the resurgence of China, is it innate within them to harbor an affinity for foreign cultures? Or has the educational system instilled in them a refined sense of self-interest? A time-honored Chinese proverb states, "A child does not despise a mother's appearance, nor does a dog disdain a poor home." Our household may still be impoverished, and our motherland may not yet have fully healed from the wounds of World War II. Yet this is no justification for us to abandon our mother, our family, or the land where generations of our ancestors have thrived. If you find fault with your homeland, then endeavor to build it up. If you disapprove of the government, strive to become a civil servant and effect gradual change. If you believe the populace lacks civility, begin by embodying the qualities of a refined citizen and educate your children accordingly. If you perceive ignorance among your compatriots, initiate your own learning and influence those around you, rather than resorting to mere condemnation, complaints, or retreat. The ground we stand upon is our motherland. We are a reflection of China. If we shine, China shall not dwell in darkness. Moreover, our motherland has already traversed the most arduous and bleakest of eras. We may have lagged behind for over a century, yet China has not perished, nor shall it. Even after a century of setbacks, we have never relinquished hope. Countless ancestors have sacrificed their lives for the revival of our great nation. Perhaps the term resurgence is more fitting than rise. We earnestly study, labor diligently, and dedicate our lives to the rejuvenation of the magnificent Chinese nation. 5,000 years ago, we faced floods as the ancient Egyptians did. 3,000 years ago, we forged bronze like the Babylonians. 2,000 years ago, we engaged in valorous battles akin to the Romans. A millennium ago, we shared immense wealth with the Arabs. And now, we are striving with vigor, destined to compete with the Americans. I firmly believe that our ancestors, the Huaxiao people, do not believe in fate or divine intervention. We have never relied on saviors. We believe in ourselves, confident that nobility and power are attainable through effort. For 5 millennia, we have observed the rise and fall of adversaries at the global table, and in time, we too shall occupy our rightful place. I have no regrets about being born a Huaxia. In the next life, I shall still be Chinese. This composition, encompassing 1079 words, has been published in its entirety. With its release, the sentiments expressed have swiftly captured the attention and discourse of society at large. Some have remarked that the author is somewhat oblivious to the realities of the world. Others claim them to be excessively audacious or arrogant, questioning their qualifications, and whether they could gain admission to esteemed institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. Nonetheless, beyond these criticisms and dissenting opinions, the prevailing sentiment remains one of praise, admiration, and inspiration. No one anticipated that a seemingly simple college entrance examination essay would capture the attention and provoke discussion across society. However, due to its reprint in a daily newspaper, the discourse remained predominantly positive. On June 20, 2002, the president, party secretary, and editor-in-chief of the People's Daily, also a member of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, personally reached out to the leaders of Jiangsu province. "Old Huang," he remarked, "isn't this a bit inconsiderate? After all, we share a bond as classmates, don't we?" "Old Su," the other replied, "your question lacks clarity. How am I being inconsiderate? The last time you visited Jiangsu, I even presented the wine gifted by my son-in-law." The two evidently knew each other well, both being alumni of the Central Party School. Such high-ranking officials are typically not strangers to one another, as the upper echelon of the hierarchy is rather limited. I'm not referring to that matter. It's about the college entrance essay you all have reprinted without even informing me. At this moment, Huang realized what his old classmate was referring to, remembering that public relations was indeed his friend's primary occupation. With a smile, he replied, "So, even you have discovered our province's literary prodigy? Indeed, he is quite talented. I am also preparing to reprint and comment on this essay. I see that the ongoing discussions have taken various angles and perspectives that we ought to guide. That is your duty. Some of our comrades truly need to study this article earnestly, Their awareness appears to be even lower than that of a high school student. I just want to confirm this matter with you. This is indeed a college entrance essay, right? How could there be any mistake? It is a college entrance essay written by someone named Zecang. Could you send me the specifics about this individual later, along with his exam scores? They must have been released by now. I almost forgot. I genuinely don't know how he performed, only that he scored full marks on the essay. Please hold on. I will call you back shortly. The grading for the college entrance examinations had nearly concluded. Although the provincial ranking was still being compiled, the scores were already available. For a provincial leader to inquire about results was, of course, a straightforward endeavor. To his astonishment, upon investigation, he discovered an extraordinary total score of 711. While the provincial rankings were still being finalized, the grading team noted that this year's overall scores were notably low, making this score likely secure the top position in the province, irrespective of the academic track, a first of its kind. Next year, Jiangsu Province would once again reform its entrance examination structure, reverting from a comprehensive assessment to the previous division of liberal arts and sciences. With a sense of wonder, Huang returned the call to Old Su. Old Su, can you guess how this fellow performed? What could it be? With your reckless reform this year, introducing a comprehensive assessment, I'd wager his performance in sciences must be lacking, despite his high level of proficiency in literature. Surely, he cannot have surpassed the undergraduate threshold? You, my friend, have miscalculated. His score is 711. Although the provincial rankings are still under review, the grading committee believes this score will likely make him the top student in Jiangsu this year. My goodness, the high-ranking official was taken aback upon hearing this score, utterly astonished. Guess again, where did this young man apply? Surely it can't be one of the prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University, can it? Haha. You guessed it right. His first choice is indeed Peking University. This has stirred quite the excitement. With all this commotion, could it be that he might not be admitted? They wouldn't dare, as long as his scores are genuine and valid. What about organizational discipline and the rule of law? The irony of entering Peking University is palpable. This has certainly become a topic of great interest. Haha. Well, that's out of our hands now. Let's leave it to Principal Su. Just hope that our student Li won't be misguided in his education elsewhere. The two old friends chatted for quite a while, both in good spirits, before finally hanging up. What followed was a cascade of reports, ultimately reaching the highest echelons of authority, where the leaders made the final decision to publish this exemplary essay, striving to ignite a new wave of patriotism. After esteemed media outlets such as the People's Daily published this flawless composition, all previous controversies and alternative interpretations faded into obscurity. What remained was a singular voice, the voice of patriotism, reflecting national honor and collective confidence. Simultaneously, numerous journalists and media began to delve into the achievements of student Li Zecang, scouring the globe for information. When they finally traced him to his school and home, they discovered he had already fled abroad. Meanwhile, the interview script prepared by old classmate, though unanticipated, turned out surprisingly well. It unabashedly lauded young Li, overshadowing the brilliance of classmate Jiang. It could even be said that old comrade Wang completely transferred his praise and thoughts regarding classmate Jiang onto Li Zecang. In Wang's portrayal, Li Zecang emerged as the epitome of excellence, academically distinguished, morally upright, patriotic, and an embodiment of a true socialist successor. His description resonated through the reporters' pens, spreading widely across newspapers and the internet. If only the internet had been more developed at that time, and had there been any interviews with Li Zecang himself, or photographs to accompany his story, young Li would have achieved instant fame. Presently, the only thing known widely is that article, along with the fact that it is an essay from a top scorer in the college entrance examination, known only to those who are privy to the identity of this top scorer, Li Zecang. Chapter 68. Journey to America Addicted to Casinos? 2 vehicles. A total of 6 members in the security team, all from the largest and most renowned American security company, Blackwater, forming a complete and standard security detail. After departing from Stanford, the first stop is not far to the south in Los Angeles. Unfortunately, the finals had already concluded, and Li Zecang missed the chance to witness the Lakers' triumphant three-peat. Nevertheless, Los Angeles is still worth visiting beyond Hollywood. It boasts the finest shopping centers and the most luxurious boutiques. On the journey to Los Angeles, Jiang, like an exuberant child and a bird soaring from its cage, clung tightly to Li, nestling comfortably in his embrace, displaying an openness that was both charming and unreserved. This behavior was a perfect reflection of Jiang Shuyuan's character, aloof yet approachable. She often wore an indifferent expression towards things she disdained. But beneath her cool facade lay a warm enthusiasm that was rarely visible to others. Such warmth intertwined with her coolness was only appreciated by a select few, including the present Li Zecang. As the car entered the urban expanse of Los Angeles, Jiang Shuyuan finally withdrew from Li Zecang's embrace and sat upright, gazing at the unfamiliar scenery outside. Although Los Angeles is one of the most renowned cities in the United States and among its largest, it starkly contrasts with cities back home. Apart from a small central area dotted with skyscrapers, the vast urban landscape predominantly consists of ordinary villas, with the impressive high-rises being quite rare. Observing the cityscape that differed from her own, Jiang Shuyuan curiously inquired, "What brings us to Los Angeles? It seems rather ordinary." Ordinary. Yet this is the most famed fashion capital of America, and Hollywood is right here. What? Are you still a fan? I'm not exactly a fan, but fashion is essential. Don't you think we should adapt to local customs and refresh our attire before embarking on our American adventure? Jiang Shuyuan glanced at her dress, and then at Li Zecang's sporty outfit, feeling no discomfort. With a hint of confusion, she asked, "Is there something wrong with our clothes? Do they seem out of style?" Not out of style, but at least not fashionable. Intrigued by Li Zecang's perspective, Jiang Shuyuan pressed further, "Little Li, do you actually have a sense of fashion? Can you even shop for clothes?" "Of course. Just look at the girlfriend I personally chose, and you'll understand my aesthetic. With my top-tier taste, how could I not grasp fashion? I epitomize it," Li Zecang boasted with bravado. Hearing his self-praise, Jiang Shuyuan felt as if she had consumed honey. Sweetly intoxicated by his words, and with a radiant smile, she declared, "Then I shall entrust you with the authority to choose my future outfits. Don't let me down. If you dress me poorly or in a way that is unappealing, it will reflect poorly on you. Rest assured, beautiful lady, the outfits I recommend will only enhance your allure." Thus, the two of them momentarily forgot about the college entrance exams, their results, and the admissions process back home, embarking on a journey that was uniquely theirs. Inside the flagship store of Prada, Li Zecang resembled a professional buyer, while Jiang Shuyuan took on the role of a seasoned model, one continuously selecting garments while the other showcased them with grace. Certainly, after selecting her attire, young Li could comfortably sit on the sofa, admiring the transformation of her classmate Jiang from an ordinary high school girl into a fashionable beauty. With an array of styles and combinations, although Li Zecang may not be well-versed in fashion, he certainly has a wealth of knowledge gleaned from decades past. Having not only witnessed trends, but also absorbed the essence of styles sported by renowned celebrities of the future, he creatively curated outfits for Jiang based on the impeccable fashion sense of those luminaries. Coupled with Jiang's tall stature, slender figure, and stunningly delicate features, she surpassed many so-called stars, particularly those reliant on makeup or cosmetic enhancements. With these attributes at play, Li Zecang successfully crafted a chic and radiant young lady. After an exhaustive shopping spree, acquiring an extensive wardrobe for all seasons, Jiang Shuyuan felt utterly fatigued and decided to pause. The following day, they ventured to the illustrious Hollywood Boulevard. However, both Jiang Shuyuan and Li Zecang appeared rather disinterested. It was during their time in Las Vegas that Li Zecang's inherent gambling spirit emerged, as he exchanged for $1 million in chips and dominated the casino scene. Yet, while dreams painted a rosy picture, reality proved to be harsh, as the entirety of his winnings dwindled to almost nothing by the end of the afternoon and into the night. This experience illuminated the limitations of his protagonist's abilities and luck, as he gazed at the solitary remaining chip, a grand $10,000 piece, which felt rather forlorn in his grasp. Observing Li Zecang's slight dejection, Jiang Shuyuan chuckled, remarking, "They say success in love leads to failure in gambling, yet you seem determined to defy the adage." With that, she took the $10,000 chip from his hand and approached the roulette table, placing the extravagant chip on the number 12. Li Zecang recognized that 12 was his lucky number, a fact Jiang was also aware of. Still puzzled, he inquired, "You just mentioned my success in love and failure in gambling. Why then would you use my lucky number? Are you simply gifting me money?" Jiang responded, "You are successful in love, and so am I. Perhaps two negatives could yield a positive outcome. I am placing my bet on your lucky number, and regardless of the outcome, let us conclude our Las Vegas adventure and head to Miami, shall we?" Fearing that the young man before her might become too engrossed in gambling, Jiang feigned a casual tone as she spoke. The older gentleman, Li Zecang, naturally discerned the young lady's unease. However, he had unwavering faith in his self-control. This outing was merely a diversion for him, and he had already imposed limits on himself. Either he would lose the $1 million and depart, or he would leave with $3 million. It was as simple and carefree as that. Having lived 2 lives, he possessed a tempered gambling spirit. Even the lottery had mechanisms to prevent time travel, let alone the casino. Of course, comparing domestic lotteries with casinos reveals an inherent inequity. Casinos profit through big data and cumulative statistics, making them considerably fairer in this regard than lotteries. When Jiang Shuyuan noticed Li Zecang gazing at her with a smile, devoid of the manic intensity of a gambler, she finally felt at ease. In another part of the casino, the staff observed the beautiful Eastern woman placing a single bet of $100,000 on the number 12, a staggering 35-to-1 payout. They reiterated for confirmation, "Madam, $100,000, betting on 12, is that correct?" Jiang Shuyuan remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. Recognizing her as a valued guest from the security personnel beside her, the staff refrained from further commentary. After all, in Las Vegas, whether a single bet was $100,000 or a payout of $3 million, neither was considered extraordinary. The staff launched the roulette wheel, and after a series of twists and turns, the little ball fortuitously landed on 12, Li Zecang's lucky number. Jiang Shuyuan's bet succeeded at a 35-to-1 odds, prompting admiration for her remarkable luck. She not only recouped the previous loss of $900,000, but also won an additional $2,500,000, covering their expenses from the past few days with a surplus. Regardless of winning or losing, the sum of $3 to $4 million was inconsequential for the two. Neither paid it any mind. After another night in Las Vegas, the next morning they flew to New York, embarking on the next leg of their East Coast journey across America. As the airplane descended toward New York Airport, Li Zecang gazed out the window at the towering Statue of Liberty, a wave of emotions washing over him. Upon landing, they boarded a vehicle prepared by the Blackwater security team, weaving through the skyscrapers until they arrived at their accommodation, the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, located in Midtown Manhattan. Observing the grandeur of New York, arguably the most magnificent and renowned city in the world, even the typically composed Jiang Shuyuan felt compelled to inquire, "Li, do you think our country will ever reach such heights as America? Will we witness the scenes you described in your essays?" Li Zecang followed Jiang Shuyuan's gaze outside, where the towering skyscrapers indeed instilled a profound sense of pressure and a feeling of insignificance. Even the 200-year-old Jiang Shuyuan felt this way, compared to Li Zecang, who visited 106 years prior. The sense of helplessness he experienced must have been even more pronounced. Li Zecang grasped Jiang's hand, a serene smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Do you realize that the path we tread upon today was once traversed by the esteemed Li Hongzhang 106 years ago? Yet, while we travel by automobile, he journeyed in a horse-drawn carriage. The place we are destined to stay is, in a sense, a continuation of the hotel where he resided during his visit to New York. Back then, he lodged at the Waldorf Astoria, which was situated beneath what is now the Empire State Building. Historical accounts reveal that the illustrious Li Zhongtang visited New York when it was already a skyline adorned with towering edifices. I wonder what emotions surged within him upon witnessing the vibrant city firsthand. Perhaps a sense of loss, powerlessness, bitterness, or a blend of all these feelings. You have yet to respond to my earlier inquiry." After a moment of contemplation, Li Zecang posed a thought-provoking comparison, in the context of our current existence and that of New York. "Do you believe the disparity between us now and the New York of 1896 is greater than that between our present selves and the United States? Or, comparing our forces on the Korean battlefield with the United Nations troops led by America, which gap is more pronounced?" He refrained from answering John's question directly, instead presenting two contrasting scenarios. Jiang Shuyuan remained silent for a while, before gently taking Xiao Li's hand and inquiring, "What grants you such unwavering confidence in our nation? Is it not widely held that America epitomizes freedom and democracy?" Though she left her thought unfinished, Li Zecang understood her implication. Freedom and democracy, perhaps, but the shortcomings observed domestically may also be mirrored in the United States. Human nature, fundamentally flawed, resonates similarly across societies. Despite America's 2 centuries of existence appearing vibrant and flourishing, this facade is largely sustained by its relatively small population and abundant resources, which mask numerous underlying conflicts. Gazing out the window, Li Zecang continued. Moreover, when they reached a critical juncture in their development, they faced crises that manifested in the First and Second World Wars, allowing them to seize global resources. Presently, they sustain their prosperity through the dollar, drawing support from the world without having yet encountered a breaking point. Yet this does not imply the absence of discord. Rather, such tensions are concealed beneath a veneer of progress. When the pace of development slows and these contradictions can no longer be masked, history's inertia remains unaltered, as it is an inherent aspect of human nature. This can be interpreted as the darker side of humanity, which will eventually reveal itself. In the span of merely a fortnight, the two had transformed from tentative acquaintances to a couple deeply enraptured with one another. Their journey across the coasts of America had catalyzed this shift. And while Li upheld his moral principles by refraining from crossing certain boundaries, they had nonetheless engaged in nearly every other experience typical of young lovers. Returning to Stanford Town and having dealt with matters related to the investment company, this journey to the United States is drawing to a close. Fortunately, there is no need to stay in a hotel this time. After many busy days, Zhang Yinshi has achieved considerable success. She has already rented 2 adjacent villas, one designated for office use and the other as her residence. In the United States, there are no stringent requirements for registering a company in commercial properties. As long as one has an email address, even a garage can serve as a registered business location. Moreover, ever since the entrepreneurial tale of Mr. Gates and his garage became widely known, regardless of its veracity, many have followed suit, spurred by the allure of such narratives. Aside from signing documents to finalize the registration of Starry Investment, Li Zecang also met with the professional manager Zhang Yinshi had recruited. This individual could be considered somewhat of an amateur, Zhang Yinshi's roommate and friend from Stanford, a distinguished student from Guangzhou, Wang Ning, who is pursuing her Master-S degree in management. With all formalities completed, they are set to return home the following day. That evening, in the villa, Li Zecang convened a small meeting with Zhang Yinshi and Wang Ning to discuss investment directions and pertinent considerations. This marks Li Zecang's first substantial venture, and he intends to utilize Starry Investment as a lucrative source, aiming to expand its influence in both the American and international markets to fund his domestic investments. Chapter 70. The direction of Starry Investment. After dinner, seated in the living room, Li Zecang addressed the group. "Aunt, Sister Ning, I am entrusting Starry Investment to you both. I will not involve myself in the specifics of the investments, but the strategic direction must adhere to my requirements." Zhang Yinshi, with a serious demeanor, held a notebook, attentively watching Li Zecang as she prepared to take notes. Although she had not yet regarded this young man with great esteem, he is, after all, the major shareholder, possessing an 80% stake. As they collaborate, it is imperative to uphold certain protocols. With a hint of contemplation, Zhang Yinshi inquired, "What strategic direction do you have in mind? What will be the primary investment focus for our funds?" Wang Ning, newly arrived and brimming with theoretical knowledge, understood that it was prudent to listen more than to speak at this juncture, unless her close friend required her input. In response to Zhang Yinshi's question, Li Zecang exhibited no reluctance. He is a seasoned individual, having returned over 20 years ago, and prior to his return, he had amassed a wealth of information regarding the economic trends of the past 2 decades, particularly between the 2 major powers of China and the United States, as well as insights into leading enterprises, knowledge he is well versed in. Li Zecang, unwavering in his conviction, firmly stated, "We are all novices. The bulk of our capital should be allocated to relatively conservative avenues. Let us focus on the U.S. stock market. I believe Amazon is poised for rapid growth in the coming years. Ningjia, you might want to keep an eye on it and consider investing the majority of our funds in this company's stock, while maintaining a substantial long-term position. We could practice the art of buying low and selling high with a portion of our capital. Nevertheless, it is advisable to primarily hold a stable investment." Upon hearing the astute plans of this young leader, Wang Ning found herself questioning whether he genuinely understood the market or was merely pretending to be knowledgeable. Yet, the funds belonged to him, and she felt as though she had struck a windfall by having the opportunity to manage such a significant amount of capital. Although she would be sharing this responsibility with Zhang Yinshi, achieving even modest success could pave the way for a promising future, whether continuing at Starry Investment or venturing onto Wall Street with proven results. Thus, Wang Ning regarded the opportunity with utmost seriousness. Not out of admiration for this remarkably youthful individual, but out of respect for the $300 million at stake, a sum not easily managed by the average person. Although it was not her place to interject, Wang Ning retrieved her laptop and opened a page concerning Amazon. She turned to Li Zecang and inquired, "Mr. Li, Amazon's total market capitalization is approximately $52 billion. Are you certain we wish to invest over $100 million in this company's stock?" While it was indeed his money, the funds had come rather fortuitously, and given the lack of established trust between them, Wang Ning's caution was understandable. Li Zecang took the laptop from her and glanced at the screen, recalling the data stored in his mind. In the 24 hours leading up to this moment, he had diligently monitored the market capitalization fluctuations of Amazon, Microsoft, Oracle, and other unicorn companies, reinforcing his memory during that time. He vividly remembered Amazon's market cap changes this year, noting that it was the company with the highest growth in the U.S. stock market during 2002. Starting the year at $44 billion, it surged to $80 billion by mid-year, reflecting a remarkable overall increase of over 80%. Although it was mid-year, Amazon's current market cap stood at just $52 billion, indicating a potential rise of nearly 60% to reach the year-end peak. With a godlike perspective, the necessity for diversified investments and risk management seemed moot. One must pursue the most substantial opportunities, especially considering the relatively modest size of his current capital. If not now, when would he seize the chance for rapid advancement? Were it not for Amazon's manageable size, Li Zecang would have contemplated leveraging his investments. A 60% return in 5 months was swifter than any bank heist. After reviewing the data, I closed my laptop and addressed the two individuals. "Let us proceed as I have instructed. Tomorrow, we shall begin purchasing shares of the company in batches, aiming to swiftly amass a position of $200 million without causing significant fluctuations in the stock price. Should the market capitalization of the company remain below $6 billion after establishing this $200 million position, we may deploy an additional $100 million at our discretion. However, the foundational $200 million must remain untouched without my express permission." Li Zecang issued this directive with a commanding authority. Observing that the two were still somewhat perplexed yet diligently taking notes without voicing objections, he continued, "A modest portion of funds may be allocated to the gold futures market. As I foresee a potential long-term bull market for gold, the operational strategy will mirror the aforementioned approach, focusing solely on long positions. When opportunities arise, one may consider strategic high selling and low buying. However, bear in mind that this is a futures market and the associated risks are considerable. During the initial stages, it is prudent to maintain low leverage and retain sufficient reserve capital." Upon noticing that the two had finished recording, he turned his gaze towards them. Yet, at this moment, Li Zecang felt no inclination to elaborate further, although his mind brimmed with valuable insights. He deemed it unnecessary to delve into multiple avenues simultaneously or to overwhelm them with information. At this juncture, a single venture akin to Amazon would adequately accommodate the $300 to $400 million at his disposal. As for the gold market, it was merely a means to hone their skills, with profit-making strategies to be contemplated once their capital base expanded. It was then that Jiang Yanxi took the initiative to speak up. "Zecang, with such substantial funds, are we only to focus on these two directions? Might this concentration pose excessive risk?" Upon hearing Jiang Yanxi's inquiry, Li Zecang realized that their concerns revolved around risk factors and the perils of concentrating investments. After a moment's reflection, he responded, "Specialization is preferable to diversification. Given our current capital size and the configuration of our personnel and experience, we should concentrate on excelling in these two areas for now, prioritizing Amazon stocks while utilizing gold futures for experimental learning." In this straightforward meeting, Li Zecang successfully accomplished the most critical aspect of his American trip, exceeding expectations by securing his initial profits. Furthermore, he laid a solid foundation for transforming this initial capital into a lucrative venture. The onus now lay upon Jiang Yanxi and Wang Ning to demonstrate their execution capabilities. Even if their proficiency was merely above average, adhering strictly to his strategic directives should yield commendable results. Meanwhile, while Li Zecang and Zhang Shuyuan reveled in their American escapade and reaped substantial profits, on the other side, Zhang's father, Old Xia, was also hard at work. He initially reported the materials given to him by Li Zecang to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, and it was an anonymous tip-off. Consequently, the county head fell from grace, temporarily placing him in charge of the affairs. However, he was not immediately appointed as the new county party secretary, as rumors of the county being upgraded to a district had already circulated. Following such a reorganization, it was highly likely that the district party secretary would ascend to the ranks of the municipal standing committee. Given the critical nature of this moment and the multitude of eyes watching, this pivotal position was left vacant, indicating that Old Xia's ambition for a swift rise would not be an easy feat if there were no plans for such a reorganization. Ascending to the position of the county head would not have posed much of a challenge. Nevertheless, the political landscape had been shaken to its core, with the downfall of the county head implicating numerous others. Moreover, there remained a staggering sum of 5 billion in funds that had mysteriously vanished, leaving the already departed proprietress in a relatively secure position. With the county head's fall, it was hoped that the myriad of shoddy construction projects, particularly the substandard flood diversion bridge, would not collapse, sparing the lives of the many who had perished beneath it. Li Zecang felt his wings fluttering with greater strength and speed. Chapter 71. A Solemn Arrival. Senior Sister, He Xiahong, August 31st, 2002. Saturday. Still clad in the same backpack, sunglasses, and baseball cap, Li Zecang remained unchanged, despite having tanned considerably since his trip to America. He had not been swayed by external accolades, such as achieving the top score in the province, garnering attention with his writings in the capital, or accumulating wealth comparable to the nation's top 20. Forli, the awareness that he was a butterfly whose wings had begun to stir, heralding an impending storm, was undeniable. He pondered the trajectory of this tumultuous wind he had unleashed and whether it would ultimately tear him apart. Yet he recognized that change had already begun. Regrettably, he had not managed to meet with Jiang, which left a slight pang in his heart. Old Xia remained opposed to the relationship between him and Jiang. But little did he know that during a trip to America, Li Zecang had stealthily taken possession of his heart. Jiang, both physically and psychologically, had completely succumbed to the allure of Li. Old Xia's objections were destined to be in vain. The starting date for the guerrilla classmate differed from his own, and Li Zecang declined his parents' offer to see him off in person, embarking on his journey alone once more. Upon disembarking from the train, he observed the throngs of welcome banners for new students in the plaza outside the station, beneath which sat several long tables manned by upperclassmen. Nearby, buses awaited to transport students to various schools. The capital could be deemed the city with the most institutions of higher learning. Li Zecang refrained from disturbing the welcoming upperclassmen. He simply wished to avoid taking a bus. It was not out of a desire to appear aloof, but rather due to the fact that the buses only departed once full, and he dreaded how long that might take. Moreover, in the sweltering summer heat of the capital, he feared that sitting on a stationary bus without air conditioning would result in an uncomfortable experience. Upon disembarking at the eastern gate of Peking University, one is immediately greeted by a flurry of banners fluttering in the breeze, not heralding a rumored campaign against rodents, but instead warmly welcoming the freshmen of the class of 2002. As one steps through the gates, a long line of sunshades stretches along either side of the pathway, adorned with long tables beneath them, while banners crafted by various colleges hang proudly at the forefront. The names of the mathematics, physics, chemistry and molecular engineering, life sciences, international relations, and law schools, among many others, vividly showcase the esteemed prowess of Peking University. Beneath the blazing sun and amidst a throng of people, Li Zecang, leveraging his height advantage, searched in vain for the banner of the Guanghua School of Management, though it is equally plausible that his attention was captivated by the senior female students nearby. Possessing a top-tier intellect and having undergone the transformative experience of university life, the once unrefined elements of his persona had shed away, leaving only a polished exterior. The staff present, primarily composed of extroverted and purpose-driven student council members, included a select few outstanding senior women, further enhancing the allure that drew Li Zecang's gaze. The sun blazed fiercely, even more fervently than the generous hearts of the senior women, and as Li Zecang could no longer endure the heat, he contemplated approaching an upperclassman for directions to the elusive Guanghua welcome desk. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful senior with fair skin and an enviable physique approached, clad in a voluminous red puff-sleeve blouse that could not conceal her ample bosom and wearing form-fitting jeans that accentuated her slender legs. She completed her ensemble with silver high-heeled sandals that added considerable height. For a brief moment, Li Zecang was rendered speechless, pondering how fortunate he was to be at Peking University, convinced that Tsinghua could not boast such stunning seniors. Just as the captivating senior was about to pass him by, he gathered the courage to reach out and politely inquire. "Hello, senior. May I ask if the Guanghua School of Management is also welcoming students here? I seem unable to locate it." The senior, taken aback by the tall and refreshing younger student, scrutinized his casual attire, sporting sneakers and baggy shorts, which, while commonplace on campus, seemed peculiar for a newcomer. However, upon learning that he was from the Guanghua School, she straightened her posture, proudly displaying her already commendable figure, and flashed a warm smile. She raised her identification badge, which prominently featured the Guanghua School's name. "Coincidentally, I am from Guanghua as well, and I am headed to the same welcome area. Allow me to escort you there for your registration," she declared. This enigmatic senior concealed a sleek Samsung phone beneath her badge, effectively overshadowing even the sun's brilliance. "Thank you, senior," Li Zecang replied, feeling a mix of excitement and gratitude. The radiant senior stood still, yet noticed that the junior remained unmoving, seemingly waiting to accompany her. At this moment, she took the opportunity to scrutinize the junior. A baseball cap perched atop his head, oversized sunglasses casually draped around his neck, a Nike shirt adorning his frame, and a not overly large backpack slung over his shoulder. "Junior, where is your luggage? Did no one accompany you?" The senior inquired with curiosity. "I came by myself. This is my only baggage," Li Zecang replied with a smile, observing the slightly dazed expression on the senior's face. "Well then, follow me to check in," as she led him through the crowd to a secluded corner. They finally arrived at the small welcoming team of the Guanghua School of Management. Without unnecessary chatter, they promptly retrieved the admission notice for registration and signature. The two seniors in charge of the registration did not possess much to admire. The senior was certainly more appealing. "Are you from the capital?" one of them asked. "No, I'm from Su Province," Li Zecang replied. "So you traveled light?" "I wasn't sure what to bring, so I thought it best to just carry extra money and buy whatever I needed," he answered. "You are quite independent," the senior remarked. "Well, necessity breeds independence. Children from poor families mature quickly," Li Zecang instinctively boasted, his words lacking veracity. Just as he finished his sentence, a ringtone echoed, resembling that of a text message. The senior initially assumed it was her phone, as the ringtones during this time were quite similar. Hastily, she freed her phone from her pocket, only to discover it bore no notifications. Upon glancing beside her, she saw Li Zecang casually retrieve a phone from the pocket of his shorts. It was a Nokia 8910. The senior immediately recognized it as the Nokia model that had just launched earlier that year, priced close to 10,000 yuan, which had deterred many admirers of its unique design. "My parents have left. I am tidying my dorm. Have you arrived at school?" He texted back succinctly. "I am checking in. Once I'm settled, I will come find you," he added. "I'm in room 306 of building 30, on the third floor facing south." The senior pondered whether this was an invitation for her to visit. Although there was little oversight in the dormitory today, such brazen behavior seemed inappropriate. When had Zhang become so audacious? Did he assume she would not engage in any antics before she turned 18? Or was he merely eager to flaunt his arrival to his roommates? Such behavior was uncharacteristic of Jiang. While Li Zecang indulged in his daydreams, the senior, with an expression that seemed to see through him, slowly remarked, "Junior, you're not being entirely honest, are you?" As Li Zecang lowered his phone, the senior regarded him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Forgive me, senior. My mother advised me that boys must protect themselves when out in the world." The senior appeared puzzled, evidently unfamiliar with this quip. "Just a joke, senior. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Li Zecang, a sophomore majoring in business administration at Guanghua School of Management." He spoke earnestly while extending his hand. The senior straightened her posture and reciprocated the gesture, declaring, "Hello, Li Zecang. I am He Xiahong, a freshman majoring in business administration at Guanghua School of Management. I am indeed your beloved senior." Their hands clasped briefly before parting. As they walked and conversed, they reached the gymnasium, completing the registration process seamlessly, with an assortment of bags and belongings in tow. The bed was adorned with various items including a basin and a kettle. Although not excessively heavy, managing them alone proved quite a challenge. One bag was gripped in hand while another dangled from the arm, and two basins along with a bamboo mat were graciously carried by a senior. Otherwise, Li Zecang would have struggled to manage it all by himself. "Junior, your seniors have truly gone out of their way for you," he quipped. "A small act of kindness deserves a grand gesture in return." The favor bestowed upon you today by your senior should not be taken lightly. This promise is worth its weight in gold and can be redeemed at any time. Amidst carrying the various items and exchanging playful banter, the senior, while clutching the bamboo mat and balancing the basin, could no longer contain her laughter. Her exuberance caused her to sway like a blooming flower, drawing the attention of her peers who all turned in unison to witness the spectacle. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as two distracted classmates, too engrossed in watching the senior, collided with one another. "Junior, your ambitions are clearly soaring. It seems you are determined to emerge unscathed from every situation," teased another. "However, dear senior, one should not be so superficial. The junior is indeed a handsome youth, and you should ponder this carefully, for opportunities like this are fleeting." "And what if today's benefactor were a stunning young lady?" Zecang chimed in. "If it were indeed a flower-like senior, I would pledge to serve her in the next life in gratitude for her kindness." Suhong giggled uncontrollably once more. Thankfully, Building 21 was not far off. Otherwise, one could only imagine the number of mishaps that might occur at Peking University that day. Upon reaching room 202, the dormitory door stood ajar, revealing a bustling scene inside. Zecang was surprised to find parents still present at such a late hour. An older woman was bent over the upper bunk, laboriously tidying up for her beloved son, who exhibited a noticeable impatience. However, upon catching sight of Suhong entering behind Zecang and noticing her work ID hanging around her neck, his masculinity surged, and he promptly took over the chores from his busy parents, determined to assert his independence. The poised and elegant Suhong regarded the parents with no hint of embarrassment, placing the mat and enamel basin on the table before turning to Zecang. "Junior, I have placed the items here. I must take my leave now. I'll escort you." "Senior," Zecang replied, hastily seeing her out of the dormitory. In the quiet corridor, with few people around, Suhong appeared to check the time on her phone, though her gaze lingered elsewhere as she slowly walked ahead. A thought crossed Zecang's mind. Is the senior fishing for attention? Alas, if only I were not already taken. I might be unsure who the true quarry is. I must convey to her that sometimes the hunter appears in the guise of the hunted. Upon reaching the stairwell, Zecang realized he could not accompany her further. Suhong cast a disappointed glance at him, pondering, surely, I cannot be the one to ask for his phone number? As she began to descend the stairs, Zecang suddenly seemed to remember something important. "Senior, how will you reach me in the future? Allow me to give you my number," he called out. Suhong's heart leaped with joy at first, but upon careful consideration, a smile graced her lips. "Ah, Junior, quickly give me your phone number. When the time comes for me to offer myself to you, make sure to be well-groomed, especially recently. You must guard your purity." The passing students looked on in astonishment. What audacious words! How could such a fashionable and beautiful senior utter such cruel and heartless phrases? "Push him aside. Let me take over." The two exchanged numbers, and Zecang took the initiative to introduce himself. Muzi Li, Zay as in marsh, Song as in the Yangtze River. Not Zay as in benefiting the people. "I lack such prowess, senior. I'm still waiting for your rescue." Suhong rolled her eyes dramatically, fearing this fellow might utter more brazen remarks. With parents milling about, even the senior could hardly withstand it. She swiftly seized Zecang's phone and entered her name, Suhong. Watching the senior depart with an air of nonchalance, Zecang leisurely returned to his dormitory. Two parents remained, but they were likely to leave soon, as it was already afternoon, with an evening class meeting scheduled. Tomorrow there would be more class meetings, book distributions, and military training uniforms to collect, with military training commencing in just 2 days for a duration of 13 days. The dormitory featured 2 sets of bunk beds in the center, with a combination desk, part study table, part storage cabinet, placed near the entrance, and another by the balcony. The space between the room and the balcony was sealed off, with half being a glass window and half a door, allowing access to the balcony. Below the window was a radiator, presumably designed to combat the chill of the capital. There was heating but no air conditioning, and the bathroom facilities were centralized, shared amongst half a floor, far superior to high school dorms, yet not quite as splendid as Zecang had envisioned. His bed was the upper bunk near the radiator, which he found agreeable, as he preferred the top bunk. With nimble hands, he quickly tidied up his bedding. The parents were preparing to leave, offering countless reminders to the classmate accompanying them, who clearly appeared to be a well-protected darling. Upon seeing the parents finally depart, Zecang called out to his roommate below, "I was suffocating." As he spoke, He extracted a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Addressing Li Zecang and another tall classmate, "Care for a smoke, brothers?" His authentic Beijing accent indicated he was a local. Currently, Li Zecang did not smoke, though he knew how. He accepted the hard-pack Zhonghua cigarettes offered by the Beijing native, who seemed to come from a well-off family. Given that a pack of these cigarettes cost 30 yuan, quite pricey. "Thanks, mate." The roommate on the lower bunk, who was of similar height to Li Zecang but weighed about 1.5 times more, hailed from northeast China, his speech marked by a friendly dialect. Noticing the three of them smoking, Li Zecang casually remarked, "It's a bit strong. Let us head to the balcony." The trio moved to the balcony, lighting their cigarettes with the Beijing native's lighter and indulging in the swirling smoke. In the span of a single cigarette, they transformed into old friends, as if they had not seen each other for years. Beijing native, named Wu Jin, bears a name strikingly similar to the celebrity Wu Jing, yet with differing nasal tones. He was born in January 1984. A robust man from the northeast, named Dong Jian, hails from Shenyang and was born in December 1983. Li Zecang, originating from Huaihai in Jiangsu province, was born in May 1984. The only absent member is a petite individual who recently departed to see his parents. While the three have already established their hierarchy, at this moment, dormitory life predominantly resembles this dynamic. Li Zecang has adapted to local customs. In truth, the dormitory for Western individuals is quite amicable, devoid of much intrigue, a significant improvement over the 8-person arrangements, not to mention the female dormitory, which, with 8 inhabitants, is rife with countless intrigues and cliques, capable of forming numerous groups. After finishing a cigarette and boasting for a while, a classmate has yet to return. Li Zecang glanced at the time. Mealtime was approaching. Addressing the two, he said, "Brothers, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." "Come on, third." "That's not fair. Old Shi isn't back yet. This marks our first collective activity as brothers, and you can't abandon the group." Dong Jian exclaimed loudly, showcasing the Northeast's typically friendly demeanor. "Exactly. Are you heading out to dine with that senior? Let us go together. It wouldn't hinder your romantic rendezvous. Perhaps you should invite the senior's roommate as well?" Wu Jin chimed in, displaying a hint of humor characteristic of a person from Kyoto. "Really? And you're already reserving seats without him? He might be older than you," Dong Jian retorted, judging by the other's youthful appearance. "Let us not stray from the topic. Tonight, we Westerners shall dine together at the barbecue place near the South Gate. I've already scouted the location. I genuinely have matters to attend to, but I will certainly return before dinner. Let us avoid dining out. You two should find a cafeteria close to the girls' dormitory. Tonight, I'll treat you." "All right. Third, we'll proceed as you suggest. If you're not back by 5:30, we'll claim your bed. Rest assured, brothers, I shall take my leave now." With that, Li Zecang strolled leisurely towards Building 30, pondering the directions, as he had misplaced the campus guide and was utterly clueless about how to reach his destination. Chapter 73. A man who has never entered a girl's dormitory is not a good student. Finally, after inquiring, he clarified the route. Fortunately, this year's freshman dormitories are clustered together. Building 30 is merely a few minutes' walk from Building 21. Upon spotting the prominent sign for Building 30, he approached from the south side, casually surveying the various rooms on the 3rd floor. At last, he sent a text to classmate Jiang, downstairs. Moments later, from the balcony above, a beautiful girl with a high ponytail excitedly waved her gleaming arm towards Li Zecang. With a broad smile, he waved back at her. Classmate Jiang immediately dashed away, presumably heading downstairs. As she departed, 3 heads suddenly appeared at the balcony window, resembling scouts, curiously observing the young man below. What is the nature of the relationship between the boy downstairs and Jiang Shuyuan? Why does she, who typically exudes an air of aloofness, appear transformed in his presence? Are they merely high school classmates? Are they in a phase of mutual attraction? The 3 on the upper floor watched with intrigue. As for their established romantic relationship, they found it somewhat hard to believe that high school sweethearts could not only maintain such a bond, but also gain admission to Peking University, a rarity indeed, especially for such a perfectly matched pair. The young woman possessed a beauty that evoked no feelings of jealousy, while the young man appeared tall, radiant, and impeccably clean. Clad in a sleeveless, cream-colored off-the-shoulder dress that barely grazed her knees, revealing a pair of fair, smooth calves, she opted for sneakers instead of high-heeled sandals. Nevertheless, with her height of 175 centimeters and her strikingly long legs, she exhibited an exquisite figure. Under the meticulous guidance of Li Zecang, her fashion sense transcended the era, adorned with garments primarily from renowned European and American luxury brands. However, in the relatively unpretentious year of 2002, within the confines of Peking University, few were familiar with these prestigious labels. In fact, branded handbags had not yet gained popularity. A mere comparison sufficed to illustrate this point. Observing the tall and cheerful Xiao Li downstairs, clad in a casual shirt, shorts, and sneakers, exuding a carefree charm, one could not help but feel that Li Zecang paled in comparison. When Jiang Shuyuan entered the frame alongside him, the three upstairs instantly regarded Li Zecang as less appealing. Indeed, from a female perspective, he seemed unworthy. "No, he is not deserving of our Shuyuan. I disapprove of this match," they declared in unison. Before these thoughts could fully form in their minds, downstairs, Li Zecang opened his arms wide, prompting Jiang Shuyuan, who was initially walking quickly, to break into a run. As she neared him, she leapt into Xiao Li's embrace. Li Zecang caught her securely, enveloping her in a warm hug. Oblivious to the envious gazes of the surrounding young men, as well as the stunned expressions of the three above, he leaned closer to her ear, inhaling deeply as if savoring her scent, before gently kissing her neck and finally setting her down. With a radiant smile, Jiang Shuyuan took Li Zecang's hand, waved to her roommates above, and continued on her way, hand in hand with him. The three on the upper floor stood in shock, their glasses shattered on the ground, preoccupied with thoughts of familial approval, while the couple below seemed to be on the brink of starting a family. "Does this outfit look good without high heels?" Jiang Shuyuan playfully extended her leg, unsure whether she was showcasing her sneakers or her flawless, delicate calves. "With legs like yours, you have every right to look good. However you choose." Though their separation had been brief, the joy radiating from Jiang Shuyuan upon seeing Li Zecang again was unyielding. Peking University sprawled like a small town, complete with dining halls, eateries, flower shops, auto shops, banks, parks, lakes, and even a police station. "Today, we'll dine with our roommates, and tomorrow evening, I'll treat you to dinner. Let us stroll around Weiming Lake together." Absolutely. Before attending university, Jiang Shuyuan had often felt lonely, with only her aunt as a companion. Having entered university, a fresh chapter unfolded for Li Zecang. He yearned not to be selfish, nor to monopolize all of Jiang's attention, and certainly did not wish for Jiang to be solely his. Passing by a fruit shop, Li Zecang remarked, "Let us purchase some fruit." "Sounds good," Jiang responded succinctly. Even in the year 2002, within the confines of the campus, the fruit shop exuded an air of sophistication, offering a diverse array of products catering to every student's needs, regardless of their social standing. Li Zecang selected 2 substantial bags filled with perishable grapes, jackfruit, blueberries, and durable apples, oranges, and melons, weighing nearly 30 pounds. "Is that too much?" Jiang inquired. "I'll share with my roommates. I need to bribe them." "What if they oppose our friendship and speak ill of me?" he replied. "That won't happen, don't worry. Then it's even more imperative to win them over. I must ask for their assistance in taking care of you," he added, prompting a serious nod from Jiang. With each hand carrying a hefty plastic bag, hand-holding was not an option. Instead, Jiang linked her arm with his, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of passers-by. As they walked past a flower shop, Jiang excitedly exclaimed, and upon noticing Li Zecang's hands full of items, she looked on with longing. "Let us go in." "All right, I'll help you carry," he replied. After placing the fruit by the entrance, he accompanied Jiang inside, where her joy surpassed that of the fruit shop. While she merely browsed without intent to purchase, Li Zecang gazed at her with a tender smile and inquired of the shopkeeper, "How much for a bouquet of roses?" "No packaging needed." "No packaging. I'll take a bouquet. If you want packaging, it'll cost at least $3 per stem. A bouquet of 20 stems is $50. "All right, I'll take a bouquet of red roses." Upon receiving the most vibrant bouquet, he personally handed it to Jiang. He then addressed the shopkeeper again. "Also, I'd like a bouquet each of pink, orange, and white roses, and a vase for the arrangement. Could you deliver it to my dorm, room 306 in building 30? "No problem, we offer free delivery. The total for the flowers is 200, the vase is 20, making it 280. I'll also include a bouquet of 10 fragrant lilies, delivered within 10 minutes. The shopkeeper, astute in his trade, recognized that Li Zecang was not short on funds, displaying keen judgment in business dealings. After settling the payment, Li Zecang resumed carrying the fruit while Jiang cradled her vibrant roses in her right hand. her left still entwined with his arm. Fortunately, it was an open day at the dormitory, with numerous parents and senior students escorting their junior counterparts, allowing Li Zecang, burdened with 2 large bags of fruit, to remain inconspicuous. At the entrance to room 306, as Jiang prepared to push the door open, Li Zecang called out, "Knock first." Puzzled, Jiang queried, "Why?" "Jiang, there are differences between genders. If your roommates are dressed lightly, we cannot just barge in." Realizing the implication, Jiang promptly knocked on the door. "Is Shiyuan back?" The door isn't locked. "The student council is conducting room checks." A man's voice resonated, and the dormitory door was finally opened from within. Student Jiang briefly introduced her 3 roommates: Wei Wenjing from Chengdu, Xie Yin from Fuzhou, and Li Na from Shanghai. Although the proportion of rural students at Peking University is not insignificant in this era, the high-quality education of major cities has begun to take effect. The composition of Jiang Shiyuan's dormitory serves as a testament to this, as apart from Jiang Shiyuan, a high-achieving student from a small town, the others are all elite students hailing from provincial capitals, each belonging to families of considerable means. Women are akin to tigers, especially in numbers. It is no small feat for an individual to venture into their den. Li Zecang, an ordinary person, delivered the fruits, exchanged a few pleasantries, and made his exit. He returned to the fruit shop to procure 2 large bags of fruit and made his way back to his own dormitory. "Children, come and kneel and welcome," he exclaimed, kicking open the dormitory door and swaggering in. Upon entering his own room, the atmosphere was markedly different from that of the girls' dormitory. "Third brother, have you become arrogant? Or am I unable to wield the knife?" Upon hearing Li Zecang's boastful words, Wu Jin, who had been seated and chatting, sprang to his feet. However, upon seeing the 2 hefty bags of fruit that Li Zecang was carrying, his expression shifted instantly. "Brother, you've worked hard. Allow me to take that for you," he said, adopting a sycophantic demeanor and even pretentiously fanning Li Zecang. "I believe I heard something about a knife earlier. Who mentioned it?" I said it. I meant to use a knife to peel apples for you," he stammered. Laughter erupted among the group, as the bonds of male friendship can often be forged in fleeting moments. "Third brother, you truly are the third brother. This is old Shi, Pan Kai, from Hangzhou, Zhujiang. Born in August 1984, 3 months younger than you," Dong Jian introduced. The 2 exchanged polite greetings, and it was evident that Pan Kai felt somewhat restrained. The social skills of Southerners are often a notch below those of their northern counterparts, a sentiment that used to apply to Li Zecang as well. Chapter 74. The Morning at Peking University. The Lonely Wanderer. September 1st, 2002. At 5:30 in the morning, the summer sky was already bright. Li Zecang carefully descended from the upper bunk, preparing for a 10-kilometer walk. The bed creaked softly, startling his 3 roommates awake, who quickly sat up and drowsily donned their clothes. Old Shi, Pan Kai, dressed without even opening his eyes, relying solely on instinct. One could not help but admire his remarkable proficiency. Li Zecang observed in bewilderment, pondering the situation. Did these individuals also possess the habit of early exercise? However, he quickly realized that they were merely responding out of reflex, perhaps still believing they were in a high school dormitory. After putting on his shoes and standing firmly in the middle of the room, Li Zecang finally spoke aloud. "I ask you, my dear friends, are you preparing to run on the playground or to study in the classroom?" The 3 of them were momentarily taken aback, fully awakening from their sleepy stupor. And as they surveyed the unfamiliar environment, it dawned on them that they had indeed entered university. This was their dormitory. A far cry from the arduous days of high school. "I was under the impression that I still had to attend morning self-study sessions. Here I am, already in college. Yet I find myself waking up for no reason." Wu Jin, clad in his shirt, remains undisturbed, once again reclining without shedding a layer. Lao Shi is similarly disinclined. Perhaps finding the outside light too glaring, he has pulled a towel over his head, completely masquerading as a large ostrich. The eldest, Dong Jian, rubbed his eyes, glanced at the clock, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately resolved to rise. "Lao San, where are you off to? Running? Wait for me." After hastily donning his attire, he followed Li Zecang. The 2 jogged to the nearby Wuxi playground, the distance serving as a warm-up phase. "Lao San, is this a synthetic running track? Is that real grass inside? Is this the standard 100-meter track and a proper football field?" Li Zecang was performing some basic stretches on the side, while Dong Jian resembled a curious child, wide-eyed and astonished. Although it was not yet 6 in the morning and the senior students had just begun their semester, the expansive playground was bustling with individuals exercising. Some even ambled along the outer circle of the track, books in hand, reading as they walked, while others loudly recited English passages nearby. High intelligence does not equate to a lack of diligence. The academically gifted students at Peking University are not devoid of hard work. For if they were to abandon diligence, they would not have gained admittance to such an esteemed institution. There may exist absolute geniuses, but such individuals are exceedingly rare. Even in the halls of elite universities like Tsinghua and Peking, Dong Jian's eyes were nearly overwhelmed by the sight of numerous senior female students running, basking in the morning sunlight, liberally shedding their perspiration while proudly displaying their healthy physiques. Though it was not yet the era of yoga pants and form-fitting attire, on this scorching summer day, the senior students donned snug sports shorts, their robust, powerful legs glistening under the morning sun, captivating Dong Jian's attention. Li Zecang glanced at the eldest, clad in a bear-like outfit, chuckled softly, checked his watch, and stepped onto the track, commencing his 10-kilometer run. The prior jogging and stretching had fully warmed his body. Without reservation, he surged forward at a swift pace. After completing half a lap, Dong Jian, slightly breathless, managed to keep up. Lao San, it's all thanks to you. This place is truly a feast for the eyes. Lao Er and Lao Shi must be regretting their absence. Li Zecang remained silent, instead steadily increasing his speed. As he admired the alluring scenery while trailing Li Zecang, Dong Jian occasionally muttered to himself, barely managing to keep pace with this robust northeastern man, whose physique was undoubtedly impressive, rivaling that of Zhao Xingxing, apart from his height. Li Zecang continued to accelerate, undeterred by the daunting task of 25 laps for 10 kilometers. His body was more than capable of sustaining such intensity and speed. Merely after 2 laps, Dong Jian was panting heavily, gradually falling behind. And he finally realized that Lao San did not seem to be here merely to admire the senior students. Hey, old San, are you really here to run? After uttering this phrase, panting heavily, he began to slow down. Suddenly, a well-toned leg with a sun-kissed complexion swiftly surpassed him with a rhythmic stride. As it overtook him, it seemed to cast a disdainful glance in his direction, as if it had heard his earlier words. Damn, old Da felt insulted. Not only could he not outrun old San, this freak of nature, but now he was also being outpaced by a mere girl. His physical condition was no less than that of any athlete. If it weren't for his exceptional academic performance, he would have long been recruited by the sports teacher to become an athlete. Dong Jian adjusted his pace and breathing, closely trailing behind the sun-kissed senior. Despite having indulged over the summer, she quickly regained her form, and he felt as if he could run forever, fixated on her strong, tanned legs. However, before he could revel in his thoughts, he saw her take a turn, yielding the inner lane. What is going on? Hesitating for a moment, Dong Jian followed suit, only to hear a rush of wind behind him. A tall figure zipped past him, and he could almost feel the gust of air. Damn, old San. Dong Jian couldn't help but exclaim. The senior seemed to have heard him. She glanced at her watch and accelerated once more. After several laps, Dong Jian realized he was falling behind, unable to keep up even with the girl. At that moment, he heard commotion behind him and instinctively moved aside to let the inner lane clear. Once again, that familiar figure sped past him, lapping him twice in the blink of an eye. This was the final straw. Dong Jian surrendered, no longer chasing after the senior, and instead wandered to the outer lane, gasping for breath while muttering. Could it be that old San was specially recruited for his running? Though he doesn't look the part, his speed is astonishing. This isn't even a sprint. Li Zecang paid him no mind, continuing to run with unrivaled speed. After completing 25 laps, he checked his watch. It had been around 30 minutes. His performance should have easily surpassed that of a level 1 athlete. If he were to exert himself fully, he could likely reach the standard of a national athlete. After a brief cool down in the outer lane, he finally came to a halt in front of Dong Jian, his eyes surveying the field, admiring the graceful figures of runners. I say, old San, are you a sports major? I get the impression that even professional level 2 athletes might not match your speed. As they chatted and strolled back to the dormitory, old Da's gaze lingered on the sun-kissed senior in the distance. Have you taken a liking to her? Li Zecang teased. No, not at all. Just appreciating her form. Dong Jian replied. You come here every day, observing her running patterns, pretending to bump into her, not saying a word, just running alongside her daily. Get familiar first. Then see where it goes, Li Zecang casually suggested. Dong Jian's eyes widened as if struck by enlightenment. And then, without accumulating small steps, you cannot reach great distances. Focus on taking the first step correctly, and I have high hopes for you, old da. After speaking, he patted Dong Jian's shoulder and laughed heartily before heading upstairs. The second and the third had risen, and I informed them that Li Zecang had returned from a shower. The elder brother was still engaged in lively conversation with the second and the third, recounting tales from the early morning on the playground, describing the various alluring figures of the senior girls. The second was slapping his thigh in amusement while lamenting the third's lack of consideration, while the third's eyes widened in fascination. Come on, everyone, tidy up and let's go eat. We have a class meeting at 8, and we need to collect our books and military training uniforms today. What's the rush? It's only 7, they replied. Don't you want to arrive early, claim a prime spot, and observe if there are any distinguished classmates among us? Indeed, proximity breeds opportunity. Just because the senior girls are beautiful doesn't mean they didn't evolve from junior girls. It was the third who had struck a chord. However, at that moment, the elder brother had vanished, hastily grabbing a pair of shorts before dashing toward the communal shower. Chapter 75. Nanxiao. The dormitory was in disarray. Yet within a mere 10 minutes, the three of them stood before Li Zecang, looking presentable. The chaos of the dorm and the state of their beds were not their concern. At least the trio before him appeared polished, handsome, and undeniably confident. This was the essence of youthful exuberance. As the second adjusted his self-proclaimed stylish hair, he addressed Li Zecang. We are all set. Why haven't you changed yet? Third? Change into what? I'm already dressed. The third retorted. Let us go. I'm famished. Li Zecang glanced at his own attire, which consisted of a loose-fitting t-shirt paired with baggy basketball shorts, and he wore his trusty sneakers, the quintessential summer ensemble. Although clad in Nike, such a brand was not particularly rare in Peking University. It merely indicated a decent family background without evoking awe or surprise. Given the diverse economic backgrounds of the students here, are you really going to class in those baggy shorts? The elder brother Dong Jian exclaimed in disbelief. Is there a rule against wearing baggy shorts to class? Not exactly. I believe the only prohibition is against flip-flops. The knowledgeable second, Wu, chimed in. Then let us not linger. What are we waiting for? With expressions of astonishment and admiration, Li Zecang, clad in his shorts, led the three out of the dormitory and towards the dining hall. A group of students from the same dormitory heading out for a meal was a common sight, easily identifiable as this year's freshmen. Such collective dormitory outings were typical at the beginning of the academic year, occurring among both genders, but would gradually diminish over time. Initially, individuals gravitated towards one another, finding comfort in their dormitory units due to unfamiliarity. As time passed, however, social dynamics shifted. Familiarity bred distinct groups based on personality, habits, economic status, academic performance, and levels of diligence, leading many to adopt solitary paths or pair off. Lower animals tend to congregate, while higher beings often embrace independence. And humans are no exception. Those endowed with exceptional intelligence, broad perspectives, and extensive knowledge frequently prefer solitude. This inclination reflects a developmental trajectory for humanity, akin to that of advanced animals, which, albeit contrary to the expansion of social groups, fulfills an intrinsic personal need. At present, Peking University features established classes devoid of fixed classrooms, with students seldom gathering en masse. Generally, information is communicated by instructors to class representatives, who then relay it further. An exception to this norm occurs at the start of the semester. For instance, last night, a fellow student informed each dormitory about today's class meeting location, Guanghua Management College, the primary venue for future lectures. As the hub of Guanghua Academy, most major courses are conducted here, though elective classes and certain peculiar courses selected by students necessitate attendance at relevant departments. After breakfast, I arrived at the classroom just shy of 8 o'clock. It wasn't that I was slow, rather, the campus is vast, which explains the presence of shops dedicated to selling and repairing bicycles. Relying solely on foot would be an inefficient use of time. Although I was not particularly early, many classmates had already arrived, yet several prime seats remained unoccupied. I, Li Zecang, headed towards the last row by the window, prompting puzzled looks from Dong Jian and Pan Kai. Aren't we sitting closer to the front? Li Zecang realized that what he considered an ideal position was, in the eyes of these academic elites, the least desirable. a competitive group of top scholars who were among the best in our class and even the university. Likely seldom had the opportunity to occupy the last row. Even someone as tall as Dong Jian must have been accustomed to preferential treatment from teachers, rendering the back row entirely out of his reach. What constitutes a favorable position? Today is not a specialized class. All seats are equivalent, I mused. You're right. This spot is excellent, I concluded, glancing across the classroom, fully within view of everyone, while remaining unseen by her. My friend, Jinggu, summarized astutely. I promptly settled into the last row. Although my stature made me somewhat conspicuous back there, I maintained an upright posture while eavesdropping on the hushed conversation of my peers. Look at this. This is good. This is good. Wu Jin suddenly exclaimed, breaking the silence. With that outburst, the attention of everyone in the back half of the classroom turned forward, drawn to a graceful young lady who had just entered through the front door. She wore a white three-quarter sleeve blouse paired with a beige long skirt, the blouse elegantly tucked into the skirt, accentuating her slender waist with a well-tailored fit and a narrow accessory belt. While her footwear was obscured from view, the sound of her steps suggested she wore heels. The reason for the audible footsteps was that, at that moment, every student in the classroom, regardless of gender, was captivated by the presence of this newcomer, rendered utterly silent. With medium-length hair casually draping over her shoulders, her fair complexion is complemented by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched delicately on her face. A pendant resembling a gemstone adorns her chest, elegantly suspended by a slender chain. Her striking beauty is accentuated by a slightly plump visage, a harmonious blend between an oval and an egg-shaped face, instantly revealing that she is no ordinary girl nurtured by a common household. She embodies intelligence, grace, poise, and an air of sophistication. By the stringent grading standards of Zecang, she would undoubtedly score above 90, a rather exacting criterion where an 80 is merely deemed beautiful. With a single glance, the seasoned observer Zecang made an astute assessment. She was certainly not a freshman. And even upperclassmen at the undergraduate level rarely exude such an aura. In comparison to previous senior students, she was markedly superior. This distinction stemmed not merely from her appearance, but from the maturity, elegance, and refinement brought forth by experience, knowledge, and age. Some attributes are innate, while others require the passage of time to cultivate. The influence of learning to shape, and the nuances of experience to color. Given that she could not possibly be a student, her identity as our instructor became clear. As Zecang observed the drooling expressions of his fellow classmates, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, wishing to distance himself from the three who appeared utterly captivated. Of course, the other men in the class were not faring much better. Such beauty transcends age, captivating all, leaving even some female classmates in a state of daze, oblivious to their surroundings. The elegant figure at the podium commanded attention from both genders and all ages alike. Unperturbed by the mesmerized gazes below, the intellectual beauty strode confidently to the front, seized a piece of chalk, and inscribed two bold characters on the blackboard, Nan Xiao. Her handwriting, though chalk, radiated a sense of free-spirited elegance, entirely uncharacteristic of a woman-esque script. Chapter 76, Doubling Your Blessings from the New Testament, Matthew 25, to everyone who has, more will be given, and he will have an abundance, but from the one who has not, even what he has will be taken away. The poised instructor placed the chalk down and turned to face the 30 or so youthful faces before her, gently stating, I am your instructor, my name is Nan Xiao. The title Teacher Nan does not sound appealing when applied to me. You may call me just Teacher Nan Xiao, or simply Nan Xiao. We do not have a fixed classroom, and today we are borrowing this one, so there will be few opportunities for central class meetings in the future. My office is located in the adjacent office building, room 402. Feel free to visit if you need anything. Now, I will address today's agenda. After military training, there will be one more central class meeting to elect class committee members. Students interested in running for a position may take initiative beforehand. Before that, I will appoint two temporary class leaders, the male leader, Zecang, and the female leader, Wang Jing. I asked the two temporary leaders to stand so everyone can get acquainted. With an expression of reluctance, Zecang rose alongside the visibly excited Wang Jing, both under the watchful eyes of their peers, introducing themselves to the class. Two class monitors are tasked with gathering everyone's clothing sizes and shoe measurements. as they will report this information to the instructor at the training base tomorrow for the distribution of military training uniforms. Today, they must also visit the Guanghua Logistics Office to collect textbooks. Additionally, for the freshmen, aside from the mandatory core courses that everyone shares, there are also elective courses to consider. It is important for everyone to select their electives during military training and report back promptly afterward. Tomorrow, they will head to the suburban military camp for training, with all uniforms provided by the training base. Students need only bring personal clothing and toiletries. All other necessities will be supplied by the base. Personal items are limited to a single backpack. Everyone is expected to gather at the Guanghua Teaching Building at precisely 8 o'clock in the morning to wait for transportation, organized by the 2 class monitors. After delivering this information, one of the monitors picked up a piece of chalk and scrawled a series of numbers on the blackboard. "This is my phone number. Please take note. Unless it is an emergency, refrain from calling me for trivial matters. If there is something the monitors cannot resolve, then have them contact me." With that, the monitor picked up the eraser and wiped the names and numbers off the board, leaving as if he had never been there, evoking a sense of fleeting presence. Is this a reflection of the personal style of the instructors at Peking University, or is it simply the manner of this particular instructor from Nanjiao? Li Zecang, who has seen much of the world, was momentarily taken aback, not to mention the other freshmen. Once the teacher departed, the students who had been momentarily stunned began to murmur among themselves. Li Zecang felt a pang of frustration. He had intended to enjoy his university life without the burdens of class leadership. Running, reading, and casually spending time with classmates seemed to promise a delightful collegiate experience. But now that was all in jeopardy. He noticed Wang Jing turning to glance at him, realizing that he could no longer rely on her support. Rising with a look of discontent, he approached the podium. Regardless of how things would unfold in the future, the tasks at hand must be addressed. It was evident that relying on Wang Jing was not a viable option. In an instant, he transitioned from the sheltered life of high school to the liberating yet daunting independence of university life, an adjustment that no one was prepared for. He thought to himself that once these initial tasks were completed, he could retreat into the background during military training. Whoever wanted to assume the role of class monitor could feel free to do so, as he had no desire for such responsibility. Li Zecang surveyed the youthful faces before him, starkly different from those of the upperclassmen he previously encountered. Faced with such an unreliable instructor, he felt compelled to shoulder the temporary responsibilities of class monitor. Perhaps this was simply the nature of university life, or specifically the culture at Peking University. It might also just be the style of their instructor. Now that they were in a more independent environment, it was understandable that the students might struggle to adapt. However, this arrangement would significantly enhance their self-sufficiency. He, too, was thrust into this role unexpectedly. When uncertainty loomed, he thought it prudent for everyone to heed his guidance. With the poise of someone experienced in navigating such situations, Li Zecang organized self-introductions to foster familiarity among the group, arranged for the registration of sizes, coordinated the boys to collect the textbooks and uniforms, and completed all tasks assigned by the instructor from Nanjiao. Afterward, he dismissed the group, sending them back to their respective homes to seek their own comforts. If the instructor adopted a hands-off approach, why should the class monitor not do the same? Especially when he was merely a temporary appointee. Li Zecang refrained from excessive chatter, even neglecting to share his phone number with Wang Jing. After completing all tasks, it was already lunchtime, and the group activity was organized by dormitory. "So, you've become the class monitor now, rising from being our dorm's third wheel to our leader?" The eldest, Dong Jian, could hardly believe how swiftly events had unfolded. Having the third as class monitor isn't too bad. While significant matters may be problematic, at least minor ones can be managed. The second, with keen insight, remarked aptly, showcasing the wisdom of someone well acquainted with the ways of the capital. "Is this how university operates? Just leaving us to our own devices?" The typically taciturn Pan Kai couldn't help but inquire. "Exactly. It's like we're being raised in the wild. This instructor has it easy. I could do it too." "You could, but would they let you?" "What are you talking about? The doing I mean is not the same as yours." The conversation meandered, but one thing was certain. The instructor was indeed stunning. I've never encountered such a beautiful woman in reality. It's not just beauty. She embodies intellect and grace. Yes, that's the word, intellect. The discussion veered back onto familiar ground. Women remained the perennial topic of conversation. The afternoon was filled with free time. Some ventured online, others played basketball, while many, engrossed in their studies, sought knowledge about elective courses in the campus forum. You wouldn't comprehend the world of geniuses, asserted the group from room 202. Dong Jian advocated for basketball, eager to reclaim his dignity after being bested by Li Zecang during the morning run. The second, Wu Jin, agreed to play but lamented the midday heat, suggesting instead a trip to the internet CAF. Pan Kai, uninterested in basketball or the CAF, expressed his desire to read and gather information on elective courses. Finally, Li Zecang proposed a harmonious solution. Let's first visit the CAF to check out the military training guidelines on the Peking University website. Old West can gather information. And when the afternoon cools down, we can return for basketball. The group concurred enthusiastically. Let us go. That evening, Li Zecang opted out of the collective activity. Having spent the afternoon with his 3 rough-and-tumble friends, he felt he had fulfilled his social obligations and decided to reserve the evening for a certain enchanting lady. Upon arriving beneath Jiang Shuyuan's dormitory, he found no one peering out this time. After all, during dinner, he would not only be able to hear her words, but also observe her actions. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Tonight, Li Zecang was treating Jiang and her roommates to dinner. Although he yearned for a private outing with Jiang, it was still the beginning of the semester. It would be somewhat impolite to whisk away a charming girl from her dormitory before establishing a rapport with her family. While Li Zecang might not face dire consequences, it could significantly impact Jiang and her roommate's dynamic. As her boyfriend, he naturally needed to consider her feelings and bear some responsibility. Wishing for Jiang to maintain a semblance of normalcy, having friends and happiness even in his absence. Soon, Jiang Shuyuan descended with 3 young ladies. Yesterday, in the dormitory, she had not had the opportunity to observe them closely, but from a distance, their attire confirmed Li Zecang's assessment. They were indeed from major provincial cities, and their family backgrounds appeared to be quite favorable. Although they paled in comparison to Jiang, they certainly surpassed the average standard of typical freshmen. With great delight, Jiang Shuyuan approached Li Zecang without the slightest hint of shyness. She took his hand and addressed her 3 roommates once more. This guy you met yesterday is my high school classmate, Li Zecang. Today, he is treating us to dinner, so please feel free. Shuyuan, doesn't he referring to him as a high school classmate seem a bit inappropriate? It's not common to hold hands casually with classmates, is it? One of her roommates remarked with a smile. Jiang Shuyuan cast a flirtatious glance at the trio without offering an explanation, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. Hello, beautiful ladies. Li Zecang quickly greeted them. While Jiang Shuyuan could afford to be aloof, he felt compelled to ensure that she and her roommates got along harmoniously. After all, they would be spending the next 4 years together, and if there was any rivalry among them, life would become rather unpleasant. While Jiang Shuyuan was somewhat naive in social matters, Li Zecang was not. Holding Jiang Shuyuan's hand, he beamed at the 3 young women and said, "My dear Jiang Shuyuan has taken the liberty of entering into a relationship without your consent. As her boyfriend, I am here to treat you all to a meal as an apology. Let us go to the Yuan restaurant, and please, order whatever you like." Upon hearing Li Zecang's playful explanation, the 3 girls finally smiled, and Wei Wenjing chimed in cheerfully, "Then we must indulge today. As I've heard the food during military training tomorrow is akin to that of the barracks, hardly appetizing." In Chapter 77, The Envy and Jealousy of Roommates. On the 2nd floor of the Yuan restaurant at Peking University, where one could order meals, Li Zecang had already inquired about the arrangements. After treating Jiang Shuyuan's roommates to dinner, he was left feeling quite exhausted himself. Although he possessed some social skills, he inherently disliked interacting with strangers, especially when those strangers were women. Despite her cool demeanor, Jiang Shuyuan was perceptive enough to recognize her partner's unease. Linking her arm with Li Zecang's as they strolled through the campus, she playfully asked, "Are you tired?" Li Zecang affectionately ruffled Jiang Shuyuan's hair and replied with a smile, "How could I be tired when I'm with you?" At that moment, as they indulged in sweet nothings, 3 shadowy figures appeared not far behind them, having stealthily followed the couple for some time without their knowledge. Li Zecang had invited the girls to dinner, and Wu Jin and her companions had also decided to eat at the cafeteria. Though they were not headed to the Yuan restaurant, fate would have it that they crossed paths with the wandering Li Zecang and Jiang Shuyuan. It was Wu Jin, eager to admire the beauty, who first spotted Jiang Shuyuan. "Hey, guys, look at that stunning girl. I can't believe Peking University has such a level of beauty. Isn't it said that beautiful girls don't do well in studies?" Wu Jin gazed intently at the alluring silhouette of a woman ahead, his mind filled with admiration. Dong Jian followed Wu Jin's line of sight, and indeed spotted a tall, elegantly dressed young lady. Although only her back was visible, it was evident that she was a stunning beauty. "Brother, just by looking at her back, you can tell she's beautiful?" Pan Kai questioned skeptically. "Though her height and figure are commendable, what if her face is merely ordinary?" "Oh, you don't understand. With such a stature and form, her appearance must be exceptional." Wu Jin replied dismissively. "I'm still not convinced," Pan Kai insisted. "Whether you believe it or not, let's approach and see for ourselves," Dong Jian interjected, eager to witness this rare beauty firsthand. Thus, the three hurried their pace towards the enchanting figure. Just as they were about to pass her, Dong Jian suddenly grasped Wu Jin's arm. "What's wrong? Are you not looking at the beauty? I noticed her earlier. That man beside her is likely her boyfriend. Based on their attire, he seems to be a senior," Wu Jin casually remarked. "Not that. Look at the man. Doesn't he seem familiar?" Dong Jian inquired again. Only then did Wu Jin and Pan Kai focus on the man beside the beauty. After a moment of scrutiny, Pan Kai voiced his confusion. "Doesn't he resemble third brother? Isn't he wearing the same outfit today?" Upon hearing Pan Kai's words, both Wu Jin and Dong Jian jolted in realization. No longer preoccupied with the beauty, they exchanged knowing glances and swiftly maneuvered around, positioning themselves opposite the suspected third brother. Thus, the scene unfolded where the previously hidden Xiao Li was revealed to Zhang's roommate, and now Zhang was exposed to Xiao Li's companions. Coincidentally, as the trio rounded the corner, Zhang was intimately linked to Li Zicang's arm, their closeness evident. "Third brother! Third brother! Brother 3! They exclaimed in feigned astonishment, their eyes immediately fixating on Jiang Shuyuan beside Li Zicang. The sight was so captivating that they were momentarily transfixed, unable to look away. Recognizing the trio's address, Jiang Shuyuan instantly discerned their identities. Previously aloof, her demeanor had softened significantly since getting to know Xiao Li, especially in his company. Now, facing his friends, she greeted them with a warm smile. Zhang's radiant smile resembled a blossoming rose, exuding an unparalleled charm that eclipsed even that of teacher Nin Xiao. The three young men, who had seldom encountered such beauty, were utterly entranced, rendered speechless and spellbound. After a prolonged silence, it was only the sound of Li Zicang's cough that snapped them back to reality, yet they remained fixated on Jiang, their expressions green with envy and longing. "It's not that we lack composure. It's simply that third sister-in-law is too stunning." The first to regain consciousness was Wu Jin, who faced Li Zicang. While his gaze was fixed on Li Zicang, his peripheral vision continued to linger on classmate Jiang. Curiously, he inquired, "Old 3, who is this lovely classmate? Why not introduce us?" Having observed the interaction between the two, it was evident that their relationship was significant. Thus, Jingu refrained from being overly flirtatious and posed the question earnestly, though his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Similarly, Dong Jian and Pan Kai shared this sentiment. Li Zicang, well aware of the implication behind their eager expressions, understood that while the trio had reached a preliminary conclusion earlier, they were likely still pondering the possibility. What if Old 3 introduced her as his cousin? That would present an opportunity, a chance to gain an advantage. However, disappointment was destined to unfold. With a proud demeanor, Li Zicang took Jiang Shuyuan's hand and confidently introduced her. "Allow me to present my girlfriend and high school classmate, Jiang Shuyuan." Observing the trio's crestfallen faces was hardly surprising. He continued to introduce her to Jiang Shuyuan. "These three gentlemen are my roommates. This is the eldest, Dong Jian. This is the second, Wu Jin, and this is the youngest, Pan Kai." Jiang Shuyuan greeted each of them with a smile. And only then did the three regain their composure, though the air was thick with a palpable sense of disappointment. "Old 3, are you all set to browse? Shouldn't we head back now? Aren't you going to purchase supplies for military training?" Li Zicang asked, perplexed. "Just a few articles of clothing and toiletries. The training base should have everything else, right? What more do we need to buy? Foot pads. The military training uniforms might be tolerable, but ill-fitting shoes without foot pads are a recipe for discomfort. Surely, you don't think the training uniforms will fit perfectly?" Upon Li Zicang's reminder, the group finally grasped the necessity and began searching for foot pads. Regrettably, this was merely a campus supermarket, and while it wasn't small, it indeed lacked such items, especially during the sweltering summer months when foot pads were not stocked. "Old 3, what should we do? We can't find any foot pads. Should we go out and buy some? Time is running short, and who knows if there are any in the vicinity. Let us look for an alternative." "Is there really an alternative?" We can't just cut a piece of cloth, can we? That would only be more uncomfortable, Wu Jin asked curiously. Li Zecang was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry, glancing at the sanitary napkins within reach. Initially intending to offer a suggestion to the three, he decided against it, especially with classmate Jiang present. He didn't want to lead them to any inappropriate thoughts. Noticing the three departing, Jiang Shuyuan sensed something amiss with her companion and inquired, "What's wrong?" Li Zecang, meeting her gaze, contemplated and ultimately resolved to procure the necessary items. His own comfort was secondary. He could not allow Jiang Shuyuan's delicate feet to suffer. As for his own reputation and the fear of being perceived as peculiar, that was a trivial concern. "I know of a substitute for footpads that works quite well." "Then let us buy it." "Is it not available here?" "But you must promise not to laugh at me." Upon hearing Li Zecang's words, Jiang Shuyuan recalled the gaze and actions he had just displayed, her thoughts drifting back to where Li Zecang had previously looked. She then queried, "Surely you cannot be implying that this object can serve as a substitute for insoles?" Little Li exhibited an expression of teachable innocence. Thus, Li Zecang, accompanied by Jiang, procured a multitude of insoles substitutes before departing the supermarket. Fortunately, Jiang provided cover. Otherwise, they would have been left in an awkward predicament. Chapter 78. The Significance of Military Training, September 2nd, 2002, Monday, clear and sweltering. Li Zecang adhered to his routine of running, refreshing himself, and subsequently shared breakfast with his dormitory mates. Thereafter, dressed in their respective attire and shouldering their only permissible backpacks, they gathered beneath the main building of the college. As for the size of the backpacks and their contents, it was of little consequence. After all, this was merely military training. Once they arrived, would they truly find use for the numerous items they had brought? Gradually, classmates began to converge as they walked toward the teaching building, chatting in small clusters along the way. "Does anyone know where we are headed for military training?" "A military camp?" Wu Jin inquired, glancing at the throng of students laden with backpacks. "Who should I ask?" "How would I know?" replied one. "Brother, I know. I checked yesterday on campus. It said that in recent years, Peking University's military training has taken place at a specialized training base in the suburbs called Huairou Military Training Base. All freshmen participate concurrently, organized by a unit from the Beijing garrison, in collaboration with the school's designated leaders for this 2-week military regimen. Oh, these next 2 weeks are going to be arduous. Training in this sweltering heat. What was the school thinking? Why not wait until October, after National Day? It would be much cooler then," lamented another. "What are you thinking? Military training is meant to cultivate our willpower and instill the discipline and resilience characteristic of soldiers. It is inherently designed to be conducted in the most challenging of environments. Do you think it's a leisurely retreat?" Dong Jian interjected. Li Zecang observed the assorted attire and nonchalant expressions of his peers and found himself in agreement with Dong Jian's assertion. Indeed, this so-called elite generation of the 80s truly required such military training to hone their character. Current college students needed it, and future students would need it even more. However, as they approached the teaching building, they were momentarily taken aback by the sight before them. After a brief stupor, Wu Jin, still wearing a look of astonishment, remarked, "Surely this cannot be the vehicle taking us to the training base?" Even Dong Jian, who had mentally prepared himself, found himself momentarily frozen before the imposing military truck. Yet Li Zecang quickly regained his composure. His rich experiences from 2 lifetimes were far from ordinary. Addressing his nearby classmate, he stated, "Isn't it the case that soldiers travel in such trucks? Surely, you do not envision that during combat, they would be riding in tourist buses?" After speaking, he approached a group of classmates huddled together, resembling a scattering of sand, and proclaimed in a loud voice, "Students of Class 02 in the Management Engineering Department of Guanghua College, arrange yourselves in 2 lines based on gender and height, with me at the center." Although he was merely the temporary class leader, Shaoli still embraced the responsibilities of the role, and the classmates, following his directives, gradually organized themselves into pairs. Despite consuming considerable time, they ultimately transformed the disarray into 2 relatively orderly lines. People naturally exhibit a tendency to conform. Upon witnessing the management engineering class swiftly align, several nearby classes followed suit. By the time the teacher and the instructor arrived, they had managed to arrange themselves in a much more orderly fashion. The teacher and instructor did not engage in unnecessary chatter. Without uttering a single superfluous word, they organized the students onto trucks, distributing them 1 class per vehicle, and set off towards the training base in the suburbs, marking the commencement of a 2-week military training session. The instructor did not remain in the driver's seat, but joined the students in the truck's cargo area. After providing guidance on how to sit in the truck, he began his explanation. The military training base in Huairou, Beijing, was established in 1995, originally known as the National Defense Center for Vocational Education in Beijing. This year, it has been renamed the Beijing Military Training Base and is now receiving university students for training. You are the first batch of college students to undergo military training at this base. However, you are not the only school participating. This base is the only one in the Beijing area and is the first military training base constructed with government investment. The military training base spans an area of 120 acres, with a construction area of 22,000 square meters and a training field covering 45,000 square meters. The internal environment of the base is picturesque, with well-defined spaces, wide roads, and a greening area reaching 37. Located 70 kilometers from the city center. It can be reached in 40 minutes via the Zecang Expressway. Huairou District is a popular tourist destination on the outskirts of Beijing, and the military training base is situated in the heart of the Yinqi Industrial Development Zone, just 3 kilometers from Yinqi Lake, 5 kilometers from Hongluo Temple, 10 kilometers from Qinglong Gorge, and 25 kilometers from the Muxianyu Great Wall. The military training activities at the base for Peking University include shooting training. Instructor, do we have shooting training? Can everyone participate? How many bullets will each person have? Upon hearing about the shooting training, the male students perked up, eagerly asking their questions. The instructor, at least on the truck, did not appear overly stern. He patiently addressed their inquiries without reprimanding their casual chatter. Everyone will participate. Using the Type 81 assault rifle, and each person will receive 10 bullets. As he listened to the instructor's explanation, Zecang gradually recalled his memories of military training. Indeed, for college students at this stage, military training not only emphasizes discipline, but also includes live ammunition shooting, reflecting the current educational institution's emphasis on military training, or more precisely, the increasing importance placed on college students in this era. Initially, with the expansion of university enrollment, students could still be regarded as the elite. However, as the number of students continued to rise, their perceived value diminished correspondingly, even to the extent that future university graduates find themselves unemployed, relegated to donning the yellow vest, and engaging in the most menial tasks within society, thus rendering years of diligent study utterly futile. During the military training activities at Peking University, students are afforded the opportunity to partake in live ammunition shooting exercises. This endeavor is typically integrated into military training, designed to enhance students' military skills and knowledge of national defense through practical engagement. Military training holds significant value, particularly for university students. It is especially crucial for the elite among them, such as the academically skewed students of Peking University. It not only cultivates their physical fitness and sense of teamwork, but also fortifies their patriotic sentiments, among other benefits. However, for Zecang, such matters are met with disdain, for he is a peculiar individual who has lived 2 lives. As the day's training came to a close in a state of hazy exhaustion, it was not merely physical fatigue that weighed upon him, but rather a profound weariness stemming from a disillusioned perspective. Whether it was the formation drills, standing at attention, or the communal singing and entertainment, nothing could pique Li's interest. He could only passively endure it, treating it as a mere physical exercise. Had he been better prepared, he would have sought to excuse himself from this ordeal, for he genuinely yearned to escape.